Someone had rejected the acknowledgement of the ancestors after passing the master-teacher examination? You must be pulling my leg. Is there such an insane figure in the world? Winning the acknowledgement of a senior is a huge blessing. Reject? Who in the world is it? After a moment of daze, Pavilion Master Jiang nearly went insane. Mo Hongyi's feat of winning the acknowledgement from a single ancestor had already broken the record of Tianwu Kingdom for the past 300 years, and it had incited a wave of excitement within the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Pavilion Master Jiang also felt honored. He would be able to keep his head up in the other Master-Teacher Pavilions of the other kingdoms in the future. Yet, for someone to reject the ancestors' acknowledgement, it was fortunate that Mo Hongyi wasn't around. If he were to learn of this news, wouldn't he spew blood and faint on the spot? That's impossible. Su Shi and Ling Shi were perplexed as well. The acknowledgement from the ancestors would grant one with a unique aura that would raise one's soul depth swiftly. There wasn't a single master teacher who could reject such a benefit. Wait, the headquarters said that if there's a teacher acknowledgement hall of any branch has collapsed. Report swiftly. The teacher acknowledgement hall here has collapsed. Ling Shi was the first to realize this matter, and his face tensed. They didn't know what rejection of the ancestors' sorrowful chimes of the bell meant, but since the headquarters had asked about the collapsing of the teacher acknowledgement hall, it wasn't difficult for them to deduce the matter. The headquarters wasn't so idle as to do unnecessary things. Since they asked about the collapsing of the teacher acknowledgement hall, it must have something to do with these 9 words. You mean that the person who rejected the acknowledgement of the ancestors might be in this guild? Su Shi's eyes widened, and his voice sounded a little hoarse. In the past few days, only Mo Shi and Zhang Shi had passed the examinations. The former had managed to win the acknowledgement of one elder, while the latter caused Kong Shi's statue to fall over and the entire teacher acknowledgement hall to collapse. Even though the entire incident was bewildering, they didn't see him reject the ancestors. Let's ask about it. Confused, Ling Shi dabbed the brush in ink and wrote, What does rejection of the ancestors, sorrowful chimes of the bell mean? Wang. The words disappeared, and not too long later, a radiance flashed, and another line of words appeared on the communication wall. Not absorbing the unique aura granted by the ancestors, rejecting their goodwill. Upon realization, the group shuddered once more. To reject the ancestors and induce their sorrowful cries. How incredible must a figure be to do such stuff? They stared at one another in shock, bewildered over who had that kind of guts that do such a thing. At that moment, the wall before them shone once more, and a few more line of words appeared. 2 days ago, at Shu Hour, he rejected the acknowledgement of all of the ancestors and Kong Shi, resulting in the shaking of the statue. Under such circumstances, it's highly possible for the teacher acknowledgement hall to collapse. If there's the shaking of the Kong Shi statue, or the collapsing of the teacher acknowledgement hall in any branch, report swiftly. 2 days ago, at Shu Hour, that seems to be around the timing when Zhang Shi is seeking acknowledgement from the elders. Su Shi trembled. Indeed, the trembling of the statue and the collapsing of the teacher acknowledgement hall. Could the one who incited the sorrowful cries of the ancestors be Zhang Shi? Ling Shi's body swayed vigorously. He was just thinking which incredible figure it could be, when it turned out to be the fellow just around them. Are you for real? It should be true. Upon thinking of something, Pavilion Master Jiang smiled bitterly. Oh! Hearing Pavilion Master Jiang affirm the matter, the 2 4-star master teacher turned to look at him. A similar situation happened 2 days ago. The ancestral tablets of the teacher acknowledgement hall trembled, and Kong Shi's statue moved as well. After pondering for a moment, Pavilion Master Jiang explained the situation that happened 2 days ago. The trembling of myriad tokens. Celestial Master Teacher? Trembling of Kong Shi. This is Kong Shi admits a disciple, the student of the sage. But more importantly, he was rejected. Su Shi and Ling Shi was on the verge of going insane. It was one thing to reject the acknowledgement of the ancestors, but to reject an offer to become Kong Shi's student. Since it happened here, it was clear that it was the doing of a genius in the guild. In that instant, a figure appeared in their minds, Xianxia. It must be him. With quivering lips, Su Shi jumped up in agitation. Celestial Master Teacher. An existence whom even Kong Shi wanted as his student. Initially, they thought that all they would find was a slightly more capable genius. Never in the dreams did they expect that they would find such a formidable figure whose feats exceeded their imagination. Hurry up and inform the headquarter. Have the pavilion master welcome him personally. Ling Shi excitedly picked up the brush and prepared to write on it. Putting aside Kong Shi's intent to take him in, just the fact that Xianxia was a celestial master teacher already made him an existence worthy of the pavilion master to invite over personally. Of the entire continent, only Kong Shi had managed to become a celestial master teacher. Other than him, no one had ever achieved that feat. Ling Shi, wait a moment. Jiang Shu hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Frowning, Ling Shi turned to look at Jiang Shu. The matter of celestial master teacher is too big. I'm afraid that it might bring calamity to Jiang Shi if the matter were to leak out. Besides, Kong Shi being rejected isn't a glorious affair. I've already ordered the others to keep quiet on the matter. But if the news were to leak in the headquarters, Pavilion Master Jiang explained. Even though the Master Teacher Pavilion possessed overwhelming authority in the continent, they still had many hidden enemies. Besides, given that the Master Teacher tournament was going to be held, if other powers were to learn of the existence of such a formidable genius, they might be tempted to poach him or even cut him off before he grows. It was better to proceed prudently. Pavilion Master Jiang is right. We should report this matter straight on to the Pavilion Master alone. The fewer people who knows of it, the better it is. Su Shi nodded grimly in agreement to Jiang Shu's words. At this moment, Ling Shi also recovered from his agitation and nodded. He then wrote on the wall, None. Since they decided not to speak of this matter on the communication wall, they could only reply like this for now. Celestial Master Teacher, and on top of that, a person who nearly became Kong Shi's student. It's one thing if we didn't know, but once we know, we should pay him a visit regardless of the cost. After replying to the headquarters, Su Shi and Ling Shi could no longer suppress their agitation in their hearts. They might be 4-star master teachers, but as compared to a celestial master teacher, they were way too lacking. They had only earned the acknowledgement of the ancestors, but the other party earned the acknowledgement of the heavens. The gap between them couldn't be summarized with just the single word, large. As long as he survived, he would most probably reach the pinnacle of this world. We must pay a visit to Xianxia eventually, but the first person we should meet is Xianxia. Su Shi replied grimly. To be capable of grooming a celestial master teacher, and more importantly, have his own student reject even Kong Shi, how fearsome must this Xianxia be? If we were to listen to even a word of his guidance, we might be able to take a huge step forward in our cultivation. At this time, Ling Shi also came to the same conclusion, and he nodded in agreement. One could have a lot of teachers in their life, but there were some who have decided to only acknowledge one teacher in their entire life. It was just like Kong Shi's students. Even if they wanted to acknowledge others as their teacher, no one would dare to accept them. For Xianxia was willing to even reject Kong Shi. How fearsome could this Xianxia be? Let's go! Without any hesitation, the 2 4-star master teachers swiftly headed for Xianxia's residence. In the past few days, Mo Hongyi had been in a good mood. Ever since that Xianxia fellow's appearance, his records had been beaten one after another, and his title as the #1 genius had been usurped. Since he wasn't as capable as the other party, he could only work diligently in hopes of overtaking him in the future. And his efforts paid off. 2 days ago, he was acknowledged by the ancestors, and he managed to triumph over Xianxia for once. With this, he had broken the record of the Master Teacher Pavilion for the past 300 years. Wasn't that Xianxia a genius? Wasn't he formidable? But so what? Xianxia still ended up being acknowledged by none of the ancestors at all. In the end, he was still the ultimate victor. A slight smile curved onto Mo Hongyi's lips. The refusal of the ancestors to acknowledge him meant that he had come to the limits of his potential, and his future achievements were limited. He had heard of many geniuses who shone brightly when they were younger, only to end up just like anyone else in the future. This Xianxia was probably still the same as well. So what if he was a genius? Potential was the key. I should look for Su Shi and Ling Shi and see if they are willing to take me in as their student. If they really take me in, I would surely be able to surpass Xianxia soon. Tidying up his clothes, a streak of excitement flashed across his eyes. Ever since Pavilion Master Jiang introduced Su Shi and Ling Shi to him, the intention to take one of them as his teacher had sprouted in his mind. If he succeeded, a whole new world would open before him. Mo Shi, my apologies, but Su Shi and Ling Shi have already left this morning. Mo Hongyi looked around the master-teacher pavilion, but he couldn't find the duo. In the end, after asking around about the matter, he met with Pavilion Master Jiang. Left? Where did they go to? Mo Hongyi asked. Oh, they went to Zhang Shi's residence. Pavilion Master Jiang replied. Thank you. Upon learning of their whereabouts, Mo Hongyi nodded and left. I need to hurry. It was very possible that Xianxia might have the same thoughts as him. How could he give this good opportunity away to that fellow? He had surpassed the other party in the acknowledgement of the ancestors, and this was a good omen. As long as he worked hard, he would surely be able to surpass the other party's records. Xianxia's residence wasn't too far away from the master-teacher pavilion. It didn't take too long for Mo Hongyi to arrive at his destination. Turning around the streets, he suddenly caught sight of two figures and hurriedly stopped. That is, Su Shi and Ling Shi. The two master teachers were standing quietly in front of Xianxia's residence with a respectful look. Didn't they head here early in the morning? Why were they still standing at the doorstep? More importantly, that respectful attitude. What in the world was that? They were 4-star master teachers, the respected elders of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's master-teacher pavilion. Even if the Emperor of Shenyuan Kingdom were to come, he would have to welcome them subserviently. Yet, at this moment they seemed no different from anxious students. Mo Hongyi blinked his eyes in disbelief. Jia. Just as he was still in the midst of his shock, the gates to the courtyard opened, and a plump man walked out. He spoke casually. The old master has just returned, and he has asked for you two to enter. I'll just say this in advance. The old master doesn't like a ruckus, so try to maintain silence after you enter. Yes. Don't worry. We'll definitely keep quiet. Su Shi and Ling Shi hurriedly nodded. All right, then let's go. Waving casually, the plump man led the way. The two master teachers hurriedly followed behind. The heck? Mo Hongyi's eyes were about to fall to the floor. What in the world is going on? To think that 4-star master teachers would still have to request for a meeting. On top of that, to wait an entire morning for it? And that butler's casual attitude almost to the point of being rude. Wasn't he afraid of being smacked to death? Mo Hongyi's mouth twitched violently, and he felt as though the entire world had gone wrong. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia finally woke up. There was too much information contained within the Library of Heaven's Path, causing the time he was passed out to last much longer than before. However, the rewards he got was massive as well. Battle techniques, apothecary, beast tamer, painter, physician, master teacher, poison master. The information of countless occupations had become his own. He no longer had to dive into the Library of Heaven's Path to look up this information. With a single thought, it would appear in his head. To gather all of this knowledge, even if one possessed photographic memory, it would take at least dozens of years. On the other hand, Xianxia only took an entire day. If others were to know about it, they would definitely spurt blood. What genius and what advanced master teacher. Before such efficiency, they meant nothing at all. There was no basis of comparison at all. As expected of the Book of Heaven's Path. It truly doesn't let me down. Xianxia chuckled. Even though he knew the might of the Book of Heaven's Path, the pages of which were formed by the earnest gratitude of a student, was formidable. He couldn't help but feel impressed every time he used it. To casually raise his soul depth by 5.0 and assimilate the knowledge contained within the innumerable books in the Library of Heaven's Path for his own. Regardless of which one it was sufficient to send anyone into a frenzy. The Book of Heaven's Path probably has many more uses than this. Xianxia had only managed to uncover these two effects by chance. The use of the Book of Heaven's Path was surely much more than that, and he had verified it back then. It seemed like he had no accept more students in the future and win their gratitude so as to collect much more golden pages. This way, he would be able to grow swiftly. After waking up, he spent a long time reorganizing his knowledge before stretching lazily and walking out of the room. Upon walking into the main hall, Sun Chong walked up to him and reported, "Young master, someone has requested to meet with the old master, and they have already waited for an entire morning." Requested to meet the old master? Who? Xianxia was taken aback. They said that they were from the master-teacher pavilion. One of them is Su Fan, while the other one is Ling Yuheng. Sun Qing replied. Su Fan? Ling Yuheng. Xianxia was perplexed. Who were they? There didn't seem to be these two figures among the master-teachers of Tianwu Kingdom. Wait, they are Su Shi and Ling Shi. An epiphany struck him, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Back then, when Pavilion Master Jiang introduced the two master teachers to him, out of respect, he didn't use their full names. As such, Xianxia didn't relate Su Fan and Ling Yuheng to the two 4-star master teachers instantly. However, given that they came from the master teacher pavilion, and they were here to look for old Master Xianxia, who else could it be other than those two fellows? Didn't he say that he would tell them about it once Yang Shi returns? Why would they rush here all of the sudden, not to mention early in the morning? He hadn't even made preparations yet. The two 4-star master teachers were existences that surpassed Jizuan realm experts. Yet, they had been waiting at his entrance for an entire morning? Where did you arrange them to rest at? The guest room or the conference room? Upon thinking about how he kept these two formidable figures waiting, Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but ask, guest room? Conference room? They didn't even bring anything when paying a visit to Yang Shi. Are they worthy of such treatment? Sun Chong harumphed in disdain. I had those two disrespectful fellows wait outside the residence. If not for the fact that they came from the master-teacher pavilion, I would have chased them away already. Who the hell do they think they are? To not even know the rules. Put on. After hearing those words, Xianxia's body swayed, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Young master, what's wrong? Sun Chong hurried forward to support him. What's wrong? Xianxia nearly burst into tears. The hell? Do you know how powerful the two of them are? What's wrong? This useless fellow. How did he find himself such a darned butler? The two of them were 4-star master teachers, and he kept them waiting outside for an entire morning. He sure was courageous. Xianxia felt blood welling up at the back of his throat. If he didn't discipline this butler of his soon, it was just a matter of time before he is done in by another party. It was fortunate that those two master teachers had a good temper. Otherwise, if they were to lash out, even the entire Tianwu kingdom wouldn't be sufficient to placate their wrath. Just as he was about to berate the other party, he suddenly recalled that the other party's arrogant personality was a result of Yang Shi's teaching back then. Suddenly, he felt stifled within. Hurry up and invite them in. Make sure to treat them respectfully. Holding back his frustration, Xianxia instructed. However, halfway through his words, he shook his head. Forget it. Just treat them as any other guest, and bring them over here. I'll contact teacher now. The old master, whom the other party wanted to meet, was supposed to be an equal existence to them. If he were to change his attitude now, it could bring even more trouble. It wasn't his first time playing off as an expert, and he didn't mind doing it again. Besides, he had no other choice anyway. The butler had already gone so far. If the strength of this Yang Shi turned out to be inferior to them, wouldn't they immediately fly into a rage? Yes. Sun Chong walked out. Upon seeing him leave, Xianxia took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put it on. Then, operating his Heaven's Path disguise art, his muscles started moving, and his appearance changed. It didn't take long for him to turn into Xianxia. However, with his stronger cultivation and higher soul depth, he held a much more imposing disposition compared to back when he was still at Tianxian Kingdom. Ascertaining that there were no flaws in his disguise, Xianxia walked over to the main seat, sipped on his tea, and waited patiently. Not too long later, the duo walked in under Sun Chang's lead. As Xianxia expected, they were Su Shi and Ling Shi. "This is the old master, Yang Shi." Upon seeing that the old master was in the main hall, Sun Chang was dazed for a moment before hurriedly introducing with a proud look. "Su Fan pays respect to Yang Shi. Ling Yuheng greets Yang Shi." The duo clasped their fists respectfully. Even though they could tell that Yang Shi was man of great capabilities through Xianxia, they still felt a little displeased at how the other party kept them waiting for an entire morning. No matter what, they were 4-star master teachers. To be left waiting at the doorstep, it could only mean that the other party didn't think much of them. Thus, they started observing this Xianxia as soon as they arrived, intent to see if he was as formidable as the others made him out to be. But with a single look, they frowned. The muscles and the bones of the man before them didn't align perfectly with one another, and there were signs of them being moved. Clearly, he was in disguise. They couldn't discern his original appearance, but through his clean and smooth skin, as well as his powerful vitality, he was likely to be young. There were geniuses in this world, but no matter how talented a person was, he needed time to grow. In the end, age was still a limiting factor for one's abilities. "This Yang Shi seems young." Upon seeing through all this, Su Shi sent a telepathic message to Ling Shi. "Indeed. However, I can't see through his cultivation." Ling Shi frowned. They were both existences who surpassed Jizuan realm. As long as the other party's cultivation didn't surpass theirs, they should be able to discern the other party's cultivation easily, even if the other party tried to conceal it. However, despite their intent observation, they were unable to tell anything at all. This meant that the person before them could only be stronger than them. Su Shi nodded. He was unable to see through the other party's cultivation as well. There were only two possibilities if one was unable to see through another person's cultivation. Firstly, the other party was stronger than them. Secondly, the cultivation technique that the other party cultivated was at a much higher level than their own, resulting in his Jinshi being so pure that one was unable to make a clear assessment. Regardless of which of the two possibilities it was, it could only mean to say that Yang Shi wasn't an ordinary person. Done looking yet? They stared intently at Yang Shi with a tenacious drive to dig out every single detail of his, only to see the other party casually lifting a teapot and slowly pouring himself a cup of tea. Without even glancing at them, his impassive voice sounded. "We've heard of the numerous amazing feats of Yang Shi, and your ability to nourish a student like Zhang Shi has filled us with admiration and curiosity. Please pardon our breach of etiquette." Upon being exposed, the duo felt a little awkward. Smiling faintly, Su Shi and Ling Shi glanced at one another before taking a seat. "It's not a problem." Putting down the teapot, Xianxia lifted his head and glanced at them. Only then did the duo clearly see his appearance. Yang Shi was in his 40s, and he had a dashing appearance. Su Shi and Ling Shi immediately tried to match his looks to the descriptions of the master teachers they had heard of. But at this moment, they suddenly saw the other party's clear eyes. Looking into those eyes, Su Shi and Ling Shi's breathing immediately hastened. Their eyes widened, and they nearly dropped the teacup in their hands onto the floor. "This is Eye of Insight." Small strings of insight energy flowed within those wise and deep eyes, making the person before them an unfathomable existence. With just a single look, a name immediately appeared in their minds. Eye of Insight. This was an ability that only 6-star master teachers could comprehend. It was said that those who possessed this could peer into the essence of the world with a single look. They thought that it was only a legend, but to think that it would be true, and for it to appear on the person before them at that. Could it be that? The lips of the duo quivered. Could this Xianxia be a 6-star master teacher, or even higher than that? The very thought of it vanquished their displeasure from being disregarded by the other party. Putting aside the knowledge and rallying ability of a 6-star master teacher, with his cultivation itself, he would be more than capable of destroying the entire Myriad Kingdom alliance. Even if an expert of his caliber were to humiliate them, they wouldn't dare to utter a single word of complaint. This was the strength and rank of a 6-star master teacher. The disparity between each rank grew larger the higher up the ladder of a master teacher. Especially after 5-star, the difference between each rank was like heaven and earth. A 2-star master teacher might be hard-pressed to defeat 10 1-star master teachers, but it was a walk in the park for a 6-star master teacher to subdue 100 5-star master teachers at once. Who? The duo's hearts jolted. Fortunately, the insight energy flowing within Xianxia's eyes disappeared after a short moment, and he reverted back to his original state. Gazing at the duo impassively, Xianxia said, "Su Shi and Ling Shi, may I know the reason for your visit?" Ah! Su Shi was dumbstruck. Initially, they thought that Xianxia would be around their caliber, and their highest estimate was 4-star pinnacle or 5-star. If so, they could still interact and trade some insights. Who could have thought that the other party would display the eye of insight which only 6-star master teachers could comprehend? They could still trade insights with those around the same level as them, but with this kind of expert, how in the world should they trade insights with him? It would be more like seeking guidance. But given how they abruptly visited the other party, if they were to say that they were here to seek guidance, that would be a huge breach of etiquette. Actually, we asked a favor of Xianxia. May I know if he has discussed the matter with Xianxia yet? Ling Shi reacted swiftly, and he hurriedly replied, "That's right. We're here for this matter." Su Shi nodded vigorously. "Is it about the matter of the master-teacher tournament?" Xianxia frowned. He was perplexed by why these two experts were so intent to find Xianxia, but to think that it would be for this matter. Back then, when the other party told him to discuss this matter with his teacher, it seemed like they really meant that they said yes. Despite being under 20, Xianxia possesses outstanding talents. If he were to join, he'll surely be able to make a name for himself, Su Shi hurriedly explained. However, before he could finish his words, a cold harumph echoed in the hall. "Does my student need a tournament to prove himself?" Xianxia gestured haughtily. "You must be joking." This. Su Shi and Ling Shi shuddered, and their faces paled simultaneously. This person before them could potentially be a master teacher beyond 6-star. At the same time, his student, Xianxia, was a person who was capable of breaking the records of the guild simultaneously. If he truly wished to make a name for himself, there was no need for him to join any tournament or what. In fact, just by saying that he was Xianxia's student, he was already able to incur the envy of countless geniuses in the world. "Xianxia, I have misspoken. Pardon me." Su Shi hurriedly apologized. "Enough." Xianxia waved his hands casually. "If this is the reason why you all are here, you all can leave now. The decision in Xianxia's hands. I am only his teacher. I'm not his nanny. I don't interfere in all of his affairs." We were rash. Upon hearing the other party's intent to chase them out, Su Shi and Ling Shi hurriedly stood up, but they didn't leave immediately. Instead, a hesitant look appeared on their face, and Su Shi gritted his teeth and asked, "Actually, I have met with some doubts in my cultivation, and I would like to ask for Xianxia's guidance." This was a master teacher who was likely to exceed 6-star. He might not necessarily meet another one in his entire life. Since he met with one, if he didn't ask any questions, he would surely regret it for the rest of his life. "What doubts do you have?" Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, but he put on a nonchalant expression. This was what he feared the most, disguising as a higher-ranked master teacher. As a master teacher, he had a duty to enlighten his juniors. While he could refuse the other party, it could potentially raise doubts on his character, or even worse, his identity. Seeing that the other party didn't reject them outright, Su Shi heaved a sigh of relief. A hint of delight flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly replied, The cultivation technique that I am cultivating now is miniature solar art, and every time I drive it to the 7th circulation, I feel as though my body is being torn apart, and I'm unable to continue on. This matter has been plaguing me for a while, and I've been unable to find a solution to it. Miniature solar art? Xianxia's face darkened. He had assimilated the knowledge of the books in Tianwu Royal City into his head, but this name didn't ring a bell at all. He had no idea what the 6th or 7th circulation the other party was talking about was at all. Show me. Even though Xianxia felt a little stifled within, he had experienced this kind of stuff numerous times, so he didn't panic at all. Instead, he slowly sipped on his tea before raising his gaze to ask. His movements were composed and refined. Yes, Su Shi nodded. To offer the most accurate guidance, one had to see the situation for themselves first. Su Shi moved to the center of the room and sat down cross-legged. Then, his hands moved in a circular motion, and spiritual energy started to concentrate in the center. Tzzzzzzzz. The speed at which spiritual energy was being absorbed was so swift that a deafening sonic boom sounded. Incredible! Seeing the speed at which the other party was pulling in spiritual energy at Xianxia's eyelids twitched. As expected of a 4-star master teacher, his means were indeed exceptional. Flaws. Given that the other party was operating his cultivation technique, a book immediately appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia quickly flipped through it. Su Fan, 4-star primary master teacher, transcendent mortal cultivator, an elder of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master Teacher Pavilion. Cultivation technique. Miniature solar art. Flaws. Su Fan's information was recorded in detail in the book. After using the golden page and assimilating the knowledge in all of the books of the Library of Heaven's Path into his head, Xianxia already knew that beyond the Fighter 9 Dawn was transcendent mortal. The Fighter 9 Dawn was actually a stage to bring the strength of a mortal to the very limits. From there on, one would surpass his mortality to reach higher realms. Just like the Fighter 9 Dawn, the transcendent mortal realm also had 9 Dawn. However, as Tianwu Kingdom didn't have access to books of that level, there wasn't any detailed description on it. However, given that the person before him was a transcendent mortal expert, regardless of whether it was his physical body, spirit, or level of existence, he had already surpassed that of Jizuan realm to reach the heights unattainable by mortals. It was just like the gap between a phantom weapon and a spirit weapon. Their level of existence was completely different from one another. After reading through the flaws written in the book, a bizarre look flashed on Xianxia's face. The moment Su Shi started cultivating, Ling Shi hurriedly turned his gaze onto Yang Shi. As an old buddy of the former, Ling Shi knew about this problem as well. He searched through countless books and even asked a higher-tiered guild through the communication wall about the matter. However, no one had been able to answer this question. Since Su Shi had brought up this problem, Ling Shi was curious to see how Yang Shi would deal with this situation. Given that the other party was likely to be a master teacher ranked beyond 6-star, seeing how he dealt with problems and learning from him might prove to be helpful to him for his advancement in the occupation. Thus, he focused all of his attention on Yang Shi, intent on catching every single action of his. However, after taking a brief look, a deep crease furrowed on his forehead, and doubts sprouted in his mind. It was normal for master teachers to ask of the other party to display their cultivation technique or battle technique and observe it intently so as to determine the problems within them. However, Yang Shi closed his eyes right after catching a glimpse and fell motionless. What in the world was he up to? Don't you have the eye of insight? Shouldn't you use this ability to determine the faults in his cultivation? Why aren't you using it? On top of that, the faults in cultivation techniques tend to be deeper than battle techniques. You should at least observe it for a while longer and even ask him some questions about the matter before making a decision. To do nothing at all, and close your eyes as though you are sleeping, what kind of diagnosis method is that? Ling Shi was baffled. Master teachers were similar to physicians in several ways. One had to observe carefully to determine the crux of a problem before dealing with it at the very root. As a 4-star master teacher, Ling Shi knew more than 10,000 diagnosis methods, but none of it consisted of a momentary glimpse before closing one's eyes and falling into a daze. It can't be that. Even he can't solve it. A thought appeared in Ling Shi's mind. Given how the other party possessed the eye of insight, he bore no doubts toward the other party's identity. However, he couldn't bear to see his good buddy to be disappointed once more. All right, it's enough. At this moment, Xianxia finally opened his eyes and said, there wasn't a single emotion that could be seen on his face. Yes. Calming down his cultivation, Su Shi stared at Xianxia hopefully. Xianxia, is there a solution? Ling Shi asked carefully. Given how the other party closed his eyes right after catching a glimpse, he didn't think it was likely, but that couldn't stop him from hoping. Solution. Xianxia shook his head. There's no problem with his cultivation. The miniature solar art is also very compatible with his physique. Then, the duo was stunned. If there was nothing wrong with his cultivation, and his cultivation technique was compatible with him as well, then why would he be unable to continue upon coming to the 7th circulation? You wish to reach the 8th circulation? Seeing the duo fall silent, Xianxia gazed at Su Shi and asked, yes, I've been stuck at the 7th circulation for more than 5 years already, but I'm still unable to find the method to achieve a breakthrough. Su Shi hurriedly nodded his head. The cultivation technique that he practiced, the miniature solar art, was a spirit cultivation technique. It had been more than 50 years since he started cultivating the technique, and he had endured intense heat and frigid chill innumerable times to master it. He thought that he could try for the 9th circulation, the highest realm of the technique, at a single go to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he couldn't have imagined that he would be stuck at the 7th circulation. For 5 consecutive years, his cultivation had stagnated. He had asked countless master teachers about this matter, and numerous elders of the guild even sat together to inspect this matter. However, none of them was able to determine the root of the problem. If you wish to reach 8th circulation, then listen to my instructions. Don't try to retaliate and don't harbor any doubts. Xianxia stood up and slowly walked toward Su Shi with his hands behind his back. All right, Su Shi agreed without any hesitation. The person before him was an expert who groomed a celestial master teacher. Since the other party was willing to help him, this was an extremely good opportunity for him. All right, start cultivating once more. I'll use a special method for you to pass the 7th circulation, but before that you have to close your eyes. No matter what happens, just focus all of your attention on driving your cultivation technique. Xianxia said gravely. Yes. Still seated cross-legged on the floor, Su Shi took a deep breath and started to cultivate once more. You can't sit, you have to cultivate in the horse stance. Xianxia instructed. Cultivate in the horse stance? Su Shi was taken aback, but he nodded his head without much hesitation. At his level, he was more than capable of multitasking. Putting aside cultivating while in a horse stance, he could even cultivate while executing a battle technique. All right, I'll begin then. Thus, Su Shi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Goo 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 goo. The spiritual energy from the air began to be pulled into his body once more. The miniature solar art induced concentrated yang energy to be infused into one's jinqi, thus granting one strength far greater than those of the same cultivation realm. This was precisely the reason why, even though Su Shi and Ling Shi were both 4-star primary master teachers, the former possessed a much higher standing. Su Shi reached a state of imperturbability as soon as he began. Satisfied, Xianxia nodded. He circled around the other party before turning over to Ling Shi. Do you wish to help him? Ling Shi was taken aback. How can I help him? Shouldn't your guidance be the key to his breakthrough? I have a play in this matter as well. Just listen to my commands, Xianxia said. Yes, Ling Shi agreed. The other party's action of closing his eyes after a glimpse had already left him doubtful. Yet, at this moment, the other party was asking him to help him in this matter. Ling Shi's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see what kind of method the other party would use to help Ling Shi to reach the 8th circulation, and what kind of role he would play in the matter. Hold on for a moment. After hearing Ling Shi agree to the matter, Xianxia stood silently on the spot, staring intently at Su Shi impassively. Goo goo goo. Along with Su Shi's cultivation, his aura gradually grew stronger and stronger, as though a dragon awakening from his slumber. Fourth circulation, fifth circulation, sixth circulation. Feeling the aura on the other party slowly growing more and more powerful, Ling Shi's expression turned graver and graver. The two of them were close buddies, and Su Shi had cultivated the miniature solar art before Ling Shi on numerous occasions, so he was well aware of the details of his cultivation technique, as well as when the problem would occur. Gotcha! The sixth circulation came to an end, and as soon as the seventh circulation began, Jia! A crisp sound echoed from Su Shi's bones, and it sounded as though something had broken. Then, his flesh started to tear apart, and blood spilled out from the lacerations. In the blink of an eye, the scholarly-looking Su Shi suddenly became a demon that crawled out from hell. Xianxia, Su Shi, might be unable to hold on any longer. Upon seeing the state of his old buddy, anxiety showed on Ling Shi's face. Based on his understanding, this was the limit of the other party. Any further than that might cause severe injuries to him. It was precisely because of his body being unable to withstand the cultivation technique that the cultivation of his old buddy had remained stagnant for the past 5 years. This was also why he was intent on visiting Xianxia after hearing about his incredible feats. Let's begin now. Come over here. Nodding, Xianxia beckoned Ling Shi over. All right. Ling Shi hurriedly rushed over. You just have to do this. Xianxia sent him a telepathic message, explaining his secret technique to him clearly. This. Upon hearing Xianxia's secret technique, the edges of Ling Shi's mouth twitched, and his entire body froze on the spot. He was already on the verge of tears. What the heck was this solution? Are you trying to kill him through my hands? Will it really work? It's worth a try. After which, Xianxia walked back to his seat and sat down calmly. Then, he poured himself a cup of tea and silently sipped on it. Try. Ling Shi spewed blood. The method you brought up is obviously a murder attempt. I thought that you are confident in this matter. To think that it would only be a try. What if it doesn't succeed? Won't Su Shi die for real? I will have to bear the crime of killing a comrade if that happens. Xianxia, is there any other possible solution? Ling Shi asked, hesitant to use Xianxia's method. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to answer Ling Shi's question. He sat quietly on the spot, not even sparing the latter a glance. Upon seeing his attitude, Ling Shi knew that it was impossible to pry anything out of his mouth even if there was another solution. Thus, he turned his gaze to Su Shi hesitantly. What the hell was this? The one who was afflicted with the problem was Su Shi, and the one who wanted to pass the seventh circulation was him as well. Then why was the one who was in dilemma him? How is it? Hurry up. I can't hang on any longer. While Ling Shi was still conflicted, Su Shi bellowed with a savage expression. He had already held onto the seventh circulation for quite a period of time now. If nothing was done, he would surely be severely injured once more, and this attempt would end in failure. In the past, that was the case as well. Every time he tried to cultivate this technique, he would have to rest for at least a month. Honestly speaking, Su Shi felt stifled as well. What was wrong with this old buddy of his? Since Xianxia had already told him the solution to the problem, he should hurry up. What was he hesitating for? Did he want to see him fail this attempt and be stuck in bed for another month? All right then. Hearing the other party's urging, Ling Shi gritted his teeth and walked over. Then, with a look of pity, he said, Su Shi, I'm sorry. Sorry? Su Shi was taken aback. Using the secret technique to help me pass the seventh circulation is helping me. So what do you mean by sorry? Before Su Shi could make sense of the situation, he suddenly felt a strong shock wave from beneath his crotch. You! Just the immense shock wave he felt caused Su Shi's soul to almost leave his body in fright. If the attack were to strike him, he would surely be crippled. There was no doubt about it. Even though he was already old and it wasn't of any use already, it was still a part of his body. What in the world are you trying to do? Don't move. Just as Su Shi was about to twist and avoid the attack, Yang Shi's stern voice echoed. The slight moment of hesitation sealed his fate. Ling Shi's leg flew swiftly upward. Pong! Su Shi's face immediately distorted. His vision darkened, and an intense pain struck his entire body from his crotch, causing him to almost faint on the spot. Ling Yuheng, you'd better remember this, howling furiously in his heart. He was just about to tear the person before him apart when a giant palm struck his head. After seeing that he was still alive after having his crotch struck, the other party wanted to finish him off with a slap. You! Su Shi burst into tears. Didn't Yang Shi get you to use that secret technique he taught you? Why are you beating me up instead? You don't think that crippling me is enough, so you wish to claim my life as well? Stifled, Su Shi tried to avoid the attack but to no avail. In terms of strength, the two of them were on par. Even if Su Shi could defeat Ling Shi, it would at least take 1,000 blows. Now that his crotch had been struck, and unimaginable pain was coursing through his body, how could he possibly be in the condition to avoid the other party's attack? Furthermore, the other party used his Jinqi to seal his surroundings, causing him to be unable to move at all. Before he could struggle free, the other party's palm had already struck his head. Pong! His vision turned dark, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. But all of a sudden, Su Shi felt a powerful strength gushing from his dantian, and unable to hold himself back anymore, he roared furiously. Boom! A powerful shock wave immediately gushed forth from him, and cracks swiftly spread across the floor tiles as though a spider web. At the same moment, the tables and chairs in the vicinity was reduced to dust. Kacha! As though having eaten some nutritious tonic, his Jinqi, which had stopped moving, suddenly formed a torrent, and having broken through the countless shackles from before, it performed another circulation in his body. The 8th circulation. ISUC succeeded? Recovering from his pain, Su Shi sensed the raging and seemingly endless Jinqi flowing through his body, and he froze for a moment before frenzied delight grasped him. Never in his dreams did he expect to break through the obstruction which had hindered him for 5 years just like that. It worked! Ling Shi thought that his friendship with the other party would have come to an end after he crippled him and struck him on his face. He didn't expect the other party's aura to suddenly surge, allowing him to break through his bottleneck at the 7th circulation. He hurriedly turned to look at Yang Shi. As though knowing that this would happen, the other party was still drinking his tea calmly, not paying any heed to the situation here. This is a problem which even the pavilion master and a 5-star master teacher couldn't solve. Yet, with a single kick and slap, Ling Shi's eyes opened wide, and his body trembled slightly. He knew that it was impossible for Yang Shi to be simple, given how he was able to groom a student of Zhang Xian's caliber. But he didn't think that he would be so impressive. With a single glance, the other party had already found the root of the problem, as well as the solution to it. On top of that, he didn't even use his eye of insight at all. Yang Shi's capability was already beyond his imagination. Just that isn't the solution. A little way too ridiculous. After recovering from his shock, Ling Shi's first reaction was speechlessness. When other master teachers guided someone, they would often alter their cultivation technique, point out the errors in their cultivation, recommend them some effective pills or something along those lines. Yet, this fellow's guidance was actually a kick and a slap. It was simple, but upon recalling the kick just now, Ling Shi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even if the other party wasn't crippled, he would have to at least recuperate for 2 years before being able to use it once more. Yang Shi, thank you for helping me achieve a breakthrough. At this moment, Su Shi had finally finished his cultivation, and his aura felt significantly stronger than before. Excited, he hurriedly clasped his hand to thank Yang Shi. Having reached the 8th circulation, his cultivation rose significantly as well, even though it was still slightly unstable as he hadn't reinforced yet. But in any case, he had managed to take a step forward after 5 years of stagnation. Just that, the price was a little way too high. The excruciating pain left his legs shaking non-stop, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead profusely. If not in consideration for his image, he would have definitely bent down and scrunched in a C shape. Putting down his teacup, Xianxia stood up and gazed at the duo calmly. Do you all understand the reason behind this? Yang sure. Please enlighten us. The duo gazed at one another before bowing toward Yang sure. It was unfathomable how a single kick and a slap could work such miracles. Even though they had seen the sight for themselves, they still couldn't help but find it inconceivable. Seeing the incomprehension in their eyes, Xianxia shook his head and turned to Su Shi. The technique you cultivate is miniature solar art, and your physical constitution also possesses overwhelming yang energy. Without a doubt, this cultivation technique complements you very well. Rationally speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for you to reach the 8th circulation. However, with a deep gaze with slight traces of regret within, Xianxia continued. Time trickles on like a relentless river. As you age, your physical function slowly deteriorates, and the yang energy within your body is already unable to keep up with your cultivation technique. If I'm not wrong, you don't have much of an interest in the opposite gender now, right? Su Shi felt a little awkward. As he aged and his physical functions deteriorate, his interest toward the opposite gender slowly died down. However, this was his secret. After having such a matter pointed out by the other party, his face immediately flushed in embarrassment. What men feared was having their impotency pointed out. Since even the opposite gender is unable to attract you, it goes to show that the decline of your yang energy has already reached a severe state. Without sufficient yang energy to sustain your cultivation technique, no matter how formidable you are, you won't be able to drive it as easily as you used to. Disregarding the other party's embarrassment, Xianxia continued explaining. The crotch isn't just the symbol of one's masculinity, it's also the origin of yang energy in a man. As such, when Ling Shi struck on it with his might, the yang energy accumulated within immediately gushed out, granting you with a further drive for your cultivation technique. But of course, this didn't necessarily guarantee that you can exceed the 7th circulation. Just in case, I had him strike your head as well. The head is where the yang energy gathers at. After the origin has been struck, the dissipated yang energy would gather at your head. Thus, when Ling Shi struck your head, you immediately broke through your bottleneck, reaching the 8th circulation. Chuckling lightly, Xianxia stood up with his hands behind his back. The shadow behind him extended far, making him look incomparably large and powerful. The duo was shocked. The other party had put it simply, but as master teachers, they knew how difficult the matter was. While it was true that the crotch was the birth of yang energy, it was also the weakest spot of a man. On top of that, the head was an even more vital region. To strike the both of them consecutively, if there was the slightest error in the other party's conjecture, Su Shi would have died. To have such grasp over Su Shi's illness, was this person before them still a human? Incredible! Yang Shi is truly incredible. Glancing at one another, the same though appeared in the duo at once. To be able to identify his problem with a single glance accurately determining the amount of strength Ling Shi should put into his attack in just this short period of time. There was no one that they knew who was capable of such a feat. To think that they thought that Yang Shi would be of equal standing as them. In the end, there wasn't any basis of comparison between them at all. They were at completely different levels. As expected of the master teacher who had comprehended eye of insight fearsome. You should hurry up and condition yourself. Your injuries are also quite severe this time around. Seeing the expression of the duo, Xianxia knew that he had managed to hoodwink the duo, and he inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at Su Shi in sympathy. If Xianxia made a move himself, he could use Heaven's Path Shenqi to stimulate the other party's acupoints to release the accumulated yang energy. This would produce the similar effect of breaking through the 7th circulation as well. However, the other party would surely be able to see through the uniqueness of his Heaven's Path Shenqi, as well as his cultivation. If so, he would give himself in. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to go with this. However, This was indeed a little too violent. Even Xianxia couldn't help but feel a chill at his crotch upon seeing the sight. Yes. Upon hearing those words, Su Shi heaved a sigh of relief. Putting everything aside, he immediately sat down and drove his cultivation, warding off the excruciating pain he was suffering from the two violent blows. Su Shi has managed to reach the 8th circulation this time, but if he wants to try for the 9th circulation, what should he do? At this moment, Ling Shi couldn't help but ask. Only after reaching the highest level, the 9th circulation, could Su Shi attempt to reach for higher realms. Given how difficult it was for him to reach the 8th circulation already, what should he do to reach the 9th circulation? Simple. Just use the same method. If a single kick doesn't work, then kick another time. If it still doesn't work, then kick it 10 more times. Eventually, sufficient yang energy should be stimulated for his breakthrough. Xianxia replied calmly. 10 times. Ling Shi's sweat immediately flowed down profusely. At the same time, Su Shi's body trembled upon hearing those words, and his cultivation nearly went berserk. The heck? If only that I knew this would happen, I shouldn't have picked up this cultivation technique. While the two master teachers were on the verge of a breakdown, not too far away, in the Lin residence, a giant savage beast flew straight over. Who? It landed at the center of the courtyard, and 2 men and a lady alighted from its back. This is the Lin clan residence? As the number 1 clan in Tianwu Kingdom, even if it was late at night, the Lin clan residence should have been bustling with guests. However, the empty courtyard was wrecked, and there wasn't a single guard or servant to be seen. It was completely different from how she remembered it. Lu Chang, I'm going to kill you. Princess consort Lin Long's beautiful eyes widened in rage, and her black hair drifted slightly despite the absence of wind. Her furious howl reverberated within the residence. When she received the news back then, the person named Lu Chang was in the midst of dealing with the Lin clan residents. Without a doubt, that fellow must be the culprit. Hurry up and look around to find my father and my little brother. If anything happens to them, I want the entire Tianwu kingdom to be buried along with them. Her silver teeth clenched tightly in resentment, and deep killing intent flashed in her eyes. How dare a Tier 1 kingdom, a trash-like existence whom wasn't worthy of her consideration, lay its hands on her Lin clan. It was courting death. To dare assault the Lin clan, that Lu Chang had to die. And for the Tianwu royal family to know of the matter but stay idle, it must pay the price as well. Yes, the 2 men behind her immediately darted away. Eastern Palace Commander Liang Qingming possessed the strength of a Zhizuan realm advanced stage, while Beast Tamer Zhou Jin, who tagged along with the 2 of them, had reached Zhizuan realm primary stage. The 2 Zhizuan realm experts moved swiftly, and before long, they reported back to the princess consort. Your Highness, Clan Head Lin and young Master Lin are over there. Upon hearing that her father and younger brother weren't dead yet, Lin Long heaved a sigh of relief. She hurried over and entered a giant hall. With a single look, her face immediately crumbled. The duo was alive, but they were no different from being dead. Their cultivation had been dissipated, and there wasn't a single spot on them that was intact. Heavily injured, even if they were to be saved at this point, they were already crippled. The younger of the duo was unconscious, and if not for his faint breathing, one would have thought that he were dead. Long you must exact vengeance for us. Upon seeing her walk over, Lin Ruotien immediately rushed over, as though meeting his savior. Back then, even though Lu Chong didn't kill him, he had Hall Master Liao plant at least 7 lethal poison all over his body, causing him to be in agony at every single moment. On top of that, the Lin clan's fall from grace caused all of their past enemies to come knocking. The torture and humiliation he'd suffered made him tempted to commit suicide. If not for a tenacious drive pushing him on to wait for her daughter and have her exact vengeance for him, he would have already given in. What happened? Lin Long hurriedly fed the other party a recovery pill before asking. It's Lu Cheng. No, to be precise, it's 2-star master teacher Xianxia. His student is that bastard who fled from the Chu clan 2 years ago. After consuming the pill, Lin Ruotian recovered some of his stamina. Gritting his teeth, he started recounting the matter. But of course, all he talked about was how he was insulted and humiliated by the other party. As for the cause of the matter, as well as the destruction of the Chu clan, he didn't bother to fill the other party in on the details. But in any case, it was unlikely that the other party would care either. Xianxia. Lin Long narrowed her eyes and bellowed, "Commander Liang, head to the Master-Teacher Pavilion at this moment and capture Xianxia. I want him to pay the price and let everyone know that only death awaits those who dares to offend our Lin clan. Your Highness, please reconsider your orders. This Xianxia is a 2-star Master Teacher, and a genius at that. He's likely to be a target of protection of the Master-Teacher Pavilion." Frowning, Liang Qingming tried to persuade the other party. A 2-star primary Master Teacher didn't mean much to Shenyuan Kingdom. However, killing a Master Teacher publicly might result in a backlash. Even Shenyuan Kingdom couldn't afford to incur the wrath of the Master Teacher Pavilion. He destroyed my family and killed my kin. So what if he has the backing of the Master Teacher Pavilion? Can a Master Teacher act unreasonably just because he has backing? Besides, the Shenyuan Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion's Pavilion Master Luo is a close friend of the Crown Prince. As long as we explain the situation to him, he should overlook the matter. Lin Long's eyes reddened in fury. The Pavilion Master of Shenyuan Kingdom's Master Teacher Pavilion was Luo Qianhong. With his backing, Lin Long had very little worry. After all, it wasn't beneficial for him to turn against the future emperor over such a minor character. Yes. Seeing the other party's insistence, Liang Qingming could only obey her orders. Nodding, he was just about to leave when another voice sounded. "Wait a moment, I want to go with you. I want to see how this fellow is torn apart." The savagery on the emaciated face of Lin Ruotian created an extremely eerie sight, as though a demon who had climbed out of hell. "All right, let's go together." Seeing her father state, Lin Long immediately agreed to the matter. Thus, the group climbed onto the gold-scaled lightning beast and darted into the skies. "I've been keeping tabs on that scoundrel. He isn't in the Master Teacher Pavilion now, but in a residence not too far away," Lin Ruotian said, knowing that his daughter would rush in as soon as she could to exact vengeance. He had the final loyal servants of the Lin clan keep an eye on Zhang Xian. Instead of escaping, the other party had been holing himself in his residence. Boom! Given the speed of the gold-scaled lightning beast, it only took a few moments for it to reach the skies above the residence. "Commander Liang, I hope that you can capture him alive. I want to torture him slowly to his death." With a face distorted in savagery, madness shone on Lin Ruotian's face. As the father of the princess consort of Shenyuan Kingdom, he knew some of the important figures around the crown prince, and Liang Qingming was one of them. Based on what he knew, the other party possessed a strength of Jizuan realm advanced stage. With such strength, he could wipe out the entire Tianwu kingdom easily. Even the guardian beast of Tianwu royal family was only at Jizuan realm primary stage. An expert of this caliber could easily crush it to death. "Don't worry," Liang Qingming nodded. He walked up to the head of the gold-scaled lightning beast and gazed coldly at the residents below. The might of a Jizuan realm advanced stage expert immediately shrouded the entire area, and a cold voice boomed. "Xianxia, come out and die." Boom! His voice was infused with the jinqi of a Jizuan expert, and the entire capital trembled before it. "Come out and die? Shit! The princess consort of the Lin clan is here. This is bad." Judging from the might from his voice itself, he's at least a Jizuan realm expert. Can Zhang Shi really stand against him? Zhang Shi might be strong, but he's still far from a match from Jizuan realm experts. This time, he's really in trouble. The voice alarmed the entire population of Tianwu Royal City, and their faces paled. The backing of the Lin clan was no secret. Even though there hadn't been any movement from Shenyuan Kingdom's side the past few days, they knew that it was only the calm before the storm. At this moment, given that fearless and mighty voice and the gigantic savage beast flying in the air, without a doubt the other party was here. They were here to exact vengeance. Jizuan Realm. Advanced stage? If I'm not wrong, that must be the commander of the Crown Prince residence, Liang Qingming. In the palace, Missouri Xianxia also heard the voice as well. Rushing up to the highest tower, he saw the middle-aged man on top of the savage beast, and his lips quivered in fear. As a vassal state, he still knew a little about the various powers and important figures in Shenyuan Kingdom. Given the powerful might he shown, without a doubt, this middle-aged man had to be the Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage commander. Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage? Isn't Zhang Shi in trouble then? Mo's body swayed, and anxiety filled her. Even though Zhang Xian had produced miracles time and time again, there was a huge gap between Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage and Half Jizuan. To think that Lin Long would actually send such a person here. How in the world could Zhang Shi withstand such overwhelming strength? There's nothing we can do. On top of that, it seems like Tianwu Kingdom is doomed as well. Mo Tianshua's body shuddered. The other party was a Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage expert. No strategy would work when there was such a humongous disparity in strength. Even the guardian beast was helpless in this situation. They weren't a match at all. Xiaoyu, take this ring and escape swiftly. As long as you survive, even if the kingdom is destroyed, it can still be rebuilt. Mo Tianxua hurriedly took off the storage ring from his forefinger and passed it over to Mou. Mou was talented and smart. If Tianwu Kingdom were to be destroyed today, she would be the only hope to rebuilding it from ruins. No matter what, she mustn't die here. Otherwise, Mo Tianxua wouldn't be able to face the predecessors of the Mo clan even upon death. Father! Mou's body trembled in agitation. She was unwilling to abandon her father, but she knew that this was the best solution they had. Back then, Lin Long could eradicate the entire Chu clan over such a minor matter. Given that how the entire Lin clan was destroyed this time around, it was highly possible that she would turn her rage to Tianwu royal family after Zhang Shi dies. It was highly possible that she would wipe out all that possessed the royal blood in vengeance. All right, go. I can't go with you. If I were to leave now, there'd be a pandemonium. My fate will be one with Tianwu Kingdom, Mo Tianxua said determinedly. As the emperor of the kingdom, he couldn't abandon his men now. Father! Knowing that his death was sealed with this decision, Mou's body trembled. She wanted to say something, but at that moment, an impatient voice echoed from the Zhang Xian's residence. Audacious! Which idiot is causing a ruckus here? You must be tired of living. If you wish to meet the young master, go out and kneel. Ah! Mou and Mo Tianxua were stunned. Given the huge uproar Liang Qingming stirred, almost every single person in Tianwu Royal City was staring at this situation intently. Upon hearing those words, they were dumbstruck, and they nearly spurted blood. This was a Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage expert from Shenyuan Kingdom. To speak such words, everyone immediately hurriedly leaped to the highest location to see who was the one speaking. Perhaps, it might be a formidable figure who could save Tianwu Kingdom from this impending catastrophe. However, with a single look they nearly keeled over. It was a pot-bellied middle-aged man, Butler's son. In the past few days, quite a few people have come into contact with this fellow. So many knew that his cultivation was only at Pigu Realm pinnacle. Even in Tianwu Kingdom, he stood at the very bottom of the power pyramid. With such weak cultivation, how did he find the guts to spout such brazen words? For you to dare spout such words, do you know how powerful is that guy in the sky? Mou and Mo Tianxua glanced at one another, and they trembled in fear. At Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage, the other party could be considered as an expert of the highest tier even in Shenyuan Kingdom. For a mere Pigu Realm butler to act so arrogantly, the heck! This matter was already hard to resolve, and this fellow just had to anger him further. Without a doubt, a festival of blood would soon begin in this city. While everyone was in a frenzy, Liang Qingming nearly fell from the gold-scaled lightning beast upon hearing those words. He was a famous and respected figure even in Shenyuan Kingdom. He thought that his bellow would send these insignificant ants from a backward kingdom trembling in fear, But to think that there would be someone who would disregard him, even ordering him to kneel outside. The heck? Are you brave? Or is there a screw loose in your head? I'll count to 3. Get Xianxia to scramble out here, or else I'll destroy the entire residence and have everyone within accompany him to hell. Liang Qingming's face twitched furiously. Liang Qingming thought that this threat would send the plump man and the servants of the residence into chaos. Under the threat of such an expert, they would surely be scrambling to run as far as they can. But with a single look, his body swayed once more. The personnel in the residence were still working as per normal, as though his presence meant nothing at all. Those who were cultivating continued cultivating, those who were cooking continued cooking, those who were washing continued washing. It was as though he was transparent, especially for that fatty below. He stared at him with utmost disdain, as though he was staring at an idiot. The heck? What was this situation? Shouldn't a mere 2-star primary master teacher of a Tier 1 kingdom be trembling silently in fear upon seeing a Zhizuan realm expert like him? Master teachers were the strongest among the same cultivation realm, but such a huge disparity in cultivation couldn't be made up with skills. It was one thing for Xianxia to disregard him, but how could that weak fatty act so arrogantly as well? Wasn't he afraid of being killed? This was blatant disrespect. As a commander under the direct command of the Crown Prince, as well as a Zhizuan realm advanced stage expert, he was a feared existence no matter where he went. Everyone he walked by would have to bow respectfully to him, and with a bellow even the Emperor of Tianwu Kingdom, Mo Tianxue, would have to kneel to him. How dare this weak fatty show such contempt to him? Contempt your head. The more he thought about it, the more furious he got. At that moment, the fatty's voice sounded once more. 3 counts? Hurry up then. But don't say that I didn't warn you. This might be the 3 final counts you'll ever make. Damn it! Commander Liang's face turned as black as charcoal, and smoke was threatening to billow from his head. I am the one who is going to slaughter you, and you say that it's the 3 final counts I will ever make? You dare to disregard my honor as a Zhizuan realm cultivator? You damned fatty! I will slice you apart. Coming to the limit of his tolerance, Commander Liang was just about to lash out and kill a few people to give a stern warning to the others when, Jia! The doors to the main hall opened and 3 figures walked out. The first one who walked out was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and following behind him were 2 elders dressed in master-teacher robes. However, even the head of Tianwu Kingdom's master-teacher pavilion was only at Zhongshe realm pinnacle, so he automatically disregarded the duo. What's going on? Why is there such a ruckus out here? Without even lifting his head, the middle-aged man frowned and looked at that plump man. Old master, that fellow above demands to meet young master. What a joke. Who does he think he is? Does he think that a nobody like him can meet the young master? So, I asked him to scram. Well done. The middle-aged man nodded, approving the plump man's words. Pooh. Liang Qingming staggered once more. It was one thing for that plump man to be spouting nonsense, but to think that the middle-aged man, who seemed like the owner of the residence, to behave the same as well, this was getting way out of hand. Initially, Liang Qingming was still hesitant to go too far. After all, the other party was a member of the master-teacher pavilion. If things were to blow up, it might up disastrous. However, blinded by his rage, he couldn't care less about the consequences now. Since you all are courting death, I'll grant you your wish. Furious, Liang Qingming thrusted his hand, and an overwhelming strength descended from the skies. A huge handprint pushed down straight toward the crowd in the residence. Phantom Pinnacle Battle Technique, Adamantine Palm. The indestructible adamantine palm caused a huge gale to blow in the surroundings, and leaves gushed into the air. The palm possessed a strength beyond 30,000 ding. Even a Zhizuan realm intermediate expert would be crushed to smithereens in an instant under the overwhelming force. Liang Qingming thought that the other party would tremble in fear immediately after seeing the might of his attack. But the middle-aged man only glanced impassively at the elder beside him and said, Little Su, I'll leave this fellow to you. Shoot him down along with that bird in the air. Yes, Yang Shi. The elder who was addressed as Little Su stepped forward. This little Su wasn't of huge stature, and there wasn't any imposing disposition to him. More importantly, his legs were clamped tightly together, and his face was pale. It seemed as though he was suffering from some indescribable agony. His hair was unkempt, and he looked as though he had just been beaten up. No matter how Liang Qingming looked at him, this little Su didn't seem like an expert. To send such a fellow to deal with him? Were the people below insane? He wasn't just the only one. The various experts and influences were also dazed, and the corner of their lips twitched intensely. This was a top-notch expert from Shenyuan Kingdom. Their princess consort had brought him here to kill you. You should at least send someone fitting to deal with him. What in the world do you mean by sending that pale-faced clamped-legs elder? Aren't you looking down on the other party too much? Su Shi and Ling Shi arriving at the capital was a confidential secret of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Thus, no one knew that these two ordinary-looking fellows were actually unimaginably powerful experts. Humph! Just when everyone's heads were spinning from this ridiculous sight, this little Su lifted his head and harumphed coldly. Voila! His voice wasn't particularly loud, but it sounded as though a metal being burst apart. Upon colliding with the air, the latter immediately dissipated without any resistance. Pong! After which, Liang Qingming felt a sharp pain on his chest, as though he had been pierced by a sword. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and his vision darkened slightly. His entire body trembled from the impact, and he nearly fell down from the savage beast. This, a transcendent mortal expert. The other party didn't even move at all. With just a slight harumph, he was able to neutralize his attack and injure him. No matter how foolish Liang Qingming was, it was clear that this little Su was beyond his means. Liang Qingming's eyes narrowed, and his body trembled in fear. There wasn't even a single transcendent mortal expert in Shenyuan Kingdom. How could one appear in a Tier 1 kingdom? Furthermore, given the powerful might the other party was able to harness with a single sound, even within the transcendent mortal realm, this little Su must have reached a high level of accomplishment. The crowd of spectators who were looking at the situation widened their eyes, and their hearts nearly stopped from shock. That weak-looking elder was actually able to neutralize a full-strength attack from a Jizuan realm expert with harumph, even nearly pushing the latter down the savage beast from the impact. What was going on? Do you know this master teacher? Mo Tianxue turned to ask his daughter. Mo Tianxue didn't recognize this little Su, but since the other party was dressed in the master-teacher robe, he must be a member of the master-teacher pavilion. Where in the world did this formidable figure come from? His strength was way off the charts. Mou was taken aback by the sight as well. When the assembly bell sounded, she wasn't able to return immediately, so she missed out Su Shi and Ling Shi's introduction. After which, she left right after witnessing Xianxia and Mo Hongyi's examination. As such, she didn't know of the appearance of the two 4-star master teachers in the master teacher pavilion. Besides, even if she knew, she couldn't have imagined that someone would dare to call a 4-star master teacher little Su. To be able to command a 4-star master teacher, what kind of fearsome existence was that middle-aged man? Come down! Before anyone could recover from the shock, the slightly hunched little Su harumphed yet again. Voila! It was as though a sword had flown through the air. Even the gold-scaled lightning beast in the air could react. Its body shuddered, and it plummeted straight down. Boom! Along with the landing of the humongous savage beast, dust flew into the air. That arrogant fellow who had threatened to slaughter everyone within the residence crashed onto the floor. Falling from such a great height, it took great effort for Lin Long to regain consciousness. She immediately turned to her father and her younger brother, and with a single look, she nearly turned insane. With this fall, the unconscious Lin Lang's spinal cord broke, and he could potentially breathe his last at any moment. There was no saving him anymore. On the other hand, Lin Ruotian, who was still holding on to the vestiges of his consciousness, was spewing large mouthfuls of blood. His old wounds and new wounds gnawed at his vitality, making it a huge doubt whether he could survive from this ordeal. Lin Long flew into a frenzy. They were here to exact vengeance. And yet, before they could kill a single person or even meet their primary target, Xianxia, her father and her little brother were already nearly dead. She was also severely injured from the fall as well. What was this? Commander Liang, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill him. Seated in the room on the gold-scaled lightning beast's back, Lin Long knew very little about the situation outside. All she heard was the conversation between the two. She thought that Liang Qingming was going easy on the other party, so she howled furiously at him. Kill him? Commander Liang's body trembled in agitation, and he nearly fainted. How do I kill him? This old fellow is a transcendent mortal expert. Are you trying to send me to my death? How in the world did the wise crown prince marry a fool like you? Su Shi glanced at Liang Qingming. Kill me? Even though he had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, it did little to alleviate the intense pain he was suffering from. He was already in a bad mood, and upon hearing the woman on the savage beast's back talking about killing him, his face immediately darkened. That's not it. Elder, please calm down. Commander Liang shuddered, and he hurriedly rubbed his hands together to plead with the other party. Why are you so afraid of him? He's just a master teacher from a Tier 1 kingdom. What can he do to you? Seeing how useless her subordinate was, even going to the extent of calling the other party elder, Lin Long's rage erupted. She was a smart person, but the situation with her father and her younger brother had clouded her mind. After the fall, they were already on the verge of dying, and at this moment, all that was on her mind was to exact vengeance for them. How dare you disregard a master teacher? Su Shi bellowed. Slap her. Su Shi was an amiable person, but as a 4-star master teacher, he had his own dignity as well. The other party was clearly disregarding the prestige of a master teacher, and this was a taboo for him. Yes. After hesitating for a moment, Liang Qingming eventually turned around and walked over to the room on top of the gold-scaled lightning beast. Even if the person he had to slap was the princess consort, he had no other choice. The person before him was a transcendent mortal expert. If he didn't obey his commands, all of them would die here today. Commander Liang, what are you doing? Upon seeing the other party walk in, Lin Long was taken aback. Before she could say anything else, the other party darted forward, and a slap flew straight toward her cheek. Pa! Without any time to react, Lin Long was sent flying by that slap. Her head crashed onto the ground, and her teeth fell onto the floor. Blood trickled down the edges of her lips. She was a genius, and her cultivation progressed swiftly. However, due to the limitation of her age, she was only a Zhongshe Realm Advanced Stage cultivator. How could she avoid the attacks of a Zhizuan Realm Advanced Stage expert? Pa. Since the elder outside didn't ask him to stop, Commander Liang didn't dare to stop either. He walked up to Lin Long and continued striking her. You! After several consecutive slaps, her beautiful face swelled up as though a pig's face. The slaps had awoken her, and she immediately comprehended the situation here. With eyes overflowing with hatred, she glared at Su Shi and that middle-aged man, Xianxia. Ever since her birth, all of the way until she became the princess consort, she had lived a smooth-sailing life, and she had never suffered such humiliation. Her hatred was so deep that it couldn't be washed clean even if the water from 3 rivers were to run dry. Enough! Seeing that the lady would die if the slapping continued on, Xianxia waved his hands. Just as admiration for Yangshir's magnanimity was welling up within Su Shi and the others, his voice sounded, Sun Chong, call Lu Chong over. He should be the one slapping this woman. Su Shi and Ling Shi. Mo Tianxue and Mou. This woman was the one who ordered the death of Lu Chong's entire family back then. Since the culprit was here, it was only fitting for Lu Chong to do the work. Actually, Xianxia didn't expect the princess consort to arrive so quickly. However, the other party seemed to have lucked out. Since Su Shi and Ling Shi were here, their vengeance was destined to end in failure. Yes, Sun Chong walked into the residence, and before long, he returned with Lu Chong beside him. Grand teacher. On the way, Sun Chong had briefly explained the situation to him, and knowing that the middle-aged man before him was Xianxia's teacher, he immediately bowed respectfully upon his arrival. Grand teacher? Old master? I finally get it. This must be Xianxia's elusive teacher, Yang Xian. Those who were looking at the commotion suddenly came to a realization. It was said that Zhang Xian's teacher possessed unfathomable strength, and he even took in Pavilion Master Jiang as his student. Everyone thought that it was just a rumor and waved it off back then. To think that it would be true. It was no wonder that Zhang Shi didn't hesitate in the least when he destroyed the Lin clan. With such backing, there was indeed no need for him to worry about the consequences at all. That woman is Lin Lang's elder sister, the princess consort of Shenyuan Kingdom. I'll leave her to you. Upon seeing Lu Chong, Zhang Xian gestured forward. Thank you, Grand Teacher. Seeing that the main culprit behind the deaths of his kin was right in front of him, how could Lu Chong hold himself back? With reddened eyes, he immediately dashed straight toward Lin Long. What do you intend to do? I'm the princess consort of Shenyuan Kingdom. If you dare to touch me, I'll destroy your entire clan. Frightened, Lin Long retreated swiftly. However, before she could finish her words, she felt excruciating pain on her cheek and, pong! She was sent flying to the side. Even though her cultivation was higher than Lu Chong's, the consecutive slaps from Commander Liang had left her weak and faint-headed. Under such circumstances, how could she stand against Lu Chong? In just a short moment, she was pummeled to the point that she couldn't even utter a word, and there wasn't a single spot on her that wasn't bruised. Liang Qingming wanted to help her, but seeing Su Shi's gaze land on him from time to time, he was scared stiff. If only he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have accompanied the princess consort here. This wasn't exacting vengeance. This was waiting to be tortured. Grand Teacher, thank you for fulfilling my wish. After he was done, Lu Chong walked back to Zhang Xian and bowed deeply. Just like with Lin Ruotian and the others, Lu Chong didn't kill her, but he crippled her cultivation. This kind of punishment was definitely worse than death. Zhang Xian waved his hands and said, all right, throw all of them out. He was currently the unparalleled expert Yang Shi. Since Su Shi didn't kill the other party, he wasn't in a place to say anything else. Lin Long was severely injured and this bodyguard was scared out of his wits, so Zhang Xian reckoned that they wouldn't dare to do anything else. On top of that, with Yang Shi serving as a deterrence, Shenyuan Kingdom should be hesitant to take any drastic actions. If Yang Shi were to continue remaining idle while insisting for Su Shi to eliminate them, the two 4-star master teachers might get suspicious. Since they weren't a threat anymore, Zhang Xian was unwilling to take the gamble. Thus, he decided to throw them out for now. Yes, Su Shi nodded, grabbing onto empty air. His Jinshi formed a huge palm which grabbed the gold-scaled lightning beast, Liang Qingming, and the others up, and he threw all of them out. It's over? Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu glanced at one another in disbelief. Initially, they thought that Lin Long's arrival would spell the doom of Tianwu Kingdom. Never in their dreams did they expect that the entire matter would be resolved so easily via the two people who appeared in Zhang Xian's residence. Xiao Yu, go and check on the background of the two master teachers. Why are they so powerful? And how formidable must Zhang Shi's teacher be to command them? Mo Tianxue instructed after a moment of silence. Since the danger was averted, there was no longer any need for Mo Yu to leave. Delighted, Mo Tianxue thought of paying a visit to these powerful figures. Yes, Mo Yu nodded. Even if her father didn't say anything, she had already intended to look into the matter. To neutralize a Jizuan realm advanced stage expert with a harumph, and to knock down a Jizuan realm intermediate stage savage beast with another, the strength of this little Su far surpassed her imagination. At the very least, he had to be a 3-star master teacher. Given that such a powerful figure had appeared in the Master Teacher Pavilion, it could be considered as a breach of responsibility for her to be ignorant of it. After the incident, the group returned to the main hall. Honestly speaking, Zhang Xian was also astonished by Su Shi's might. He couldn't imagine that there would be someone in the world who could render a Jizuan expert helpless with just sound. Even though he knew that the other party was incredibly powerful through the Library of Heaven's Path, he didn't think that he would be that impressive. Xianxia. Just as Zhang Xian was wondering when he could gain such strength, Su Shi turned to look at him. May I know where Xianxia is? I would like to discuss the matter of the Master-Teacher tournament with him. After resting for a moment, Su Shi had recovered considerably. The main reason why they came over here from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance was for this matter. It wasn't easy to find a genius of Zhang Xian's caliber, so how could they give up now? He's currently cultivating in seclusion. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. Su Shi nodded in realization. This explained why Zhang Xian didn't appear despite the huge commotion. Xianxia played a huge role in Zhang Xian's growth, but his current accomplishments were impossible without hard work on his part as well. Then, about the Master-Teacher tournament. Since the other party was in seclusion, it would be rude and dangerous to interrupt him at this moment. Su Shi fell into a dilemma. You can tell me about it and I'll relay the message to him, Zhang Xian said. Yes. Su Shi began explaining. The tests for the Master-Teacher tournament is decided by the heads of the Master-Teacher pavilions of the various powers participating each year, so there aren't any fixed rules. However, one thing I can confirm is that the rewards will be generous. Those who are placed high in the rankings will be awarded with spirit stones, as well as an opportunity to cultivate in a secret realm. Before he could finish his words, Xiangshi's eyes gleamed. Spirit stones. Air. That's right. Su Shi nodded. Around how many will be awarded? Xianxia stared at the other party expectantly. He wasn't interested in the Master-Teacher tournament, but he held high expectations for the Spirit Stone reward. The higher his cultivation, the greater the demand on spiritual energy. Even with Heaven's Path Divine Art, it would take a long time for Zhang Xian to achieve a breakthrough just by absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. However, if he could obtain sufficient spirit stones, it would be a completely different matter. I don't know the details, but going by traditions, the contestant who takes first place will be awarded 100 middle-tier spirit stones. Su Shi contemplated for a moment before replying. The rules and the prizes for the competition this year hadn't been announced yet, but based on previous occasions, this seemed to be the trend. Middle-tier spirit stones? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. Due to the tier of Tianwu Kingdom being too low, the records of spirit stone here were lacking. Middle tier. What did that mean? The normal spirit stones we use are low tier. Even though there's plenty of spiritual energy stored within it, it's lacking in purity. Once one's cultivation reaches a certain realm, the quantity of spiritual energy one can absorb from a low-tier spirit stone becomes severely limited. Even though Su Shi was perplexed, he explained the matter regarding the spirit stones. Compared to low-tier spirit stones, middle-tier spirit stones harness a much larger quantity of purer spiritual energy, making it more suited for one to cultivate with. Usually, a middle-tier spirit stone can be traded for 10,000 low-tier spirit stone. However, most people wouldn't be so foolish as to do so. 10,000. Zhang Xian nearly threw the teacup in his hands out. For a single low-tier spirit stone, Zhang Xian had to employ all of his deception means. Yet, just by winning the championship of the Master-Teacher tournament, he could earn 100 middle-tier spirit stone, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 low-tier spirit stones. Are you for real? Xianxia, it can't be that. You don't know about all this. Seeing the unfathomable Xianxia behaving in such a manner, Su Shi and Ling Shi glanced at one another doubtfully. Once one reached transcendent mortal realm, it would become difficult for one to cultivate via absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. Under such circumstances, spirit stones became a necessity. As such, spirit stones were common knowledge among master teachers above 3-star. Why? Did the powerful Xianxia behave as though it was his first time hearing of spirit stones? Of course, I know about that. It's just that I happen to remember some matters of the past. Seeing that his agitation nearly did him in, Zhang Xian looked into the distance with the gaze of one who had seen through the vicissitudes of life. The more mysterious he seemed, the more unfathomable he would be to the other party. Oh! As Xianxia expected, upon hearing that Xianxia was reminiscing about his past, Su Shi and Ling Shi chose not to ask on. Then, about Xianxia participating in the master-teacher tournament. Su Shi continued, pushing for an answer about Xianxia's participation. This kind of tournament is a good training ground for youngsters, and I think that it'll be beneficial for him to join. Rest assured, I'll talk him into it. Xianxia gestured grandly. Are you joking? That is 1,000,000 spirit stones. If he were to miss such an opportunity, he would truly be a fool. Expecting to be rejected, the two master teachers were stunned upon hearing Xianxia agree to the matter so readily. Xianxia, that isn't how you were acting a moment ago. You were clearly resistant to the idea. Why did you change your mind so quickly? To think that even experts were so fickle-minded. All right, Xianxia, with your words, we're relieved. Even so, at least they had managed to achieve their aim. With this, there would be hope for them to claim a good ranking in this tournament. Su Shi and Ling Shi clenched their fists tightly in excitement. Xianxia, we'll have to ask you to tell Xianxia that he has to reach the Myriad Kingdom Alliance within 3 months for the tournament. All right, Xianxia nodded. Su Shi flicked his wrist, and a token appeared in his hands. This is the token for the tournament. Xianxia, I'll have to trouble you to pass on it to Xianxia on my behalf. With this, the apprentices at the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master Teacher Pavilion will lead him to me. Grabbing it, Xianxia placed the token into his storage ring. Since Xianxia has agreed to the matter, we'll take our leave for now and make preparations in advance. We'll be looking forward to Xianxia and Xianxia's arrival. Su Shi clasped his fist. The main reason for the 2 4-star master teachers' arrival at Tianwu Kingdom was to look for the genius, Xianxia, and determine whether he was worthy to attend the master teacher tournament. Given that Xianxia had surpassed their expectations, and they had obtained the other party's guarantee on the matter, it could be said that they had accomplished their mission perfectly. Having met their aim, they decided to take their leave. Xianxia nodded. Outside the residence, Mo Hongyi waited nervously. He had heard Commander Liang's shouting from the residence a while ago, but at this moment, the entire residence was completely silent. Could they be fighting with one another? Mo Hongyi clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to charge in to help, but it might be a little too abrupt. He feared that he might incur the displeasure of the other party if he were to do it, and this could hinder him from acknowledging the other party as his teacher. I can only hope that it doesn't blow up. Muttering under his breath, just as Mo Hongyi was trying to fathom what was going on inside, the sky above him turned dark, and a gigantic shadow flew across the gates from the residence. Pudong! 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 Shocked, Mo Hongyi immediately backed away. Then, after calming down, he took a closer look and saw a gigantic savage beast and 3 figures smashing into the pavement not too far away. Their heads were planted in the ground, creating a huge hole in the street. That's the princess consort from the Lin clan? Mo Hongyi was taken aback. Weren't these guys the arrogant fellows from before? The domineering commander who was standing imposingly on the savage beast before. Why was half of his body stabbed into the ground as though a seedling? And the main culprit of the entire incident, the princess consort, had her face swollen similar to that of a pig. If not for her elegant clothes, no one would have thought that she was out of place amidst of a group of beggars. Even that ferocious savage beast seemed to have been knocked insensible from the impact. Mo Hongyi's eyes widened as though huge bells. What in the world happened? In the blink of an eye, those arrogant fellows were reduced to such a state? Doubtful. Mo Hongyi heard the sound of another 2 hitting to the ground. Hurriedly turning his gaze over, he saw 2 patients, who were flung out from the savage beast crashing into the distance. They were Lin Ruotian and Lin Lang. They were already severely injured before, and after being flung several hundred meters away from a height of several dozen meters, all of their bones were shattered. Their souls left their body, heading straight to the underworld to report their attendance. Father, brother. Upon seeing this sight, Lin Long's blood rushed to her head in agitation, and she fainted. Even to the moment of his death, Lin Ruotian was indignant. He thought that he would be able to get back at Xianxia and slaughter those who had dared to humiliate him. Yet, never in his dreams could he have expected that the savage beast would be struck down. Even so, he was still hopeful. No matter what, Commander Liang was still a Jizuan realm advanced stage expert. Yet, he ended up being flung into the air, and after that, there was no more after. He came here to exact his vengeance. Yet he was done in before he could even meet his sworn enemy. How could his life end so tragically? If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have waited for his daughter. If he had relented earlier, he wouldn't have suffered so many days of humiliation in vain. The Lin clan has truly met their match this time. Indeed, not only is Xianxia talented, he has a good teacher as well. Fighting with him, isn't that no different from committing suicide? To rush over without even trying to investigate the matter clearly, they deserved it. Seeing the pathetic state of the group from Shenyuan Kingdom, not only did no one pity them, everyone even felt exhilarated. Almost everyone had learned about Lu Chong and the Chu clan's matter by now. The Lin clan had oppressed many smaller clans in the capital throughout the years, and their reputation hadn't been great. Now that they had fallen, everyone swiftly turned against them. This is the doing of Zhang Shi's teacher? Indeed, someone in the sentry tower saw the entire situation previously. He ordered a master teacher named Little Su or something. I'm not too sure. Regardless of who it is, to be able to throw a Jizuan realm expert around so casually, that person possesses fearsome strength. Indeed, from now on, Zhang Shi's residence is a forbidden zone. Anyone who dares to barge in will be expelled from the clan. Commotion broke out in the capital. Little Su? You mean that Su Shi was the one who did it? Mo Hongyi's face flushed, and he clenched his fists rightly. As expected of a 4-star master teacher, it was a correct decision to acknowledge one of these two after all. His cultivation would surely soar swiftly in the future. Jia. Just as he walked around the area anxiously for Su Shi and Ling Shi to come out, he heard the gates opened, and 2 figures walked out. Butler's son will be leaving now. If you meet Zhang Shi, tell him that we'll be waiting for him at the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Su Shi clasped his fist. Don't worry, it's a small matter. Sun Chong waved. This. Mo Hongyi's body swayed from side to side. That was Su Shi and Ling Shi, 4-star master teachers of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. It was one thing for Yang Shi to not escort them to the door, but why didn't Zhang Shi send them off either? To have a butler do the job. And more importantly, wasn't this butler being a little too disrespectful? Look at his expression, he was obviously being perfunctory and impatient. Impatient your head. It was one thing if you didn't know Su Shi and Ling Shi's identities, but they have just shown their incredible strength. How can you still treat them with blatant disregard? Are you insane, or are you ill? Probably not. That Yang Shi probably possesses unfathomable means. This is why the butler dares to behave arrogantly as well. Mo Hongyi was no fool as well. He soon understood the situation. But then he fell silent once more. To be able to induce the fear of a 4-star master teacher. How powerful must this Yang Shi be? Back in the master teacher pavilion. You said that teacher addressed Su Shi as Little Su. Staring at the report in shock, disbelief flashed across Pavilion Master Zhang's eyes. Yes. Not only so, Su Shi seems to be exceptionally obedient to Yang Shi's words. Elder Zhu replied. Su Shi is a 4-star master teacher of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Yet he treated teacher with such respect, not even complaining when he was called Little Su. Could teacher's capability be beyond that of a 4-star master teacher? Pavilion Master Jiang knew that Yang Shi was no ordinary person. But he couldn't have guessed that he would be such a formidable figure. To be treated with utmost respect by even a 4-star master teacher, how powerful must he be? After recovering from his shock, Pavilion Master Jiang commented with a sigh. Probably only a master teacher of his caliber would be able to groom a talent like Zhang Xian. Despite his young age, Xianxia had shown incredible talent. Even if he was talented, he would still require a capable teacher to show him the way. In the very least, Xianxia felt that he didn't have the ability to groom a student like Xianxian. Right, Pavilion Master. Su Shi and Ling Shi have left Xianxia's residence, and they've returned to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance on an aerial savage beast. Elder Zhu reported. Su Shi and Ling Shi are elders of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master-Teacher Pavilion. They must have a lot of matters to handle, so they couldn't possibly stay for too long. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded. Then, hesitating for a moment, he said, "Make some preparations. Let's meet Xianxia and his teacher. Most probably, they will be leaving Tianwu Royal City soon as well." He knew about Su Shi and Ling Shi's motive here, and given that they had left, it could only mean that they had achieved their goal. Since the Master-Teacher tournament was in 3 months, Xianxia would probably be leaving soon. That's right. Elder Zhu nodded. Xianxia was a genius, and a small place like Tianwu Kingdom wasn't sufficient for him to spread his wings. He had to head to somewhere larger for him to soar into the skies. Pavilion Master Jiang and Elder Zhu were right. At this very moment, Xianxian was considering the matter of leaving. His cultivation had reached Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle, and without sufficient Jizuan Realm cultivation techniques, he couldn't achieve a breakthrough. And it was impossible to find cultivation techniques of that level in Tianwu Kingdom. Thus, Xianxian had no choice but to head to higher-tier kingdoms. Reverting back to his original appearance, Xianxian walked into the main hall. At this moment, Zhang Yang and the others were still kneeling. It had been 2 days since then, and even though their bodies were shaking and threatening to collapse at any moment, their gazes were growing more and more determined. The frivolousness within their eyes had disappeared. The 2 days had sharpened their will and determination. Knowing that his purpose had been met, Xianxian nodded. "Get up!" Xianxian gestured before heading to the top seat. Lu Chong, Xiaoya, and the others also walked up, and at this moment all 6 students of Xianxian were gathered in this area. "I intend to leave Tianwu Kingdom for the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. If any of you are unwilling to follow me, I won't force you." Xianxian spoke calmly as he glanced at the crowd. It was time for them to make a choice again. Students weren't slaves. If they weren't willing to follow along with him, it could only mean that their fate as teacher and student had come to an end. "I'm willing to follow teacher." Xiaoya stepped forward. "I'm the same as well." Zhang Yang and the others hurriedly spoke up. Without their teacher, they wouldn't possess the strength they did now. They wanted to follow behind their teacher and rise to greater heights. "Lu Chong, what about you?" Soon, his 5 students from Tianxian expressed their willingness to pursue Xianxian. Only Lu Chong remained quiet all this while. "I've already said that my life belongs to teacher. Naturally, I'll follow teacher no matter where you go. However, before that, I have some matters that I have to attend to." Hesitating for a moment, Lu Chong replied. Xianxian turned to look at him. "The Myriad Kingdom Alliance is several 100,000 kilometers away. Once we leave Tianwu Kingdom, it'll be hard to tell when I'll be able to return. I hope that, before leaving, I can pay respects to my parents and kin first." Lu Chong said. "Yes, it's only right for you to pay respect to your parents and kin," Xianxian replied. Since there was a long journey ahead of them, it was understandable for Lu Chong to want to pay final respects to his family before leaving. "Also, I would like to ask teacher to help me to claim the object that my ancestor left behind. My current strength is still insufficient," Lu Chong said. Xianxian nodded. The object Lu Chong was referring to probably referred to the letter with Kong Shi's personal handwriting on it. This item was useless to Xianxian, but this was an heirloom from Lu Chong's ancestors. It wasn't surprising that Lu Chong would want to retrieve it before leaving. "Thank you, teacher." Gratitude filled Lu Chong's eyes. "Since you all agreed to following me, then allow me to bring up some rules." Since everyone had agreed to it, Xianxian scanned the surroundings, and a stern expression appeared on his face. The relationship between a teacher and student depends on fate. In an academy, you are free to leave a classroom and change your teacher as you please. However, since you all have agreed to follow me, I won't accept that. In a normal teacher and student relationship, even though the students were still expected to respect their teacher, the relationship wasn't binding. Taking Lu Chong's class, for example, even though by Laoshi, their previous teacher, had taught them for a considerable period of time, the students didn't feel any guilt acknowledging Lu Laoshi as their new teacher. It was the same in Hongtian Academy as well. If the teacher felt that a teacher's education ability was subpar, they could withdraw and change teachers as they please. Teacher, are you taking us in as your direct disciples? Suddenly, realization struck, and Xianxia asked in agitation. Xiaoya and the others also clenched their fists tightly. There was also a hierarchy to students as well. Direct disciple, normal students, and listening in. There was a huge disparity in standing among them. A normal student could change their teacher as they please. However, if a direct disciple were to do this, it would be equivalent to betraying his teacher and his heritage. He wouldn't be able to complain even if those from the same line killed him. Direct disciples were entitled to the secret arts of their teacher, as well as the most detailed guidance. At the same time, their standing was also superior to the other students. But in return, they had to remain loyal to their teacher. At the same time, becoming a direct disciple was an acknowledgement from a teacher to a student. After all, no one would impart their ultimate techniques to someone they didn't acknowledge. Even though Xiaoya and the others had regarded themselves as Zhang Laoshi's direct disciples, the latter had never brought up the topic, and they'd felt a little disappointed over the matter. Thus, upon hearing this matter, they couldn't hold back their excitement. Becoming a direct disciple meant officializing their identities. In the future, they would be able to stand upright when speaking up for their teacher. That's right. However, if you become my direct disciple, you have to follow some of my rules. You must respect me and follow my instructions. You are not to be defiant. Without my permission, you are not to pass down the skills I impart you all. You must treat others magnanimously, and you mustn't bully the weak. Honesty is the basis of trust. You mustn't hide anything from me. Unity is of key. If you feel that you can follow all of these rules, I'll take you in as my direct disciple. If you were to infringe of any of these, I, Zhang Xian, will kill you personally. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian stood up and spoke sternly. At the very end, it felt as though the air in the room had frozen. Even though his students might seem frivolous, they had held utmost respect for him in their hearts. Zhang Xian felt that this was what he was looking in a direct disciple. But even so, he had to make some things clear beforehand. We are willing to come under Zhang Laoshi's lineage to become Zhang Laoshi's direct disciple. We'll follow teacher's orders obediently and remain loyal to you until our deaths. Without any hesitation, Xiaoya and the others kneeled to the floor. Good. Zhang Xian nodded. From now on, Xiaoya will be your senior while Wang Ying is ranked second, followed by Lu Yang, Zhang Yang, Yuan Tao, then Lu Chong. The six of you are to get along harmoniously, and I bar any internal conflicts among you all. Even though Wang Ying was the first student Zhang Xian accepted, she had a weak character. Of the group, only Xiaoya possessed the insight and cultivation to take on the role of the leader. If Zhang Yang and the others were to lead the group, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause. Yes, the group nodded. With this, the ceremony ended. Autumn of the year 1736 in Tianwu Royal City, Xiaoya, Zhang Yang, Lu Yang, Wang Ying, Yuan Tao, and Lu Chong became Zhang Shi's direct disciples. Your Highness, you must redress my grievance. Kill that fellow to avenge me. In a sealed room, a woman whose entire face was swollen kneeled on the floor as she screeched. It was Princess Consort Lin Long, who had been subjected to a violent beating several days ago. She had applied some medicine, and her pain had alleviated. However, the swelling had yet to calm down, and her appearance was still hideous. Seated in front of her was a young man of around 34-year-old. His face was distinctly shaped and, from the occasional authoritative disposition which leaked out of him, one could tell that he was a person of high standing. He was the crown prince of Shenyuan Kingdom, Ding Mu. Avenge! Pa! Ding Mu's face turned scarlet as he kicked the body of the other party. His body trembled lightly in rage as he bellowed, "Do you know who you offended? How dare you ask me to avenge you?" When Lin Long left the Eastern Palace, Ding Mu happened to be out. After receiving the news, he immediately rushed back to the palace to see what was going on. However, he was still too late. After learning that his wife had been beaten to a tragic state, he immediately sent his men to look into it, and he was nearly scared out of his wits. A genius who broke innumerable records, and on top of that, he had an unfathomable teacher. Of all the people your Lin clan could offend, why in the world did you have to offend such a powerful figure? Avenge? How in the world do I avenge you? Not many people knew about Su Shi and Ling Shi's arrival at Tianwu Kingdom, and even official master teachers weren't able to dig out the matter easily. But even so, the fact that Liang Qingming wasn't a match for the other party was an issue. Given how the other party was capable of rendering a Zhizuan realm advanced stage expert and the gold-scaled lightning beast helpless with just a harumph, even if the entire Shenyuan kingdom were to come together, it wouldn't be a match for him. If I were to try to avenge you, won't the entire kingdom be doomed? You must be joking. Of course I know who he is. A 2-star master teacher from the Master Teacher Pavilion who has a master who seems to be a 4-star master teacher. Kicked by Ding Mu, Lin Long didn't panic. Instead, she sneered coldly. Naturally, she also ordered her men to look into the matter. Since you know, then what are you spouting nonsense for? To become a 4-star master teacher, one has to be at minimum transcendent mortal realm. That kind of expert is a powerful figure even within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Needless to say, Shenyuan Kingdom. He isn't someone that you or I can offend. Waving grandly, Ding Mu had finally decided. All right, let's forget about this matter. Don't ever bring it up again. Don't make up your mind so quickly. Lin Long stood up. Your Highness, do you know the reason behind the grudge between my Lin clan and Xianxia? Isn't it because you slaughtered the other party's clan? Ding Mu frowned. That's right. But do you know why I did that? A bizarre smile crept on Lin Long's face. Ding Mu frowned. Regarding this matter, he had no idea at all. Rumor had it that it was because of the conflict between Chu Chang's elder sister and Lin Lang. However, from the looks of it now, the matter wasn't that simple. Lin Long was a person who was extremely protective of her family, but she wasn't someone who couldn't see the bigger picture. Otherwise, no matter how infatuated he was in her, Ding Mu would have never allowed her to become his wife. She was usually a composed person, and it was indeed bizarre for her to slaughter an entire clan outright despite knowing the various implications it could bring. Could there have been some hidden secret about the matter? Ding Mu's curiosity was piqued, and he turned toward Lin Long with a gaze inviting her to continue on. Your Highness, I know that you wish to enter the Fleeting Cloud sect, and I've been keeping that in mind. Actually, the key to doing so lies with Chu Chong. Lin Long harumphed. Oh, Ding Mu glanced at Lin Long. Even though Shenyuan Kingdom was a vassal to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, the strongest influence in the surroundings was, without a doubt, this Fleeting Cloud sect. In the past 77 Master Teacher Tournament, it had won the championship 36 times. From this, it could be seen how powerful it was. On the other hand, the best result the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had produced was only 23rd place, 5th from the bottom. Ding Mu was the crown prince of Shenyuan Kingdom, and he would eventually inherit the throne. However, his ambitions didn't just stop here. He had only thought of Shenyuan Kingdom as his stepping stone, and his eyes were set on the wider world outside. His current aim was to be a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud sect, but he had been unable to find a suitable opportunity to become one. Once he succeeds and receives the best grooming resources, his cultivation would surely soar, and becoming a transcendent mortal, or even reaching greater heights, wouldn't just be a dream. Just that, the Fleeting Cloud sect was a powerful organization with high bars, and joining it was no easy feat on top of that. Ding Mu was the crown prince of a neighboring influence. Thus, without the recommendation of an insider, it was practically impossible. That Chu clan may seem like an unimpressive and shabby clan now, but several 10,000 years ago, it was an extremely formidable clan. Their ancestors even unintentionally saved the life of Sage Min. Lin Long said. Sage Min? You mean one of the 72 sages under Kong Shi? Min Shi. Narrowing his eyes, Ding Mu's breathing hastened. Kong Shi had 3,000 known disciples, and of them the most formidable ones were known as the 72 sages. They had participated in the creation of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and they were each considered as one of its founders. Unintentionally saved his life? Wasn't this Chu clan impressive then? Indeed, precise due to this, they received a letter with Kong Shi's handwritten reply on it. They took it as their family heirloom, and they passed it down from generation to generation. Glancing at Ding Mu, Lin Long continued, even if it's just a single word, the value of handwritten words from Kong Shi is unimaginable. I believe your highness should understand it even if I don't say too much about it. If you can obtain this and hand it over to the master of Fleeting Cloud sect, becoming an inner disciple wouldn't be a problem. In fact, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become a direct disciple, or even take on the role of an elder. This. Ding Mu's body trembled in agitation. Kong Shi, the world's teacher, the #1 expert in history, contained within his handwritten words were the laws of the world, and his students had already taken all of them for themselves. Such treasures would never reach the outside world. Even a 6-star master teacher would happily accept a person as his student if the other party were to present Kong Shi's personal handwriting to him. It was simply too valuable. Putting aside the myriad kingdom alliance, even the 26 other influences in the region might not even have one of such treasure. Yet, to think that the Chu clan would possess it. This. Ding Mu's breathing hastened, and he felt his tongue went dry. Since you made a move on the Chu clan 2 years ago, you should have eradicated all traces of them. Why did you intentionally leave a remnant running about? Lin Long harumphed coldly. That fellow thought that just because he changed his name to Lu Chong and hid in the Tianwu Academy, we wouldn't be able to find him. What a joke! Our Lin clan has the seeking mouse. Even if he were to don on a full disguise, we'd still be able to find him easily. Lu Chong had been holing himself up in Tianwu Academy, rarely heading to the streets to avoid any attention. He thought that by doing so, the Lin clan wouldn't notice him. Yet, it turned out that the Lin clan had already grasped his whereabouts, just that they chose not to make a move. After all, even if the Lin clan were to lose track of Lu Chong, the Seeking Mouse was more than capable of tracking him down. The Lin clan would have dominated the Tianwu royal city in vain if it couldn't even track down a Pigu realm teenager. The members of the Chu clan are obstinate, and no matter how we questioned them, we were unable to locate the whereabouts of that object. Thus, we intentionally left one alive to bring us to it. A savage glint flashed across Lin Long's eyes as he said, "Yet, that fellow sure was patient. For the past 2 years, he didn't do anything at all. Initially, we were planning on capturing him to interrogate him. Yet before we can make a move, this fellow found himself a good teacher who was willing to stand up for him." At this point, Lin Long clenched her fists tightly, and resentment scrunched her face. Even though she had married into the Shenyuan kingdom, and she rarely returned back to her maternal family, she had been keeping an eye on the matter there. It was due to the importance of the letter that Lin Long even went to the extent of building the expensive communication wall in the Lin clan to make it convenient for them to exchange messages. Who would have that this wall wouldn't send her news of the handwritten letter, but of the destruction of the Lin clan? A good teacher? I doubt so. Most probably, that Xianxia knew about Kong Shi's handwritten reply in advance. Otherwise, there is no reason for a Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle 2-star master teacher to go all out for a student, offending the powerful Lin clan and Shenyuan kingdom. Liang Qingming interjected by the side. He was a confidant of the crown prince, and as such, the crown prince didn't bother hiding such secrets from him. That's right, that must be the reason. Otherwise, even with Yang Shi as his backing, there's no reason for him to offend the Lin clan for no reason and disregard the authority of Shenyuan kingdom. Lin Long screeched. If not for this, she truly couldn't understand why a 2-star master teacher who had such a bright future ahead for him would go through all of this trouble for a student he had just met a few days ago. Waging war with the Lin clan, and beating up her, the princess consort of Shenyuan Kingdom. All right, the important matter at hand isn't Xianxia's motive. Dingmu raised his hand to halt the vehement discussion of the two. His eyes reddened slightly in greed as he said, "It would be worth offending even the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance for Kong Shi's handwritten reply. Needless to say, a 2-star master teacher. If your words are true, then taking this risk will be worthwhile." The Myriad Kingdom Alliance was powerful, but compared to the 26 other powers in the surroundings, it was ranked at the very last. As long as he laid his hands on the handwritten reply, he would be able to win the fleeting cloud sect over to his side. Even if he had to offend the Myriad Kingdom Alliance in the midst of doing so, it would still be a huge gain. "That's right, Your Highness. You must make your decision quickly. I've already sent someone to look into the matter, and Xianxia seems to be leaving Tianwu Royal City. He has already bid the personnel of the Master Teacher Pavilion farewell, and just this morning, he was seen heading for Tianwu Mountain Range. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance is in the south, yet he headed for the southwest. If I'm not wrong, he must be looking for this letter. It'll be hard for us to lay our hands on the letter once they obtain it and bring it to the Alliance," Lin Long hurriedly said. Previously, she only acted rashly due to the rage from seeing the tragic state her father and younger brother were in. After being pummeled by Lu Chong, she woke up, and she made many preparations in advance. "It's indeed impossible to lay our hands on it once it's delivered to the Alliance. But," Dingmu frowned, "he has his teacher and the 2 elders beside him." Dingmu wasn't worried about Zhang Xian, but his teacher and the little Su, who wounded Liang Qingming, were huge problems. With transcendent mortal experts accompanying him, he would be dead before he could close in on Zhang Xian. "Don't worry, Your Highness. Little Su and the other elder have already left yesterday, and when Zhang Xian left this morning, Yang Shi didn't tag along with him. He only brought his students and some retainers along with him," Lin Long replied. Su Shi and Ling Shi didn't intentionally hide their departure, so it wasn't hard to look into the matter. This morning, Zhang Xian and his group left on the Steelfang Howling Firmament Beast, and Pavilion Master Jiang sent him off personally. Lin Long's spies were among the crowd who saw him off, and none of them saw Yang Shi. He didn't tag along? Great. There are many savage beasts in Tianwu Mountain Range, and there are many experts under Jizuan Realm who have died there. As long as we settle this matter properly, no one will be able to trace the matter back to me." Dingmu stood up, and a callous glint flashed across his eyes. "It's decided then. Kill him. This is how sects usually operate in most Chinese novels. Outer, normal disciples. They are in charge of menial labor, but the sect provides them with some, although limited, resources for cultivation. Inner disciples. This is where the more talented disciples are placed. They have a higher standing than outer disciples, and they don't have to do menial labor. The resources they are granted are significantly higher than that of outer disciples. Direct disciple. As long as a disciple catches the eye of an elder or sect leader, they could be accepted as their direct disciple. Direct disciples usually have higher standing than inner disciples due to the backing of their master, and their master would also impart their secret arts to them. After that, disciples can be promoted to take on various roles of the sect. "Why are you here?" Seeing the lady before him, Zhang Xian fell speechless. After accepting Zhao Ye and the others as his direct disciples, Zhang Xian had finished dealing with all of the miscellaneous matters in Tianwu Kingdom. Thus, he summoned the Steelfang Howling Firmament Beast and left immediately. Knowing the limits of their capabilities, Lu Shi and Lu Sun chose to remain in Tianwu Kingdom. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance was filled with innumerable experts, and they had no backing there. On the other hand, they had the protection of the royal family and the Master Teacher Pavilion here in Tianwu Kingdom. Thus, they took the initiative to stay. Only Sun Chong insisted on following with Yang Shi. Thus, Zhang Xian took him along with him. It was exactly 10 days since Zhang Xian had arrived in Tianwu Kingdom. His cultivation had risen from Tongxian Realm Pinnacle to Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle, and his physical body possessed the might nearly equivalent to a Jizuan Realm primary stage expert. He also gained a new student, Lu Chong. As for his occupations, he passed the 2-star master teacher examination, and his 3-star painter emblem just arrived last night. Due to his lacking cultivation, the Apothecary Guild and Physician Guild weren't allowed to allocate his 3-star emblems for the time being. Thus, his current occupations were as such: 2-star master teacher, 3-star apothecary, 3-star physician, 3-star painter, 2-star beast tamer. His stop at Tianwu Kingdom had been rather fruitful. In just 10 days, Xianxia achieved what others might never have been able to do even if they dedicated their entire lives to it. I would also like to visit the Myriad Kingdom Alliance to watch the Master Teacher Tournament. It can't be that you wish to dump me here. Mo stared at the youngster before her furiously. What the heck? Even if we can't progress any further, surely we can remain as friends. How can you leave for Myriad Kingdom Alliance without bidding me farewell? Do you consider yourself a buddy? It is fortunate that I have made preparations in advance and immediately rode the viridescent eagle after you. Otherwise, I would have surely missed you. As a master teacher and the princess of Tianwu Kingdom, it wasn't too difficult for Mou to look into the matter of Su Shi and Ling Shi, as well as the master teacher tournament. All right, I'll bring you along. Xianxia gave up. In any case, there was sufficient space on the back of the Steelfang howling firmament beast. It wasn't cramped even with his 6 students, Sun Chong, and Mou. He couldn't be bothered with the infuriated Mou, so Xianxia stood by the window and gazed outward. White clouds overlapped one another, reminiscent of a boundless field of snow. In the midst between clouds, he could catch a glimpse of lush mountains. It felt rejuvenating. Teacher. Lu Chong walked over to Xianxia and said, in order to prevent the unfilial descendants of the Chu clan from handing the letter over to the hands of others, they took precautions by hiding it in an old residence on the Tianwu mountain range. I only happened to hear my father bring the matter up. I roughly know the location, but I'm not too sure for the exact spot. It's all right, we can slowly look for it later on. Lu Chong's clan had given up their life to guard this heirloom. It was best if they could find it. Teacher, it's around this area. Half a day later, Lu Chong pointed. The area is huge. How can we find it like that? Leaping off the back of the howling firmament beast, Xiaoya glanced at the surroundings and sighed. What stood before them was a gigantic mountain valley. The terrain was bumpy, and towering trees filled the area. Putting aside finding an old residence, they couldn't even see into the distance. More importantly, there were many savage beasts in the area. If they were to accidentally barge into a savage beast's nest, they would die indignantly. I'm not too sure either. Lu Chong scratched his head awkwardly. He had heard the elders of his family speaking about the rough geographical terrain, but he hadn't been here before, so he wasn't too sure. To find an old residence on such a vast mountain range, even a year wouldn't be sufficient. Mou shook her head. She knew that Lu Chong wanted to look for an item before heading to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, but she didn't know what it was. However, the area before them was simply too large. The vast mountain range was filled with plants, and on top of that, the old residence was likely to be hidden by a formation. How could they find it under such overwhelmingly unlikely odds? Teacher. After taking a look around, the crowd eventually gave up. Thus, all eyes gathered on Xianxia. This? Xianxia shook his head. There's no use asking me. I've never been to the Chu clan's old residence before. Halfway through his words, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, Wait, I just thought of a good idea. You have an idea? Everyone froze for a moment before turning to look at Xianxia with glowing eyes. Mou was also curious. Even Lu Chong himself didn't know where the old residence was. So what kind of idea could Xianxia come up with? Just as they were perplexed, the young man before them took out an empty book, and he drew an arrow and scribbled a few words on it. Then, slowly rotating on the spot, he mumbled, The Lu clan's old residence is in this direction, this direction, this direction. Mou, Xiaoya, and the others were staggered. They thought that Xianxia would come up with some brilliant means, but upon seeing this sight, they nearly fainted on the spot. taking out a book to draw an arrow to confirm the direction? And you still dare to say that your idea is good. Where did your confidence come from? If you wish to fool us, you should at least do it better. Aren't you being too perfunctory? All right, this direction. After spinning an entire circle, Xianxia confirmed the direction and pointed forward. Mo staggered once more. Sometimes, it seemed like this Xianxia possessed unparalleled talent. At other times, he felt so ridiculous that it made one want to smack his head. Are you sure that this method is feasible? Mo asked, unable to hold back her doubts. Of course. Xianxia nodded seriously. The method I use involves a complex calculation of the position of the stars, the mountains, and the rivers, and along with a profound comprehension of the universe, I am able to even locate treasures. Needless to say, determine a direction. The Library of Heaven's path could determine right from wrong. As long as the direction he was pointing to reflected no flaws, it would mean that it was the correct direction. However, there was no way Xianxia could explain this. Position of the stars, the mountains, and the rivers? Profound comprehension of the universe? The group stared at one another. Grabbing a book, scribbling an arrow and a few words, rotating on the spot, and you tell me that it involves all of that? Can you come up with anything more nonsensical than that? Forget it. Since we can't find the direction either, we might as well listen to his words. Mo felt constipated. Why did she have to follow this fellow? She deeply suspected that, at this rate, they might get lost forever in this forest. Thus, after Xianxia reached the end of a path that he determined, or that there were new splits in the path before them, Xianxia would take his book out and rotate on the spot. 2 hours later, they arrived at a call. This is it. Xianxia pointed forward. Glancing over, everyone was taken aback. Amidst the greenery, they saw the roof of several rock residences. However, they looked slightly blurred, as though they were hidden in some formation. This must be the location. It's exactly the same as my father's description. Lu Chong's eyes lit up in anticipation. This. Upon hearing Lu Chong's confirmation, everyone's eyes widened, and their gazes hurriedly shot toward Xianxia. They were on the verge of going insane. Even Lu Chong, the person in question, couldn't find the direction. Yet, just by scribbling on a book and rotating on the spot, they all thought that Xianxia was fooling about. But to think that it would actually work. Could they have truly misunderstood him? Did it really involve what stars, mountains, and rivers? Otherwise, how did he manage to find the location? Thinking back on it now, ever since the other party took out the book and turned around with it, the location they trod on had been straight, and they didn't stumble by any savage beast's nest along the way, despite the odds. Even if one were to know the way beforehand, surely it was impossible to maneuver so precisely. More importantly, the location they were standing on happened to be the eye of the formation. It was due to them standing here that they were able to see the rock residences. If it was anywhere else, their sight would have been blocked by the formation. In other words, if they didn't know the location beforehand, they would have been fooled by the formation and walked by it. Despite not knowing where it was, Xianxia was able to determine the precise location of the old residence. How in the world did this fellow do it? Forget it, he isn't human. Unable to make sense of this situation, Mo could only shake her head with a bitter smile. Ever since she'd met this fellow, he had been amazing her with all kinds of unimaginable means. There were too many things to him that couldn't be comprehended with common sense. If she really tried to rationalize it all, she would probably die of exhaustion first. Let's go in. Ignoring the dazed crowd, Xianxia walked straight toward the call. Teacher, wait a moment. This formation is extremely dangerous. Lu Chong hurried forward to stop Xianxia. According to my father, only the blood of a Chu clan descendant can stop the formation. The blood of a Chu clan descendant? Xianxia glanced at Lu Chong. If I'm not wrong, I have to drip a droplet of my blood on the formation-controlling rock for a path for us to appear. Without this formation protecting the old residence, the area would have long been scavenged by humans or savage beasts. Lu Chong explained. Coming to a realization, Mou and the others nodded. Given that the old residence was still able to retain its original appearance despite the innumerable years since it was abandoned, the formation truly possessed incredible might. So far, it seemed to be effective in warding away humans and savage beasts. If one were to abruptly step into such a formidable formation, huge trouble might ensue. Then, give it a try, Mou urged. Without wasting a word, Lu Chong looked around the area and a troubled look flashed on his face. His father had told him that he had to drip a droplet of his blood on the formation-controlling rock for it to stop. But which of these innumerable rocks was it? The entire call was filled with at least 1,000 bizarre rocks. If he were to drip a droplet of blood on every single one of them, he would probably die of anemia before the formation stopped. Teacher, I can't find the formation-controlling rock. A moment later, Lu Chong returned with a sheepish look. His elder sister was a genius formation master, but he wasn't. There were many secret manuals on formations in his clan, but he didn't like reading them and he never did. In the end, when he visited the old residence of his ancestors, he wasn't even able to find the formation-controlling rock at all. You can't find it? Xianxia was taken aback. He briefly looked around the surroundings before pinching his glabella. I can't find it either. Even though he had taken in quite a sizable sum of books on formation, this formation was clearly above grade 3, beyond the level of Tianwu Kingdom. With his current knowledge on formations, it was difficult for him to find it as well. Eventually, Xianxia shook his head. Forget it. Let's not bother finding the formation-controlling rock. Lu Chong was taken aback. Then, how do we enter? Simple. Xianxia stepped forward. Wang. As soon as he stepped into the formation, it started shaking vigorously. Then, lifting his foot, he kicked straight at a certain point. Whew! The formation stopped. Xianxia waved his hands casually. All right, we can enter now. Lu Chong, Mou, and the others. The difference of a subgrade in a formation could easily mean a difference in might by twofold, and the difficulty in finding its core would increase exponentially. Everyone thought that Xianxia was already formidable to stop a grade 3 primary formation with a single kick, but upon seeing this sight, they finally realized, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, these numbers meant nothing to him. As long as he was around, even the most formidable formations would be destroyed with a single kick. Lu Chong's mouth twitched violently, and he shook his head vigorously, as though trying to wake himself up from a dream. His father had once told him that this formation was unimaginably formidable. His ancestors had reinforced it again and again over the countless generations, and profound wisdom was harnessed within it. But from the looks of it now, wisdom my head. Before his teacher, all of this meant nothing at all. Since the formation had stopped, the crowd immediately walked toward the rock residences. It was clear that there was a long history to those few simple rock residences. Even though there were descendants who came from time to fix it, it was still severely damaged by wear and tear. Go on. Xianxia stopped before the rock residences. This was an object that Lu Chong's ancestor had left for him. Xianxia's role was only to accompany him. Since there was no more danger now, it didn't matter whether he tagged behind Lu Chong or not. Yes, teacher. Lu Chong nodded and walked in with reddened eyes. Back then, when his parents and kin were killed, he didn't have the time to collect their bones before escaping. Thus, he created several tablets for them yesterday to place alongside the ancestors. In a way, this was fulfilling the final regret he had regarding his clan. Things rarely go the way we want. Let's go. Understanding the other party's emotions, Xianxia sighed. Teacher. Lu Chong stepped forward and proffered a letter to Xianxia. It was a simple, ancient bamboo scroll, and its worn-out exterior betrayed its age. Even so, it seemed to be crafted using some kind of unique method, making it extremely resilient. Knowing that this was the letter which Kong Shi's personal handwriting was on, Xianxia took it and opened it. Honestly speaking, Xianxia also felt curious toward the world's teacher, Kong Shi. Even though he wouldn't stoop down to taking his student's possession for his own, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to peer into the contents. Unrolling the scroll, an ancient aura immediately unfurled from within. The handwriting for the former half was simple, it wasn't particularly astounding. But, even though the latter half only consisted on several words, the imposing aura it exuded felt as though a massive mountain was weighing on one. The content was simple, and it was indeed an ordinary letter. Most probably, Lu Chong's ancestors sent the letter, and in an attempt to return the favor, Sage Min requested for his teacher to write a few words before sending it back. Looking at the personal handwriting of Kong Shi, Xianxia felt a grand aura gushing into his head. All of a sudden, he reached the state of heart of tranquil water and fell into a trance. Soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy. Rumors had it that there were some formidable master teachers who were able to harness their spirit and their understanding of the universe into their calligraphy, and looking at it frequently was helpful in raising one's soul depth. This was also known as soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy. However, this kind of tempering required a harmonization in spirit. Unless one was in a teacher-student relationship or a blood-related kin of the calligrapher, the chances of this phenomenon occurring were nearly zero. Out of 10,000 people, it might not even activate once. Xianxia and Kong Shi weren't in a teacher-student relationship, and they weren't blood-related either. Yet, for it to be activated instantly, Xianxia's luck was truly astounding. Boom! Holding the letter, Xianxia felt his will of mind stabilizing, and his soul depth slowly rose. It was as though he had fallen into some unique state, and he stood in a daze. Your Highness, it seems like they have obtained the letter. Behind a giant boulder above the call, Liang Qingming clasped his fist and reported. After deciding to take the letter for themselves, Dingmu, Linlong, and the others had immediately rushed over. The one they were going to strike down was a talented 2-star master teacher, and if they were found out, they would be in danger. However, as long as they succeeded, the returns would be immense. As the student of a suspected 4-star master teacher, Xianxia would surely have many life-preserving means on him. Thus, we've got to kill him in a single shot. We mustn't give him any opportunity to strike back. Otherwise, once he sends a rescue signal or activates one of his trump cards, it would be difficult for us to kill him anymore. Dingmu instructed with a grim expression. But of course, our priority is to obtain that letter. Since Yang Shi was willing to let Xianxia venture out alone, he must have entrusted several life-saving tools to him. Thus, they had to strike swift and deadly. Your Highness, don't worry. Liang Qingming nodded. Go! Dingmu nodded gravely. If he chose to simply steal the letter, there was a high chance he would be exposed. By then, if Yang Shi decided to stand up for his student, the entire Shenyuan kingdom might be destroyed. On the other hand, if he were to kill Xianxia, he could create a facade of him being killed by savage beasts. By the time Yang Shi truly tracked them down, he would have already found a backing in the fleeting clouds sec through the letter, and there would be nothing for him to worry about. The master-teacher pavilions might be under the same headquarters, but there was still rivalry among the various powers. Using an analogy, it was just like the feudal system. Although the governors were all under the royal court, there were still some rivalry and feuds among the various territories. Regarding the rivalry among the master-teacher pavilions, as long as they didn't commit immoral acts, the headquarters wouldn't interfere. Competition induced advancement, and only with a suitable amount of competition would humans reach greater heights. As such, the master-teacher pavilion pushed for such rivalries as well. Yes! Hearing his order, Liang Qingming drove the Jinqi in his body, and with a flick of his wrist, a sharp sword appeared in his hands. Voila! In a flash, he leaped out from the boulder, and as swift as a flash of lightning, his sword headed straight toward Xianxia. Pushing the might of a Jizuan realm advanced stage expert to the brim, in the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of several hundred meters between them. The formation had been stopped, and there was no other defensive mechanism in the kernel. As such, there was nothing to stop Liang Qingming's charge. Xianxia was currently in a trance from the soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy, so he didn't notice the other party approaching. Even more so, Lu Chong, and the others didn't think that someone would assault them in such a remote area. Upon seeing the brilliant gleam of the sword and hearing a sonic boom, everyone's eyes narrowed, and their faces immediately warped in shock upon seeing Liang Qingming. Teacher, Xianxia, young master. Loud bellows reverberated in the call, and everyone's body trembled in astonishment. Teacher, careful. At the current moment, the one standing the closest to Xianxia was Lu Chong. Upon seeing the brilliant gleam from the sword, he could tell that the other party would surely die if the sword were to strike him, and the thought of it sent him into a panic. To avenge him, his teacher confronted the Lin clan alone without a word of complaint. To raise his cultivation, his teacher was willing to pay a huge price, yet didn't expect anything in return, imparting battle techniques and explaining cultivation techniques, lecturing the basic principles a human should have, and deciphering the essence of cultivation. All of these he did on his initiative, even going far beyond what that was expected of him. Without his teacher, he would remain an average cultivator for his entire life, doomed to never be able to exact vengeance. Without his teacher, it was just a matter of time before the Lin clan found him and silenced him. It was teacher who brought him out of his sinkhole and gave him the dignity to face his dead kin. This was the man who he respected and admired. He couldn't allow anything to happen to him. If you were to cultivate on like that, you won't even reach P12 realm in 10 years. At this rate, you will be dead before you can exact your vengeance. You don't have to bother how I know of it. Your vengeance is both a motivation as well as a hindrance to your cultivation. You are suppressing your worries too deep within, and it has suppressed your cultivation, making it difficult for you to achieve a breakthrough. I know that the reason why you refuse to speak is because you're afraid that you might accidentally speak of your enemy's name and make them aware of your existence. Don't worry, as long as you believe in me, I promise you that you will be able to exact your vengeance within 10 days. It's your choice to choose whether you want to believe me or not. However, you'll only get this one chance. Pardon me, but I happen to know the assassin you speak of. He's my student and I am his teacher. Boom! His encounters with Zhang Laosher flowed through his head, and his words resounded in his mind. All of a sudden, his entire body moved on its own accord. In the blink of an eye, he had already leaped several meters away, standing right before Xianxia. Puha! Liang Qingming's sword also happened to reach at this very instant. It stabbed into his chest, and the jinqi of a Jizuan realm expert gushed into the other party's body through the sword, frenziedly wrecking his physical functions. Sensing the other party's sword qi ravaging through his body, threatening to tear his entire body apart at any moment, Lu Chong bellowed furiously. His hands stretched forward and grabbed the other party's sword firmly. You! Not expecting his sure kill technique to be blocked by this fellow, Liang Qingming's face darkened. He was just about to pull out his sword and strike Xianxia, but he realized that the other party was holding onto his sword firmly, as though a sword stuck in a boulder. No matter how hard he tugged on it, it refused to move at all. Let go! He couldn't have imagined that a Zhongshe realm fellow would have blocked his attack. Liang Qingming was furious and anxious. Roaring furiously, he drove his jinqi into the other party's body, intending to kill him before striking down Xianxia. I won't allow you to hurt him because... Lu Chong felt his life force slowly dissipating under the furious surge from the other party's jinqi. But he didn't regret his actions at all. Instead, he stared at Liang Qingming with unwavering determination. He's my teacher, Lu Chong. After hearing the anxious bellows, Xianxia stepped out of his trance from the soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy, and the first sight that appeared before him was Lu Chong's chest being pierced by a sword. Countless thoughts immediately exploded in his head, and his eyes reddened uncontrollably. Even though he met this student considerably later than his other direct disciples, the other party held the greatest trust and most earnest emotions for him. Die! Bellowing furiously, Xianxia's head jolted, and a golden book suddenly appeared. All of a sudden, a might capable of causing the entire world to crumble appeared. A gale rose, and the clouds swiftly flew by. A book as heavy as a mountain abruptly fell straight on Commander Liang's head. Pasha! without the slightest obstruction, as though a watermelon crushed by a steel hammer. His head burst into bloodied remnants. Under the intense shock wave from the blow, a huge hole, several hundred meters deep and wide, appeared in the call. What? Ding Mu, Lin Long, and the others, who were hiding behind the boulder, preparing to launch a second wave of assault, were dumbstruck with terror. They didn't think that the Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage Commander Liang could be destroyed by an object the other party thrown out casually. Their faces paled, and they nearly fainted from fear. They knew that Xianxia would surely bestow Zhang Xian with some life-saving treasure. But how could they have known that it would be such a fearsome object? Even transcendent mortal experts weren't capable of striking out a huge hole in the ground. Escape! Knowing that it was impossible to withstand such might, Ding Mu didn't dare to hesitate in the least. He immediately turned around to flee. Beast tamer Zhou Jin also quickly followed suit. The two of them had reached Jizuan Realm, and their speed was astonishing. In just 2 breaths, their silhouettes turned into a white flash, and they were already 100 meters away. Your Highness, wait for me. Not expecting her husband, as well her greatest backer, to abandon her without any warning, Lin Long hurriedly chased him with a ghastly pale face. Die! Upon seeing someone run out from the boulder, how could Zhang Xian not tell what was going on? Roaring frenziedly, he commanded the golden page rotating in the air toward Lin Long. Boom! The entire ground quaked violently. Yet again, a huge hole several meters wide appeared. Smashed by the immense might of the golden book, Lin Long was reduced to meat paste. Having fled swiftly, Ding Mu and Zhou Jin managed to escape the crisis. Ah! Hurry up and get on the savage beast. Seeing the sight behind them, the duo felt even more frightened. At this moment, Ding Mu couldn't care less about anything else. Leaping onto the back of the gold-scaled lightning beast, he immediately commanded it to fly as far away as it could. Zhang Xian's mystic tool was simply too powerful. The might of his tool could even smash a transcendent mortal expert easily, needless to say them. If they couldn't escape, the only thing that awaits them would be death. Die! Howling furiously, Zhang Xian was just about to send the golden page straight toward the duo and the savage beast when Wang, the book, disappeared. In the next moment, an indescribable fatigue overwhelmed him, leaving him groggy-headed, ready to faint at any moment. Lu Chong, knowing that it was impossible for him to catch up to a Jizuan Realm intermediate stage savage beast, Zhang Xian withstood his dizziness to examine the condition of his student. The other party's eyes were tightly shut, and he had already lost consciousness. However, as though delighted to see that his teacher was safe, even though he couldn't open his eyes, a faint smile hung on his lips. He was still tightly holding on to the sword on his chest, unwilling to let go even upon death. As though he was declaring that even upon death, as long as teacher was fine, everything was all right. Heaven's path Xianxia can cure all wounds, you'll be fine. Tears that felt like burning oil flowed down Zhang Xian's cheeks. Grasping the other party's palm, Zhang Xian furiously infused the Heaven's path Xianxia within him into the other party's body. Teacher, how did you know that my purpose is to exact vengeance? Lu Laoshi, please guide me. You can't hurt him because he's my teacher. Recalling the bits and pieces of the youngster before him, Zhang Xian trembled in agitation. After 2 years of silence, Lu Chong had become a reticent person. During their time together, he didn't speak much. Most of the time, what Zhang Xian saw was his determined gaze and reliable back. In order to exact his vengeance, Lu Chong knelt in front of the academy for 7 days straight and remained silent for 2 years. Despite the unimaginable pain from the poison tempering, Lu Chong persisted on with it. Even though he knew that the Lin clan was powerful, he still charged straight at them. This reticent but determined youngster felt cold, but his heart was filled with warmth. To protect the teacher that he respected and admired from the bottom of his heart, he was willing to give in his own life. Lu Chong, my student, I have failed to protect you. Wake up. Give me a chance to make it up to you. Xianxia infused the heavens path Xianxia furiously into the other party. But Lu Chang's slim figure didn't budge at all. Seeing the frenzied look on the young man before her, Mou's face paled. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Mou saw Liang Qingming, it was already too late. She thought that Zhang Xian would meet his demise. Yet, she couldn't have imagined that a student would give up his life just to save him. Mou clenched her fists tightly and walked forward. Zhang Xian, she bellowed, but there was no response. Zhang Xian, she shouted once more, and only then did the most radiant genius of Tianwu Royal City raise his head blankly, as though he had lost his soul. Don't panic. You possess unparalleled medical skills. Lu Chong will be fine. Feeling a deep piercing pain in her heart upon seeing the state of the man before her, Mou consoled. Right, my medical skills. Upon the other party's reminder, Zhang Xian finally recovered. Focus returned to his blank and soulless eyes. That's right. On top of his medical skills, he had the Library of Heaven's Path. There was nothing that could hide from the heavens. As long as Lu Chong wasn't reduced to ashes, there would surely be a solution for his situation. A flicker of hope appeared in Zhang Xian's eyes. Flaws, Zhang Xian thought, and a book appeared in his head. He hurriedly flipped through it. There's still hope for him. Upon seeing the contents on it, Zhang Xian's body trembled. In an instant, his entire face turned red. He thought that being stabbed by the sword of a Jizuan realm expert, Lu Chang's death was inevitable. Yet, there was still a breath left in him. All kinds of flaws were written on the book. Lu Chang's meridians had been crushed by the other party's Jizuan realm Xianxia, and his internal organs had also suffered heavy damage. Under such conditions, anyone else would have been dead. However, having cultivated the Heaven's Path Golden Body and Poison Body, Lu Chang's body was several times stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. On top of that, Zhang Xian had infused his Heaven's Path Xianxia into the other party timely, thus preserving a final breath within him. I should heal his meridians and internal organs first. Having assimilated all the knowledge within the books in the Physician Guild, even without the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian's medical skill wasn't inferior to that of a 3-star physician. He knew that the priority at hand was to heal the other party's injuries first. Thus, he immediately directed his Heaven's Path Xianxia to flow throughout the other party's body, healing his damaged meridians and organs. At the same time, he fed the other party a recovery pill. Having ransacked the Lin clan, he had many of such recovery pills within his storage ring. If it was effective, he was willing to feed all of them to him. Zhang Xian, seeing spirit returning to the young man, and that he was starting to treat Lu Chong, Mou heaved a sigh of relief. Then, lowering her head to take a look, her eyes narrowed. Under the application of Zhang Xian's Xianxia, Lu Chong's wounds recovered at a visible pace. His pale face, due to excessive loss of blood, also slowly regained its redness. Even though he was still unconscious, his wounds seemed to have already fully recovered on the surface. Healing a person's body thoroughly with just Xianxia? Mou's body trembled in disbelief. Even though she had seen Zhang Xian's medical skills before, he had often made use of silver needles to stimulate one's acupoints before issuing prescriptions to follow up. To be able to heal one's injuries and repair one's meridians like that, how pure must his Xianxia be? Could he possess superior Xianxia? The thought flashed across Mou's eyes. It was said that due to the absurd purity of superior Xianxia, it could be used in treatment or clearing away blockages in a person's meridians. All along, Mou thought that it was only a legend. To think that there would come a day which she would see such a sight with her own eyes. To possess cultivation technique capable of cultivating Xianxia of such caliber, how powerful must Yang Shi be? It was no wonder why Su Shi and Ling Shi would obey his commands willingly. Who? After repairing the final injury on Lu Chong's meridians, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian refreshed the book on Lu Chong, and with a single look, his face steeled. Teacher, how is Lu Chong? Xiaoya asked worriedly. There isn't any problem with his physical condition, but his consciousness has sunk into a deep sleep. It's hard to tell when he'll be able to wake up. The damage Lu Chong had suffered previously was too tremendous. Even if the unparalleled Heaven's Path Jinshi could heal all of his injuries, it was completely helpless as to his mental condition. Under the current situation, it was possible that Lu Chong might awake any time, perhaps even at the next instant, but it was also possible that he might never wake up. What should we do? Xiaoya asked. I don't know either. Zhang Xian shook his head in desolation. Even though he had taken in all of the knowledge within the books of the Physician Guild for his own, he still wasn't able to find a solution to this situation. Blocked meridians, afflictions, inability to break through one's cultivation bottleneck. The Heaven's Path Jinshi could cure all of those. However, consciousness was a matter of one's soul. It was something incredibly unfathomable and hard to grasp. No matter how formidable Heaven's Path Jinshi was, how could something physical affect the ethereal? We might not have any solutions, but Yang Shi might have an idea. Seeing the awful look on the young man's face, Mou consoled. Yang Shi. Zhang Xian's complexion turned even more awful. I've heard that upon reaching 7-star, master teachers would be capable of using one's words to influence one's actions, consciousness, and soul. Lu Chong has only fallen into a deep sleep. If a master teacher of such a level were to delve into his mind and wake him up, Lu Chong might regain consciousness. Mou continued. Influence one's consciousness and soul? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly together. It was just like what the other party had said. Lu Chong's consciousness was just asleep. If someone could delve into his mind and wake him up, it was possible that Lu Chong might regain consciousness. Even though I've only heard it from others, it's true that high-ranked master teachers possess unfathomable means beyond us. We might be unable to find a solution now, but it doesn't mean that there isn't one. Mou replied. You're right. Zhang Xian nodded. It was just like his innate fetal poison. Even though he didn't find a solution for it in Tianxian Kingdom or the Poison Hall, there was definitely one out there in the vast world, in one of the innumerable master-teacher pavilion. Even though it was like searching for a needle in a haystack, at least it gave him a direction. He was helpless toward Lu Chong's current situation, but as he grew stronger and read more books, he might be able to find a solution to his problem. I'll eventually find a solution to cure him, but before that, after hearing Mo use words of consolation, Zhang Xian felt at ease. But soon, he narrowed his eyes, and killing intent burst from his body, drowning the entire sky in it as though a torrent. I will avenge him. As a person born in the information age, Zhang Xian was brought up to settle conflicts peacefully. Despite having transcended into this world, a part of him was still resistant to claiming the lives of others. However, who knew that a moment of benevolence would ultimately lead to Lu Chong's state? If only he had known, he would have gotten little Su to get rid of this Lin Long and Commander Liang, and today's matter wouldn't have occurred. Avenge? Mou frowned. Lu Chong has to be avenged. But, do you know anything about Shenyuan Kingdom? Zhang Xian shook his head. As a lower-ranked kingdom, Tianmu Kingdom didn't have much information on Shenyuan Kingdom. As such, Zhang Xian's understanding of Shenyuan Kingdom was also severely limited. He knew some brief details, but when it came to the more confidential matters, it blurred out. Thus, even after reading through all of the books in the book collection vault, his understanding toward this conferred kingdom was still vague. At the very least, in terms of national strength and influence, he knew very little about Shenyuan Kingdom. Despite not knowing anything, you wish to avenge him? Mou rolled her eyes. You sure are courageous. The person you are facing is the crown prince of Shenyuan Kingdom. To make things worse, the current emperor is ill, making the crown prince a person who can ascend to the throne at any moment. As such, he already possesses the authority over the troops in the country, and he can deploy all of them against you. Putting aside how many troops there are in a conferred kingdom, just the number of experts in their midst makes it an existence impossible for you to succeed by charging in alone. Unless you possess the cultivation equivalent to Su Shi. But even with this kind of strength, you will surely meet with all kinds of obstructions when trying to kill a crown prince of a country. To earn considerable prestige and standing in Shenyuan Kingdom, one must at least reach Jizuan Realm Intermediate Stage. Even though you are able to match up to even half Jizuan cultivators at the moment, you are still lacking as compared to real Jizuan realm experts. After a moment of hesitation, Mou explained with a slightly lighter tone. The young man before her had just lost his student. She was afraid of agitating him into doing something atrocious. It's not just lacking. It's being completely helpless against Jizuan realm expert. Xianxia fell into contemplation. Jizuan realm was the highest level a fighter could reach. At the intermediate stage, one would possess 20,000 ding of strength. At the advanced stage, 30,000 ding, and at the pinnacle, 40,000 ding. Taking into consideration Zhang Xian's physical strength and Jinqi strength, his total strength only added up to around 15,000 ding. He was still a long way from comparing up to the more powerful Jizuan realm cultivators. On top of that, he was only using strength as a comparison. After reaching Jizuan realm, one's reaction speed and comprehension toward battle techniques would rise significantly. That was also the main reason why no Zongshi could match up to a Jizuan. It's good that you know. My suggestion is that, since the Master Teacher Tournament is going to be held in 3 months' time, it's best for you not to get involved in such trouble at the moment. As long as you join the tournament and get a good placing with your newfound standing, you'll be able to request the Master Teacher Pavilion to avenge Lu Chong. At the same moment, no one would be able to say anything about it. This is the most convenient and easiest way at the moment. Mou shared her thoughts. Zhang Xian's cultivation was currently lacking. If he were to forcefully try to exact vengeance, he would be putting himself in huge danger. Since that was the case, he might as well go for the Master Teacher Tournament first. By then, with his prestigious standing gained from the tournament, no one would dare to stop him from avenging Lu Chong. Master Teachers possessed high standing, but that was relative. 2-star Master Teachers were a formidable existence in Tianwu Kingdom, but when it came to Shenyuan Kingdom and the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, they didn't mean much at all. Only when one proved their strength or unlimited potential would one be highly regarded and feared. Otherwise, no amount of words would carry weight. I can't wait for 3 months, and I believe that Lu Chong doesn't want me to wait either. Glancing at his unconscious student, a sharp glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. 3 months was too long. Zhang Xian's wouldn't be able to hold back his rage for that long. The other party had reduced Lu Chong into such a tragic state, and he still had to leave him carefree for 3 months? You must be joking. But your current strength isn't even at half Jizuan realm yet. How do you intend to exact vengeance? You would require the strength of a Jizuan realm pinnacle at minimum to do so. Otherwise, you'll just be killed. Seeing the determination in Zhang Xian's eyes, Mou panicked. What was wrong with this fellow? I have already told you that even Jizuan realm experts dare not do anything in Shenyuan Kingdom. So what in the world does a person like you, who hasn't even reached half Jizuan yet, hope to achieve there? Aren't you just courting death? One must know that there was a huge bunch of Jizuan realm pinnacle experts within a conferred kingdom. If one wanted to go against the royal family, one had to be at least a half-transcension. Jizuan realm pinnacle? Simple, Zhang Xian said. Simple? Could it be that you have an idea in mind? Seeing Zhang Xian's confident declaration, Mou's eyes lit up. Seems like he has his own plans. I am probably overthinking it. After all, how can a genius act so rashly? Just as Mou heaved a long sigh of relief and prepared to ask Zhang Xian about his plans, the young man before him declared gravely, I'll just have to reach Jizuan realm pinnacle in the next few days then. Pooh. Mou's body swayed, and she nearly choked on her saliva. The heck? Can you say anything more ridiculous than that? Jizuan realm is the last trial a fighter has to undergo, and the difficulty in progressing in that realm is multiple folds higher than that of Zongshi realm. Do you think that it's like cabbages in the market, easily obtainable? Reach Jizuan realm in the next few days. Can't you speak normally? If those who are stuck in Zongshi realm pinnacle heard your words, they would definitely pummel you to death. And to think that I thought you had a good idea in mind, to think this would be it. Xiaoya, hurry up and persuade your teacher. Unable to stand it any longer, Mou turned to the lady beside her. Persuade? Teacher is right. Why should I persuade him? Xiaoya asked doubtfully, as she stared at Mou. Mou flew into a frenzy. That's Zhizuan realm, Zhizuan. It's not that easy to achieve a breakthrough as you all think. Even if your teacher were to dedicate the entire 3 months to his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to reach Zhizuan realm. Teacher only used a month to advance from Pishua realm to Zhongshe realm pinnacle. In fact, when he just arrived at Tianwu royal city, he was only at Tongxian realm pinnacle. However, he's already at Zhongshe realm pinnacle now, and it has only been 10 days since then. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal, Xiaoya consoled. They'd seen all kinds of miracles occurring due to their teacher, and this had left them with deep trust in him. Putting aside reaching Zhizuan realm pinnacle, even if Zhang Xian claimed that he would reach transcendent mortal realm tomorrow, they would surely believe it. How big a matter is it? Must you react so vehemently? Mou, what the heck was with all of them? Not only were they not shocked by Zhang Xian's declaration to reach Zhizuan realm pinnacle in just a few days, they even felt that it was natural. Mou hurriedly turned her gaze to Zhang Yang, Wang Ying, and the others. However, all she saw was their looks of disdain, as though mocking her for her horizons being too narrow, unable to hold back the agitation in her heart. Mou spurted blood. To think that I, the princess of Tianwu Kingdom and a 1-star master teacher, would be looked down on by a bunch of students. What in the world is this? But thinking about it, their words did make sense. The fellow before her couldn't be understood through common sense. When he took the master teacher examination, he had barely reached Zhongshe realm. Yet, when he faced the Lin clan, he was already at Zhongshe realm pinnacle. There was only an interval of 6 to 7 days between the two events. If he could advance into Zhongshe realm that swiftly, then perhaps he might be able to do the same for Zhizuan realm as well. Even if you reach Zhizuan realm pinnacle, Dingmu is still the crown prince of Shenyuan kingdom. If you were to kill him, it might cause instability within the country. I'm afraid that the master teacher pavilion will hinder you, Mou said, while forcefully suppressing her bursting frustration from being looked down on. Hinder? Isn't the master teacher pavilion supposed to protect master teachers? Baffled, Zhang Xian frowned. The master teacher pavilion was an organization created by master teachers for master teachers. Given that the other party had attempted to assassinate a master teacher, even if the master teacher pavilion chose not to crack down on the culprit, how could it defend the culprit? The master teacher pavilion does protect the welfare of master teachers, but if a conferred kingdom is involved, the matter becomes uncertain. After all, if a crown prince of a kingdom of such level were to be killed, it would definitely cause a tremendous chaos in the country. Perhaps it might even result in war, the death of innocent civilians, and displacement of population. In order to prevent this kind of situation, it is highly likely that the master teacher pavilion might choose the other party over you. After all, you are only a 2-star primary master teacher, so you don't wield sufficient weight yet. Mou continued. Besides, the Shenyuan Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion is close with the royal family. As an outsider, it's likely that you'll be shunned instead. This. Zhang Xian fell into deep contemplation. Even though Mou's words were frustrating, he had to admit that they made sense. The purpose of the presence of Master Teacher Pavilions was to maintain peace in the region. Given that Zhang Xian was going to kill Shenyuan Kingdom's crown prince, it would be hard for the Master Teacher Pavilion to simply watch by the side. Besides, no matter how impartial the Master Teacher Pavilion was, the Shenyuan royal family had been in power for innumerable years. Along with the passing of time, they had established close ties with one another. With the identity of an outsider 2-star master teacher, it was indeed difficult for him to get them to his side. Rules are impartial, but humans have feelings. That's indeed a problem. Upon thinking of all of these, Zhang Xian nodded. Then, turning to Mou, he asked, "Isn't there any solution for this matter?" "There is, just that. It's too difficult." Mou shook her head. "Oh, if you want to stop the Shenyuan Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion from hindering you, or even support you, you have to impress them with your capability." Mou said. "Impress them with my capability? You mean Pavilion crashing. Xianxia was taken aback. If one wanted the master-teacher pavilion to submit to one swiftly, there was only a single method. That was pavilion crashing. It was similar to dojo crashing. With the strength of an individual, one would face the entire master-teacher pavilion. Once one succeeded, regardless of how strong one was or what requests one had, the master-teacher pavilion was to obey without any conditions. This matter was written within the books of the master-teacher pavilion, and upon Mou's reminder, he recalled it. That's right. I'm referring to pavilion crashing. However, the master of Shenyuan Kingdom's master-teacher pavilion is a 3-star master-teacher, and his strength has reached half-transcension. Without the strength and capability of a 4-star master-teacher, it'll be impossible for you to succeed in the pavilion crashing. Mou explained patiently. The master and elders of Shenyuan Kingdom's master-teacher pavilion had all reached 3-star, and they possessed fearsome cultivation to match it. Pavilion crashing consisted of tests of all fields. It was similar to pill debate. Without sufficient strength and knowledge, it was impossible for one to succeed. If they know what's better for them, they'll choose not to interfere in this matter. But if they insist on protecting that crown prince. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists tightly. Then, I don't mind crashing it. Lu Chong could even disregard his own life for him. As his teacher, what could he not give up for the other party? So what if he had to face a conferred kingdom? So what if he had to face off against a master-teacher pavilion? Lu Chong, don't worry. Regardless of who the other party is, to dare to reduce you to such a state, as your teacher, I will make him regret his actions. Fine. Knowing that it was impossible to persuade the fellow before her, Mou shook her head helplessly and decided not to harp on this issue. So, what do you intend to do now? I'll head to Shenyuan Kingdom, Xianxia replied. At the same time, he whistled, and the air current above suddenly grew chaotic. The steel-fang howling firmament beast whizzed over from the distant sky and landed right before him. Only in Shenyuan Kingdom would he be able to find sufficient Jizuan realm cultivation technique manuals for him to grow stronger swiftly. If he were to remain in Tianwu Kingdom, his strength would just stagnate. Just like Mou said, without sufficient strength, it was impossible for him to accomplish anything at all. He might even lose his life due to it. Shenyuan Kingdom's capital, Shenyuan Royal City, is a few 100,000 kilometers away from here. Given the steel-fang howling firmament beast's half-Jizuan realm strength, even if it were to fly with all of its strength, it would take at least 7 to 8 days. Mou replied. As a conferred kingdom, Shenyuan Kingdom's territory was significantly larger than Tianwu Kingdom. Taking 7 to 8 days to travel to its capital from here could already be considered fast. 7 to 8 days? Xianxia was taken aback. That was already around the duration he had stayed in Tianwu Royal City. Mou nodded. Indeed, this is already the limit of a half-Jizuan realm savage beast. Well, if it reaches Jizuan realm, it would only take 3 days. Otherwise, we can only go over like that. Half-Jizuan realm and Jizuan realm was only a small leap in one's cultivation stage, but for an aerial savage beast, it meant more than a 2-fold increase in its flying speed. Jizuan realm aerial savage beasts can travel that quickly? Then, I'll raise its cultivation realm then. Xianxia nodded. Raise its cultivation realm? Mou flashed a bitter smile. She'd almost forgotten it. On top of being a genius master teacher, the fellow before her was a formidable beast tamer as well. Even until now, she had been unable to make sense of the beast pummeling taming method that the other party created. She couldn't understand how it could make savage beasts obedient to one, and why it would induce a breakthrough in them. Lifting her head to take a look, she saw that the young man before her had already gotten into action. He walked over to the steel-fang howling firmament beast and smashed his fist onto it. Pung 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 pung. If it was any other beast tamer, it would be impossible for them to punch their tamed beasts so fearlessly. Even if a contract had been established between them, such an action could easily incur the other party's resentment, and this may turn out to be a potential threat in the future. Yet, when Xianxia's fist landed on the savage beast, The huge fellow howled in delight. A euphoric expression slowly surfaced on its face as it lay motionless on the ground. To react in such a way while being pummeled, that savage beast was truly one of a kind. Boom! After a moment of pummeling, the steel-fang howling firmament beast released a piercing howl, and it broke through its bottleneck. In an instant, its aura surged and pierced through the clouds. Zhizuan realm. Upon reaching a whole new realm, the howling firmament beast's physique grew larger, and its movements became sharper. The group climbed onto the back of the savage beast, and after ascertaining the direction, it started flying toward the horizon. Sitting cross-legged in the room on the back of the steel-fang howling firmament beast, Xianxia recalled the events from earlier. Due to the dire circumstances then, all that was on his mind then was to kill Liang Qingming. And somehow the golden book suddenly appeared and crushed him to death. Could it be that the Book of Heaven's Path also possessed the ability to smash someone to death? When he first obtained the Library of Heaven's Path, he thought that while others were throwing out all kinds of mystic treasures, he would end up hurling books at others. To think that it was true. Recalling the might of the book, Xianxia was awed. For a Zhizuan realm advanced stage expert to be smashed into a lump of meat in an instant, the might of the attack was already beyond that of ordinary transcendent mortal realm experts. In other words, even Su Shi would have been unable to withstand that attack. Fearsome. But it's a one-time consumable. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. The move was indeed strong, but it depleted the golden pages within the Book of Heaven's Path, and with that, he had no golden pages left. It seemed like he would have to bring in more students, win their gratitude, and produce a few more golden pages for his own security. To be able to assimilate the content of the books in the Library of Heaven's Path into his own knowledge, raise his soul depth by 5.0 instantaneously, destroy an enemy far beyond one's cultivation realm. Xianxia had only discovered 3 uses of the golden page, but every single one of them was fearsome in their own right. If he could gather sufficient golden pages, he wouldn't have to fear anyone anymore. He could just toss a book at anyone who dares to provoke him. Judging from how long the golden book was materialized, there seems to be a time limit of 10 seconds. He tried to recall the details of the previous battle. Seeing Lu Chong being impaled right before him had clouded Xianxia's mind, so he didn't think much into the details then. However, now that he had calmed down, he was able to deduce some matters by analyzing the situation. This Book of Heaven's Path could be summoned at Xianxia's will to smash his enemies. However, after leaving the Library of Heaven's Path, it could only sustain itself for around 10 breaths or so before disappearing. If not for this time limit, Ding Mu wouldn't have been able to escape. This book could even smash transcendent mortal experts to death, needless to say those 2 fellows. After going through soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy, my soul depth has increased considerably. Looking at Kong Shi's personal handwriting had sent him into a unique state that nourished his mind. If not for the lapse in his awareness due to that, with the Heaven's Path movement art, it would be difficult for even a Zhizuan realm expert to kill him. My soul depth has reached 12.1. That's sufficient for me to take the 4-star Master Teacher examination. Even though the soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy only managed to work for a short period of time, given that it was induced by Kong Shi's handwriting, it still granted him a huge growth in his soul depth, raising it by 1.0. Given that the examination requirement on one's soul depth increased by 3.0 for each tier, Xianxia's soul depth was already sufficient for him to take the 4-star Master Teacher examination. With the rise in my soul depth, my eye of insight has also grown significantly stronger. In the past, I could only peer into the essence of cultivators possessing the same level or weaker cultivation than me. But now, I can easily see the flaws and problems of even a half Zhizuan. As Xianxia's soul depth reached 12.1, the level of a 4-star Master Teacher, his eye of insight also enjoyed a qualitative improvement. Given his cultivation realm of Zongshi realm pinnacle, it was impossible for him to peer into the flaws of a half Zhizuan in the past. But now, even if an expert of that level were to appear before him, Xianxia would still be able to see through his flaws easily even without the Library of Heaven's Path. The Library of Heaven's Path was formidable, but it had many flaws. For example, it required one to execute his battle technique or be unconscious before a book on one would be compiled. On the other hand, just by expending some of one's soul depth, the eye of insight allowed one to peer into another's flaws. In a sense, it was much more practical and applicable than the Library of Heaven's path. Not only so, the efficacy of my impartation of heavens will has also improved significantly. Currently, Xianxia had comprehended a total of 2 unique abilities of master teachers: the eye of insight and impartation of heaven's will. Through the impartation of heaven's will, by expending his soul depth, Xianxia could easily induce trust in another. On top of that, he could also drive another person's cultivation through his words. In the past, the impartation of heavens will only influenced cultivators who were much weaker than him. But now, he would be able to influence those of the same cultivation realm as him, Xianxia realm pinnacle, through words alone. All in all, the benefits that he derived from the soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy were substantial. However, they were mainly limited to the master-teacher abilities. It didn't contribute to his cultivation or any other aspects. All of you, show me your battle techniques. After sorting out his current state, Xianxia turned to look at Xiaoya and the others. It had been a while since he had last given them guidance. Even though they had improved swiftly, it was clear that they were unable to keep up with Xianxia's footsteps. Thus, it was imperative for Xianxia to pull up their cultivation so that they could at least fend for themselves. Yes, on the broad back of the savage beast, the group demonstrated their battle techniques, and Xianxia offered them pointers one by one. 3 days passed in a flash. After Xianxia's guidance, the group's cultivation rose significantly. Wang Ying, Zhang Yang, and the others reached Pishua realm, and even Yuan Tao, whose cultivation was often lagging behind the others, had managed to open one acupoint. By unleashing the potential of her unique constitution, Xiaoya even managed to reach Xianxia realm advanced stage. With the pure Yin body and Heaven's Path sword art, she would be a match for even typical Xianxia realm pinnacle experts. Xianxia also offered Mou some guidance, and the latter improved significantly as well. Why aren't we heading to Shenyuan Royal City? After consecutive days of flight, just when the capital was in sight, Xianxia suddenly commanded the howling firmament beast to steer toward another direction, heading toward the mountain range not too far away. I need a place to raise my strength, replied Xianxia calmly, looking out of the window. Raise your strength. Mou blinked in confusion. Seeing how adamant Xianxia was at avenging Lu Chong, Mou thought that he would cultivate hard in these 3 days so that he could at least reach half Shizuan. Yet, other than offering them guidance and taking care of Lu Chong, he didn't even bother cultivating at all. And only when he was close to reaching the capital did he suddenly speak of raising his strength. Did this fellow require some unique location for his cultivation? The Beast Hall, Xianxia explained. After reading through all of the books in Tianwu Kingdom, even though Xianxia had yet to get a good grasp of the various powers located within Shenyuan Kingdom, at the very least, he managed to find information on the locations of the occupation guilds. Similar to that of the Shenluo Mountain Range Beast Hall, Shenyuan Kingdom's Beast Hall wasn't in the city either. It was located in the depths of the mountain range several dozen kilometers away from the capital. Beast Hall? You're going there to raise your cultivation. Hearing the location, Mou was even more perplexed. She had heard of savage beasts visiting the Beast Hall to raise their strength, but she didn't know that it applied for humans as well. Could it be that his cultivation technique required the presence of savage beasts? Just as Xianxia was heading for the Beast Hall in the small town located in the vast area controlled by the Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall, 3 figures leaped off the back of an aerial savage beast. Of them, 2 were Xianxia's acquaintances, Shenluo Mountain Range Beast Hall's Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang. A man in his late 20s accompanied them. That man's chest was puffed out, and he had an arrogant look on his face. Beast Tamer Luo. This is the Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall, where the beast taming competition will be held, Hall Master Feng said. I know. Don't worry, a championship, is it? I'll definitely take first place for you all. Beast Tamer Luo waved his hands casually, as though speaking of an insignificant issue. Ah! Hearing the arrogant words of the other party, Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang exchanged glances, and a bitter smile flashed across their faces. This Beast Tamer Luo was one of the more talented beast tamers in Shenluo Mountain Range Beast Hall, but he was by no means the most talented one. If not for the competition being brought forward by 4 months, and the fact that they were unable to find the candidate they had chosen, Xianxia, they would have never brought this fellow over. Since the Steelfang Howling Firmament Beast had been taken by that fellow, the group could only travel here on a Xianxia Realm Savage Beast. Due to its limited speed, it took them more than a month to arrive here, and all of them were wearied by the long journey. More than a month ago, Zhang Xian had still been looking for the Poison Hall. Since he wasn't even at Tianwu Royal City yet, they were unable to find him. Why? You don't trust my capability? Humph. Why do you keep mentioning that Zhang Xian? He's a 2-star beast tamer. But so am I. He passed the examination on his first try, but so did I. In fact, I even did better than him. How can you be so confident in him and yet doubt me? Seeing the expressions of the duo, Beast Tamer Luo flung his hands in displeasure. What do you mean? That Zhang Xian you speak of might be a genius, but aren't I one as well? Why do you hold so high expectations of him yet think so lowly of me? We are both 2-star beast tamers. I am not inferior to him in any way. That's not what we mean, it's just that. Hall Master Feng smiled awkwardly. The beast taming competition gathers all of the geniuses in the vicinity of Shenyuan Kingdom, so we mustn't let our guards down. We have to proceed carefully. Proceed carefully? What is there to be careful about? I've studied the previous competition, and all I've to do is to tame a Jizuan Realm primary stage savage beast. Even though my current cultivation realm hasn't reached Jizuan Realm, I am still confident of doing so. Clenching his fists tightly, the young man drove his cultivation. Xianxia Realm Pinnacle. To reach Xianxia Realm Pinnacle under 30. Even in Tianwu Kingdom, he could be considered as a genius. It was no wonder he was so confident. The test for the competition changes each time, so I'm not too sure about what will be tested this time round. However, I've heard that the Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall has captured a powerful savage beast a while ago, and they've tried taming it multiple times, only to end in failure. In order to resolve the matter quickly so as to prevent any unnecessary trouble, they decided to bring forward the competition so as to gather the geniuses from all regions here. After a moment's hesitation, Hall Master Feng decided to reveal the news that he had heard. In my view, I think it is very probable for the test to be related to that powerful savage beast they caught. I share your sentiments as well. The beast taming competition is held once every 5 years, and the timing has always been fixed. There's no reason for them to suddenly push it forward just to conduct it earlier. Beast Tamer Wang nodded in agreement. A friend of theirs from Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall had secretly delivered this news to them. However, whether it was true or not still had to be seen. However, based on their analysis, the intelligence was likely to be true. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to push forward the competition all of the sudden, catching all of the candidates off guard. The Beast Hall has captured a powerful savage beast? What cultivation realm is it? Beast Tamer Luo was surprised. I'm not too sure about the details either. Hall Master Feng shook his head. He might be the head of the Shenluo Mountain Range Beast Hall, but he still wasn't qualified to learn of the confidential secrets in the Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall. Since even 3-star beast tamers are unable to tame it, who of the younger generation could possibly succeed? Even if it's related to that, it'll probably be researching the savage beast's habits, likes, dislikes, and such to help with the taming process. Beast Tamer Luo lifted his head proudly and boasted, "On those aspects, I won't lose out to anyone. Only those beneath 30 are eligible to participate in the beast taming competition hosted by the Beast Hall." Beast Tamer Luo didn't dare to say much about the experienced beast tamers, but under the age limit, he was confident that there were very few people who could triumph over him in the field of beast taming in the vicinity of Shenyuan Kingdom. I am aware of your capability, but I've heard that numerous talented beast tamers have emerged this year, and all of them are formidable as well. Wei Yudao from Jibei Kingdom, Jiang Namping from Kaishiong Kingdom, Ji Wuxin from Hongshuan Manor. They are all powerful adversaries who have reached 2-star pinnacle below 30. Seeing Beast Tamer Luo's confident face, Hall Master Feng glanced at Beast Tamer Wang before speaking. The young man before him was a talented beast tamer, and if not for Xianxia, he would be the #1 beast tamer among the younger generation in Shenluo mountain range. However, he had a clear, fatal flaw: arrogance. If it wasn't for them being unable to get into contact with Xianxia, honestly speaking, they wouldn't have approached him for this competition. As a beast tamer, it was good to be confident but disastrous to be arrogant. Arrogance could potentially earn one the ire of the savage beast one was trying to tame. Having headed the beast hall for so many years, Hall Master Feng had seen many formidable beast tamers being torn apart by savage beasts due to this. They're indeed not bad. I've crossed hands with them, and back then I was indeed not a match for them. However, I've learned a new beast taming technique since then, so it won't be easy for them to triumph over me, Beast Tamer Luo said, placing his hands behind his back. However, halfway through his words, a cold harumph sounded behind him. Such arrogant words. I was wondering who it was. So it's a braggart. A young man walked over and scoffed. Fang Jin? Why, you wish to compete with me? Recognizing the other party, Beast Tamer Luo frowned. Compete? Luo Tang, do you think you are worthy of competing with me? Chuckling softly, Fang Jin drove his cultivation, and his powerful aura gushed into the surroundings. Half Zhizuan. Beast Tamer Luo widened his eyes in shock as he subconsciously retreated 2 steps. He thought that it was already a formidable feat for him to reach Zhongshe realm pinnacle. To think that Fang Jin had already reached half Zhizuan. The stronger a beast tamer was, the easier it was for them to win the respect of a savage beast and tame it. 2 years ago, we were all Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivators. Given your beast taming capability, you could be considered as one of the top of the younger generation. However, Wei Yudao, Jiang Nanping, and the rest of us have already achieved a breakthrough since then. If this is all you have, I advise you to leave quietly now so that you don't make a mockery of yourself. Fang Jin looked at Beast Tamer Luo indifferently. You! Beast Tamer Luo's face turned pale. You mean that Wei Yudao and the others have also achieved a breakthrough in their cultivation as well? There was a world of a difference between Zhongshe realm pinnacle and half Zhizuan. There were many who were stuck at Zhongshe realm pinnacle for their entire life, unable to take the next step forward. How did all of them manage to achieve a breakthrough in the past 2 years? Not only so, Wei Yudao has even reached Zhizuan realm primary stage. Fang Jin replied. Zhizuan realm primary stage? Beast Tamer Luo clenched his fists tightly. So what if you were stronger? What we are competing on is our beast taming skill and understanding of savage beasts. Even if you're stronger, it doesn't mean that you can just beat a savage beast into submission. Dong. Just as Beast Tamer Luo was refuting the other party's words, the ground suddenly quaked. A thunder-like chiming of a bell suddenly boomed. A bell? Crap. Something huge is happening. Hall Master Feng's face suddenly warped. Luo Tang and Fang Jin, who were in the midst of an argument, suddenly stopped their actions, and their eyes narrowed. There were many savage beasts reared in the beast hall, and in order to avoid alarming them, quietness had always been upheld here. Unless something huge happened, the bell would never be chimed. Its chiming meant that all beast tamers had to gather immediately to face whatever that was threatening the beast hall. What could have happened for this bell to chime all of the sudden? Dong, dong, dong. The bell continued chiming. Quick! Count the number of chimes. Hall Master Feng urged. The number of chimes represented the message the beast hall was trying to relay to the beast tamers. Soon, when the chiming stopped, Luo Tang announced, there was a total of 7 chimes. Fang Jin also quickly turned his gaze to Hall Master Feng. Even though they were beast tamers as well, such incidents were rare, and their knowledge of these old traditions couldn't match up to this old head of Shenluo Mountain Range Beast Hall. 7 chimes. This is... Recalling the rules surrounding the chiming of the bell, Hall Master Feng's face paled. His body trembled vigorously as he muttered, Someone is challenging the 10 beasts cage? How is that possible? 10 Beasts Cage. Luo Tang and Fang Jin glanced at one another doubtfully. This was their first time hearing of this term. 10 Beasts Cage is actually a long and narrow metal cage. Placed within it are 10 savage beasts, and the further one advanced, the stronger the savage beasts become. To pass the trial, one has to travel from one end of the cage to the other end alone within 2 hours. Hall Master Feng's lips quivered. 10 savage beasts? Alone? Is it even possible? It's the primal instinct of a savage beast to attack strangers on sight. If that wasn't the case, beast tamer wouldn't be such a respected occupation either. One has to travel from one end of the cage to the other end and face 10 savage beasts within 2 hours. Luo Tang and Fang Jin exclaimed in shock. Even beast tamer Wang was dumbstruck. Savage beasts had a skeptical nature, and they possessed an innate hostility toward humans. Without any unique means, one would be attacked as soon as they came within the proximity of the savage beast. On top of that, the cage was narrow, so it was impossible to avoid contact altogether. It was possible to subdue a savage beast within 2 hours, but to face 10 of them consecutively? How was that possible? Suddenly recalling a matter, Luo Tang hurriedly asked, "Right, how strong will the savage beasts be?" If the strength of the savage beasts was much weaker than the challenger, then even if there were 10 of them and their strength rose progressively, it wouldn't be completely impossible to clear the trial. The first 4 savage beasts will be a small cultivation realm weaker than the challenger. The 3 afterward will be of the same cultivation as the challenger. The next 2 will be a small cultivation realm stronger than the challenger, and the final one will be 2 small cultivation realms stronger than the challenger. Hall Master Feng's voice quivered as he spoke. What? The faces of the other 3 immediately turned ghastly pale. As beast tamers, they were well aware of how fearsome savage beasts were. They possessed immense physiques and frightening brute strength. In the same cultivation realm, human cultivators were definitely no match for savage beasts. Yet, at the very end, one had to face a savage beast 2 small cultivation realms stronger than oneself. Are you for real? There's no doubt about it. Anyone who tries to challenge will surely die. Who would do something so foolish? What does one stand to gain out of this? Fang Jin couldn't help but ask. Intrigued, Luo Tang and the others turned to look at Hall Master Feng as well. It was impossible for someone to take such a risk if there was nothing to gain from it. This 10 beasts cage was clearly a death trap. Why would anyone even try to challenge it? Surely it was seeking death? Of course there are benefits to it. Hall Master clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were sinking into his flesh. Anyone to succeeds will be bestowed with a drop of spirit beast blood essence. What? Luo Tang and Fang Jin's eyes immediately reddened in agitation. Spirit beasts possess strength equivalent to transcendent mortal realm cultivators, and not only could their blood induce bloodline evolution in savage beasts, it could also temper a human's body, thus boosting one's strength. This thing was much more valuable than spirit stones. To think that the reward for challenging the 10 beasts cage was this. However, even though they knew now that there was such a reward, it was impossible for them to challenge the 10 beasts cage. No matter how valuable the reward was, it would be for naught if one lost one's life. What was the use of a blood essence if one was dead? It's already difficult to triumph over a savage beast of the same cultivation realm as one, needless to say, challenging 10 at once. Let's hurry over to see who is so desperate to die, Luo Tang said, gritting his teeth. He was confident that he would emerge as the champion for the beast-taming competition. But even so, he didn't have the courage to face the 10 savage beasts alone. Who could it be? To barge in just like that, even causing the chiming of the bells. Was he really tired of living? Let's go over then. Hall Master Feng nodded in agreement. Beast Tamer Wang and Fang Jin were also curious to see who that brazen fellow was. Thus, the group hurried toward the Beast Hall, and soon, they arrived at a vast open ground. There was an enormous crater around 700 to 800 meters wide right in front of them. The crater was covered by an immense steel cage, and the 10 savage beasts were segregated into several groups. prowling around the area they were placed in. At this moment, a large group of people, attracted by the chiming of the bell, was standing at the perimeter of the crater, looking at the situation in the cage below. Their eyebrows and mouths were twitching in fear from that sight. There were many talented beast tamers amidst the crowd, but the sight of so many powerful savage beasts still caused their hair to stand on end. And the final one is a Jizuan realm primary stage savage beast. Even a Jizuan realm intermediate stage expert would find it hard to subdue it. How does he intend to clear the trial? Judging from how the weakest savage beast in it is a Xianxia realm advanced stage. That means that the one challenging the 10 beasts cage is a Xianxia realm pinnacle cultivator. Is it Wei Yudao, Jiang Nanping, Ji Wuxin, Fang Jin, or Luo Tang? From what I know, their cultivation realms are around that level, and their beast taming capability is also up to par. You must have been living under a rock. Jiang Nanping and the others have reached half Jizuan, and Wei Yudao even managed to achieve a breakthrough to Jizuan realm primary stage. It's not them. Not them? Then who else could it be? Who would dare to challenge 10 powerful savage beasts face-on? The strength of the savage beasts had caused a huge commotion among the crowd. The savage beast guarding the very end of the cage was a Jizuan realm savage beast. Facing it was truly a ticket to hell. Who would be so reckless? Does he not fear death? Or is he tired of living? To throw away one's life for a drop of spirit beast blood essence. That fellow must have a screw loose. Luo Tang couldn't help but comment. Spirit beast blood essence is valuable. But nothing could be more valuable than one's life. To disregard his life and challenge this hopeless trial. Has he gone mad? I know nearly all of the famous Xianxia realm pinnacle beast tamers in vicinity of Shenyuan Kingdom. Who could it be? From what I remember, none of them are this irrational though. Fang Jin's eyebrows knitted tightly together in contemplation. Judging from the strength of the savage beast, it couldn't be Wei Yudao and the others. But other than them, who could possess the capability to challenge this 10 beasts cage? Furthermore, even if it was that bunch, they probably wouldn't dare to take on this seemingly hopeless trial. Challenging the 10 beasts cage? He sure is brazen. He's probably tired of living, and he just wants to make a name for himself before his death. Amidst the crowd, a young man crossed his arms and glanced at the cage below with slight disdain in his eyes. It was the genius who induced fear in Luo Tang and the others, Wei Yudao. Indeed, I've seen many of such people. Now, the only thing I'm curious about is whether he can even pass the first stage. Another person standing beside him harumphed. Another famous genius of Shenyuan Kingdom, Jiang Nanping. The two geniuses were as though two radiant stars among the crowd, and privately, they were good friends as well. Upon hearing that someone wanted to challenge the 10 beasts cage, they immediately hurried over. They wanted to see who possessed such courage. As for whether that person could pass the trial or not, they thought that it was a ridiculous question. Putting aside the Jizuan realm savage beast at the very end, which was 2 small cultivation realms stronger than the challenger, just in the very first stage, the challenger had to face 4 savage beasts which were only 1 small cultivation realm weaker than him. This, in itself, was already a hopeless cause. The first stage consists of 4 Xianxia realm advanced stage whirlwind wolves. This savage beast moves extremely fast, and they're adept at coordinating with one another in a battle. It is already a difficult feat for a Xianxia realm pinnacle to subdue one. With 4 of them, they could probably even defeat an average half-Jizuan cultivator. Xianxia realm pinnacle? You must be dreaming. Wei Yudao shook his head. Indeed, that fellow will be torn to shreds in this stage. Jiang Nanping shook his head as well. He's asking for it anyway. Before challenging the 10 beasts cage, one has to sign a life and death agreement absolving anyone of blame if the challenger were to die in the midst of the trial. Even if he were to die, it would only be his own fault. Wei Yudao harumphed coldly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly caught sight of something and said, "He's out!" Hearing his words, the crowd immediately turned their gazes onto the field below, and they saw a young man slowly walking toward the first stage of the 10 beasts cage. This fellow looks extremely young. It can't be that he's under 20. He's indeed young. To be able to reach Xianxia realm pinnacle at such an age, he must be incredibly talented. Why would he be in such a rush to seek death? Upon seeing the appearance of the figure below, the crowd was taken aback. Brother Wei, do you recognize him? Jiang Namping was also stunned. He knew all of the geniuses in the vicinity of Shenyuan Kingdom, but he had never seen this fellow before. I've never seen him before. Wei Yudao shook his head. To challenge the 10 beasts cage at such a young age, do you think that he has some ace up his sleeves? Jiang Namping frowned. Ace up his sleeves? The 10 beasts cage has been here for more than 1,000 years already, but no one has succeeded in clearing it before. No matter how many aces he has up his sleeve, it is impossible for him to succeed. He's probably just another brat who is trying too hard to impress others. Wei Yudao waved his hands nonchalantly. You're right. In the 1,000 years since the Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall is set up, countless geniuses have challenged the 10 beasts cage, but no one has succeeded before. This unknown fellow is probably just trying to earn some fame. Jiang Namping expressed his approval of the other party's view. I wonder, by the end of this trial, will he still have a breath in him to enjoy his fame? Him. How could it be him? Is he mad? Contrary to the crowd's doubtful gazes, upon seeing the figure, Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang's faces immediately warped, and they nearly bit off their tongues from shock. You two know him? Surprised, Luo Tang turned his gaze over. He's the person I often speak of. Beast Tamer Zhang. Biting his tongue tightly and confirming that he wasn't dreaming, Hall Master Feng fell into a daze. He was wondering what kind of incredible figure would challenge this impossible 10 beasts cage, and never in his dreams did he expect that it would be that youngster he just met a month ago. Zhang Xian. Didn't this fellow head to Tianwu Kingdom? Why was he here? Furthermore, challenging the 10 beasts cage? Didn't he know how dangerous it was? Furthermore, wasn't he at Tongxian Realm Pinnacle? When did he reach Xianxia Realm Pinnacle? Many doubts surfaced in Hall Master Feng's mind, jamming up his head, leaving him frenzied. The heck? What in the world was going on? He's Zhang Xian. Luo Tang froze for a moment before sneering coldly. You all spoke of him as though he was some kind of deity. I thought that he would be some formidable figure. To think that he's just an ignorant brat. Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang had praised Zhang Xian before him innumerable times, and this had left the proud him displeased. Even so, to be complimented like that by the two elders of the Beast Hall, Luo Tang thought that he would be a truly formidable figure. Yet, the other party turned out to be an ignorant brat who would charge mindlessly into the 10 beasts cage. Genius? Pooey. Challenging the 10 beasts cage, you sure know how to overestimate yourself. I will watch you be torn apart by the savage beasts later on. Thinking so, disdain slowly appeared in his eyes. Genius? You mean a genius at courting death, right? Hearing the conversation between them, Fang Jin sneered. No matter how proud a genius was, they knew their limits. To challenge the 10 beasts cage for a drop of spirit beast blood essence that one couldn't obtain, that was an absolutely idiotic decision. Zhang Xian, be careful. From above, Mou Xiaoya and the others gazed at the situation anxiously. Mou had been intrigued by how Zhang Xian intended to raise his cultivation by coming to the Beast Hall. Upon hearing that he was going to challenge the 10 beasts cage, she immediately came to a realization. Spirit beast blood essence. However, even if the spirit beast blood essence could augment one's strength, was it worth going through such risk just for it? There are 10 savage beasts, and every single one of them can easily slaughter a cultivator. Even if you manage to pass the first 2 stages through your extraordinary beast taming capability, what about the ones afterward? Half Jizuan savage beasts and a Jizuan realm primary stage savage beast. This was a line-up that even a Jizuan realm intermediate stage cultivator would be unwilling to face. Teacher will surely be fine, Xiaoya said. She possessed absolute trust in her teacher, but the dangerous sight before her still left her worried. He should be fine. Mou nodded as well, but it seemed as though she was convincing herself instead. In contrast to the disdain and tense expression of those above, Xianxia seemed completely relaxed. To exact his vengeance, Xianxia would have to grow stronger. Even if he were to gather a sufficient quantity of Zhizuan realm cultivation technique to form a complete Zhizuan realm heaven's path divine art, he would require a huge number of spirit stones to fuel his cultivation. As such, there was only one way left for him to grow stronger swiftly: spirit beast blood essence. As long as he had a sufficient quantity of it, through his heaven's path golden body Tudan, he would be able to temper his physical body to reach Zhizuan realm pinnacle in the shortest possible time. Spirit beast blood essence was incomparably valuable, so it was unlikely for beast halls to sell it to outsiders. Besides, even if it was up for sales, Xianxia couldn't afford it anyway. Given his current strength, he couldn't snatch it by brute force either. Thus, the only path left before him was to challenge the 10 beasts cage. According to the books, as long as he succeeded, he would be given a droplet of spirit beast blood essence. Who? Breathing out a mouthful of turbid gas, Xianxia glanced at the 4 whirlwind wolves of the first stage and smiled faintly. Come on! At which, he walked forward to the 4 ferocious wolves. He's charging straight in? Is that fellow trying to charge through via brute force? There must be something wrong with his head. One should use their beast taming capability along with their strength to challenge the 10 beasts cage. He should at least throw out some food or something to win the other party's goodwill before trying anything. Wouldn't he incur their anger by charging straight in? He's doomed. The whirlwind wolves have already been provoked. The 10 beasts cage wasn't just about one's battling prowess. After all, it was impossible for one to defeat so many powerful savage beasts within 2 hours. The standard way was to use beast taming means to get on good terms with the savage beasts so as to pass through their area peacefully. Yet, without even saying anything, this fellow charged straight in as though a fool. Aren't you inviting the whirlwind wolves to tear you apart? Fool! Wei Yudao harumphed coldly in disdain. Those were whirlwind wolves, one of the most aggressive savage beasts in the forests. Even though they only possessed a cultivation of Zhongshe realm advanced stage, in a practical battle even half-Zhizuan cultivators had to be wary. Yet, this fool actually charged in without any preparation. You must be joking. Whirlwind wolves fancy the meat of flowing wave beast. If one were to barbecue the meat and offer it to them, one could easily earn their goodwill. But of course, that isn't sufficient to tame a whirlwind wolf. It would require at least 2 to 3 additional years of hard work to do so. For this fellow to charge in without any preparations, it can't be that he intends to face them straight on. Jiang Namping's mouth widened in astonishment. How can there be such a foolish person in the world? Could it be that he isn't a beast tamer? No matter how much strength one possessed, or how much jinqi one harnessed in one's body, it was impossible for one to barge through the trial consisting of 10 powerful savage beasts using brute force. One had to utilize all kinds of beast taming methods and win the other party's goodwill so as to keep it from attacking one. To charge straight in without any preparatory work. There must be something wrong with his head. No sane beast tamer would do this. If he's truly a beast tamer, then he's a shame to all beast tamers in the world. Wei Yudao harumphed coldly. That's right. Jiang Namping nodded. No rational beast tamer in the world would commit such foolishness. Let's not talk about him. Brother Wei, how would you get past this stage? Disregarding that mad fellow, Jiang Namping asked curiously. As geniuses, the both of them were rivals. However, at the same time, they were also learning from one another and improving together. Me? Wei Yudao's mouth curled up, and a dazzling smile surfaced on his dashing face. Simple. I'd offer them the barbecued meat of a flowing wave beast and the spring water from the turquoise clarity mountain. After which, I'd defeat the strongest one of the lot in the fastest time possible. Hearing the other party's solution, Jiang Namping couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Brother Wei is indeed incredible. The flowing wave beast and water from the turquoise clarity mountain are the favorites of the whirlwind wolves. Using these 2 things to win their fancy before striking down on one of them violently, the most attractive carrot and the most painful stick, they'd surely lose their fighting will swiftly. Brilliant. That is truly brilliant. No matter how united savage beasts are, they're only beasts. One just has to divide them and make them lose their fighting will. The first stage actually isn't too difficult. After which, Wei Yudai turned to Jiang Nanping and asked, "What about you, Brother Jiang? How will you deal with this situation?" "Me?" Jiang Nanping raised his right hand and pointed to the cage valiantly. "My method is different from that of Brother Wei. The heck? What is going on? How is this possible?" Jiang Nanping was about to explain the idea he had in mind to the other party when his eyes narrowed. Gradually, his face paled, and he nearly lost his balance and fell down from shock. "What's wrong?" Seeing his good friend losing his composure, going to the extent of even spouting vulgarities, Wei Yudao frowned. He also turned his gaze to the cage below. With a single look, his body trembled, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. To this, "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" The duo stared at one another silently. "Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang, you two must be old. I told you all that Zhang Xian couldn't be as incredible as you all put him out to be, but you all just wouldn't listen to me. See what's happening now." Upon seeing Zhang Xian diving into the group of whirlwind wolves, Luo Tang glanced at the two elders behind him and shook his head. "What in the world were you all thinking? Do you think that this goof can represent the Shenluo Mountain Range Beast Hall in this competition? And that he is superior to me? You must be pulling my leg. It's fortunate you two didn't bring him here. Otherwise, it'd only be embarrassing." Luo Tang spoke with a concerned tone, but smugness hung on the corners of his lips. Those two old fogies actually compared him with this fool? They must be blind. Actually, I don't mean to blame you all by saying these words. I just hope that you all won't be deceived by the lies of despicable people. Halfway through his words, Luo Tang suddenly felt someone tugging on his sleeve. "What?" Luo Tang frowned. Turning around, he saw Feng Jin staring at him with a dazed expression. Fear and shock reflected in his eyes. "Brother Feng." Luo Tang was taken aback. He was just about to ask about it when he caught sight of the scene below with his peripheral vision. In that instant, it felt as though his head exploded, and tears threatened to spill from his eyes. What was this situation? In the cage below, the ferocious and valiant whirlwind wolves were standing before the young man with a fawning look. They rubbed their heads ceaselessly on the pants of the other party and licked him throughout. On top of that, they were wagging their tails so fast that it almost looked like a propeller, and it looked as though it was going to be shaken off at any time now. They were not attacking him, but fawning over him. "You all are the conquerors of the forest, the fearsome whirlwind wolves, not pugs. Why in the world are you all acting cute? What are you all up to? This is complete submission. It's offering to form a contract with him." Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Luo Tang spoke with a hoarse voice. It couldn't be any clearer to him that the whirlwind wolves, who were feared as the conquerors of the forest, were fawning on Zhang Xian, hoping that the other party would take them in as his tamed beast. Weren't whirlwind wolves proud animals who refused to associate themselves with humans? Didn't taming them take several years of relentless effort? When did they become like dogs, stretching out their tongue and shaking their tails, waiting for someone to tame them? On top of that, complete submission. What in the world happened? Unable to comprehend the sight before him, Luo Tang turned to look at Feng Jin. He was too busy lecturing Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang a moment ago, so he didn't pay careful attention. He didn't think that such a huge turnaround would occur in a blink of an eye. The situation at this instant left him completely baffled. That Beast Tamer Zhang rushed into the wolves, and after pummeling them for a moment, it just turned out like this. Feng Jin was also on the verge of tears. He tried to explain the situation, but he realized that he had no idea what had just happened either. He had seen the entire proceeding clearly, but yet, despite seeing everything, he found himself even more confused than Luo Tang. The ferocious disposition of the whirlwind wolves a moment ago wasn't just a facade. Given his eye of discernment, he could at least tell this much. Yet why did they suddenly change their attitudes after getting beaten up? He had once accompanied an elder in the beast hall to capture a whirlwind wolf, and he had seen its callous personality for himself. Sometimes, it would even launch a lethal assault on a person right after it was fed with delicacies. Otherwise, it wouldn't have earned the nickname Ingrate Wolf. It was one of the hardest savage beasts to tame. Yet, it was reduced to such a state right after a round of beating. Can you all be any more shameless? Can you all be any more embarrassing than this? They became like that right after a pummeling? Luo Tang was also dumbfounded. He was about to inquire more about it when Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang spoke in agitation. It's Beast Tamer Zhang's unique technique, Beast Pummeling Taming Method. Indeed, to think that he would use it here. No matter how I look at it, I can't help but be impressed. Beast Pummeling Taming Method? Luo Tang and Fang Jin stared at the duo in confusion. Beast Pummeling Taming Method is a unique technique that Beast Tamer Zhang's teacher came up with. As long as a savage beast is beaten up using this technique, it would immediately submit to one. Back then, during the Beast Tamer examination, he used this technique to tame a half-Zongshi viridescent eagle on the spot. Seeing incomprehension in the eyes of the two, Hall Master Feng explained. Getting a savage beast to submit through beating it? What the heck? Shouldn't beating savage beasts trigger the rebellious streak in them? To submit after a pummeling? How in the world could there be such a bizarre beast taming technique in the world? Why did it feel as though they were dreaming? The duo only felt thunder rumbling by their ears, and their head was about to convulse from shock. Complete submission. He actually tamed those whirlwind wolves in just a few breaths. At this moment, Wei Yudao and Jiang Nanping had finally recovered from their immense shock from the sight, and a dazed look appeared on their faces. Even though whirlwind wolves are only Zongshi realm advanced stage savage beasts, they possessed incredible speed and outstanding offensive ability. They definitely boost one's fighting prowess significantly. That fellow is truly lucky. Jiang Nanping commented in envy. He thought that given how rash this fellow was, he would definitely be torn to shreds by the fangs of the whirlwind wolves. Yet, not only was he fine, he even managed to tame 4 whirlwind wolves at a single go. Indeed, I don't know what kind of secret technique he used to tame those whirlwind wolves, but it's an extremely fortunate affair for a beast tamer to have a savage beast willingly pledge its servitude to him. That fellow must be overflowing with joy at this moment. Wei Yudao said. There were different stages to the taming of a beast. Inceptive taming, advanced taming, and complete submission. Only upon complete submission would a savage beast willingly sign a contract and serve one. This wasn't just a show of acknowledgement by a savage beast. This was also a display of the capability of a beast tamer. That fellow must be feeling proud at how he managed to get the proud whirlwind wolves lower their heads in such a short period of time. Even if he failed the later stages, he would have already succeeded in making a name for himself. Indeed. Awed, the duo glanced downward to see the contract forming between the young man and the 4 savage beasts. But contrary to their expectation, the young man kicked them away impatiently. Scram to the side. Don't cause me trouble here. Pung 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 pung. For sorrowful cries sounded as the whirlwind wolves were kicked to the side. Then, the young man started walking with large strides over to the next stage. Woo 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 woo. Despite being kicked, not only did the whirlwind wolves not charge forward to attack Xianxia out of anger, they even laid on the ground motionless, not daring to make a single move as they watched the other party off with gazes mixed with desire and frustration. The heck! Upon seeing this sight, all of the spectators were dumbfounded. Several hundred meters away from the 10 beasts' cages stood a tall tower. 2 elders were standing by the windows with an incredulous look on their faces. They were Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall's Hall Master Xie and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing. And that Wei Yudao was the grandson of this Grand Elder. When Zhang Xian arrived at the Beast Hall, the first thing he did was to look for these 2. To enter the 10 beasts' cage, he needed the permission of these 2. Did you see his movements clearly? Xie asked in disbelief. I only saw him beating up the whirlwind wolves. Other than that, I am unable to see through anything else. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing's face reddened. As a 3-star beast tamer, his cultivation had reached Zhizuan realm pinnacle, granting him vision much sharper than ordinary cultivators. He should have been able to at least comprehend the trick behind the other party's actions, yet, just like anyone else, he was also completely baffled. Just by thinking about it left him embarrassed. His movements were too fast, so it's normal that you were unable to see anything. If I'm not wrong, on top of the means of a beast tamer, he has also utilized some master-teacher techniques. Hall Master Xie Juchen said with a grave face. Master-teacher techniques? Grand Elder Wei Yuqing asked doubtfully. Indeed, even though it seemed as though he recklessly charged forward to attack those whirlwind wolves, every blow of his struck accurately on the meridians and acupoints of the other party. With just a few strikes, he managed to stimulate their cultivation, bringing their strength, which was capped by their bloodline, up to new heights. Hall Master Xie Juchen explained, "This is similar to clearing a cultivator's meridians. After those strikes of his, even though there wasn't any visible difference to the whirlwind wolves, their cultivation has already grown significantly. Raising their own strength has always been a huge difficulty for savage beasts. Given how the other party is able to induce such a huge growth in their strength just through a few strikes, it's natural that the whirlwind wolves would submit willingly to him." This, Wei Yuqing widened his eyes in shock. Even though the other party had put it simply, the difficulty in doing so was so great that it could be said to be impossible. Every single whirlwind wolf possessed a different constitution and maturity, so their physical conditions, as well as the location of their meridians and acupoints, would differ from one another. To identify them in an instant and strike on them accurately, what kind of eyes did the other party possess? How in the world did he do it? Putting him aside, even 4-star master teachers would be hard-pressed to do so. Other than this, I can't think of any other possibilities. Hall Master Xie Juchen's eyes shone in agitation. That lad might be young, but he possesses top-notch talent for beast taming. Indeed. Let's see how he'll pass the second stage. Wei Yuqing nodded. To be capable of executing techniques so profound that even 3-star beast tamers were unable to decipher them, that lad was indeed impressive. In the second stage, he'll have to face 3 tiger-head beasts of the same cultivation realm as him. Hall Master Xie Juchen's face turned grim. Different from whirlwind wolves, tiger-head beasts are solitary beasts, and they prefer to strike on their own. However, they possess formidable strength, and their bodies and claws are on the level of phantom equipment. It wouldn't be wrong to say that they possess invincible defense. Ordinary swords and spears can never hope to pierce through its skin. It'll be hard for him to use the same method from before and strike their acupoints and meridians. Indeed, Grand Master Wei Yuqing nodded in agreement. As a 3-star beast tamer, he could deduce that much. Even though the 4 whirlwind wolves were fearsome adversaries, those who dared to challenge the 10 beasts cage were not ordinary beast tamers. At least 8 to 9 of the challengers would manage to get past the first stage. The true test only started from here onward. Even though savage beasts possess superior physique, speed, and defense to cultivators of the same level, humans possessed an advantage in their intelligence and the heritage of battle techniques. As long as one learned several formidable battle techniques, with one's superior cultivation, it wasn't impossible to subdue 4 whirlwind wolves. However, subduing 3 savage beasts of the same cultivation realm as one was clearly much harder. Furthermore, the tiger-head beast was adept at individual brawling, and its defense was invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. It was no joke to say that 10 out of 10 challengers would fail in this stage, ending up dead or crippled. Prepare to save him as soon as it seems like he's in danger. Such talent is rare in the Beast Hall. Hall Master Xie Juchen felt that it was a pity to see such a talent fall here, so he passed on a command. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nodded. Given that even he was unable to see through the beast taming technique that the other party used, it was likely that this Xianxia either had an unbelievably formidable teacher or he possessed an eye of discernment and talent far surpassing that of others. Regardless of which one it was, The beast hall would have to protect him with all its might. Look, it's starting. In the midst of the conversation between the duo, Xianxia was already right before the three tiger head beasts, and it seemed as though a battle would trigger at any moment now. Tiger head beasts possess a powerful physique and have a solitary and skeptical personality. It won't be as easy to tame as the whirlwind wolves. Standing before the three massive gigantic beasts that resemble tigers, its information surfaced in Xianxia's head. Mature tiger head beasts could grow up to a height of 3 meters and a length of 5 meters. Given its impenetrable defense and massive physique, it already emanated a formidable pressure to face one. So one can only imagine the pressure of fighting 3 of them simultaneously. Even without resorting to any techniques, just its charge would be sufficient to destroy an ordinary cultivator. However, all of this meant nothing to Xianxia. Even though Xianxia's cultivation was still stuck at Zhongshe realm pinnacle, his true fighting prowess was already equivalent to that of a Zhizuan realm intermediate stage expert. 3 tiger head beasts truly meant nothing much to him. With a thought, lines of insight surfaced in Xianxia's narrowed eyes. The form of the 3 gigantic tiger head beasts immediately changed. The layout of their muscle, the arrangement of their bones, the pathways of their meridians, the faults in their physique, all of them suddenly appeared right before Xianxia's eyes. Eye of insight. After the soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy, not only was Xianxia able to peer into the flaws of those a small cultivation realm stronger than him, the number of flaws he could see had also increased significantly. These 3 tiger head beasts may seem imposing to the others, but all he could see were flaws all over them. Let's begin then. I'll end this in an instant. So what if they're difficult to tame? My goal isn't to tame them anyway. With a slight smile, Xianxia stepped forward. His final goal was to pass the 10 beasts' cage, not to tame the savage beasts in it. Rather, even if he managed to tame them and they became attached to him, that would become troublesome. Roar! He took a step forward, and with this, he stepped into the territory of the tiger head beasts. With a ferocious roar, the 3 massive figures immediately charged forward and surrounded him. Tiger head beasts possess outstanding defense. It'll probably be a difficult fight. Wei Yudao narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Zhang Namping nodded in agreement. If he can break through the other party's defense, he might still stand a chance. Otherwise, he's doomed. Pung 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 pung. Just as the duo was talking, the young man below began exchanging blows with the 3 gigantic beasts. Why did he strike the tiger head beast's abdomen? Is he insane? Zhang Namping's face warped in shock. Different from other savage beasts, the abdomen is where its defense is the strongest. It often intentionally exposes it to lure others to attack it, so as to create a momentary lapse in the other party's defense to strike. Wei Yudao's complexion looked awful as well. Most savage beasts were unable to train their abdomen, so it was usually their weak spot. However, the tiger head beast was different. It had an additional bone at its abdomen, granting it unimaginable resilience. This was precisely the reason why it often used it to bait cultivators to attack it. To strike at it, one would have to get into the range of the tiger head beast's offense. By then, wouldn't it be free to do as it pleased? Given how the youngster managed to tame the whirlwind wolves so swiftly, the other party should have an in-depth understanding of the habits and properties of savage beasts. How did he make such a low-level mistake? Not only was striking the abdomen ineffective, one would be doomed the moment the tiger head beast counterattacks. Look, the tiger head beast is about to retaliate. While the duo was frowning at that sight, the man and the beast below had already come into contact with one another. Upon seeing the fellow strike its abdomen, the tiger head beast's eyes glowed in excitement. Its thick tail immediately reached forward to pull the young man to him. Yet, before its tail could reach the other party, the latter's fist had already struck its abdomen. Disdain and mock flashed across its eyes when a dull thud suddenly sounded. Pong! Immense force flowed through the other party's arm onto its body. The mock on its face froze, and its eyes widened in shock. Its tongue fell out of its mouth, and saliva started dripping uncontrollably down the corners of its mouth. So, The 5-meter-long gigantic tiger body flew backward and struck the cage. Pong! The figure of a massive tiger was imprinted on the steel cage. Voila! Then, falling from the sky onto the ground, a huge storm of dust rose. The tiger head beast struggled, and large mouthfuls of vomit spilled from its mouth. It tried to get back up, but excruciating pain struck its abdomen, rendering it completely immobile. What? He struck at the point where the tiger head beast's defense is the strongest, and he still rendered it powerless? This. In an instant, the spectators standing in the perimeter of the cage fell silent. The tiger head beast possessed incredible defense. Under normal circumstances, the fist of a cultivator felt nothing more like an itch to it. Yet, to nearly kill it with a single blow, how did the other party do it? Are you sure that it is a fist, and not the leg of an elephant? It's Heaven's Path fist art. Among the crowd, Lu Yong tightened his fists and exclaimed with reddened eyes. This was the Heaven's Path fist art that teacher imparted to him. Even though the movements were the exact same as his, there was a world of difference between the might of his teacher's punch and his own. Given how the Xianxia realm pinnacle tiger head beast was rendered powerless with a single blow, even a Zhizuan realm primary stage cultivator would be unable to withstand the might of that fist. Looks like I should devote more effort to it in the future. Lu Yong made up his mind. Roar! Oblivious to the shock among the crowd, after sending the first tiger head beast flying, Xianxia turned to the remaining two. Upon meeting his gaze, the edges of the lips of the other two gigantic fellows immediately twitched, and they hurriedly retreated backward. They didn't possess the intelligence of a human, but they were no fools either. The one who was sent flying was the strongest of them, but, at the moment, it looked as though it might just breathe its last at any moment now. Since that was the case, how could they possibly withstand that strike? Don't be scared. Let me hit you once and we can end this here. Otherwise, if you all don't fall, I won't be able to proceed on with the trial. Seeing the savage beast renowned for its ferociousness backing away from fear, Xianxia was speechless. He clenched his fists and beckoned them forward. Pada! Pada! As soon as Xianxia spoke those words, the sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground suddenly echoed. Then, they saw the two imposing tiger head beasts falling to the ground at the same moment with their forelegs facing the sky. Their tongues were stuck out, and saliva flowed continuously out of their mouths. Xianxia. The crowd. What's going on? Are the two tiger head beasts sick? Sick my head. Can't you tell? It's obvious that they're intimidated. After the other party said that, if you all don't fall, I won't be able to proceed on with the trial, those two fellows immediately dropped from fright. After a moment of silence, an uproar burst in the area. They had seen savage beasts fighting resolutely against an opponent to their last breath. They had seen arrogant savage beasts who disregarded all that came their way, but they had never seen a savage beast who played dead even before the fight began. How scared are you both of that fellow? Without making a move, he made the ferocious tiger head beast so scared that they chose to play dead? Luo Tang and Fang Jin nearly bit their own tongues. Wasn't this way too exaggerated? Those were tiger head beasts, incomparably ferocious animals. They were existences who dared to bare their fangs against Zhizuan realm experts. Yet, after witnessing a single punch, they immediately fell to the ground and allowed saliva to trickle from their lips. Can you all be any more shameless than that? Whatever happened to the pride of a savage beast? The backbone of the dictator of the forest? The disposition of a Xianxia realm pinnacle? Luo Tang and the others felt as though their worldly horizons were being pushed to new boundaries. 10 minutes ago, they prided themselves on being invincible in the art of beast taming in Shenyuan Kingdom. However, upon seeing Xianxia, they realized how insignificant they were. Despite inducing complete submission among a group of whirlwind wolves within a few breaths, that fellow kicked them away as though they were nothing. All right, you might not necessarily need them, so I will grudgingly overlook it. But, to scare a tiger head beast into playing dead with a single word, isn't that way too exaggerated? If it were me, what would happen? Putting himself in the other party's situation, Luo Tang immediately burst into tears. If he was the one facing the 3 tiger head beasts, he would probably immediately fall to the ground and play dead upon hearing the other party's howl. Before this, he thought that Hall Master Feng and the others were going overboard praising this fellow. However, only now did he know that there was a world of a difference between this fellow and him. I won't be able to do so either. Feng Jin shook his head with a bitter smile. Even as a half-Jizuan expert, he didn't stand a chance against 3 tiger head beasts at once. Under such circumstances, the best he could do was to run as far as he could. Subduing and taming it were completely out of question. The tiger head beast's defense is strongest at its abdomen, but it's also where its strength originates from. Through striking at that spot with pure brute strength, that lad instantaneously destroyed its biological structure, resulting in its nausea and powerless. Seeing that sight, Hall Master Xie Juchen widened his mouth in shock. It took him a long moment before he recovered. After seeing the sight, the 2 remaining tiger head beasts knew that the same plight would befall them if they were to be struck. Once a savage beast loses its fighting prowess, it would be no different from dead. No matter how foolish they might be, it was clear what they should do. The primal instincts of a savage beast also taught them to avoid the strong. When facing a being far stronger than itself, even the most arrogant savage beast would back down. Indeed, however, to achieve this, one needs to possess more than brute strength. Above that, one has to have a complete understanding of the physique of a tiger head beast, so as to instantaneously determine the point of weakness among the muscles, bones, and meridians amidst its huge abdomen before one can subdue it with a single blow. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing was also stunned. Those were tiger head beasts. Even with his current strength, it was still impossible for him to instill so much fear in them with a single blow that they would play dead. This was no longer just a matter of possessing immense brute strength. Only those who possesses complete understanding of the tiger head beast, its habits, attacking pattern, physique, and such were able to do so. Only then would one be able to achieve such a feat so easily. Was he still a human? For a 2-star beast tamer who wasn't in his 20s yet, how in the world did he do it? If I'm not wrong, he probably has a tiger head beast as a tamed beast. After innumerable days and nights of companion, he managed to gain an in-depth understanding of the latter. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense at all. After thinking for a moment, Hall Master Xie Juchen eventually spoke up. It was impossible for such knowledge to appear from nowhere. It was only through books and practical experience that one could gain complete understanding over something. Back then, there was a painter in the capital who, in order to bring out the spirit within bamboo, planted bamboos all around his house and observed them day after day. After 27 years, he managed to produce a masterpiece and made a name for himself. In order to better understand their tamed beast, some beast tamers would choose to accompany their tamed beast day and night. Some even went to the extent of mimicking their actions so as to learn more about their habits. Through this, they were able to create cultivation techniques that complemented their tamed beast, and they were also able to earn trust from their tamed beast as well. Given that the other party was able to get the tiger head beasts to admit defeat in an instant through means they were unable to think of, this could only mean that the other party's understanding of the savage beast had far surpassed them. Most probably, he had put a lot of effort into the study of tiger head beasts, and to do so, it was likely that he had tamed one. Indeed, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nodded in agreement. Then, he glanced at the cage, and worry surfaced in his eyes. He might be able to pass this stage due to his deep understanding of the tiger head beast, but the 3rd stage won't be that easy. For the 3rd stage, he'll have to face the half-Jizuan, 7 Meridians vicious bear. Hall Master Xie Juchen's complexion slowly turned grim. This kind of savage beast is extremely rare, and it's nearly impossible to tame it. Thus, it's impossible for him to have prior knowledge of it. More importantly, it possesses immense strength. Even though its cultivation is only at half Jizuan, it's very likely that its true strength has surpassed 10,000 ding. The 7 Meridians vicious bear only has 7 meridians in its body, but it provides them with an advantage as well. To make up for the lacking quantity of meridians in its body, its meridians grew thicker, granting it with immense strength. If not for its slow movements, it would have been surely classified as a Jizuan realm savage beast. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nodded. The only reason why the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear was publicly acknowledged to be a half-Jizuan realm savage beast was because of its lacking speed. However, in terms of strength, even Jizuan realm primary stage cultivators were unable to match up to it. In order to make up for the flaw of the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear, the area for the 3rd stage of the 10 Beasts cage is made narrower. This way, its limited speed wouldn't become too much of a problem, and the challenger won't be able to circumvent it. Given the strength of the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear, it'll be difficult for that lad to get by using the 2 techniques he used for the previous 2 stages. Hall Master Xie Juchen said. Even though Xianxia had passed the first 2 stages easily, there was a possibility that he might have prepared specially for them in advance. If he had studied the flaws of the 2 savage beasts intensely beforehand, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to pass the 2 stages. But the 3rd stage was different. Due to the narrow area, it would be difficult for one to escape from the assault of the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear. On top of that, the flaw of the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear was on its back, and given the limited area, it was impossible for one to sneak to its back and strike it. Thus, one would be forced to face it straight on. It was one thing if Zhang Xian's cultivation equaled with it. However, not only was the savage beast's cultivation one small realm higher than Zhang Xian, he also had to face 2 at once. The difficulty was unimaginable. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was no hope of victory. Most probably, his challenge will come to an end here. Jiang Namping's tightly clenched fists slowly released. It was true that the other party had shocked him with his feat with the tiger head beasts. But the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear was different. Given the narrow space, one could only face it in a battle of strength. Without sufficient strength, losing was inevitable. From the battle between the young man with the whirlwind wolves, it was clear that he was more adept in swift movements. Such cultivators often lack strength. After all, it was impossible for one to be skilled in everything. Even a Jizuan realm primary stage cultivator would be unable to subdue a 7 Meridians Vicious Bear. He'll surely be unable to withstand its attacks. Wei Yudao shared the same point of view. If the 2nd stage with the tiger head beasts could be described as dangerous, then the 3rd one with the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear would cause despair. Even with its slow speed, it was impossible for a Zhongshe realm pinnacle to triumph over it. Let's see what weapon he'll use, Jiang Namping commented. Due to the overwhelming difficulty of the 3rd stage, challengers were permitted to use their choice weapon from a selection provided by the Beast Hall. However, due to the confined space, one had to choose carefully. If the weapon was too long, one would not be able to move freely, and it would become a burden instead. On the other hand, if it was too short, it would be difficult to deal significant damage to the massive body of the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear, thus rendering it useless. If one didn't choose wisely, it would almost be equivalent to forfeiting. He's already in front of the weapon rack. I guess he'll probably use a hammer or something similar. It allows him to launch powerful blows, and it is easy to use as well. I think it should be a sharp dagger or something of the sort. It'll be much easier to use them. The duo stared fixedly at the young man below as they spoke their conjectures. However, before they could finish their words, the sight below caused them to freeze. The youngster below simply walked past the weapon rack as though he didn't see it. He didn't choose anything? What does this mean? Can't be that he intends to face the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear barehanded. Barehanded? Is that fellow mad? The 7 Meridians Vicious Bear was known for his immense strength. Through the skillful utilization of one's weapon, one might still stand a chance. But barehanded, how could he possibly win? This was no different from smashing an egg on a stone. This was courting death. It's beginning. It's too late to choose a weapon now. Just as the duo were shocked, the young man below had already walked into the attacking radius of the 7 Meridians Vicious Bear. Roar! Roar! Two massive figures blocking the narrow passageway of the cage entirely roared furiously as they stared at the young man in savagery, as though they would tear him apart. Not only does the Seven Meridians vicious bear possess immense strength, its defense is also top-notch. Under such circumstances, the narrow space is truly advantageous to it. This stage is a little tricky, Xianxia muttered as he looked ahead. There was a lot of information on the Seven Meridians vicious bear within the books that he assimilated to his head, and thus, he knew how fearsome and powerful these two fellows were. If he hadn't cultivated the Heaven's Path golden body to Dan, he would surely find it difficult to face them. But now they didn't mean much to him. As for weapons, the spear art, sword art, and saber art that Xianxia learned were way too sharp and powerful. If he were to accidentally kill the other party in the midst of the battle, wouldn't the Beast Hall come after him? Even in Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall, half-Jizuan savage beasts were rare. Alright, I should hurry up. I still want to gather a few more drops of spirit beast blood essence. Shaking his head, Xianxia dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing right before a Seven Meridians vicious bear. Then, with both of his hands, he grabbed the arm of one of the massive fellows. Rise! Howling furiously, Xianxia flipped it over. What's this fighting method? Wei Yudao, Jiang Namping, Hall Master Xie Jiuchen, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing, and the others were dumbfounded by the sight. Roar? Roar? Roar! The Seven Meridians vicious bear was dumbstruck as well. It thought that dealing with a Zhongshe realm cultivator would be a walk in a park. But before it could even process what was going on, the fellow had already rushed up to him and flipped him over. What are you roaring for? The voice of a young man echoed before the head of the Seven Meridians vicious bear smashed onto the metal cage. Pung 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 pung. Its massive body kept coming into intimate contact with the metal cage. Sometimes it would be the left side of his head, sometimes it would be the right side. The continuous smashing left its head spinning, and it was on the verge of spurting blood. The other Seven Meridians vicious bear clearly didn't expect this fellow to be so ferocious and powerful, bashing its companion around easily. It immediately prepared to charge forward to assist its companion. You wish to save it? Here you go. Before the other bear could charge up to the young man, a light chuckle sounded, and a massive shadow came flying straight toward it. It didn't have any time to react before it was struck squarely in the face, and the two bears came crashing to the ground. Do you two admit defeat? With his hands placed in his pockets, Xianxia casually walked over to the two light-headed massive beasts. Roar! The second Seven Meridians vicious bear bellowed once more, and prepared to counterattack. However, Xianxia simply shook his head, grabs its arm, and started smashing it on the metal cage. Pung 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 pung. Large holes appeared on the ground and the metal cage. Gathering all of its strength, the first vicious bear, whose head was still turning from Xianxia's prior assault, weakly got to its feet, but at that moment its companion, held by Xianxia as though a club, was sent flying straight into it. Pada! Not too long later, the two massive fellows finally caved in. They lay on the ground faint-headed, devoid of the strength to climb back up. Contesting strength with me? You must be jesting. Having cultivated Heaven's Path golden body to Dan, Xianxia possessed a total strength of 15,000 ding. No matter how strong those two fellows were, they didn't stand a chance against him. To render the tiger head beast, who is known for its outstanding defense, powerless with a single fist, and throw around the Seven Meridians vicious bear, who is known for its unparalleled strength, so easily. Is he still a human? Is he really just a Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivator? The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone thought that the other party must have a screw loose to challenge the 10 beasts cage. But at this moment, it couldn't be any clearer that he had the power to back it up. What whirlwind wolves, tiger head beasts, or Seven Meridians vicious bears, despite their fearsome reputation, they seemed no different from little chicks before him. They were sent flying about at his whim. His cultivation is really Zhongshe realm pinnacle, just that he seems to be using pure physical strength. It took a very long time before Hall Master Xie Jiuchen could shut his gaping mouth. Previously, As the other party subdued his opponents swiftly through technique, he failed to notice it. But this time, the other party was clearly using strength beyond that of an ordinary Xianxia realm pinnacle, and there wasn't even the slightest Jinchi disturbance from him. To think that on top of his understanding of savage beast and outstanding eye of discernment, that lad's strength would be at a fearsome level as well. It shouldn't be just his strength itself. Given how he was so able to hold onto the vicious bear's arm so easily, he probably used some technique as well, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing said. Indeed, even though the vicious bear's movements are slow, it is still a half-Jizuan savage beast, and it has adapted over time to make up for its flaws. To be able to render it unable to retaliate so easily, his grip probably isn't as simple as it seems. Most probably, he held onto the savage beast's acupoint to prevent it from exerting strength. Hall Master Xie Juchen was already completely at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, even if one were to grab onto the arm of a 7 Meridian's vicious bear, given the savage beast's massive physique and overwhelming strength, how could it possible allow one to throw it around so easily? Thus, it was highly possible that the lad had held onto the vicious bear's vitals with his grip. This vital was probably something similar to the Ming Men of human cultivators. Once grabbed, it would render it completely powerless. Hall Master, do you think that it is possible that he has been raising a 7 Meridian's vicious bear? Grand Elder Wei Yuqing asked. Previously, the Hall Master said that it was likely that the other party had raised a tiger-head beast given his deep understanding of its physique. Given how that lad was able to find the flaw on the 7 Meridian vicious beast so quickly as well, could it be that he had been raising one as well? Cough, cough. Hall Master Xie Juchen's face turned red, and he nearly choked to death on his saliva. It was common for a beast tamer to rear a tamed beast at home, but a bunch? It wasn't like the other party was operating a zoo. How could he possibly be rearing whirlwind wolves, tiger-head beasts, and now a 7 Meridian's vicious bear as well? He has passed through 3 stages already. Perhaps, this Xianxia may become the first beast tamer in our beast hall to pass the 10 beasts cage. Knowing that continuing on the prior topic would just embarrass him, Hall Master Xie Juchen chuckled awkwardly and changed the topic. There were people in the beast hall who challenged the 10 beasts cage before, but most of them couldn't even pass the 2nd stage. Yet, that lad was able to pass 3 stages as easily as though eating and drinking. Perhaps he might be able to do the same for the 4th stage as well. Indeed, Hall Master, it seems like you'll have to prepare a set of spirit beast blood essence. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing chuckled. The reward for a successful challenge of the 10 beasts cage was a drop of spirit beast blood essence. Given how easily the other party passed the prior stages, it was likely that he would succeed in a single go. By then, the beast hall would have to present the prize to him. Hee hee. Hall Master Xie Juchen stroked his beard and chuckled. If a beast tamer can pass the 10 beasts cage, that can only mean that the talents in our beast hall are becoming more and more formidable. It's just a drop of spirit beast blood essence. It's nothing much. Not only will I present it to him, I'll also announce that if any other geniuses were to pass the 10 beasts cage, they'll be entitled to the same prize as well, and perhaps even more than that. For the past 1,000 years, there hadn't been a single person who had passed Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall's 10 beasts cage. There were also very few successful challengers in the other conferred Kingdom Beast Halls. With this record, he would be able to keep his head up high when meeting the other hall masters. On top of that, he could also motivate the other geniuses to work harder. This matter was beneficial to the Beast Hall. Indeed, understanding this point, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his gaze suddenly turned grim. Look, he's about to challenge the final stage. At that moment, all of the spectators turned their crowd to the cage below. After rendering the 2 7 Meridian's vicious bear helpless, Xianxia continued to proceed forward, and before long, he reached the final stage of the 10 beasts cage. Standing in front of him was Jizuan Realm Primary Stage. Steel-armed gold ape. Steel-armed gold ape has a physique similar to that of a human, and this grants them agility and dexterity comparable to that of a human. On top of that, They possess superior strength, making even the typical Zhizuan Ream intermediate stage cultivators to not be a match for it. Xianxia is probably in for a difficult battle. Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang glanced at one another, and they saw the worry in each other's eyes. To be honest, they had a good impression of this Beast Tamer Zhang. Even though he was capable, he remained humble, unlike Luo Tang, who went around boasting despite knowing nothing at all. The first 3 stages, the Whirlwind Wolves, Tiger Head Beasts, and 7 Meridians Vicious Bears, were only skilled in a single aspect. It was still possible for Xianxia to exploit their flaws to achieve victory. But not only did this steel-armed gold ape possess a high cultivation, it was also an all-rounder. It had nearly no flaws that one could make use of. Battling a Zhizuan Realm primary stage cultivator would be much less difficult than fighting against it. There's no need to think too much into it. Beast Tamer Zhang's strength has already surpassed our understanding. Maybe he might really be able to achieve victory. Hall Master Feng shook his head. A month ago, when he first met this Beast Tamer Zhang, the other party was only a Tongxian Realm cultivator. But in the short span of a month, the other party had already reached Zhongshe Realm pinnacle, and his fighting prowess was even beyond that of the half-Zhizuan Realm's 7 Meridians Vicious Bear. His strength had already far surpassed them. They wouldn't be surprised if an expert of Xianxia's level were to possess such aces up his sleeves. Under the worried gazes of the duo, Xianxia walked up to the steel-armed gold ape. The steel-armed ape had watched how Xianxia defeated the other savage beasts, and it could tell that even he was still young, he wasn't an easy opponent at all. Thus, without any hesitation, it immediately dashed forward without any warning to launch the first blow. Boom! As expected of a Zhizuan Realm primary stage savage beast, its might far exceeded that of the previous few savage beasts Xianxia faced. Before its fist could reach Xianxia, the shock wave from its punch had already ripped the air in the surroundings apart with sheer force. Powerful! Xianxia's face turned grim. He hurriedly faced it with a fist of his own. Pong! The 2 fists collided together, and both sides retreated several steps simultaneously. Xianxia was taken aback. He didn't think that the steel-armed ape would be able to stand toe-to-toe with his Heaven's Path Golden Body Tudan. Even though the previous savage beasts were famed for their fighting prowess, their true strength still paled far in comparison to Xianxia. Yet, the steel-armed ape was able to clash head-to-head with him, and this in itself proved testimony to its fearsome might. Hoo-hoo! That single blow seemed to have incited the steel-armed ape's excitement. With speed as swift as a bolt of lightning, it dashed toward Xianxia once more. Just as the depiction of the rumors, it possessed far superior reaction speed or agility to those of the same cultivation realm, leaving one helpless before it. Pong 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 pong. Clashing several times, Xianxia was forced to retreat continuously. This isn't good. That fellow is extremely strong, and his defenses are hard to break as well. Even a momentary lapse in judgment could result in my loss, needless to say, defeating it. Xianxia frowned. In the end, Xianxia's Zhenqi cultivation was still at Zhongshe Realm pinnacle. The only reason why he could face the other party was due to his powerful physical body. However, the difference between Zhongshe to Zhizuan didn't just lie in strength. Currently, Xianxia's reaction speed still couldn't match up to Zhizuan Realm expert. This made it difficult for him to keep up with the other party's movements. If the other party was only a small cultivation realm higher than him, he could still use the Eye of Insight to deduce his next movement. However, the steel-armed ape was 2 small cultivation realms above Xianxia, rendering the technique useless. Given that Xianxia couldn't predict its next movement, and he couldn't keep up with the other party's movements as well, with just his physical strength, it was indeed difficult for him to triumph over it. But of course, if this was a life-and-death battle, through using the Heaven's Path techniques, Xianxia could still kill the other party easily. Flaws! Knowing that it was difficult to defeat the other party barehanded, Xianxia immediately made up his mind. With a thought, a book appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. He quickly browsed through the contents of the book. So that's the case. After reading the contents, the edges of Xianxia's lips curled up. He might be strong, but it will be difficult for him to triumph over the steel-armed gold ape. Watching the battle, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing commented. As a Jizuan realm pinnacle cultivator, he was able to gauge the flow of the battle accurately. It was clear that Zhang Xian was in a disadvantageous position. It isn't just difficult, it is impossible to think that despite clearing the first 3 stages so smoothly, he will fall here. It's truly a pity. Hall Master Xie Juchen shook his head in lamentation. He was looking forward to the first successful challenger of the 10 Beasts cage here, but in the end, it seemed like his hopes wouldn't be realized. That Zhang Xian had probably learned some kind of incredible body-tempering cultivation technique, allowing his physical strength to reach 10,000 ding, thus granting him the ability to challenge those beyond his cultivation realm. However, the steel-armed golden ape wasn't an easy opponent. Its greatest advantage lay in that it was an all-rounder. It had no flaws regardless of which angle one was looking from. Even though that young man wasn't weak, he didn't stand a chance at all. As the battle continued on, flaws would only start appearing in the young man's movements, thus providing the steel-armed ape an opening to strike at. In Hall Master Xie Jiuchen's view, if Zhang Xian didn't have anything else, his loss would be inevitable. It's truly a pity. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing also came to the same verdict, and he sighed as well. Just as he was about to speak, the edges of his mouth suddenly twitched. Hall Master. He didn't need to speak any further. Hall Master Xie Juchen had also seen the sight, and his face turned pale, and his eyeballs were about to pop out from their sockets. Unknowingly, the atmosphere between the man and the beast who were still fighting intensely below a moment ago suddenly turned amiable, as though they'd been buddies for several decades. The ferocious steel-armed golden ape, which was trying to tear Zhang Xian into shreds a moment ago, was currently patting Zhang Xian's shoulder with a brotherly look that seemed to be saying, "I'll cover you." Not only were the duo shocked, the other spectators were also completely bewildered by this sudden situation. What was going on? Just a moment ago, they were still trying to rip each other apart. Yet, in the blink of an eye, such a matter happened? Even if you two knew each other before, you should at least give some signs of it. What is with that sudden change in attitude? During the battle, I saw the young man whisper some words telepathically to the steel-armed golden ape, and the latter's attitude immediately changed. What words could he have said to induce such an abrupt change? Jiang Namping said in bafflement. Ever since he missed out on the first twist with the whirlwind wolves, he had been looking intently on the situation before, not daring to avert his eyes in fear of missing out a single detail. Thus, even though the change in the attitude of the human and the beast was swift, he still noticed some details. When the steel-armed ape had the upper hand, the lips of the young man quivered slightly, and it seemed like he had spoken some words telepathically. Then, the ferocious savage beast's attitude changed all of a sudden. I also saw it, but could one sentence really cause the attitude of the steel-armed golden ape to change so rapidly? This should be impossible, right? Even so, Wei Yudao was still puzzled by the situation. I also think that it's impossible, but have you seen someone taming whirlwind wolves into cute domesticated dogs just by beating them up? Have you seen someone who made tiger-head beasts play dead with a single punch? Jiang Namping argued. Wei Yudao's face stiffened. Honestly, if he hadn't witnessed this sight himself, he wouldn't even dare to entertain the possibility. Even so, he still felt doubtful about the situation. He wondered if the savage beasts had intentionally gone easy on him, even though he knew that it was impossible given the fairness of the beast hall. However, even if that fellow earned the goodwill of the steel-armed golden ape, it should be impossible for it to let him pass just like that. The steel-armed golden ape is the tamed beast of Elder Yu, and since it has already promised to guard the final stage and prevent all challengers from getting past it, it should probably fulfill its responsibility. Taking another glance below, Wei Yudao still wasn't able to make sense out of the situation. Even if that fellow used some trick to make the savage beasts in the cage go easy on him, it was impossible for the same trick to work on the steel-armed golden ape. After all, this was the tamed beast of Beast Hall's Elder Yu. It had already given its promise to guard the final stage to its dying breath. That fellow might have succeeded in persuading the steel-armed golden ape against fighting. But this didn't mean that it would allow him to pass. Before Wei Yudao could finish his words, the crisp voice of the young man below suddenly echoed in the air. "Brother Ape, I need you to step aside so that I can pass." The steel-armed golden ape nodded hurriedly, and without any hesitation, it immediately cleared the path. Then, it lifted its gigantic hands to bid the young man farewell. "I think it just chose not to fulfill its responsibility," Zhang Namping said. Wei Yudao. Xianxia bade farewell to the steel-armed golden ape. No flaws could hide itself from the library of heaven's path. The steel-armed golden ape was born with some deficiencies, and Xianxia had given him the solution to the problem. Putting aside giving way for him to pass through, even if he were to tell it to become his tamed beast at this moment, it would surely accept the request. As long as the savage beast hadn't been completely tamed and a contract wasn't established yet, there would not be any problems in changing owners. It was just like the situation with the viridescent eagle. Even though Mo had paid an exorbitant price to cultivate trust with it, it still betrayed her for Xianxia after a beating. Before long, Xianxia reached the end of the 10 beasts cage. Lifting his hand, he touched the wall at the end of the road and a brilliant radiance shone. 10 beasts cage trial. Success. He has passed just like that? How long did he take? Hall Master Xie Juchen couldn't help but ask. This? Grand Elder Wei Yuqing's lips quivered and he said, "Probably around half a tea's time." Half a tea's time? Hall Master Xie Juchen's eyebrows twitched. Under normal circumstances, challenging the 10 beasts cage would take 2 hours. A tea's time is equivalent to a quarter of an hour. And in half a tea's time, an eighth of an hour, the other party subdued 10 savage beasts and passed all 4 stages. More importantly, most of the time expended was spent on walking. Counting the time that he was facing the savage beasts, it adds up to a total of only several dozen breaths. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing continued. Passing the 10 beasts cage in half a tea's time was already an astounding feat on top of that. To think that he only spent several dozen breaths against the savage beasts. If not for witnessing this sight personally, if his subordinate dared to report such a matter to him, he would surely have the other party punished for lying so blatantly to him. Hall Master Xie, does this count as a pass? Just as his eyes were twitching non-stop from shock, a young man walked up toward him. You've passed, you've passed. Hall Master Xie Juchen nodded vigorously. If this wasn't a pass, what could be considered as one? Then, my spirit beast blood essence. The young man stared at him. Let's head to the balcony on top. I want to present it to you before the crowd. Hall Master Xie Juchen smiled. It was a glorious affair for someone to pass the 10 beasts cage under his leadership, so naturally, he wanted to advertise the matter. All right. Knowing the other party's motive, Xianxia nodded silently. Soon, the group reached the balcony. Fellow beast tamers and friends of the Beast Hall, I believe all of you have witnessed this young man's valiant challenge of the 10 beasts cage. Upon reaching the balcony, Hall Master Xie Juchen took a jade box from one of the elders' hands, surveyed the surroundings below, and announced with a clear voice. Incredible! I wonder what that beast tamer's name is. He shall be my idol from now on. I shall work hard with him as my goal. With him as your goal? Don't you think that you are being a little too ambitious here? You'll only end up despairing in the future. In my opinion, you should just aim for Zhang Namping and Wei Yudao. Or else Luo Tang, Fang Jin, and the others will do as well. That makes sense. Commotion broke out below. Upon hearing the discussions, Luo Tang, Fang Jin, Wei Yudao, and Zhang Namping, who were vehemently vying for the top spot a moment ago, turned red in embarrassment. If there was a hole in the ground at that moment, they would surely have dived in instantly. They thought that they stood at the very top of Shenyuan Kingdom, but with this, they realized that the other party was way out of their league. Clearing the 10 beasts cage in half a tea's time, such a result was sufficient to leave them in despair. According to the rules of the Beast Hall, The reward for clearing the 10 beasts cage is a drop of spirit beast blood essence. Since Beast Tamer Zhang has succeeded in the challenge, I'll present him with the reward now. Hal Master Xie Juchen's voice reverberated in the surroundings. He opened the jade box, and a droplet of blood swirling within a bottle appeared in everyone's view. It seemed to exude the majesty of an unparalleled expert, exerting a strong pressure on those within its vicinity. Spirit Beast Blood Essence. Beast Tamer Zhang, congratulations. Hall Master Xie Juchen presented the jade box over to Xianxia with a bright smile. Xianxia grabbed the jade box over. His main goal at the Beast Hall was this, and having achieved his primary objective, he was in good spirits. From today onward, I hope that everyone can view Beast Tamer Zhang as their role model and cultivate diligently. The 10 Beasts Cage trial shall always be open to all beast tamers to prove their capability. Knowing that this was an ideal occasion to promote the matter, Hall Master Xie Juchen stroked his beard and chuckled. No matter who it is, as long as one passes the trial, the Beast Hall will bestow a droplet of Spirit Beast Blood Essence to them. I believe I need not explain the significance of Spirit Beast Blood Essence to beast tamers. So work hard. As long as you give it your all, the sky is the limit. Hall Master Xie Juchen declared grandly. Honestly speaking, his words were extremely motivational. When everyone saw the reward, they saw the possibility of them standing Xianxia's place. As soon as the voice came to a halt, an uproar broke out below. Many of the younger beast tamers had their faces red in agitation, and their hands were tightly clenched together. The Spirit Beast Blood Essence was extremely useful to both human and savage beast alike. Every single droplet was worth a fortune, and there was no beast tamer who could resist such a reward. Since someone else passed the 10 beasts cage, why can't I do the same? In a moment, a wave of excitement swept across the crowd. Hall Master, I would like to challenge the 10 beasts cage as well. I want to give it a try too. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen beast tamers had already rushed up to the tower. Seeing the motivated faces below, Hall Master Xie Juchen nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, the young man beside him kept the Spirit Beast Blood Essence in his storage ring and started staring at him intently. Hall Master, since everyone can challenge the 10 beasts cage, it shouldn't be a problem for me to attempt it once more, right? The 2 drops that he obtained by Lin Ruotian only granted him a strength of 9,999 ding. He didn't even manage to reach Zhizuan realm. Even if this single drop were to help him to break through his bottleneck, he would still be a far way off from Zhizuan realm pinnacle. If he wanted to avenge Lu Chong, he needed to possess at least strength of that level. Thus, he needed much more Spirit Beast Blood Essence. What did you say? Hall Master Xie Juchen was taken aback by Zhang Xian's question, and for a moment, he couldn't react. I said that, I want to challenge the 10 beasts cage again. Zhang Xian said. You want to challenge it again? Hall Master Xie Juchen's lips twitched. Didn't you just pass the challenge? That's right. However, you just said no matter who it is, as long as one passes the trial, the Beast Hall will bestow a droplet of Spirit Beast Blood Essence to one. I need a lot more Spirit Beast Blood Essence, so I would like to continue challenging it. Zhang Xian replied seriously. Continue challenging it? Hall Master Xie Juchen's body swayed vigorously. You successfully completed the challenge in just half a tea's time. If you were allowed to attempt it again and again, wouldn't our Beast Hall fall into bankruptcy? Given how valuable Spirit Beast Blood Essence was, even Shenyuan Kingdom's Beast Hall didn't have too much of it. Indeed, Zhang Xian nodded seriously. He started taking out his fingers and started calculating. Don't worry, I won't get too greedy. Just allow me to challenge it another 20 times. Hall Master Xie Juchen's body swayed, and he nearly fell over the railing of the balcony. 20? And you said that you aren't greedy? Do you know how many drops of Spirit Beast Blood Essence is there in our Beast Hall? Hall Master Xie Juchen's face was turning green. If only he'd known the intentions of this beast tamer Zhang in advance, he wouldn't have made his previous declaration so valiantly. He had just said that anyone who successfully clears the trial will receive a droplet of spirit beast blood essence, and this fellow immediately raised the topic. Why did it feel as though he was tricked? If he were to challenge it again and again, wouldn't the Beast Hall have to present him with spirit beast blood essence again and again? Even with the 1,000 years of heritage behind Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall, spirit beast blood essence was still an extremely limited commodity. If that fellow was allowed to do as he pleased, the Beast Hall would surely fall into bankruptcy. When other people challenged the 10 Beasts cage, even if they were able to clear, it would likely to be a close call, and they would often have to remain in bed for 3 to 5 months to recuperate. Yet, this fellow passed the challenge as though he was just strolling in the gardens. Not only was he fine, he even managed to collect a group of savage beast minions. Just look at that. The sweetly smiling steel-armed golden ape was still waving to him continuously, and it seemed as though its hands would tear off at this rate. And not too far away, the whirlwind wolves were still staring at him with looks of desire. Desire your head. It had been a while since they were captured under Hall Master Xiejuchen's orders, but due to their arrogant personality, most of the young beast tamers were unable to tame them. That was why he chose to put it in the 10 beasts cage as one of the stages. Yet, after a beating, not only were they not angry, they were stared at Xianxia with a look of desire. Did they really crave for a beating so much? He could already see that if Xianxia were to be allowed to continue on, at this rate, not only would the Beast Hall go bankrupt, all of the savage beasts within would also become his. What kind of monster was this? Since Hall Master has agreed to it, I'll go down right now. Honestly speaking, the 10 Beasts cage is quite an interesting challenge. Taking the other party's silence as consent, Xianxia prepared to leap down. He urgently needed the 20 droplets of spirit beast's blood essence, and he had no time to waste. Since he had already decided on the matter, he planned to get it over and done with quickly. Wait a moment. Hall Master Xiejuchen hurriedly walked over to stop him. With an awkward smile, he said, "There's no hurry. You have just cleared the 10 beasts cage, so you must be exhausted. Why don't you rest first? We can talk about it afterward." "There's no need for that. I'm not tired. Actually, this challenge is also a form of training to me, so there's no need for Hall Master to worry about me." Xianxia nodded. "Worry? Who the heck is worried about you? I am worried that you would collapse the entire Beast Hall." Hall Master Xiejuchen hurriedly waved his hands. "I know that Beast Tamer Zhang possess extraordinary talents in beast taming, and challenging it consecutively isn't a problem for you. But gathering so many powerful savage beasts isn't an easy feat. Even if you're not exhausted, you should allow the savage beasts to rest for a moment." "Rest?" Glancing downward, Xianxia asked, "Are any of you tired?" The whirlwind wolves, tiger head beasts, and steel-armed golden ape hurriedly shook their heads. "Look, they're not tired," Xianxia said. Hall Master Xiejuchen felt lightheaded. "Say, how can someone as capable at beast taming as you lack EQ? Isn't my intention clear enough? I don't want you to challenge the 10 beasts cage. Why can't you get the hint?" Cough cough, Beast Tamer Zhang. Perhaps you don't understand the Hall Master's words. What he means to say is that since you have already cleared the 10 beasts cage once, you shouldn't challenge it again. There's not much significance to it like that. Seeing the conversation between the two, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing couldn't help but interject. "I can earn a droplet of spirit beast blood essence every time I clear it. This is extremely important to me," Xianxia replied with a serious expression. "Of course there is a significance to it. If not, I would not have been so bored as to travel this far just to challenge it." "You!" Grand Elder Wei Yuqing's face turned gray in frustration. He had tried to beat around the bush, but the other party revealed his intentions straight. "How the hell can we continue talking if you are going to be just like that? All right, I know that you'll definitely clear the challenge. However, the opportunity must be given to the other beast tamers as well. Thus, let's drop the matter." Unable to hold it any longer, Hall Master Xiejuchen waved his hands and made up his mind. "This?" Xianxia frowned. He'd learned about the 10 beasts cage from a book in the Beast Hall, so he traveled the distance here to challenge it. He thought that if he could do it 20 consecutive times, he would have sufficient spirit beast blood essence to fuel his heaven's path golden body to Dan. Yet, the other party simply turned him down. It's all right if you don't allow me to challenge it as well. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia glanced at the duo and said, I urgently require 19 more droplets of spirit beast blood essence. Regardless of whether I have to buy it or trade for it, I have to obtain it. You still need 19 more droplets? Hall Master Xie Jiuchen and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing glanced at one another, lightheaded. Why in the world would he need so much spirit beast blood essence? To boil a stew? Normal savage beasts would find it difficult to even absorb a single droplet of the blood essence. Yet you asked for 20 at a single go. Are you trying to build an army of savage beasts? It's possible for us to sell some to you. A single droplet of spirit beast blood essence costs 5 spirit stones. However, as you're a beast tamer, we can give you a discount and charge you 4 spirit stones. Hall Master Xie Jiuchen said. For spirit stones for a single droplet? Xianxia widened his eyes. Forget it, I guess I'll challenge the 10 beasts cage after all. You all should hurry up and make preparations. He was also trying to find spirit stones to raise his cultivation as well. For spirit stones for a single droplet, why don't you rob a bank? Grabbing onto his chin, Xianxia started to calculate. Since spirit beast blood essence is so expensive, after challenging the 10 beasts cage 20 times, I don't really need any more. If so, I can sell them back to you. If I challenge it 100 times in a day, I can earn 400 spirit stones. Continue that for a month and I'll have more than 10,000 spirit stones. The 2 leaders of the Beast Hall felt frenzied. Brother, must you be so determined to wreck our Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall? What kind of grudge do you have against us? All right, enough. We can give 20 droplets of spirit beast blood essence to you, but we have a condition. Feeling so stifled that his chest was about to burst apart, an idea suddenly appeared in Hall Master Xie Jiuchen's mind. He gestured grandly and harumphed. If he were to allow the other party to do as he pleased, not only would the Beast Hall fall apart, he would also become a laughingstock of the other conferred kingdom Beast Halls in the surroundings. A condition? That's right. Our Beast Hall has just captured a savage beast, but it's proving difficult to tame. If you can find a way to tame it for the Beast Hall's usage, we'll be willing to give you 10 additional droplets on top of your 20. But of course, if you fail, you are not to bring up the matter of challenging the 10 beasts cage anymore. 10 additional droplets? Xianxia's eyes lit up. All right, I agree to your condition. Judging by how the other party kept pushing the matter down, it would be impossible for him to continue challenging the 10 beasts cage. Since the other party had already raised this condition, he would be a fool to not accept it. 10 droplets were equivalent to 40 spirit stones. It was a profitable business to earn this massive sum just by taming a savage beast. If you don't agree to it, I'll take it as you have forfeited to it yourself. So, don't ever mention the matter of challenging the 10 beasts cage ever again. Yet to process Xianxia's reply, Hall Master Xie Jiuchen continued on. But halfway through he suddenly paused, and his eyes slowly widened. What did you say? You agree to it? That's right. Why shouldn't I agree to it? Xianxia asked. But, do you know what savage beast you are going to tame? Why would you agree to it so readily? Hall Master Xie Jiuchen was overwhelmed by so much shock that he was about to tear off his beard. Even a 3-star beast tamer, a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert like himself was unable to tame the savage beast. Yet you agreed to the matter so readily? Initially, he was only thinking of using this matter to deter the other party from bringing up the matter of challenging the 10 beasts cage ever again. After all, since even he was unable to tame it, he didn't think that the other party was capable of doing so either. Yet, before he could finish his words, the other party had already agreed to the matter. Who cares what savage beast it is? Xianxia waved nonchalantly. Honestly, to Xianxia, the type or strength of the savage beast didn't matter to him. What he was concerned about was whether he could earn sufficient spirit beast blood essence. All right. Seeing how confident the other party was, Hall Master Xie hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. The truth of the situation wasn't too far from what Hall Master Feng deduced. The reason why the beast taming competition was suddenly brought forward was to bring all of the geniuses from the various kingdoms over here to brainstorm on a method to tame that savage beast. Given how talented the fellow before him was, especially after seeing how he tamed a group of whirlwind wolves in the blink of an eye, perhaps he might really have a solution to their problem. As long as he could tame that savage beast, even 30 droplets of spirit beast blood essence weren't a big deal. Let's go then. I'll bring you to meet it. Coming to a decision, Hall Master Xie decided not to dawdle on. He called for an elder and gave him some instructions before leading Xianxia and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing to the depths of the beast hall. Knowing that this was an opportunity for him to earn more spirit beast blood essence, Xianxia hurriedly followed behind him without much hesitation. Teacher! Young master! Along the way, Xianxia met Xiaoya, Sun Chong, and the others who were waiting outside for him. Let's go together then. There weren't many things Xianxia needed to hide from these people. Thus, he invited them to tag along, and they soon arrived at a vast courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded with high walls that were around a dozen meters thick, similar to city walls. The interiors were slightly blurred, and with a single glance, one could tell that a formidable formation was set up within. The savage beast is just inside. I'll just say it first, it isn't too late for you to back down now. The group came to a stop right outside the courtyard. With a grim expression, Hall Master Xie said, "The savage beast is actually Nightmare Beast. Our beast hall paid a heavy price before we were able to capture it. Due to the hint of dragon bloodline it possessed, it has an extremely arrogant nature, making it nearly impossible to tame it." Nightmare Beast? A half-transcension savage beast. Xianxia was taken aback. Having assimilated the knowledge from the books in the beast hall, Xianxia possessed knowledge of the savage beast. It was known as the #1 strongest savage beast beneath that of spirit beasts. Possessing a hint of dragon bloodline, it wielded incredible strength. Even transcendent mortal one-dan primary stage experts would find it hard to face. To think that the beast hall would actually manage to capture such a powerful beast, it was truly incredible. Indeed, this fellow has a ferocious nature, and it'll be difficult to even approach it. I can bring you to meet it, but if you find yourself stumped, just give up. Don't take the risk. But of course, once you give up, you mustn't bring up the matter of challenging the 10 Beasts cage ever again. Hall Master Xie raised his conditions. He was afraid that the other party would turn his attention back to the 10 Beasts cage after realizing that he was unable to tame the Nightmare Beast. If so, all of his efforts would be in vain. Let's go in and take a look, Xianxia prompted. Hall Master Xie and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nodded. They found the entrance to the formation and led the crowd in. The courtyard was vast, and on top of the formation, a massive metal cage specially crafted by blacksmiths were laid out within. If a savage beast were to be trapped within it, it would be nearly impossible to escape. After circling around the courtyard, they finally reached the perimeter of the metal cage. Within it, they saw a 5 meters tall and 10 meters long massive savage beast lying quietly on the ground. Upon noticing the presence of outsiders, its eyes immediately turned red, and it released a deafening roar. Its roar was so loud that it threatened to burst the eardrums of everyone present. Of the group, Yuan Tao, Sun Chong, and the others who had weaker cultivation jolted upon hearing the roar. Their faces paled, and their bodies swayed weakly from side to side. It seemed like they were injured just by the powerful roar itself. You all should leave first. Knowing that a powerful savage beast could kill one with its roar by itself, Xianxia shook his hands. Sun Chong, Yuan Tao, and the others hurriedly left. This is the Nightmare Beast. A grim expression appeared on Hall Master Xie face. The Nightmare Beast was simply too strong. Even he wasn't a match for it. If not for the sturdy cage, the unique formation, and the multiple layers of traps laid out in the courtyard, it would have already escaped. Spirit beasts possessed wisdom that was not inferior to a human in any way. Upon reaching this level, they could already cultivate on their own to raise their cultivation. Even though the nightmare beast before them had not reached the level of a spirit beast yet, it was not too far from reaching that level. On top of that, it possessed a trace of dragon bloodline, augmenting its already fearsome prowess. If not for the unique circumstances, it would have been impossible for the Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall to capture it. It's injured. Xianxia glanced at it briefly before frowning. Hall Master Xie Juchen nodded. The unique circumstances referred to this fellow being injured, thus giving them an opportunity to strike. However, judging from its rate of recovery, it should be able to fully recover in less than a month. If they didn't tame it within this period of time, it would surely escape from their grasp by then. This was precisely the reason why they went to the extent of pushing forward the beast taming competition just to try and find a viable method to tame it. Its internal injuries came from its failed attempt at breaking through the bottleneck of a spirit beast. Hall Master Xie Juchen explained. Xianxia nodded. That was indeed the case. Even without the Library of Heaven's Path and Eye of Insight, just based on his knowledge of savage beasts, he could tell this much. At half-transcension, be it humans or savage beasts, they would hope to take the one last step to reach a higher order of existence. This nightmare beast forcibly pushed itself to make that breakthrough, but it failed and a rebound occurred, reducing it to its current state. Unable to move, it could only roar to instill fear in its enemies. Otherwise, if a half-transcension savage beast were to go on a rampage, even a half-transcension cultivator would be unable to withstand its might. It would have been completely impossible for Xie Juchen and the others to capture it and lock it here. As long as you can find a viable method to tame it, we'll do it ourselves. If it works, we'll give you 30 droplets of spirit beast blood. Xie Juchen explained the terms of this exchange. Given that young lad's strength, it would be impossible for him to tame a half-transcension savage beast. Thus, he only asked for a viable solution. If he deduces it to be feasible, all of the 3-star beast tamers would cooperate together to carry it out. As long as they succeed, no price was too heavy to pay. If they were to tame a savage beast of this level, the strength of the entire beast hall would be brought to whole new heights. In contrast, 30 spirit beast blood essence wasn't a heavy price at all. Find a viable method? Not expecting the other party's request to be so simple, Xianxia was taken aback. Delighted, he gestured. All right, go over and knock that fellow out then. After I observe him, I'll give you a viable solution to the matter. The nightmare beast was too strong, so the Eye of Insight was ineffective against it. On the other hand, for the Library of Heaven's Path to be triggered, the other party had to execute a battle technique or be knocked out. Given how that fellow couldn't even stand up, it was impossible for it to execute a battle technique. The roar couldn't be considered as a battle technique as well. Thus, the only way to activate the Library of Heaven's Path was to knock it out. Only then could Xianxia determine a viable taming method through its flaws. Knock that fellow out? Hall Master Xie Juchen and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing thought that the other party might have some brilliant situation, so their ears were pricked to listen to whatever he had to say. However, after hearing those words, their eyelids twitched. That fellow possessed the dragon bloodline. Knock it out? They had to have the capability to do it first. Those of the dragon bloodline possessed outstanding recovery capability, and their defenses were far superior to other savage beasts. Even a half-transcension expert couldn't knock out a half-transcension savage beast easily, needless to say them. You can't do it? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Given that the other party couldn't demonstrate battle technique, and they couldn't knock it out either, this situation was a little tricky. You should think of another solution, Xie Juchen said. Xianxia scratched his head. There were many beast-taming techniques, but given how even the experienced hall master was unable to come up with anything feasible, how could he have any ideas? The usual method Xianxia used was to raise the other party's strength through the Heaven's Path Xinqi, but given the huge disparity in strength, the effects of the Heaven's Path Xinqi would be minimal. He wouldn't be able to earn the other party's goodwill through inducing such insignificant growth. My opinion is still to knock it out. After a long moment, Xianxia could not find any good ideas. Thus, he could only reiterate his stand. Xie and Wei Yuqing. Actually, we've also thought of a feasible solution, but we aren't able to carry it out. A long while later, Hall Master Xie suddenly spoke. Oh! Curious, Xianxia turned his gaze over. Since the nightmare beast attempted the breakthrough, it must know the method to do so. Such methods are normally left behind by ancient spirit beasts, and if we can find a beast tamer skilled in ancient beast language, he might be able to earn its respect. If so, it would be much easier to tame it. Hall Master Xie said. Ancient beast language? While beast tamers can converse with their own tamed beast, it is still extremely inconvenient for them to communicate with other savage beasts. Back then, Emperor Kongshi left behind a beast language scroll, and as long as one learns it, one would be able to speak with spirit beasts freely. This fellow isn't a spirit beast, but it's already extremely close to that level. On top of that, it also possesses a hint of the dragon bloodline, so it should be capable of basic conversation in that language. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to learn of the method left behind by ancient spirit beasts either. Hall Master Xiejuchen's eyes gradually grew grim and he spoke slowly. If there were someone among us who was skilled in it, we'd be able to converse with it and know what it wanted. If so, taming it would be much easier. Xianxia nodded in agreement. There was some information on the ancient beast language through the books in Shenluo Mountain Beast Hall. However, there were very few people who were adept in it, and most of them were high-ranked beast tamers. This was precisely the reason why these beast tamers could win the trust of savage beasts easily, and make them listen to them. Does our beast hall have books on the ancient beast language? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. We do have some, but most of them are from a faraway era. On top of that, most of them are just the deductions of our predecessors, and we've no way of determining whether they are authentic or not. Xie shook his head bitterly. Even though the complete heritage of ancient beast language had slowly disappeared, some sounds of words still remained in circulation. However, these were useless by itself. Putting aside whether they were real or not, it was impossible to determine their meaning just by the sound itself. Countless predecessors of the Beast Hall had tried studying it, but most of the words originated from legends, and their meanings were lost. On top of that, some of these legends were fabricated, and it was impossible to discern truth from falsehood. Realizing the impossibility of the task, everyone eventually chose to give up on it. Hearing those words, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Can you take me over to take a look? Others might not be able to discern truth from false, but he was different. With the Library of Heaven's Path, as long as they were in written form, it was a walk in the park for him to determine what was true and what was false. You want to look at those books? Hall Master Xie and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing glanced at one another in confusion. The ancient beast language sounded incredible, but its heritage had already been lost. The possibility of learning it through books was zero. Even if the content of the book was authentic, without a tutor to guide one, it was impossible for one to verbalize the sound out accurately. What made things worse was that each word of the ancient beast language had a special Xinqi circulation method to verbalize it. Without it, it was impossible to pronounce it accurately, especially with a human sound box. Countless predecessors of the Beast Hall had devoted their lives in an attempt to decipher the language, but none had succeeded. Yet, this fellow said that he wanted to browse through those books to learn the language so leisurely. Did he really think that he could master it just by reading through those? Xianxia nodded. This. Hall Master Xie hesitated. Knowing the impossibility of the task, he tried to talk Xianxia out of it. Studying the ancient beast language isn't something that can be accomplished all of a sudden. Without a proper tutor, I'm afraid that you might accidentally injure yourself. I'm just taking a casual look. If, by chance, I were to succeed, perhaps I'll be able to tame this fellow. Xianxia smiled. Hearing the other party insisting on the matter, Hall Master Xie frowned in displeasure. Given how the other party cleared the 10 beasts cage so easily, his talents and strength were definitely top-notch. But why would a genius like him choose to do something so pointless and foolish? Do you think that the ancient beast language is something one can grasp just by reading books? If that was the case, there wouldn't be so little beast tamers who knew the ancient beast language. By chance, if it were possible to succeed by chance, they wouldn't be in such a dilemma. You must be jesting. Fine. Elder Wei, lead him there. Feel free to browse through the books of the Beast Hall. However, I won't tolerate you making a fuss over the 10 beasts cage after this, Hall Master Xie said, suppressing his displeasure. All right, Xianxia nodded. Even though the Beast Hall had many savage beasts, it was still nigh impossible for them to gather a sufficient number of them for Xianxia to challenge the 10 beasts cage another 19 times. The reason why Xianxia insisted on the matter previously was to force the other party to compromise. After observing the nightmare beast for a while longer, Xianxia was still unable to come up with a better idea. So he decided to follow behind Grand Elder Wei Yuqing to the library. The books on the ancient beast language are placed randomly throughout the library. Feel free to browse through them. As the duo reached the library, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing gestured to the massive collection of books inside. He shared the same thoughts as Hall Master Xie. To think of learning the ancient beast language just by reading books. You must be dreaming. If it was that easy to take it on, beast tamers adept in the ancient beast language wouldn't be so valued. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing left with a look of disappointment on his face. Xianxia noticed it, but he didn't pay it any heed. In any case, he would prefer to be left alone here anyway. The Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall's library was much larger than that of the Shenluo Mountain Range branch. Countless books were placed upon tall bookshelves that extended all the way to the limits of one's sight. Since Xianxia was already here, he might as well just collect all of the books within. Thus, placing his fingers on the first book on the first row, he started running. Seems like he's still too young. His outstanding accomplishment has led to his complacency. Returning to the courtyard, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing shook his head. Considering how he was able to become a 2-star beast tamer and could face a Jizuan realm savage beast despite his young age, it is no wonder that he would become complacent. But still, to attempt to learn the ancient beast language just by browsing through books, he is underestimating the occupation, Hall Master Xie said with a slight frown on his face. Initially, he bore great expectations of this young man. However, after hearing the solution the other party came up with, all of his goodwill for the other party vanished. Knocking the nightmare beast out. You must be pulling my leg. To tame a savage beast, one had to learn its habits, likes, dislikes, and such. Forcibly knocking the other party out would only incur its resentment. That fellow had a proud nature. It was already difficult to tame, and if they were to really knock it out, the possibility would probably drop to 0. Indeed, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about him. How are the challengers of the 10 beasts cage faring? Hall Master Xie asked. While the group was tending to the nightmare beast, the 10 beasts cage had been busy as well. Many of the geniuses who came to Shenyuan Kingdom were stirred by Hall Master Xie's speech, and they were spurred to give it a try. I took a look before coming here and the challengers aren't doing too well. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing flashed a bitter smile. After bringing Xianxia to the library, he took a look, and the sight he saw brought a bitter smile to his face. Beast Tamer Zhang had pummeled the whirlwind wolves and easily passed the first stage previously, even winning their admiration in the process of doing so. As though emulating his success, the first few challengers also charged straight at the whirlwind wolves. However, they ended up as the one being pummeled instead, and 2 of them were even nearly gnawed to death. One of the more formidable geniuses managed to get past the whirlwind wolves and proceeded on to face the tiger head beast. He imitated Zhang Xian's strategy and struck the other party's abdomen. The result? His arms almost fell off from the rebound, and the momentary opening from that nearly turned him into a lump of meat paste. In less than an hour, more than 10 geniuses had already fallen. On top of that, the majority of them didn't even clear the first stage. Even the famous Jiang Namping, Fang Jin, and Luo Tang had given it a try. A handful of them was even stronger than Zhang Xian, but they were still defeated in the first stage. Those wolves were obedient as though pugs before Zhang Xian, so the challengers didn't think of them as a threat. Yet, when it came to them, they showed their true might as predators of the forest. If it were that easy to clear the 10 beasts' cage, we wouldn't be no successful challenger for the past 1,000 years. Hall Master Xie seemed to have anticipated this result, and he shook his head in lamentation. He knew very well the difficulty of the 10 beasts' cage. He didn't underestimate it just because Xianxia cleared it easily. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nodded. At this moment, he suddenly recalled a matter and said, "Right, the ruckus beast tamer Zhang caused by challenging the 10 beasts cage is too great. I'm afraid that, even if we were to host the beast taming competition now, there wouldn't be much point to it." Oh! Hall Master Xie fell into deep contemplation. Beast tamer Zhang is young, and he meets the prerequisites for the beast taming competition. After he cleared the 10 beasts cage, his prestige has soared. Under such circumstances, there won't be much point in winning the champion's seat. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing smiled bitterly. You mean that everyone views beast tamer Zhang as their goal? So, even if we conduct the beast taming competition and someone wins the champion's seat, as long as the champion doesn't clear the 10 beasts challenge, he won't be recognized by the masses. Xie came to a realization. If the jade that came before was too radiant, it would dull the glow of those trailing behind. This beast tamer Zhang was clearly such a jade. He cleared the 10 beasts cage in a single go, breaking the 1,000-year record of Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall. Even if someone were to be hailed as the champion of the beast taming competition, as long as he doesn't clear the 10 beasts cage, the prestige of his achievement would surely be compromised. Indeed, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nodded. This? Hall Master Xie smiled bitterly. Actually, it wasn't that he'd neglected this matter. It was just that, from the very start, he didn't expect that fellow to clear the 10 beasts cage, let alone clearing it so easily. Since that's the case, pass down an order saying that the content of the beast taming competition this time around will be the 10 beasts cage. Whoever passes the challenge will be the champion. After hesitating for a moment, Hall Master Xie continued. Also, check which branch does beast tamer Zhang belong to. If no one clears the 10 beasts cage, he'll be declared as the champion. All right, Wei Yuqing nodded. This was the only solution left. If Xianxia knew that he could win the champion seat on top of earning the spirit beast blood essence through challenging the 10 beasts cage, it would be hard to say what he would feel. However, at this very moment, a helpless frown was etched deeply on his forehead. After a day of hard work, he finally collected all of the books in the Beast Hall into the Library of Heaven's Path. Upon doing so, he thought that it should be easy for him to compile all of the ancient beast language books to create an accurate manual on the language. However, after taking a look, he finally understood why Xie and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing didn't think well of him. The predecessors had indeed left behind many books on the ancient beast language, and written in these books were their personal insights on the verbalization of the language. However, after verifying the contents with the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia realized that the only words that were authentic numbered less than 10. How could one communicate with savage beasts with less than 10 words? To think that there would be only 10 correct words in several hundred ancient beast language books. It was no wonder that no one succeeded. With this level of accuracy in the ancient texts, it would take a miracle for one to successfully learn the language. Seems like learning the ancient beast language is impossible. Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. If he had mastered the ancient beast language through the Library of Heaven's Path, it would be much easier for him to tame savage beasts in the future. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had underestimated the matter. The ancient beast language was a creation of Kong Shi, and if one could learn it that easily, there would not be so many stumped beast tamers in the world. There seems to be another book on the ancient beast language over there. Just as Xianxia was about to leave the library to convince Xie to knock out the nightmare beast, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a book lying in the corner of the room. It was a thick book with the word language written in an ancient script on its cover. As it was placed in a remote corner, he didn't notice it previously. He walked over and took it out. This book was around 10 fingers thick, and a thick layer of dust cloaked its cover. Its pages had a yellowish tint, hinting at a long history behind them. It seemed to have been placed here for innumerable years, unnoticed by any. Flaws. Touching it, a similar book appeared on the shelves within the Library of Heaven's Path. This isn't ancient beast language? Flipping it open, Xianxia was taken aback. Written within the book was the introduction of a unique language, as well as the way to verbalize it. However, there was a clear distinction between it and the ancient beast language. The book didn't reveal what exactly was that language, and the details provided by the Library of Heaven's Path didn't reveal anything significant about its origin either. There is a total of 3 correct words. Xianxia flipped through the book. There were thousands of words described in the 10 fingers thick book, but after verification from the Library of Heaven's Path, there were only 3 correct ones. Compile. Xianxia gathered all of the correct portions to form an entirely new book. I should try these 3 words first. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia drove his Jinqi according to the circulation method derived from the book through the Library of Heaven's Path. Moo! A sound echoed, and the world around Xianxia seemed to tremor violently for an instant. At the same time, his body swayed, and the sight before him turned dark. What kind of language is this? How can it be so fearsome? The immense energy expenditure from verbalizing that single word had nearly knocked him out. He quickly took deep breaths to recover. Just verbalizing a single sound had nearly sapped his Jinqi dry. On top of that, his instincts told him that if not for his incredibly pure Heaven's Path Jinqi, even with the knowledge of the correct verbalization method, he wouldn't have been able to verbalize that sound. After studying the ancient beast language, he realized that even though it was difficult to verbalize the words, it wasn't too hard to speak fluently once one grasps the correct Jinqi circulation method. This logic seemed to apply to the mysterious language as well. But that single sound he just made nearly caused him to pass out. That was way too fearsome. It is said that the more formidable a language is, the more difficult it is to verbalize it. It will have a high requirement on the purity of one's Jinqi as well. Could it be that this language is extremely formidable? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though he was baffled, it did little to dampen his agitation. After reading through innumerable books, he knew that humans weren't the only race in the master-teacher continent. There were many races, and each of them had their own languages. The more formidable a race was, the more powerful their words would be. At the same time, the requirement on the purity of one's Jinqi would be much greater as well. Heaven's Path Jinqi was definitely a top-notch existence even among superior Jinqi. Despite this, Xianxia was still unable to sustain the expenditure from voicing out the words. What kind of language did these 3 words originate from for them to be so powerful? After studying it for half a day, he realized that he couldn't interpret the contents of the ancient book. In fact, he couldn't even read a single word. Thus, he shook his head and gave up. Given that I have only learned a few words, I can't depend on the ancient beast language anymore. Xianxia thought that he could return accomplished with the ancient beast language in his arsenal. But in any case, I should still try and see if I can hoodwink the nightmare beast with these words. It would be good if I succeed. Otherwise, I'll have to look for other solutions. Stretching his back lazily, Xianxia walked out of the library and headed toward the courtyard where the nightmare beast was housed. Even though he had only learned a few words, through the Library of Heaven's Path, he was certain that these were authentic words from the ancient beast language. Perhaps, he might be able to convince the other party with just these words. If, on the off chance, he succeeds, he would be able to earn 30 spirit beast blood essence immediately. Otherwise, he would have to find a way or another to knock the nightmare beast out. Beast Tamer Zhang. Soon he arrived at the courtyard. Before walking in, he saw many figures walking anxiously about the previously remote courtyard. The huge group of beast tamers that he saw above when he was clearing the 10 beasts cage were all here. What happened? Xianxia walked in doubtfully, and he immediately saw 2 familiar figures amidst the crowd. Beast Tamer Zhang. The other party also saw him and they walked up to him. Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang. Why are you 2 here? Xianxia was perplexed. These two were the beast tamers from the Shenluo mountain range branch, Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang. Why are we here? Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang coughed. The beast taming competition has been brought forward, but we weren't able to contact you. Thus, we came here in advance. The beast taming competition has been brought forward? Xianxia blinked his eyes in surprise. If the other party hadn't raised this matter, he would have already forgotten the issue. Ever since arriving at Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall, he immediately rushed to the 10 Beasts cage. Right after that, he went to the courtyard to meet the Nightmare Beast before busying himself at the library. As such, he had no way of knowing that the beast taming competition had been brought forward. Besides, he didn't explicitly agree to the competition then. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to the matter. You didn't know? Seeing the confused expression on the other party's face, the two great beast tamers swayed. I didn't. Xianxia confirmed their suspicions. But, you are the champion of the competition. The two beast tamers scratched their heads in frenzy. Are you for real? Just a moment ago, Hall Master Xie announced that Xianxia was the champion of the beast taming competition. He even specially visited them to offer his congratulations. Despite being the champion, he actually didn't even know that the competition had been brought forward. Can you be any more confusing than that? Champion? What champion? Not only were the duo baffled, Xianxia was also bewildered by the situation as well. I don't even know when the competition is held. How in the world did I become the champion? The content of the beast taming competition this time is the 10 Beasts cage. Of all of the participants, you're the only one who succeeded. So naturally, you became the champion. Seeing that the other party really knew nothing at all, Hall Master Feng could only explain the situation speechlessly. To think that even someone as confused as him could become the champion, he was truly speechless. For every single competition, their Shenluo mountain range branch would always go around searching for talents to vie for a good placing. Yet they had never succeeded. This time they managed to win the championship. Yet the candidate himself didn't even know what was happening. I see. Is there any prize for the champion? After hearing that he became the champion just because he challenged the 10 Beasts cage, Xianxia was speechless. But soon, recalling something, his eyes lit up. Becoming the champion wasn't anything much to him. What he was more concerned about was the reward. If he could win 20 or 30 spirit beast blood essence, he could spare himself much hassle. The reward is 5 spirit stones. I have already claimed it for you. You can check on it. At which Hall Master Feng took out a narrow jade box. Opening it, 5 spirit stones placed side by side appeared before Xianxia's eyes. Just these. Xianxia thought that he would be able to earn generous rewards by winning the championship. Yet, for the reward to be only 5 spirit stones, the Beast Hall was truly miserly. However, no matter how little the reward was, it was still useful to him. There was no reason for him to reject it. After keeping the spirit stones into his storage ring, he glanced at the surroundings and asked, "What's happening? Why are so many people gathered here?" Yesterday, when he came, a formation was set up here, and no outsiders were allowed to enter. Why did the situation become like that all of the sudden? The Beast Hall caught a half-transcension savage beast, and they wished to tame it. However, they had been unable to find a feasible method to do so. The reason why they pushed forward the beast taming competition was to gather the hall masters, elders, and talented beast tamers from all around Shenyuan Kingdom here to brainstorm on a viable method to tame the nightmare beast. Hall Master Feng explained. The motive of pushing the competition forward was for this savage beast. Since the competition was already over, Hall Master Xie decided to gather all of the beast tamers here to brainstorm over this matter. This led to the current commotion outside of the courtyard. Oh! Xianxia came to a realization. It seemed like the other party didn't think that he would succeed in learning the ancient beast language. But it was no wonder why the other party would think so. Even with the prowess of the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia had only found a few correct words. It would take a miracle for anyone to learn the language through those books. Has anyone succeeded yet? Xianxia asked. No one has succeeded yet. A half-transcension savage beast is too strong. The possibility of succeeding is extremely low. Shaking his head, Hall Master Feng sighed. Even a 3-star beast tamer like Hall Master Xiajuchen was helpless before the nightmare beast. How could normal beast tamers like them have any good ideas? Several ideas were brought up, but they were all refuted. Look, the genius Wei Yudao intends to give it a try. Wei Yudao? The genius who managed to reach the 3rd stage of the 10 Beasts cage yesterday. Yes, that's him. Just as the trio was talking, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Xianxia turned around and saw a youngster walking toward the nightmare beast in the metal cage. In front of the metal cage stood Hall Master Xiajuchen, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing, and a few other beast tamers. A grim expression hung on their faces. They also knew that it was unlikely for anyone to succeed, and they were already prepared for a worst-case scenario. At this moment, the nightmare beast was currently lying lazily on the ground. It wasn't even angry. It just couldn't be bothered to lift his head to glance at the other party. Instead, it seemed to be using some kind of unique method to heal the injuries it had sustained. Hall Master, I would like to give it a try. Walking forward, Wei Yudao clasped his fists. Go on. Glancing at Grand Elder Wei Yuqing, Hall Master Xiajuchen nodded. The grandson of his old friend had been blessed with exceptional talent for beast taming, and the other party had made a name for himself among the younger generation. If not for Xianxia's abrupt appearance, Wei Yudao might very well become the #1 genius of Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall's younger generation. In any case, there was no better solution for the matter at the moment. If the nightmare beast were to recover substantially from its injuries, it would be impossible for the Beast Hall to confine it any further. Since that was the case, he might as well grant everyone a chance. Perhaps someone might just succeed. Thank you, Hall Master. Taking a deep breath, Wei Yudao walked up to the nightmare beast. With a flick on his wrist, a jade bottle appeared in his palm. Uncorking the cap, a dense fragrance wafted out, revitalizing everyone's spirit. It's the 7-colored honey from the Cloud Mist Mountain. It's said that the Zhongshe realm savage beast Heaven Snow concocted this honey from the nectar gathered from 7 different colored flowers. It has an alluring fragrance, and it's incomparably sweet. Even spirit beasts would find it difficult to rein in their craving. This thing is incomparably expensive and rare. Even with plenty of spirit stones at hand, obtaining it is no easy matter. Yet, to think that he would have an entire bottle of it. Since he is willing to take even that out, the nightmare beast should probably cave in. Catching a whiff of the fragrance from the jade bottle, a huge commotion was stirred in the surroundings. The 7-colored honey was formed by 7 different colored nectars. It possessed a fragrance that opened up one's pores with a single whiff. Savage beasts tended to be gluttonous. It would be difficult for the other party to hold back from such a delicacy. The 7-colored honey is ranked 5th among the 10 most favored objects of savage beasts. It is impressive that Wei Yudao was able to obtain such a good item. Not bad. Hall Master Feng's eyes also lit up. 10 most favored objects of savage beasts? There's such a ranking? Xianxia was taken aback. He had read nearly all of the books in the Beast Hall, but he had never heard of such a ranking. There is. Hall Master Feng chuckled. Actually, we only created this list out of boredom, and it isn't officially recognized by the Beast Hall, so it isn't recorded in any book. 7-colored honey isn't just fragrant. More importantly, it has the effect of nourishing and expanding a savage beast's meridians. Usually, if a beast tamer were to take out a single droplet of it, he would be able to induce complete submission in a Zhongshe realm savage beast. The jade bottle that Wei Yudao might be small, but there are at least several dozens of droplets in it. He must be truly determined if he is taking so many droplets out at once. Nourish and expand a savage beast's meridians? Upon hearing the effects of the 7-colored honey, Xianxia was astounded. The meridians of humans and savage beasts had a certain cross-sectional area. If one were to drive one's zhenqi too quickly, it might cause one's zhenqi to seep outward, resulting in severe internal injuries. Expanding one's meridians was equivalent to increasing the quantity of Xianxia one could drive within a specific period of time. This quality made the seven-colored honey extremely valuable. Putting aside savage beasts, even the eyes of the cultivators in the area reddened in desire upon learning of the effects of the seven-colored honey. What other objects are there in this ranking? Xianxia couldn't help but ask curiously. If he were to know the most favored objects of savage beasts, it might help him in taming powerful savage beasts in the future. As it's unofficial, it's mostly speculation. The publicly acknowledged number 1 object is dragon blood. Number 2 is the inner core of spirit beasts. Number 3 is ancient beast blood essence. Number 4 is godfall flower. And number 5 is seven-colored honey. I see. Xianxia nodded. He had heard of the first 4 objects. The dragon tribe was incomparably powerful. If a savage beast were to possess the slightest trace of the dragon bloodline, it would be significantly stronger than normal savage beasts. Taking the nightmare beast, for example, even though the dragon bloodline within it was so meager that it could be disregarded, it still granted it the potential to reach half-transcension. Just this in itself made the dragon bloodline a desired object that could send all savage beasts and spirit beasts into a frenzy. As for the ancient beast blood essence, as shown in the Xianluo mountain range branch, it possessed the same effects as well. If used appropriately, it could induce a bloodline evolution in a savage beast. As for the inner core of a savage beast, it was something that spirit beasts nurture and cultivate day and night over a long period of time. It harnessed the essence of their cultivation and strength. If a savage beast could obtain it, even if it still wasn't able to make the leap to become a spirit beast, its cultivation would definitely be enhanced significantly. As for the godfall flower, rumor had it that it could nurture a savage beast spirit. Of these 4 incredible objects, the very fact that the seven-colored honey could be placed at the 5th place proved testimony to its fearsome effects. Xianxia couldn't help but take a glance at the situation. As expected, upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, the lazy nightmare beast in the cage was stirred into action. It lifted its massive head, and a glaring radiance pierced from its eyes. It was clearly interested in the object. Grabbing the seven-colored honey in his hands, Wei Yudao confidently declared, "I know that you understand the human language, and you know our purpose here. As long as you swear to the dragon bloodline within your body to remain loyal to the beast hall, this bottle of seven-colored honey will be yours." With this object, he didn't need to resort to any ploy. He only had to state his conditions. Roar! The nightmare beast was initially rather interested in it, but after hearing Wei Yudao's words, it began to lie back down lazily. "I know that you've attempted a breakthrough to become a spirit beast and failed. The seven-colored honey can expand your meridians and heal your wounds. Could help you surpass your bottleneck, so why do you remain so obstinate? Besides, you're only pledging loyalty to the beast hall, not to an individual. If you do so, the beast hall will surely devote massive resources to your cultivation and your growth. I hope that you can consider this matter," Wei Yudao said. Even though his words were moving, the nightmare beast remained indifferent. There was no difference to whom it would pledge loyalty to. In its eyes, it was still becoming the puppet of the humans. Rather than being restricted, it would prefer to venture out and live its life as it pleased. "Seems like it's a failure." The crowd had finally seen a flicker of hope, but upon seeing this sight, their expression sunk again. They thought that the seven-colored honey, ranked 5th on the list, could move the nightmare beast. However, they seemed to have underestimated the fellow's control. Even though the seven-colored honey is irresistible to ordinary savage beasts, this nightmare beast isn't too far away from reaching the level of a spirit beast. As such, its effects would be severely limited. On top of that, as a proud bearer of the dragon bloodline, how could it serve the humans for just a bit of seven-colored honey? Among the crowd, a 2-star pinnacle beast tamer commented, "Indeed, the dragon tribe is one of the strongest tribes in the continent, and they have the pride matching their standing. Even though this fellow's bloodline might be weak, it still won't lower its head to humans just over such small benefits. The only way for it to work is to offer it dragon blood." "Dragon blood? You must be joking. Do you think that it's that easy to find some?" Putting aside how difficult it is to find a member of the dragon tribe, even if you manage to find one, it would be impossible to subdue it. Even the weakest of their members is a half-transcension, like this nightmare beast before us. It isn't a being that normal beast tamers like us can hunt down. Commotion broke out. The beast taming competition had gathered dozens of hall masters and elders from the surrounding kingdoms. To be able to become the head of their organizations, their eye of discernment and knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary beast tamers. The seven-colored honey was valuable, but it wasn't sufficient to make a savage beast with a hint of dragon bloodline lower its head. My apologies. After a moment of persuasion, the nightmare beast still remained unmoved. In the end, Wei Yudao could only retreat in defeat. Is there anyone else who likes to try? Expecting this outcome, Hall Master Xie Juchen sighed. Turning to the crowd yet again, he asked. Silence. Initially, after hearing this news, many people were tempted to give it a try. However, after seeing the 2-star pinnacle and 3-star primary beast tamers falling in defeat, the others lost their courage as well. Allow me. Suddenly, a faint voice broke the silence. It's beast tamer Xianxia. Since he managed to clear the 10 beasts cage so easily, he must have a deep insight into beast taming. Perhaps, he just might succeed. I don't deny that his beast taming skills are incredible, but his cultivation is way too low. That's true. It's already a formidable feat for a beast tamer to tame a savage beast 1 or 2 small cultivation realm above him. He is only at Xianxia realm pinnacle while the other party is at half-transcension. That's a total of 6 small cultivation realms. It's impossible for him to successfully tame it. Indeed, if he were at Jizuan realm pinnacle, it might still be possible. But given his current strength, I don't think that he'll succeed. After identifying the source of the voice, the crowd flew into an uproar. Zhang Xian's feat of clearing the 10 beasts cage had awed everyone in the beast hall. Thus, almost everyone here had heard of his name. His appearance had generated hope in some, but most simply shook their heads grimly. Beast taming wasn't just about technique, strength also played a major role. If one's cultivation realm differed too much from the savage beast, it would only look down on one. Given the lack of respect, how could it possibly allow one to tame it? I've heard that he came here to give it a try after clearing the 10 beasts cage yesterday, but he failed. Then why is he still volunteering again? Does he have a better idea in mind? I don't know. Let's wait and see then. There were some who knew that Zhang Xian had already attempted yesterday, even though they didn't know what had happened. Given that the nightmare beast hadn't been tamed yet, it was clear that he had failed. You succeeded in learning the language. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Hall Master Xie Juchen's eyes lit up. That fellow ran to the library, claiming that he was going to learn the ancient beast language. Yet he appeared here today. Did it mean that he had succeeded in learning the language? Succeed? I'm still far from that. Zhang Xian shook his head. It wasn't that the ancient beast language was too difficult, but that the level of this beast hall was simply too low. There were insufficient books here for the Library of Heaven's Path to work its wonders. Then, hearing Zhang Xian admit that he was still far from success, Hall Master Xie Juchen was baffled. I've only learned a few sounds, so I would like to give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can try the method I mentioned the previous time, Zhang Xian said. The method you mentioned? Hearing those words, Hall Master Xie Juchen fell speechless. Given how that fellow ran off to the library to study, he thought that he had given up on the idea. To think that he was still harboring those thoughts. The ancient beast language is expansive and profound. It's impossible to succeed just by learning a few sounds. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing interjected. The other party said that he would study the language, and he cooped himself within the library for an entire day. Despite everything, Wei Yuqing still bore some expectations of the other party. Yet he returned saying that he had only learned a few sounds. Are you here to amuse us? Even if you had learned the entire ancient beast language, it still remains an uncertainty whether that fellow will listen to you. With just a few sounds, do you think that the other party will bother with you? You must be joking. Given Xianxia's declaration of "let me try," they thought that he was very confident of the matter. Yet, to think that he was here just to cause trouble seemed like even top geniuses weren't reliable either. If it doesn't work, you all should just think of a way to knock it out. Honestly speaking, Xianxia did not have much confidence either, given that he had only learned a few sounds. We'll talk about that later. You should give it a try first. Afraid that the fellow would continue pestering him on the matter, Hall Master Xie hurriedly interjected. What the heck is going through your mind? Just because you managed to tame the whirlwind wolves by pummeling them, do you think that the same method will work again? This is the nightmare beast, a top-notch savage beast possessing the dragon bloodline, a proud and noble existence. Even if you were to beat it to death, it would not lower its head to you. If it were that simple, they would have long done it. All right. Sensing the other party's reluctance, Xianxia decided to give it a try first. Thus, he took 2 steps forward to the nightmare beast. The massive savage beast was nonchalant to Xianxia's presence. It didn't even bother taking a glance at him. He's starting. Wei Yudao clenched his fists tightly. He had even gone to the extent of taking out the 7-colored honey, but it proved to be useless. What kind of solution would the fellow who managed to clear the 10 beasts cage come up with? He stared fixedly at the situation in front with widened eyes, fearful that he would miss out a single detail. However, in the next moment, his lips couldn't help but twitch. That fellow didn't take out anything of interest to the nightmare beast, and instead he simply frowned. After a long moment of struggling, a bizarre sound suddenly escaped from his throat. Goo! It sounded like lightning, and no one could understand what it meant. This is ancient beast language? Wei Yudao didn't comprehend the other party's bizarre action, but Hall Master Xie and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing's face immediately tightened. They hurriedly turned their gazes over to the nightmare beast. That fellow had gone off to study the ancient beast language previously, so it was likely that this sound was a part of the language. Even though it was just a single sound, there was an off chance that it might just work. Under the intense gazes of the crowd, the lazy nightmare beast suddenly opened its eyes. Then, it yawned lazily, lay down and fell silent. It is ineffective? Seeing that it was completely ineffective, Xianxia scratched his head. Of the ancient beast language, Xianxia had only learned a total of 8 words. He had no problem reading or verbalizing it, but as the meaning wasn't written in the books, he couldn't tell what it was either. In other words, he only knew how to speak those words, he didn't know what they meant at all. Even if he were to voice out all of them, that fellow still wouldn't know what he was up to. The next one. Even so, it was still worth a try. Thus, Xianxia opened his mouth once more. Woo! It sounded like the call of an eagle, crisp and bright, piercing one's ears. Hall Master Xie and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing hurriedly turned their gazes over, but the nightmare beast seemed to have fallen into a deeper sleep. With its paws cushioning its head, it lay comfortably on the spot. So, is it working or not? The duo stared at one another in confusion. If that fellow's ancient beast language was useful, why was there no response from the nightmare beast? But at the same time, the nightmare beast did at least adjust its sleeping posture, so whether it was completely useless or not, could the sounds that Xianxia was voicing a lullaby? I thought that you went away to learn the ancient beast language. Why did you learn a lullaby instead? What is the use of your lullaby? What I want is to tame it, not for it to sleep. Gee! Amidst their bewilderment, the young man before him voiced the 3rd sound. This time, not only did the nightmare beast get into a comfortable sleeping posture, it even stuck its tongue out, and saliva was flowing out of its mouth. The heck! With just 3 notes, he managed to bring the nightmare beast into a deep sleep. The surroundings beast tamers were stunned. They thought that the young genius would use some kind of inconceivable beast taming technique on the nightmare beast. While their thoughts were spot on, it was completely different from what they were thinking. Aren't we supposed to tame it? What do you mean by luring it to sleep? Xianxia was baffled as well. However, upon seeing the sight, his eyes lit up. This is good as well. If I can knock it out with these words, I won't have to waste my effort on trying to knock it out. Besides the ancient beast language, Xianxia had a backup plan. He could knock the nightmare beast out, and through the library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to determine its flaws and tame it. But it was a pity that Xie Jiuqin, Wei Yuqing, and the others refused to cooperate with him, and Zhang Xian wasn't a match for the nightmare beast himself. Thus, he had been unable to carry it out. If he could lure it to sleep through the ancient beast language, that would be perfect. Wu ya hai wu wu. The more he thought about it, the happier he got. Thus, he voiced of the remaining words all at once. Hearing those words, the crowd immediately turned their gazes to the nightmare beast. This was especially so for Hall Master Xie Jiuqin. Anxiety could be seen in his eyes. However, with a single look, he suddenly felt a wave of vertigo striking him. The drowsy nightmare beast abruptly opened its eyes, and its massive body rose up. Ho! Roar! A deafening roar pierced through the heavens, parting the clouds above. The crowd in the surroundings felt dizzy-headed under the powerful roar. At the same moment, the massive head suddenly charged straight toward the metal cage. Wang! The formation immediately activated, sealing its movements. Even so, under the powerful charge, the sturdy metal cage was bent out of shape, and it seemed as though it would collapse soon. This is bad. Hall Master Xie Jiuqin's eyes narrowed, and his face reflected his astonishment. He thought that the fellow was still immobile from its severe injuries. To think that he had recovered sufficiently to stand up and exert such offensive might after a few days of recuperation. But of course, perhaps it was agitated by Beast Tamer Zhang's ancient beast language. It seemed to be in an extremely bad mood. If the nightmare beast were to escape under such conditions, the beast hall would be in grave danger. Most likely, it might be wiped off the face of the world. See what you've done. The more Hall Master Xie Jiuqin thought about it, the more furious he became. Thus, he turned around and chastised Zhang Xian. What in the world is this? I asked you here to tame the savage beast, not to provoke it. Elders, prepare the constellation beast confinement formation. Knowing that it was useless to blame this fellow at this point, Hall Master Xie Jiuqin bellowed. Yes, the elders of Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall also knew how dangerous the situation was. So they immediately got into action. They hurriedly rushed to their places with a grim expression. The constellation beast confinement formation was a powerful formation used to trap savage beasts. Many of the elders in the Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall had studied and cultivated it. As long as they ran to their allocated location to infuse their Jinqi into the formation, they would be able to activate it even without in-depth understanding of the formations. What's going on? Beast Tamer Zhang seems to have provoked that savage beast? Isn't he here to tame it? How did he end up provoking it instead? Wei Yudao, Zhang Nanping, and others also felt nervous upon seeing the situation. That was a half-transcension savage beast. Once it went on a rampage, the entire beast hall would be reduced to ruins. Hong hong hong. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, the nightmare beast threw its body at the metal cage several more times, and a huge hole, through which he could escape, appeared in it. Wang! As soon as its head appeared outside, a clear buzz suddenly echoed. The constellation beast confinement formation had been activated. A white light shot out from the locations of the elders, forming a gigantic net that wrapped itself around the nightmare beast. Trapped by the gigantic net of light, the nightmare beast became even more irritated. It howled furiously, and its giant claws grabbed at empty air. Tzzzzzzzz. White energy emanations reminiscent of sword chi shot out from the claws of the nightmare beast, striking straight at the net trapping it. The net tremored violently, and as though a shield struck by a powerful hammer, a deep reverberation sounded. Pooh! Pooh! Under the massive force, some of the elders standing at the center of the formation spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Half-transcension savage beasts were already an extremely strong existence, and this fellow possessed the dragon bloodline on top of that. Its immense strength allowed it to match up to even a transcendent mortal expert. Even though the elders were strong as well, most of them were only at Jizuan realm intermediate and advanced stage. They weren't a match for this fellow at all. Hurry up and infuse more Xianxia in to reinforce the formation. Seeing that the nightmare beast was about to escape, Xianxia panicked. He hurriedly called for help. As soon as the formation collapses, the entire beast hall would surely be destroyed. They could not back away at this point. Hong Long, knowing the severity of the issue, most of the elders immediately got into action. They charged forward and infused all of their Xianxia into the formation. Accompanying the furious surge of Xianxia into the formation, the darkened net suddenly glowed brilliantly once more. While the formation had been strengthened, the nightmare beast seemed to have derived strength from its rage as well. Roaring furiously once more, its lower limbs pushed against the ground, and its massive body struck the massive net in midair. Sila, under the violent power contained in the massive body, the beast confinement net caved in and was torn apart. Dang 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 dang. All of the elders who had operated the formation collapsed onto the floor with pale faces. Who, after escaping from the formation, the nightmare beast glared at Xianxia with widened eyes. Carrying unparalleled strength in its body, it charged swiftly toward him. It's over. Seeing that the formation and metal cage had failed to contain the nightmare beast, Hall Master Xianxia's face was ghastly pale. He didn't expect that the savage beast would suddenly go on a rampage in the midst of the beast-taming process. Given that so many people were unable to withstand the might of the nightmare beast, no matter how talented beast-tamer Zhang was, he would surely be torn to shreds. Moo! Knowing that it was impossible to save the other party, Hall Master Xianxia was about to avert his gaze when the young man released another bizarre sound. Xianxia staggered. It was precisely because of your random babbling that provoked this fellow. Yet, to think that you wouldn't learn your lesson. Are you that intent to die? Just as Hall Master Xianxia was about to urge Xianxia to hurry up and leave instead of continuing to dabble in the ancient beast language or whatever it was, he saw the nightmare beast suddenly kneeling onto the floor after hearing the sound. Stuck out its tongue, and it licked the young man all over. Its appearance was no different from the whirlwind wolves back then. Word of submission, bloodline suppression. Could this be the true voice of dragons? Hall Master Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and his face paled. What in the world was going on? The true voice of dragons was a language that only ancient pure-blooded dragons were capable of using. As long as one's dragon bloodline didn't reach the level of a pure-blooded dragon, a single word would cause a suppression from its bloodline, forcing it into submission. The nightmare beast was still baring its fangs at beast tamer Zhang previously, but at the very next moment, it suddenly fell to the floor and became as tame as a pup. If this wasn't the language depicted in the legends, Hall Master Xianxia had no idea what other languages were capable of such a feat. But didn't this language disappear along with the dragon tribe, its heritage lost? How did he learn of it? More importantly, even if the members of the dragon tribe were to impart the true voice of dragons to him, it was impossible for humans to learn it. This was not just a matter of talent. Even if one possessed superior Xianxia, the human body was still unable to withstand its sharp notes. This sound had to travel through all of the meridians within one's body and harmonize all of one's acupoints before it could be produced. Even if one cultivated the most profound cultivation technique, it was impossible for one to open up all of their meridians and acupoints. Can it really be that he's the true incarnation of dragons? Hall Master Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Legends had it that the dragon tribe traveled across the world, and they took on many forms. Some became beasts, some became humans, some became spirits, some became monsters. No one could discern their true identity. Just by pummeling the whirlwind wolves, the latter immediately submitted to him and fawned on him. With a single fist, he caused the tiger-head beasts to play dead. With just a few words, he made the steel-armed golden ape waved him goodbye, as though buddies with decades of history behind them. If he isn't a true incarnation of dragons, how can he possibly achieve such ridiculous feats? Even 5-star beast tamers are incapable of such a feat. Regardless of whether he is one, I mustn't reveal this matter, otherwise, I'll surely be silenced. Hall Master Xianxia's face paled. The members of the dragon tribe were incomparably strong, and from birth, they were granted with powerful destructive might. If this beast tamer Xiang was a true incarnation of dragons, and he exposed the other party's true identity when he wished to conceal the fact, he might incur the wrath and killing intent of the other party to himself. Hall Master Xie Juchen's conjectures caused his face to slowly pale in fear. On the other hand, the crowd, baffled by the sight before them, was about to go insane from bewilderment. The rage of the nightmare beast was not feigned in the least. Even the grade 3 pinnacle formation maintained by so many elders was torn apart. His might was truly fearsome. Yet, this strong, proud fellow was suddenly lying on the floor, licking the other party's pants. What in the world happened in between? What is it doing? I've no idea. Could it be that there's something about Beast Tamer Zhang's pants that's even more delicious than the 7-colored honey? Is that why it's licking it nonstop? It can't be that it has been tamed, but even if it's tamed, it couldn't possibly have changed its attitude so quickly. Some of the older beast tamers tore their beards out, but their minds were too preoccupied for them to feel pain. The sight before them was simply too frightening. In the blink of an eye, a half-transcendent savage beast, who was thinking of slaughtering everyone here just a moment ago, was suddenly lying so docilely on the floor. No one could accept this abrupt twist. With a scream, this fellow was tamed. Wei Yudao, Jiang Namping, and the others stared at one another, and their heads were about to burst from shock. Wei Yudao had taken out the 7-colored honey, which was ranked 5th on the list, but even so, he was disregarded. Just when they thought that this haughty fellow could never be tamed, Beast Tamer Zhang simply cried out a word, and that fellow immediately sprawled on the floor and fawned on the other party, as though afraid that the other party would not take him in. When did a half-transcendent savage beast become so shameless? Was it insane, or were our eyes playing tricks on us? In truth, Xianxia was dumbfounded as well. Previously, when he accidentally agitated the nightmare beast through the ancient beast language, he was anxious as well. He only gave that bizarre language a try, especially since he could escape with the Heaven's Path movement art if he failed. He didn't think that the other party's attitude would change completely after hearing it. If only he'd known before those words were so formidable, he wouldn't have wasted his effort with the ancient beast language. Glancing at the massive head, which kept cuddling itself up to him, Xianxia suppressed his astonishment and asked, "You wish to submit to me?" Roar! The nightmare beast hurriedly nodded its head. This, even though the other party had admitted to the matter, Xianxia was still a little dumbfounded. Wasn't it being a little too easy? Then, let's establish the contract then. Even though Xianxia was bewildered, he knew that this was a good opportunity. Touching the other party's head, he drew a droplet of blood from the tip of his forefinger. As though fearing that Xianxia would change his mind, the nightmare beast hurriedly swallowed it with a contented look. After which, Xianxia felt a will being bound to his own, allowing him to communicate with the other party. This is complete submission. The beast tamers in the surroundings felt lightheaded. Just by shouting a few bizarre sounds, the other party actually succeeded. When did taming a half-transcendent savage beast become so easy? To think that we even thought about competing with him. Many of the geniuses of the younger generation were on the verge of tears. Even though Xianxia had passed the 10 beasts cage, there were still a few who refused to concede. However, upon seeing this sight, they realized that the difference in their capability was simply too vast. Even Hall Master Xie Juchen, a 3-star beast tamer, was unable to succeed. Yet, in just a dozen breaths or so, the other party was already done. This feat was so incredible that it felt that it could not have been done by a human. This is a truly master beast tamer. Someone amidst the crowd sighed. Hearing those words, the rest nodded their heads in agreement. Most probably, only masters of this level would be capable of taming the nightmare beast so easily and clear the 10 beasts cage in half a tea's time. Everyone turned their gazes toward the master, curious to see how he would do now that he had established a contract, only to see the other party walking toward Hall Master Xie Juchen. Hall Master Xie, I've already tamed this fellow, So 20 droplets of spirit beast blood essence. Wait, you said that you're going to give me 10 more. When will you be passing those to me? Spirit beast blood essence. Xie Juchen's body swayed, and his mouth twitched. When I told you to tame this nightmare beast, I meant that you should convince it to serve the beast hall as the organization's tamed beast. Yet, not only did you take it for yourself, you even have to cheek to ask for compensation. Can you be more reasonable? It is just like I have asked you to help me court a beautiful lady that I met with much difficulty. And yet, you seduced her for yourself, and you even expect me to pay you for it. Hall Master Xie Juchen felt so stifled inside that he was on the verge of throwing up blood. You cannot be so unreasonable. Beast Tamer Zhang, you have tamed the nightmare beast to become your tamed beast. Isn't it inappropriate for you to expect us to pay you spirit beast blood essence like that? Seeing the Hall Master go speechless from rage, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing could not help but interject. Inappropriate? Didn't I tame the nightmare beast? Zhang Xian asked. That's right. Didn't you say that you'll pay me the spirit beast blood essence as long as I tame it? Zhang Xian continued. Yes. Hall Master Xie Juchen was on the verge of tears. Initially, he thought that no matter how formidable this fellow was, he was only a Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivator. Given how the nightmare beast disregarded even them, how could it possibly submit to such a weak fellow? Never in their dreams did they expect that the other party would really succeed. Since you've agreed to it, then we should get it over and done with. Otherwise, I'll go and clear the 10 beasts cage, Zhang Xian said. Forget it. Grand Elder Wei, go and fetch the spirit beast blood essence. The corner of Hall Master Xie Juchen's lips twitched, and he hurriedly waved his hands. There was no way to undo the matter of the nightmare beast anymore. On the other hand, if that fellow were to continue challenging the 10 beasts cage, it would not be long before all of the savage beasts in the beast hall would become his. If that truly happened, then as the hall master of the beast hall, he would become a huge laughingstock. All right. Even though Grand Elder Wei Yuqing felt frustrated as well, he still fulfilled the hall master's command. A moment later, he returned with a jade bottle in his hands. Taking the jade bottle over, Zhang Xian uncapped the lid and took a look. Scarlet blood flowed within the container, and it filled up to half of the bottle. Making a rough estimation, he confirmed there were around 30 droplets inside. Great! Zhang Xian's purpose at the beast hall was this. Having obtained what he wanted, Zhang Xian happily placed the bottle into his storage ring. Seeing the sight, Hall Master Xie Juchen's heart bled. Despite the huge accumulation of Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall over a span of 1,000 years, it only had around 50 droplets here. Having more than half of it taken away in an instant, he could not help but feel a sense of loss. However, upon thinking that it was possible for the other party to be a true incarnation of dragons, he hurriedly pushed down his displeasure. All right, there's no use for you to follow me. You might as well submit to the beast hall and stay here. As long as you agree to it, I'll take care of the afflictions you are suffering from. It's also not entirely impossible for me to help you become a spirit beast. Oblivious to Hall Master Xie Juchen's reactions, Zhang Xian turned to the nightmare beast and waved his hands casually. This fellow was strong, but it was not capable of flying. Thus, its usability was limited to Zhang Xian. Shenyuan Kingdom was only a temporary resting point. Zhang Xian had to reach the Myriad Kingdom Alliance within 3 months, and it would be impossible for him to take the other party along. Since that was the case, he might as well sell a favor to the Beast Hall. Of course, if the other party had not given the Spirit Beast blood essence to him, he would have rather let the Nightmare Beast loose than help tame it for the Beast Hall. In the end, Zhang Xian was no Samaritan. If the other party had reneged on his promise, why should he help them? You, what did you say? You want the Nightmare Beast to submit to our Beast Hall. Initially, Hall Master Xie Juchen was displeased by the other party's extortion, but upon hearing his words, his breathing hastened in agitation. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. This. Hall Master Xie Juchen and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing were stunned. Their eyes slowly turned red. This was a half-transcension savage beast. If any one of them were to tame it, it would be impossible for them to give it up. Yet, this fellow was saying that he would give it to them. Wasn't he being too generous? They thought that the other party was a selfish and greedy person who only knew how to extort from others. However, Xianxia's actions had changed their opinion of him. Perhaps, he really might have some urgent use for the spirit beast blood essence. A half-transcendent savage beast which possessed the potential to make the breakthrough to become a spirit beast was clearly much more valuable than 30 droplets of spirit beast blood essence. In fact, even 100 droplets would still be unable to match up to its value. Since the other party was willing to give away such a formidable savage beast directly, how could he possibly be a greedy person? We misunderstood him. Geniuses have their own pride. So how could he possibly act dishonorably just for this bit of interest? A thought suddenly appeared in their heads. The impression the two had of Beast Tamer Zhang immediately went through a 180-degree reversal. But at that moment, the young man before them suddenly spoke up hesitantly. "Oh, right. Since I convinced the Nightmare Beast to submit to Beast Hall, shouldn't you all offer some token of appreciation? For example, spirit stones, pills, medicinal herbs, or that sort. I wouldn't mind a carriage or two of them." Hall Master Xie Jiuqin and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing. We are the Beast Hall, not some spirit stone mining clan. How much of it do you think we possess? Still a carriage or two? Just a few dozen would already be almost their entire stock. As for pills, medicinal herbs, and the sort, even if the Beast Hall had them, they are mainly reserved for the savage beasts. How in the world are we going to find so many for you? They had just thought that this fellow was generous when he gave himself in right after. Beast Tamer Zhang, you must be jesting. It's not that we don't want to give some to you, but it's just that we don't have that many resources here. Hall Master Xie Jiuqin replied with a reddened face. It's all right if you don't have those. However, there's something that I really require, and I hope that you won't turn me down. Zhang Xian turned to look at them. Feel free to speak. I need over 1,000 half-Jizuan and Jizuan realm cultivation technique manuals. There are no requirements to their quality, and the more there are, the better it is, Zhang Xian said. Zhang Xian's motive wasn't spirit stones or medicinal herbs, but this. Only with sufficient cultivation technique could he form the Jizuan realm heaven's path divine art and achieve a breakthrough. No matter what, if he wanted to avenge Lu Chong, he would require strength. 1,000 half-Jizuan and Jizuan realm cultivation technique manuals? Hall Master Xie Jiuqin blinked. What did he need those for? It's not like you could boil cultivation techniques together to make a stew. On top of that, to demand nothing of their quality. This is simple. I can prepare them for you. However, I'll require at least 3 days. After pondering for a moment, Hall Master Xie Jiuqin nodded. Jizuan realm cultivation techniques were valuable in Tianwu Kingdom, and it was nigh impossible to find even a single one in the market. However, in Shenyuan Kingdom, most clans would possess several books. Collecting 1,000 of them was troublesome, but with the connections of the Beast Hall, it would not be too difficult. Fine. Hearing that it was possible for the other party to collect all of them, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With this, he had met 2 main goals he had at the Beast Hall: Spirit Beast Blood Essence and Cultivation Technique Manuals. All right, I'll cure your wounds now. Zhang Xian turned to look at the Nightmare Beast. The fellow had suffered some afflictions when it failed in its breakthrough to transcendent mortal realm. Previously, Zhang Xian had promised to treat it as part of his deal, so it was time for him to fulfill the end of his bargain. Roar! The Nightmare Beast knew that it would not be able to follow behind Zhang Xian once its injuries had recovered, so it howled in reluctance. The other party was an expert capable of producing the true voice of dragons. If it were to follow behind him, it would surely be able to reach great heights in the future. Staying at this Beast Hall meant losing this great opportunity. However, the master had already made its stand. Contractually bound to Zhang Xian, it did not dare to protest. For me to solve your problem, I've to know what problems you are suffering from first. Ignoring its unhappiness, Zhang Xian glanced at it and said, All right, knock yourself out. Roar? The Nightmare Beast widened its eyes in bewilderment. Hall Master Xiajuchen and Grand Elder Wei Yuqing were speechless as well. It seemed like this fellow had not given up his intention of knocking the nightmare beast out. "What are you roaring for? Hurry up," Xianxia chastised with a slight frown. He had no time to waste here. He needed to make use of his time to cultivate Heaven's Path Golden Body to Dan. Roar! It stared at Xianxia pleadingly, but upon seeing the other party's determined gaze, it gritted its teeth before striking its massive hand on its head. Pada! The sight before it turned dark, and it passed out. If Xiajuchen and the others wanted to knock it out, they would probably have to go through a huge hassle. It was much simpler for it to do the work itself. What is it doing? What's happening? When the nightmare beast barged out of its cage, the other beast tamers immediately retreated far away. Thus, they missed out on the conversation of the others. However, upon seeing the huge fellow knock itself out, bizarre expressions appeared on their faces. Beast Tamer Zhang is about to treat that huge fellow. Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Wang chuckled. Treat! Luo Tang, Fang Jin, and the others were bewildered. One had to knock out savage beasts before treating them? This is Beast Tamer Zhang's unique diagnosis method. The unconscious treatment method. Hall Master Feng explained. Unconscious treatment method? Beast pummeling taming method. What the heck is with his techniques? The duo found themselves at the end of their tolerance for this insanity. They had seen many eccentric things in this world, but such a bizarre sight was one they could have never imagined. Ever since they were apprentice beast tamers, there was an ironclad rule seared deep in their minds. To tame a savage beast, one had to have an intimate relationship with it first. One must never come into conflict with. Yet, the beast pummeling taming method and unconscious treatment method, if anyone else were to try pummeling a savage beast, they would definitely be beaten to death. Yet, not only was this fellow still in perfect condition, he even managed to get the savage beast to submit to it. Just by thinking about it made them feel stifled. Amidst everyone's bewildered and gloomy gazes, Xianxia had already touched the nightmare beast and formed a corresponding book. Flipping through it, he found the root of the fellow's illness. Indeed, he suffered severe injuries from his failed breakthrough. Not only are his meridians injured, his internal organs are also damaged. He will require the nourishment of medicinal herbs. I'll write down a prescription for you all now. If you all treat him, it'll help you all in earning his goodwill, Xianxia said. This fellow was indeed severely injured. After all, if that wasn't the case, it would have been impossible for the Beast Hall to capture him. On top of that, he overexerted himself previously, exacerbating his injuries. Even though Xianxia could treat it without the Library of Heaven's Path given his current level of medical knowledge, he would be only able to treat its symptoms, not the root of its illness. Knowing the specific location of the injuries had made it much simpler to cure the nightmare beast. However, to heal it to the point that it could try for transcendent mortal realm once more would still take at least half a year. Of course, if Xianxia were to use his Heaven's Path Xinqi, the other party's recovery rate would be boosted. However, Xianxia's current cultivation realm was far too lacking as compared to the other party. Putting aside the doubt of the effectiveness of the Heaven's Path Xinqi under such circumstances, there was a chance that Xianxia's pure Xinqi might be revealed, and this would bring him a whole string of trouble. Thus, he would rather dump the problem on the Beast Hall. In any case, this would also serve as a platform for them to strike up a relationship with the Nightmare Beast. Yes, Hall Master Xiajuchen nodded. Xianxia took out a piece of a paper and a brush, and started writing down a prescription. The main ingredient of the prescription just so happened to be Wei Yudeo's 7-colored honey. He was only responsible for providing the prescription. As for how the other party would negotiate the matter, that was no longer a matter for him to worry over. I need a quiet chamber. After dealing with this matter, Xianxia raised his request. Hall Master Xiajuchen did not dare to keep Xianxia waiting. He hurriedly prepared a quiet and spacious residence for him. This beast tamer Zhang had successfully cleared the 10 beasts cage. Just that in itself was sufficient reason for the Beast Hall to give him a residence already. Not to mention, the other party even tamed the Nightmare Beast and gave it to the Beast Hall. It would be hard for the Beast Hall to return this debt. After settling Xiaoya and the others in, Xianxia turned to Hall Master Xie and asked, "Right, Hall Master Xie, may I trouble you on another matter? Feel free to speak." Hall Master Xie chuckled. Despite this fellow young age, Xie already viewed him as a fellow peer, or perhaps even a senior. Putting all things aside, just the fact that Beast Tamer Zhang was able to tame the nightmare beast so easily and produce the true voice of dragons showed that his capability was far beyond his. "Hall Master, may I trouble you to assign a person to escort a friend of mine to Gale Valley of the Duskfall Mountains?" Xianxia called Sun Chong over and gestured to him. "Duskfall Mountains? Gale Valley? You are going to the Poison Hall?" Hall Master Xie narrowed his eyes. The Shenyuan Kingdom Poison Hall branch was well hidden, and very few people knew of its exact position. Even so, as the head of the Beast Hall, Xie was well informed on such matters. It was in Gale Valley. That region was usually forbidden lands for ordinary cultivators. Why was Beast Tamer Zhang sending his subordinate over? "You know of the Poison Hall as well?" "Indeed. I need him to make a trip for me." Xianxia chuckled. "But the surrounding area of the Poison Hall is treacherous land." Hall Master Xie tried to talk Xianxia out of it. The Poison Hall had a horrible reputation, and there were many casualties under them. To abruptly pay a visit was an extremely dangerous affair. More importantly, this subordinate of his was only at Dingli Realm. "Ah, I have a friend at the Poison Hall, and I just need Sun Chong to look for him in my stead. There won't be any danger, so you don't have to worry. It's just that I need someone to protect him on the way to avoid unnecessary trouble," Xianxia explained. Back then, when Gumu left, he had left Xianxia with a token, saying that he could bring it to look for him when he needed help. Since Xianxia was going against the Shenyuan royal family now, he needed all the help he could get. However, Xianxia urgently needed to cultivate now so that he could gain sufficient strength to exact his vengeance. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to send Sun Chong over. This fellow might be arrogant, but he was able to retain his composure even before experts like Su Fan and Ling Yuheng. As such, he was in a much better position than Xiaoya and the others. "All right then. I'll go make preparations." Hearing that Xianxia had a friend at the Poison Hall, Hall Master Xie hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding his head. Then, after the other party left, Xianxia turned around to face Sun Chong. "Butler's son, I have something I require your help on." "Young master, feel free to speak." Sun Chong hurriedly clasped his fist. As the sole direct disciple of the old master, Sun Chong had to obey Xianxia's commands. "Take this token, visit a poison master named Gumu in the Gale Valley Poison Hall, and have him meet me at Shenyuan Kingdom," Xianxia instructed, taking out a token. "All right," Sun Chong nodded his head. "May I know if this Gumu is young master's friend? How should I address him?" Xianxia had never told anyone about the happenings in the Poison Hall, so Sun Chong did not know about the matter. "Oh, this Gumu is my teacher's grandstudent, meaning my junior nephew," Xianxia replied. Initially, Xianxia was going to say that the other party was his grandstudent, but if the other party were to find out that his senior granduncle was not even 20 yet, he would surely bear doubts. Thus, he might as well push the identity of the elusive expert to his teacher. In any case, his teacher had always been an unfathomable figure. Adding another layer of secrecy to his identity did not mean anything much at this point. The old master's grandstudent? Sun Chong's eyes lit up. He did not expect the old master to be so formidable as to have a grandstudent in the Poison Hall. As a servant of the old master, even if I am of inferior standing to the old master, I am at least of the same standing as the young master. Since that Gumu lad is the old master's grandstudent, young master's junior nephew, that means that he's my junior as well, Sun Chong thought. As his senior, it's only right for him to run over as soon as he's called. Besides, as his senior, he should at least welcome me grandly with good alcohol and meat. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied Sun Chong felt with the job he was assigned. Seeing the other party's delighted expression, Xianxia warned, "The poison hall is a dangerous place, so be careful." "Young master, rest assured." Sun Chang nodded. "I'll leave a surge of jinqi with you just in case someone tries to poison you. At the very least, you'll be able to protect yourself this way." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and a surge of heaven's path jinqi flew through the other party's meridians, seeped into his dantian, and lay dormant within. Zhang Xian's Zhongshe realm heaven's path jinqi could neutralize all poison of grade 3 and below. It was hard to tell what kind of danger Sun Chang would meet, so it was best for him to be careful. With this surge of jinqi, Sun Chang should be able to protect himself from the poison of ordinary poison masters. "Thank you, young master." Knowing that the young master was doing this for his safety, Sun Chang bowed in gratitude. After the last few days of fellowship, he knew that even though the young master might be inferior to the old master, he was also a man of great capability. Since he decided to do so, he must have his own considerations. After explaining the method of triggering the surge of jinqi and ensuring that the other party understood his words, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Sun Chang was a little coarse, his ability to get things done was reliable. All along, he had been able to reliably accomplish the tasks Zhang Xian entrusted to him, saving him a lot of hassle. Yang Shi was an unfathomable, advanced master teacher, and the butler of such a figure had to possess a befitting disposition. Even though Sun Chang's cultivation was SOSO, he had been able to play the role of a butler perfectly. Otherwise, Zhang Xian would not have gone through the trouble of bringing him here from Tianxian Kingdom. These are a few pills beneficial to your cultivation. Remember to cultivate hard even when traveling. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian took out several pills that he obtained from the Lin clan and passed them over. Yes, Sun Chang hurriedly received them. He was no fool. Given that his cultivation was already lagging behind, he knew that if he did not work harder, he would soon lose his value. While Zhang Xian was delegating a few more points for Sun Chang to take note of, Hall Master Xie Juchen returned with an elder before him. It was Wei Yuqing. "The poison hall is dangerous, and after much consideration, I decided to assign Elder Wei to follow him. This way, his safety can be guaranteed," Hall Master Xie said. On top of being a 3-star beast tamer, Wei Yuqing was a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert. Other than Xie Juchen, he was the strongest person in the entire beast hall. Also, he possessed the deepest understanding of the affairs of the poison hall as well. It should be safer for him to escort Beast Tamer Zhang's subordinate. Beast Tamer Zhang was an important guest of the beast hall. On top of that, they had yet to fully tame the nightmare beast. Thus, no matter what, they had to protect the other party's subordinate well. "I'll be depending on Elder Wei then." Zhang Xian clasped his fist. "Don't worry," Wei Yuqing nodded with a smile. "Even though I've never been to the poison hall, I've heard some rumors about it. If it's just looking for someone, there won't be any danger. As long as they weren't going to the poison hall to wreak havoc, it should be fine." After all, even though poison masters were formidable beast tamers, as a member of the upper 9 paths, were not to be trifled with either. Since Grand Elder Wei Yuqing was making a move personally, Zhang Xian felt reassured. The duo left on an aerial savage beast. After trading some pleasantries with Zhang Xian, Hall Master Xie Juchen took his leave. The nightmare beast had awoken, and he had to make use of this opportunity to strike up an intimate relationship with the latter before it recovered fully. Time to start. After the crowd left, Zhang Xian found himself a quiet room, conditioned himself and sat down cross-legged. With his recent gains, he should have sufficient spirit beast blood essence to reach Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan. After adjusting his state, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and a few droplets of spirit beast blood essence appeared in his palm. There was a dense concentration of spiritual energy in the room. This was a unique cultivation chamber in the residence, and a spiritual energy gathering formation had been set up here. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian began to drive his jinqi according to the formula stated within the Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan. Then, with a flick of his finger, the blood droplets suddenly turned into a mist, permeating into the pores throughout Xianxia's body. The spirit beast blood essence was the essence of the blood extracted from a spirit beast. Even though it wasn't as valuable as inner cores, harnessed within every droplet was the very essence of a spirit beast. The energy contained in every droplet was even purer and denser than those in spirit stones. A huge spiral formed within his body, taking in all of the energy within the blood to nourish every single cell within him. The effects are indeed significantly less effective than before. Taking a look at his body after absorbing the first batch of spirit beast blood essence, Xianxia frowned. Along with the rise in his strength, the requirement on the spirit beast blood essence would increase as well. In the past, a single drop could induce massive improvements, but now its effects had been greatly cut. But in any case, Xianxia had sufficient spirit blood essence in his possession, so he had no worries. Based on his previous calculations, 20 droplets of spirit beast blood essence should be sufficient for him to reach Zhizuan realm pinnacle. As long as his strength reached that level, it would be possible for him to face even a half-transcension cultivator through the Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path. He would be able to exact vengeance then. TZZZZ. Under the effects of the Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan, the constitution of Xianxia's muscles were modified, making his physical strength soar to new heights. Boom! After an unknown period of time, with the sound of an explosion, Xianxia seemed to have broken a shackle binding his body. It felt as though he was submerged into a tub of hot water, and a feeling of relaxation spread all over him. Finally, he had broken through the 9999 ding bottleneck to reach the level of Zhizuan realm. Even though there was only a single ding of difference between 9999 ding and 10,000 ding, it set apart the boundary between a half Zhizuan and Zhizuan. With this leap, one's level of existence became completely different. Zhizuan was the peak of the fighter realm. Regardless of whether it was one's physical body, spirit, or energy, one would be approaching the limits of a human at this realm. Only when one had reached this realm could one attempt to break their mortal limits to become a transcendent mortal. Upon success, their lifespan and strength would be enhanced immensely. If one could not even take the step to Zhizuan realm, one would be doomed to remain as a mortal for life. One could only watch helplessly as time left its mark on one. In other words, it was the stepping stone to become a true expert. Many cultivators found themselves locked outside its gates, unable to take the final step in, and thus dying in regret. After previously absorbing the 2 droplets of spirit beast blood essence, Xianxia also found himself stuck before this hurdle, unable to raise his strength by that final ding to push through the next realm no matter how he cultivated. However, with sufficient blood essence in his hands, he could finally take that final step. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Xianxia's reaction speed and senses were enhanced immensely. His vision became much sharper and clearer, as expected of the top realm of a fighter. Just the breakthrough in his physical body had brought him many benefits. Even though his strength was just increased by a single ding, his overall fighting prowess rose by almost 2-folds. If he were to fight with the steel-armed golden ape once more, even without the Library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to crush it easily with just his strength. This was Zhizuan realm. Finally, knowing that it would be easier to raise his cultivation now, having broken through his bottleneck, Xianxia frenziedly absorbed the spirit beast blood essence within the jade bottle and drove the Heaven's Path golden body to Dan. Once again, his strength rose at a rate visible to the eye. 10,100 ding, 10,200 ding, 10,300 ding, 30,000 ding. In just a single day, Xianxia reached 30,000 ding straight, granting him strength equivalent to a Zhizuan realm advanced stage expert. At this moment, he had already expended a total of 18 drops of spirit beast blood essence. The expenditure is greater than I've expected. He thought that it would only take at most 10 droplets for him to reach Zhizuan realm advanced stage, but contrary to his expectations, it took 18 instead. That was far beyond his estimations. It was fortunate that he received 10 additional droplets from Hall Master Xia. With 12 droplets remaining, it should be sufficient for him to push to Zhizuan realm pinnacle. Continue. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia closed his eyes and continued cultivating. While Xianxia was in seclusion, Sun Chang had finally arrived at the Gale Valley in the Duskfall Mountains after half a day of traveling. Similar to the Red Lotus Range, it extended far beyond the horizon, and the Poison Hall was hidden somewhere amidst this vast plot of lush greenery. If one didn't know the exact location of the Poison Hall, putting aside finding it, one would probably end up dead at the hands of the powerful savage beasts prowling around or from the poisonous mist which lingered in the air. Be careful. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing took out an antidote pill in advance. The duo abandoned the aerial savage beast and began proceeding through the mountain valley on foot. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing's strength of Jizuan Realm Pinnacle made the weaker savage beasts dare not approach him. On top of that, he was an experienced veteran, and under his guide, the duo avoided most of the danger. After a day of walking, having circled around innumerable savage beasts and poisonous mist, a massive infrastructure appeared before them. Countless tall, dark gray stone buildings reminiscent of ancient relics clustered around it. The layout was similar to the Red Lotus Range Poison Hall, but it was clearly larger and grander. There were all kinds of formidable formations laid out in the area. After circling around a massive boulder, they finally arrived at the entrance. Before they could walk in, they seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. Jia! A loud sound echoed, and immediately afterward, and the ringing of bells sounded. Voila! A few poison masters wearing long robes appeared before the duo. Even though Poison Hall was well hidden and no one would easily attempt to besiege it, it was still one of the most hated and feared occupations in the continent. As such, they went to the extent of building a strong defensive system. Who dares to barge into the Poison Hall? A young man walked forward as he assessed the two intruders with a cold gaze. These few people seemed to be in their 30s, and they had all reached Xianxia Realm, and the young man who spoke had even reached Xianxia Realm Pinnacle. But of course, what was fearsome about poison masters wasn't their strength but their ability to utilize poison. Even though they were only at Xianxia Realm, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing didn't dare to underestimate them. I am a 3-star beast tamer from the Beast Hall, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing. I'm here to seek a friend. Wei Yuqing stepped forward and clasped his hands. After a day of accompaniment, Wei Yuqing realized that Sun Chang was only at Dingli Realm. It was likely that the poison masters would simply disregard his presence, so he chose to take on the job of interacting with the other party. An elder from the Beast Hall? Taken aback, a grim look slowly surfaced on the young man. Even though they rarely interacted with the outside world, poison masters still roughly knew the various powers out in the world. Given that the other party was an elder of the Beast Hall, his strength was most probably at Jizuan Realm Pinnacle. This wasn't a figure that they could trifle with. May I know which poison master within our Poison Hall are you looking for? The young man replied politely. It's a poison master named Gu Mu, Sun Chang said. Gu Mu. The young man was taken aback by Sun Chang's words, and a furrow slowly appeared on his forehead. You're looking for Hall Master Gu Mu? Hall Master. Sun Chang and Wei Yuqing were dumbstruck. Wei Yuqing knew that they were here to look for Xianxia's junior nephew. He thought that the other party would just be some unknown poison master, to think that he would be the head of the Poison Hall. The standing of the head of the Poison Hall was in no way inferior to the head of the Beast Hall. That's right. Seeing that the other party clearly didn't know that Gu Mu was the Hall Master despite being here to look for him, a wary look appeared on the faces of the poison masters. May I know the reason why you are looking for the Hall Master? I'll help you relay your message. The reason? Sun Chang hesitated for a moment, but upon recalling his standing, he straightened his plump body and stood imposingly. Placing his hands behind his back, his eyebrows shot up, and an arrogant look appeared on his face. Humph. Tell him that his Uncle Sun Chang is here, so he should hurry out to welcome me. Uncle Sun Chang? Wei Yuqing was just about to explain the matter when he heard these words. His lips trembled, and he nearly bit his own tongue. As the head of the Poison Hall, there were no doubts about the other party's strength and his ability to utilize poison. Even if Hall Master Xie Juchen were to come personally, there was no guarantee that he could defeat the other party. Even Wei Yuqing had to bow respectfully before such an elder for fear of offending the other party. Yet, this fellow declared that uncle is here as soon as he arrived. Where in the world did that come from? Even if Gu Mu was Yang Shi's grandstudent, you should have nothing much to do with it. For a Dingli realm fellow to claim to be uncle of a Jizuan realm expert, and to declare it so loudly and imposingly at that, Wei Yuqing felt his face turn green. He thought that it should be a simple matter bringing Sun Chong here to look for someone. How could he have known that Sun Chong was such an unreliable companion? What did you say? Where did this fool come from? As expected. As soon that Sun Chong spoke those arrogant words, everyone's fury immediately erupted. They had always admired Hall Master Gu Mu's incredible strength. So how could they tolerate a random stranger claiming to be his uncle? His senior? This was an insult. Furthermore, even if Hall Master Gu Mu were to really have an uncle, the other party should at least be a powerful transcendent mortal expert. How could such a shameless-looking Dingli realm fellow like you be his uncle? Audacious! Used to such situations, Sun Chong's eyebrows shot up as he bellowed authoritatively, "Hurry up and call him out. Otherwise, don't blame me if I get that lad Gu Mu to tear you apart." Lad? Gu Mu? Wei Yuqing's mouth twitched yet again. He felt that a heart problem would crop up if he continued listening to these words. You! The faces of the poison masters steeled in fury. Unable to hold back their fury, they were about to make a move on Sun Chong when a voice echoed. What happened? Who are these visitors? Turning to the origin of the voice, an imposing young man walked over with widened strides. It had not been long since the bell rang, and it was already ringing for the second time. When did the poison hall get so bothersome? Poison Master Wuxia, you came at the right time. These fellows popped out from nowhere and claimed to be Hall Master Gu's uncle. The group hurriedly explained the matter to the young man who had just appeared. Teacher's uncle? I don't recall teacher having any relatives. Wuxia frowned in confusion. Even though he was baffled, he chose to handle the matter prudently. Thus he clasped his fist and asked, I am Wuxia and Hall Master Gu Mu is my teacher. May I know how to address you, and where did you come from so that I can report this matter to teacher? Seeing the other party's respectful attitude, Sun Chong nodded his head in satisfaction. How to address me? I am your teacher's uncle, so you can address me as grandfather. Wuxia's eyebrows twitched, and his body swayed for an instant. As the direct disciple of the hall master, he possessed a high standing in the poison hall. For a Dingli realm fellow out of nowhere to claim to be his grandfather, stifled, he nearly exploded. Even so, if the other party was truly his teacher's uncle, there would be no problem with the address. Since you claim to be teacher's uncle, may I know if you have anything to affirm your identity? Suppressing his rage, Wuxia clasped his fists respectfully. Here! With a flick of his wrist, Sun Chong threw the token Zhang Xian gave him over. It's teacher's token. Upon seeing the object, Wuxia's face changed. He had seen teacher's token once, and it was a one-of-a-kind object. To think that he would see it on this plump man. Could this unimpressive fellow truly be teacher's uncle? Elder, please wait for a moment. I'll report this matter to teacher now. Given that the other party was able to take out his teacher's token, it was highly likely that his words were true. Thus, Wuxia hurriedly clasped his fists respectfully. At the same time, he also changed his method of address to elder. Go on. Sun Chong waved his hands proudly. Seeing the imposing Wuxia behaving so respectfully, the other poison masters were dumbfounded. They thought that this fellow was bragging. To think that it was actually true. Just a moment ago, someone had just appeared claiming to be the hall master's teacher. Given his powerful and majestic disposition, no one doubted his words at all. And now the uncle had appeared as well. However, why did this uncle seem so weak and unimpressive? In the lounge of the poison hall, Gu Mu was seated on a chair, and he had an extremely respectful and humble look on his face. In the past 20 days, his cultivation had leaped considerably. Vaguely, one could sense that he was just a single step away from reaching half-transcension. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before he managed to make that breakthrough to a whole new world. Seated before was a white-haired elder. His eyes were deep as though an abyss, filled with the vicissitudes of life, leaving one with an unfathomable impression of him. Seated beside the elder was a youth dressed in a white robe. The youth had rosy lips and held a foldable fan in his hands. Taking a closer look, he was even more dashing than the refined GMO Gongzi, who won the hearts of the ladies in Tianwu Royal City. In fact, the disposition and appearance of this youth far exceeded that of GMO. The difference was as huge as though the gap between the heaven and the earth. A feature that stood out for that youth was his smooth and pale skin. Even Xianxia, who had already cultivated the Heaven's Path Golden Body Dan, could not match up to his complexion. Perhaps only Xiaoya could be a match for him. The youth sat quietly on a chair beside the elder. Even though he didn't speak a single word, he exuded a pressure that caused the white-haired elder to feel slightly restrained, not daring to speak excessively. "Teacher, this is the crimson flame lotus seed. Upon consumption, it'll increase a person's chances of breaking into the half-transcension realm by 20%. With a flick on his wrist, Hall Master Gu Mu took out a jade box and passed it over to the elder. Opening the box, a blood-red object the size of a peanut appeared before everyone's gazes. It exuded astonishingly concentrated spiritual energy which revitalized one with just a single breath. Crimson Flame Lotus Seed. This was the treasure obtained back when he was at the Red Lotus Range. Nodding his head, the elder took it and passed it to the youth beside him. "Gongzi, this is the reason why you came here?" The youth who was addressed as Gongzi glanced at the seed for a moment before closing it. The incomparably valuable crimson flame lotus seed that other cultivators would kill to obtain seemed to be something of zero value in his eyes. "I heard that this object is beneficial to Gongzi's recovery," the elder hurriedly explained. "You've been troubled." Upon hearing that it was for him, Gongzi nodded his head, kept the jade box, and fell silent once more. "Well done." Seeing the finicky Gongzi accept the crimson flame lotus seed, the elder heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he turn to Hall Master Gu Mu and nod his head in satisfaction. "Teacher has done so much for me. It's only right for me to be filial to you." Gu Mu hurriedly clasped his fist humbly. The person seated before him was his ex-teacher, 4-star poison master Jin Songhai. When Jin Songhai was still a 3-star poison master, he accepted Gu Mu in as his student and groomed him. Eventually, he managed to break through his bottleneck, so he left Shenyuan Kingdom. With this departure, he was gone for 2 whole decades. Even so, his guidance had played a fundamental role to Gu Mu's current accomplishments. Otherwise, he would probably still be trying to crawl ahead as a 2-star poison master. Knowing that the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed was an incredible treasure, he immediately sent the news over to his teacher. As such, his teacher made a detour to the Shenyuan Kingdom Poison Hall. "Since we've obtained what we needed, let's go." The Gongzi didn't seem to care for pleasantries or that sort. Waving the fan in his hand, he stood up. "Yes." Jin Songhai nodded. "Teacher, may I know, where are you heading in such a hurry to?" "If it's within my means, I wish to offer my assistance." Hall Master Gu Mu hesitated for a brief moment before asking. He thought that his teacher would stay a period of time, during which he could seek his guidance on his cultivation to break through his bottleneck. Yet, the other party was going to leave right after arriving. This left him slightly disappointed. Gongzi is intending to head to a Tier 1 kingdom below Shenyuan Kingdom. "There's nothing we need your help on. You don't have to worry about it." Jin Songhai shook his hands and rejected the other party's offer with a smile. "There is a total of 27 Tier 1 kingdoms under Shenyuan Kingdom. May I know which one is Gongzi and teacher intending to head to? I am familiar with some of them, so perhaps I can help lead the way." Knowing that his teacher was deferential to this Gongzi, Hall Master Gu Mu asked for the latter's opinion as well. "Tianwu Kingdom," Jin Songhai said. "Tianwu? I've just returned from there a few days ago. In fact, this Crimson Flame Lotus Seed came from the branch there. I am well versed with the directions there, so if I may, I could guide you both." Gu Mu's eyes lit up in excitement. Given that he had just come from Tianwu Kingdom, he was still rather familiar with the basic layout of the region. You've just returned from Tianwu Kingdom? Hearing the Gu Mu's words, the nonchalant Gongzi suddenly turned around and asked, Good. I've something to ask you about. Gongzi, feel free to speak, Gu Mu replied respectfully. After a momentary pause, the Gongzi was just about to voice his query when anxious footsteps sounded outside. Then Wuxia appeared in the group site. Teacher, what's wrong? Given that the other party interrupted the esteemed Gongzi's words, Gu Mu's complexion immediately darkened. There's a person outside claiming to be your uncle, and he insists on meeting you, Wuxia hurriedly said. My uncle? Gu Mu was baffled. When did I ever have an uncle? His father was the sole son in his family, so how could he have an uncle? But he has your token. Wuxia quickly lifted the token Sun Chong gave him up. Upon seeing the token, realization suddenly struck Gu Mu. Could he be someone's senior granduncle sent? It was just a few days ago that he gave this token to the mysterious senior granduncle. Even though the other party looked young, he possessed unfathomable means. The reason why he managed to touch on the gates of half-transcension in just a short span of 20 days was because of this senior's guidance. The other party had cured him of his affliction and helped him tame the lava beast, thus granting him sufficient time and hope to avenge his wife. To be honest, the gratitude he felt toward this mysterious senior didn't pale to that of his teacher. What senior granduncle? Hearing Gu Mu's mutterings, Jin Songhai turned his head over. I was just about to report this matter to teacher. Gu Mu hurriedly walked forward and asked, May I know if teacher has a young-looking senior uncle? Since the other party was his senior granduncle, then naturally he would be his teacher's senior uncle. Senior uncle? Jin Songhai was bewildered. Young-looking? What's his name? His name is Bai Chan. However, I think that it's just an alias. I'm not too sure what his real name is either, Gu Mu said. Gu Mu had Liao Sun investigated the matter, but the results showed that Bai Chan was only an ordinary physician in Tianwu Royal City. Most probably, senior granduncle did not want others to know his identity. That's why he chose to conceal his true name. Seeing that Gu Mu was unclear of the matter as well, Jin Songhai asked, Where's he now? It was common for a cultivator to have many teachers throughout his entire life. However, most of them could only be considered as a half-teacher. More often than not, one would only have a single true teacher. His teacher had already passed away many years ago, and he didn't hear of his teacher having any juniors at all. Where did this senior uncle appear from? I haven't met him ever since I parted with him at Red Lotus Range. However, I gave him my token and someone is looking for me now with it. Most probably, that person should be his junior or his student, Gu Mu said. Since the other party claimed to be his uncle, it meant that the other party was a junior of his senior granduncle. My teacher, Xianxia, has already passed away 13 years ago. He'd never spoken of our lineage, so I'm not too sure about the details as well. However, if he's truly related to my teacher, I should be able to recognize it. With a deep frown, Jin Songhai suddenly felt intrigued to know who this senior uncle was. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to look at Gongzi. It's only out of interest that I'm heading to Tianwu Royal City. It isn't much of a problem for me to push back my schedule for a few days. Since this is a problem regarding your lineage, you should investigate it properly to prevent anyone from making use of your name. Knowing Jin Songhai's intentions, Gongzi shook his hands casually. Thank you, Gongzi. Upon receiving the other party's approval, Jin Songhai's eyes lit up. Then, turning to Gu Mu, he issued an instruction. Allow him in. I would like to see if this senior uncle is real or not. Yes. Gu Mu nodded before gesturing to Wuxia. The young man walked out and before long, he returned with two figures behind him. The one walking in front was a plump man whose cultivation was only at Dingli realm. His hands behind his back, his chests were puffed up, and he carried a slight air of superiority. Sun Chong. The other man was an elder possessing a cultivation of Jizuan realm pinnacle. He had a composed disposition, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing. As soon as the trio walked in, before Wuxia had a chance to introduce them, Sun Chong's eyes swept across the people in the room and he said, "Which of you is Gu Mu?" Seeing how that fellow arrogantly addressed the hall master by his name, the complexion of Wu Shi and the others turned awful. "I am." Gu Mu frowned as well, but he clasped his fist and responded politely. "I believe you have seen the token already. The old master hopes for you to make a trip to Shenyuan Royal City." Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Chong walked up to the main seat and waved his plump hands. "You should hurry up and make preparations. May I know the reason why Senior Granduncle is asking me to head for Shenyuan Royal City? And what should I prepare?" Gu Mu asked in confusion. Since the other party had the token, it was unlikely that this plump man was an impostor. Besides, Gu Mu had given his word that regardless of who it was, as long as they came to him with the token in hand, he would fulfill their demands regardless of what it was. Sun Chong replied, "As a subordinate, I dare not comment on the old master's affairs. I advise you to do the same as well. When you reach Shenyuan Royal City, he'll inform you on the rest." "This? Yes." Gu Mu nodded. Not only was this Dingli realm fellow fearless before the Jizuan realm pinnacle poison hall master, he even spoke with a lecturing tone. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing felt so faint-headed that the whites of his eyes were showing. He thought that given Sun Chong's weak cultivation and shabby background, it was unlikely for him to be experienced in this kind of huge matter. Thus, as a Jizuan realm pinnacle, the Grand Elder of the Beast Hall, he intended to bring him along and teach him a thing or two. In the end, he became the countryside bumpkin instead. Before the fearsome head of the poison hall, he was so scared that he didn't dare to utter a single word. On the other hand, the other party was able to speak nonchalantly, lecturing as he pleased, not giving the slightest consideration to the hall master's face at all. He sure was bold. Where in the world did he get such confidence from? Did he really think that the other party wouldn't dare kill him? Even the composed Gongzi couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He had seen arrogant people before, but this plump man clearly topped them all. Given the other party's strength, even an apprentice in the poison hall could easily extinguish his measly life. Yet he was able to speak fearlessly here. Could his backing truly be that great? Was he certain that Gu Mu wouldn't make a move on him? That's why he was able to remain fearless? "This friend here, may I know how I can address your old master?" Unable to hold himself back anymore, Jin Songhai spoke up. The other party's confidence and boldness had left him puzzled as well. If the other party was an impostor, he would surely show some hints of fear. However, Jin Songhai could sense that this plump man was truly confident and fearless. This meant that he must have something to fall back on. Such boldness was not something an impostor could possess. "Audacious! Who do you think you are?" "I'm speaking to Hall Master Gu Mu. This isn't your place to butt in." Sun Chong's eyebrows shot up furiously. "The heck?" Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. He nearly couldn't hold back his urge to escape. Due to Sun Chong's lack of strength, he was unable to gauge the strength of this elder. However, as soon as Wei Yuqing walked in, he had already noticed the peculiarity with this elder. Given the deeply concealed and exceptionally calm aura of the other party, there was a high chance that he was a transcendent mortal expert. It was precisely of this elder that he didn't dare to move or speak at all. Yet this fellow berated him. Doomed. Wei Yuqing thought that this should be an easy mission since they only had to look for a person. But from the looks of it now, this simple mission was going to claim his life. He wasn't the only one astounded by this situation. Gongzi and Gu Mu also nearly bit their tongues. How dare a Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm weakling speak to a transcendent mortal expert like that? This was no longer boldness. This was madness. "You!" Having been bellowed at, Jin Songhai's face darkened. He flung his sleeves and said, "I am Hall Master Gu Mu's teacher, 4-star Poison Master Jin Songhai." Even so, I still have no rights to speak. Gu Mu's teacher? For Star Poison Master. Sun Chong was taken aback. He thought that the other party was just a sidekick, and he didn't expect him to be such a formidable figure. Even so, Sun Chong didn't panic in the least. He simply stared at Jin Songhai with a look of disdain. So what if you're a 4-star poison master? Even 4-star master teachers like Su Fan and Ling Yuheng have to pay respect to the old master in the capacity of a student, not daring to refute even when reprimanded. Why? Do you think that you're superior to 4-star master teachers? Trying to scare me? Let me tell you, I, Brother Chong, am no bumpkin. Back then, even the 4-star master teacher Little Su acted subserviently to the old master, not daring to speak loudly or go against his wills. You are just a mere poison master. No matter how incredible you are, do you think you can match up to the #1 occupation in the world? Didn't I try to spare your pride already? What are you bragging for? Su Fan? Ling Yuheng? Do you mean Elder Su and Elder Ling from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master Teacher Pavilion? Jin Songhai was about to erupt from rage when he heard those words. His face immediately warped in shock. As 4-star master teachers, Su Fan and Ling Yuheng were famous figures in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Not only were they powerful, they also possessed incredible influence as the elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Their standing was comparable even to the nobles of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's royal family. Yet, these two noble and powerful master teachers actually paid respect to his old master in the capacity of a student. Are you for real? If that's true, then who in the world was his old master? A grave look surfaced on Jin Songhai's face. You know Little Su and Little Ling? Sun Chong frowned. I've met them once. Hearing him address 4-star master teachers in such a manner, the corner of Jin Songhai's lips twitched. Those two were powerful figures in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and yet, in this plump man's mouth, they seemed as though insignificant small fries. His head spun frenziedly. Since you know them, then it won't be a problem to tell you then. Sun Chong's expression finally alleviated slightly upon seeing the fear on the other party's face, and he revealed, the old master Xianxia is a master teacher. As for his rank, he has never revealed it before, so I don't know either. However, Su Shi has once hinted that his capability has definitely reached the level of a 6-star master teacher. A 6-star master teacher. Gongzi, Jin Songhai, Gu Mu, and the others leaped in shock. Even the most formidable master teacher in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, Pavilion Master Kong, was only at 4-star pinnacle. He was still a far way off from reaching 5-star, needless to say 6-star. In the ranking system of a master teacher, the higher the rank, the greater the difference between each ranking. Even though there was only a difference of 2 ranks between 6-star and 4-star pinnacle, there was actually a huge disparity in their cultivation. Even if all of the experts of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance were to band together, they wouldn't be able to match up to an expert of this class. To think that the old master the other party was speaking about was such a formidable existence. It was no wonder why this plump man, despite being only at Dingley Realm, could act so fearlessly before them. With such a huge backing, putting aside Jizuan Realm pinnacle cultivators and transcendent mortal experts, even the powerful fleeting cloud sect wouldn't dare offend him. On the other hand, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing's body shuddered, and he nearly fainted from shock. He had never seen the old master that Sun Chong was speaking of, but he had seen the young master. It was the incomparably talented beast tamer Zhang. To that genius, taming a beast was as though a walk in the park, and even the incredibly difficult 10 beasts cage was no more than a slight workout for him. All along, he had thought that beast tamer Zhang might be the direct disciple of some high-ranked beast tamer. He never could have imagined that beast tamer Zhang's teacher would be a 6-star master teacher. It was no wonder why he was so formidable despite his young age. I must hurry back to inform the hall master of the matter, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing thought. That's right. However, the one who wishes to meet Hall Master Gu this time is young Master Xianxia. Make some preparations and bring more poison along. At the very least, you won't panic when the time comes. Seeing the fear in everyone's eyes, Sun Chong nodded his head in satisfaction. Who was Xianxia? As the butler of a master teacher whose ranking potentially exceeded 6-star, even if he didn't possess sufficient strength, he mustn't lose out in his disposition. If he were to be frightened by these small fries, how could he still proudly claim to be the old master's butler? Yes. Upon learning that senior granduncle was a 6-star master teacher, bits and pieces of Gu Mu's interaction with the other party gradually surfaced in his mind. Solving his affliction, helping him tame the lava beast, expelling the contract Gu from the great herb king's body. All of his feats were anything but ordinary. At that moment he realized that this fellow might not necessarily be bragging. That senior granduncle Xianxia might truly be a person of such great means. Gongzi, is what he said true? Jin Songhai communicated telepathically with Gongzi. Gongzi might be young and his cultivation could not compare up to him, but he was extraordinarily sharp when it came to discerning people. His tone is confident, and there isn't the slightest hint of a lie in his words. That Xianxia probably isn't an ordinary figure, Gongzi replied calmly. Actually, it's not difficult to determine whether his words are true or not. Based on his words, his young master is probably at Shenyuan Royal City. If I recall correctly, we have to pass by there to reach Tianwu Royal City so we can go over to take a look. If the old master he speaks of is truly a 6-star master teacher, then befriending him would surely be beneficial. Gongzi continued. If that's not the case, you can handle the matter as you please. Yes. Jin Songhai hurriedly nodded. That plump man had spoken so confidently that even he was unable to gauge whether the other party's words were true or not. If this plump man was truly the subordinate of a 6-star master teacher, offending him could potentially be calamitous. Getting on bad terms with an expert of that caliber spelled certain doom. In any case, since they were heading for Shenyuan Royal City anyway, they could take a look. Through assessing the young master the other party spoke of, they might be able to determine the authenticity of the other party's words. Upon coming to a decision, the duo decided to speak no more. As all of Gu Mu's possessions were kept in his storage ring, there was nothing for him to prepare. Soon he was ready to set off. Thus, the group left the Poison Hall, headed in the direction of Shenyuan Royal City. In the chamber, Zhang Xian finally opened his eyes. Such a pity. Lamentation surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. Ever since Sun Chong left, Zhang Xian had been immersing himself into his cultivation. Today was already the 3rd day since then. On the first day, his physical strength reached 30,000 ding. In the next 2 days, he expended a total of 5 droplets of spirit beast blood essence. But his strength had only reached 35,000 ding before reaching a bottleneck. There's nothing wrong my cultivation method. It's the spirit beast blood essence that became ineffective. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian shook his head. The Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan was a formula to enhance one's physical body through absorbing spirit beast blood essence. As a cultivation technique compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, it was impossible for there to be any problems with it. At the same time, Zhang Xian could sense that he hadn't reached the cap of his cultivation yet. The problem was that the spirit beast blood essence had lost effectiveness. All Zhang Xian could found in Shenyuan Kingdom's Beast Hall was the blood essence of Grade 1 spirit beasts. An item of that rank was useful and powerful when one's cultivation was still weak. However, after reaching the strength comparable to a Jizuan realm advanced stage, the effects of the blood essence had become minimal. Using an analogy, when there was a huge difference between the height of 2 connected ponds, the flow of water from the higher pond to the lower pond would be extremely fast. Eventually, when they finally reached the same height, the height of the lower pond would stop rising. This Grade 1 Spirit Beast blood essence was only sufficient for Zhang Xian to reach Jizuan realm advanced stage. At this level, the height between both ponds would be already equal. No matter how much more Grade 1 Spirit Beast blood essence Zhang Xian absorbed, it would be difficult for his strength to progress. Immersing his consciousness into the state of his body, Zhang Xian saw that the blood droplets flowing through his body were round and satiated. They were dense as though mercury, and every single droplet had immense strength packed within it. They were in no way inferior to the grade 1 spirit beast blood essence that Xianxia consumed before. Even though Xianxia's cultivation had not progressed by much in the past 2 days of cultivation, his efforts were not completely futile. He managed to reinforce his cultivation and adapt to his newfound strength. At the very least, he wouldn't lose control of his strength as he did back then in Master Lu Chen's house. I still have 7 droplets left. I'll give 3 of them to Yuan Tao and find a way to further awaken his emperor's bloodline. As for the last 4, I'll give them to the howling firmament beast, since he still had remaining spirit beast blood essence, and there was no point for him to keep them. He might as well just give it away. Yuan Tao possessed the emperor's bloodline, and the spirit beast blood essence was a treasure that could be used to awaken one's unique constitution. As for the Steelfang howling firmament beast, as Xianxia had yet to make a breakthrough in his Jinqi cultivation, he was still unable to trigger a bloodline evolution in it yet. However, through channeling the energy contained within the spirit beast blood essence properly, raising its cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms could still be easily done. With the knowledge from the books contained within Shenluo Mountain Range and Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall, coupled with the Eye of Insight, even without utilizing the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia was still capable of such a feat. In fact, putting aside Xianxia's unique abilities as a master teacher, just in terms of the capabilities of a beast tamer, he was superior to typical 3-star beast tamers. Having made up his mind, Xianxia immediately got to action. Summoning Yuan Tao and the howling firmament beast over, he distributed the remaining 7 droplets of spirit beast blood essence and explained the method to using them clearly. After dealing with that matter, he saw Hall Master Xie Juchen walking over with a delighted expression. Beast Tamer Zhang, I've managed to gather all of the books that you require. In exchange for taming the nightmare beast, Xianxia demanded compensation in the form of cultivation technique manuals. After 3 days of hard work, the Beast Hall finally managed to gather 1,000 manuals of half-Jizuan and Jizuan realm cultivation techniques each. Voila! As Hall Master Xie Juchen spoke, he flicked his wrist and 2 huge bookshelves appeared before Xianxia. An entire collection consisting of 2,000 books were placed in them. Fearing that Xianxia would be unsatisfied, the Beast Hall had used all of its connections and paid a heavy price to gather all of these books from the distinguished clans. As such, most of the cultivation techniques within the pile were actually rather decent. Even though they were only copies, being able to gather so many valuable manuals within a short span of 3 days proved testimony to the immense influence the Beast Hall wielded. You have my gratitude, Hall Master Xie. After a brief glance, Xianxia could instantly tell that the Beast Hall must have paid a heavy price for it. Grateful for the favor, Xianxia asked, "How is the taming of the nightmare beast coming along? That fellow's injuries are starting to recover, and it's no longer as resistant to us as it was. It's all thanks to Beast Tamer Zhang's help." Hall Master Xie Juchen nodded with a bright smile on his face. Even though the nightmare beast was reluctant to submit to the Beast Hall, it had already signed a contract to Xianxia, and Xianxia's words were law to it. Resigning to fate, its attitude toward the Beast Hall improved significantly. As time passed, even if the Beast Hall was unable to tame it completely, as long as they were able to build a good relationship with it, it shouldn't be a problem for them to rely on its help during times of crisis. That's good. Seeing that everything was going well, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Beast Tamer Zhang, you should continue on with whatever you're busy with. I'll take my leave now. Given that Xianxia had requested for these cultivation techniques, it was likely he was planning to cultivate or research them. Thus, deciding not to be a nuisance, Hall Master Xie Juchen left. As soon as the other party was gone, Xianxia immediately slid his fingers through the secret manuals to duplicate them in the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile! With a hushed exclamation, 2 secret manuals appeared in Xianxia's mind. They were the half-Jizuan and Jizuan Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art Manuals. Chuckling softly, Xianxia began browsing through them. It didn't take him long to complete the 2 books. Time to try cultivating it. Choosing not to waste his time, Xianxia sat down cross-legged, and with a flick of his wrist, a spirit stone appeared in his palms and he started cultivating. He had obtained 10 spirit stones from the Lin Ruotian storage ring, and 5 from winning the championship of the beast taming competition. In other words, there was a total of 15 spirit stones in Zhang Xian's hands at the moment. Back when Liang Qingming and Lin Long were smashed to meat paste by the Book of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian was unable to find their storage rings. Even though there weren't many of them, he calculated that it should be sufficient to raise his cultivation considerably. Kacha! Kacha! The spirit stones that were sapped dry were reduced to powder. At the same time, an immense amount of spiritual energy surged into Zhang Xian's meridians, causing his cultivation to steadily grow stronger. Boom! Around 10 minutes or so later, his body jolted and his cultivation broke through Zhongshe realm pinnacle to reach half-Jizuan. Jiangshu, Emotianxue, and the others had cultivated their entire lives, only to be kept out of this level. If they were to know that this fellow had only spent a dozen minutes to accomplish his feat, they would probably die from excessive vomiting of blood. Half-Jizuan meant that one already had half a foot into Jizuan realm, and one's level of existence was already undergoing a metamorphosis. Even so, Zhang Xian didn't stop then. He continued absorbing spiritual energy from the spirit stones greedily. Kacha! An hour later, Zhang Xian's body jolted, and he had successfully reached Jizuan realm. Cultivating from Zhongshe realm pinnacle to Jizuan realm didn't even take him an hour, as expected of the Heaven's Path divine art. With sufficient spiritual energy, cultivating was no different from eating or drinking. The concept of bottlenecks didn't exist in Zhang Xian's training. Having achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, Zhang Xian immersed himself in the sensation of having an immense amount of Jinqi flowing through his body. At this moment, just his Jinqi strength itself amounted up to 10,000 ding. He had truly stepped into the top ranks of the fighter realm. 2 hours later, coming to a stop in his cultivation, Zhang Xian sighed. Along with the rise in his cultivation, the demand for the quality and quantity of spirit stones was rising exponentially. In the past, 5 spirit stones were more than sufficient for him to reach Zhongshe realm pinnacle. However, at this moment, 15 spirit stones were only barely enough for him to reach Jizuan realm. It wasn't even sufficient for him to reinforce his cultivation as a Jizuan realm primary stage cultivator. The main reason why Zhang Xian's spirit stone expenditure was so exaggerated was due to the absurd purity of his Heaven's Path Jinqi, which in turn resulted in an absurdly high demand in the quality of spiritual energy that he absorbed. If it was any other Jizuan realm expert, a single low-tier spirit stone would be sufficient to raise their cultivation significantly. However, Zhang Xian found himself unable to absorb most of the impure spiritual energy contained within the spirit stone. About 80 to 90% of it went to waste. Even so, the gains were great. Despite still being in Jizuan realm primary stage, his Jinqi strength had risen by another 5,000 ding to reach 15,000 ding. With such strength, he could easily crush any Jizuan realm primary stage expert. Along with my physical strength of 35,000 ding, I'll be able to defeat even Jizuan realm pinnacle expert. Coupled with the prowess of the Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path, I'll be a match for even a half-transcension expert. Zhang Xian's eyes gleamed in confidence. Adding both his Jinqi strength and physical strength together, his overall might summed up to an astonishing 50,000 ding. This made him significantly stronger than the 40,000 ding of strength that a typical Jizuan realm pinnacle cultivator possessed. Pairing that with his Heaven's Path battle techniques and the various abilities of a master teacher, it would be possible for him to defeat even a half-transcension expert. In the 4th day upon reaching Shenyuan Kingdom Beast Hall, as well as the 7th day that Lu Chong fell into coma, Zhang Xian, from a Zhongshe realm cultivator, finally gained the strength surpassing a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert. In other words, he finally possessed sufficient strength to avenge his student. Lu Chong, look at me. I shall avenge you. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed as he muttered hoarsely. Since he had already achieved sufficient strength, it was time for him to make a move. But before that, he had to gain some understanding of the overall strength of Shenyuan Kingdom first. Thus, walking out of the chamber, Zhang Xian walked to another room, knocked on the door, and entered. How is it? Without wasting any words on pleasantries, Xianxia immediately got straight to the point. Before his seclusion, on top of instructing Sun Chang to look for Gumu and Hall Master Xiejuchen to gather the secret manuals, he had also arranged for Mou to head to Shenyuan Kingdom to look into Ding Mu's affairs. If Xianxia wanted to kill the Shenyuan Kingdom's crown prince, he mustn't allow the Beast Hall to hear of it. Otherwise, if word were to leak out and that fellow were to choose to hide in some remote corner in the world, given how large the alliance was, it would be impossible for Xianxia to find him. Thus, he decided to entrust this job to Mou. The other party probably had already looked into his affairs, and it wasn't too hard to dig up news of his students. It would be extremely easy for Xiaoya and the others to be noticed and captured if he were to send them instead. Besides, Mou was a one-star master teacher, and given her standing, it would be relatively easier for her to gather intelligence. "I've gathered some news." A slight frown crept onto Mou's forehead as she replied. As soon as Ding Mu returned to Shenyuan Kingdom, he immediately chose to hide in the Master Teacher Pavilion. Even now, he hadn't stepped out from it. Master Teacher Pavilion? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Things always seemed to go in the worst direction. If one wanted to go against the conferred kingdom, the greatest obstacle wasn't the country itself but its Master Teacher Pavilion. The Master Teacher Pavilion had a responsibility to maintain peace and stability in its region, so it rarely allowed anyone to wreak havoc in its territory. Otherwise, given how many experts there were in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, they could easily travel to a weaker kingdom and proclaim themselves as emperors. With such instability, the kingdom system would fall apart eventually. While killing the crown prince might result in chaos, it wasn't as destabilizing as killing an emperor. Given Xianxia's standing as a master teacher, the other party would probably just overlook the matter. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been underestimating the severity of the matter. It's said that the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, Luo Qianhong, is indebted to the royal family, and he's a close friend of Ding Mu as well. As such, he intends to stand out to mediate the matter. Mou revealed the news that she had just heard. The other party had intentionally put word out, so it wasn't difficult for Mou to hear of it. Humph! Xianxia's eyes narrowed and dense killing intent poured out of him. As long as he hands over Ding Mu, I'll allow him to mediate whatever he likes. Mediate? If he were to accept it, then what about Lu Chong? You must be dreaming. Xianxia, there's more news. Seeing the other party's expression, Mou knew that he was determined to kill Ding Mu. A hint of worry flashed across her eyes. Xianxia turned around to look at Mou. The Shenyuan Kingdom's emperor, Ding Chong, has announced that he will pass down the throne to Ding Mu. Mou said. Pass down the throne? Xianxia's forehead furrowed. If Ding Mu remained as a crown prince, even though killing him might bring some trouble, it wasn't beyond his means to resolve it. However, once he inherits the throne and becomes the emperor, killing him would rattle the foundation of the kingdom. The other conferred kingdoms might strike at this good opportunity. If so, there would be war and the population would suffer. Given such, the Master Teacher Pavilion would surely step in to stop Xianxia. Seems like he's well prepared. As long as Ding Mu was successfully inaugurated as the new emperor, it would be difficult for Xianxia to strike. It seemed like that fellow was truly frightened by the sight of Liang Qingming being crushed by the Book of Heaven's path. However, so what if he became the emperor? So what if the Master Teacher Pavilion was going to stop him? Since the other party injured Lu Chong, he should be ready to face his wrath. If the kingdom tries to stop him, he will eradicate the kingdom. If the Master Teacher Pavilion tries to stop him, he will eradicate the Master Teacher Pavilion. At most, he would just have to find some way to form more golden pages. Even if he had to become everyone's enemies, he was determined to avenge his student. Coming to a decision, Xianxia asked, when is his inauguration ceremony? The inauguration of an emperor was not a minor affair. The royal family, nobles, envoys from the surrounding conferred kingdoms, there were many people to be invited. Given the huge amount of preparatory work required, it should take some time. It had only been 7 days since that fellow's escape. Even if the announcement of him inaugurating as the emperor was made as soon as he returned, there should still be some time before the inauguration ceremony. It is. Today. Mou smiled bitterly. As the princess of a country, as well as a potential emperor candidate groomed by Xianxia, she was well aware of the various formalities required for an inauguration ceremony. The other party should have taken 2 days at minimum to travel from Tianwu Kingdom back to Shenyuan Kingdom. In other words, in just 5 days, the other party managed to complete all of the formalities. They sure were efficient. Before the inauguration was held, Dingmu would continue to hide in the Master-Teacher Pavilion. And when he's finally inaugurated as the new emperor, it will become even harder to kill him. Even you couldn't have expected that Xianxia would force the crown prince of a conferred kingdom up the wall. Today, flinging his sleeves, Xianxia stood up and walked out. What are you going to do? Can't be that. You intend to barge into the inauguration ceremony? Mou's face paled. Indeed, Xianxia nodded. But your current strength? Didn't you say that you'll only head over after reaching Jizuan Realm Pinnacle? You're being too reckless like that. Mou hurriedly persuaded. Jizuan Realm Pinnacle? Without turning back, Xianxia's aura suddenly burst out. In an instant, it was like a flood dragon was rising to the heavens, or a tiger stepping out of the forest, leaving one feeling helpless and insignificant. I've already reached it. Going over without reaching Jizuan Realm Pinnacle is courting death, Mou anxiously shouted. However, halfway through her words, she finally came to a realization and her lips quivered. What did you say? You've already reached it. 4 days ago, when this fellow went into seclusion, he was only at Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle. Yet, he was saying that he had already reached Jizuan Realm Pinnacle? That is Jizuan Realm. Countless people have been stuck at its gates, unable to surpass the bottleneck their entire lives. Yet, in 4 short days, do you have to be so exaggerated? What in the world did you eat to become so scary? Overwhelmed with shock, Mou hurriedly took a closer look. Feeling the powerful aura the other party was exuding, she trembled. Even though she had finally reached Zhongshe Realm before him, she couldn't help but feel as helpless as an ant before a wave. You've really reached Jizuan Realm Pinnacle? Mou was stunned. What kind of monster was this? Just a few days ago, when the other party told her that he wanted to exact vengeance, she told him that he had to reach Jizuan Realm Pinnacle to stand a chance. In truth, she had hoped that he would back down after being told the difficulty of the matter. In this way, the other party would give up on these dangerous thoughts and focus on the Master-Teacher tournament instead. Yet, the other party simply made breakthroughs as though they were nothing. In just a few short days, he rose from Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle to Jizuan Realm Pinnacle. It was as if those so-called cultivation bottlenecks were a concept non-existent to him. Could he still be considered as a human? If she were to say that he would at least require the strength of a half-transcension, would he rise to that level as well? She had always been proud of her talent. But why did she seem no different from a trash before this person? Even the incredible genius Mo Hongyi compared to him was nothing at all. It was no wonder why Xiaoya and the others thought nothing of it when Xianxia said that he was going to aim for Jizuan Realm Pinnacle. She'd only realized at this moment that the others weren't just fawning over Xianxia. It was the absolute truth, and perhaps they might even be underestimating him. Wait a moment. I'll go along with you. Multiple emotions flashed across Mou's face, and by the time she regained her composure, that fellow was already far away. She hurriedly rushed over to catch up. You're still far too weak. It'll be better for you to stay here with Zhao Ye and the others. Xianxia stopped and waved her away. Even though Mou had improved swiftly during this period of time, breaking through the Zhongshe realm barrier, her strength was still far from enough to match up to those experts in Shenyuan Kingdom. Bloodshed couldn't be avoided in this confrontation. Xianxia was confident of holding his ground, but it would be difficult for him to protect others along with him. I am a master teacher of the Master Teacher Pavilion. On top of that, I am a princess of Tianwu Kingdom as well. As long as I don't make a move, they won't do anything to me, Mou hurriedly said. As she spent more time with the young man before her, she gradually found it harder and harder to part with him. For some reason, knowing that he was headed for danger, she wanted to follow him as well so that she could lend her assistance if something were to really happen. All right then. Later on, just remain on the back of the Steelfang howling firmament beast. If there's any sign of danger, leave straight away. Seeing the worry on the other party's face, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding his head. He felt that it was his responsibility to exact vengeance for Lu Chong given that he was his teacher, but this had nothing to do with MOU at all. He didn't want his own affairs to result in any harm to the other party. All right. Knowing that this was the other party's bottom line, MOU agreed in gratitude. Reaching the courtyard, they climbed onto the Steelfang howling firmament beast, and with a roar, the latter soared into the skies. After consuming the spirit beast blood essence and driving the spiritual energy using the method Xianxia gave him, this fellow made a breakthrough once more, reaching Zhizuan realm intermediate stage. At its current strength, it was on par with Ding Mu's gold-scaled lightning beast. Given the short proximity between Beast Hall and the capital, it didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. Today is Crown Prince Ding Mu's inauguration ceremony. With such a genius becoming our emperor, it seems like we can finally hold our head high before other conferred kingdoms. Indeed, despite only being 32 this year, he is already a 3-star formation master and a Zhizuan realm advanced stage expert. Throughout the entire history of Shenyuan Kingdom, there have only been a handful of people who managed to reach Zhizuan realm before 30. Given his talents, he will surely be able to reach Zhizuan realm pinnacle in less than 10 years. With sufficient luck, he might even be able to reach half-transcension in his lifetime. Crown Prince Dingmu has always been my idol, as well as my goal. I heard that today's inauguration ceremony will be held at the Heavens Altar. I must go over to have a look. Wait for me, I want to go as well. Walking along the wide streets of Shenyuan Royal City, such discussions could be heard all around. Before Crown Prince Ding Mu's inauguration had even started, everyone was already thrilled. He sure knows how to make his move. Zhang Xian's complexion darkened further. Perhaps the other party couldn't stand the idea of a threat looming the shadows. Thus, he decided to make a huge fuss of this celebration to bait him out. Without a doubt, an impeccable trap must have already been set up at the Heavens Altar, just waiting for him to walk into it. If Zhang Xian were to really make a move, the other party would surely mobilize the entire army of the kingdom to crush him. However, so what if he had set up an impeccable trap? Since the other party dared to lay his hands on his student, then he should be prepared for the most brutal vengeance. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian stepped onto the back of the howling firmament beast and flew toward the Heavens Altar. Shenyuan Kingdom, Green Leaf Pavilion. This was the information hub of Shenyuan Kingdom. There were countless information dealers and clients walking in and out of here daily. It was even more bustling than some of the massive markets in the city. In here, one could buy all kinds of information, as well as sell exclusive news. The Green Leaf Pavilion would compile all of this news based on their value and create a ranking on them. The rumors that the scrolls of the green leaves resound across the capital didn't come from thin air. In the past, Hall Master Feng had mentioned the ranking of items that savage beasts were fond of. Even though it was an unofficial ranking made by beast tamers, it had the shadows of the Green Leaf Pavilion in it. If not for this massive information network pulling its connections, such private news wouldn't have spread so far. Not only so, it had also created a ranking of the experts in the kingdom in the form of the Green Leaf Board and Young Leaf Board. Only the most powerful experts in the kingdom were on the Green Leaf Board. Even the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, Half-Transcension Pavilion Master Luo Qianhong, was only in 3rd place on the Green Leaf Board. As for the Young Leaf Board, recorded on it were the most powerful young geniuses. And of the Young Leaf Board, Crown Prince Dingmu was listed on the very top. Pavilion Head, why is the Crown Prince listed on the top of the board? His strength is only at Zhizuan Realm Advanced Stage, while the second-placed Ling Luoye was clearly already at Zhizuan Realm Pinnacle. In one of the executive room in the Green Leaf Pavilion, 2 figures were seated face to face. The one speaking was a gray-robed elder. He was staring at the ranking board on the table in incomprehension. Elder Liao Qingxuan. Opposite to him was a white-robed elder. He had eyebrows that were slightly arched upward, snowy hair, and eyes that were sharp as though lightning. With a single look, one could tell that he was an extraordinarily intelligent person. Pavilion Head Daifeng. The Young Leaf Board ranks the young geniuses based on their strength. Even though Ling Luoye's cultivation was above that of the Crown Prince, if a battle were to break out between the two of them, it was more likely that the Crown Prince would emerge victorious. Pavilion Head Daifeng chuckled. Oh! Elder Liao Qingxuan was clearly doubtful of the latter's words. You don't believe me? I'll explain it to you then. Seeing the doubt in the other party's eyes, Pavilion Head Daifeng calmly picked up the teacup on the table, scraped the floating tea leaves on top and said, Ling Luoye is indeed talented to have reached Zhizuan realm pinnacle at 34. However, if a person's cultivation rises too quickly, all kinds of problems will occur. Firstly, his cultivation technique, Profound Ripple Art, is a water element cultivation technique. As such, it lacks offensive power. On top of that, his strongest battle technique, Frigid Water Dance, was also relatively lacking in power. As such, he could only be considered as average among those of the same cultivation realm. On the other hand, Crown Prince Ding Mu. Firstly, I believe you should have heard of the royal family hunting down a wounded spirit beast. Back then, they procured quite a substantial amount of spirit beast blood essence. The royal family possesses an extremely powerful physical body cultivation technique known as Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula. Anybody that was tempered by it would become incredibly resilient and powerful. Other than that, the cultivation technique he cultivates, Might of the Celestial Bear, grants him extraordinary strength. On top of that, he also learned the Heaven-Shattering Fist, which was known for its aggressiveness. Putting aside how none of those in the same cultivation realm would be able to match him, it wouldn't be hard to face those of higher cultivation realm than him as well. But of course, most importantly of all, as a 3-star formation master, he had at least 7 to 8 grade 3 formation plates on him. If he were to throw all of them out, it would be difficult for even a transcendent mortal expert to kill him, needless to say a Zhizuan realm pinnacle cultivator. Thus, without doubt, he was worthy of being the first place. At which, Pavilion Head Daifeng turned to look at the other elder with a wide grin. How is it? Do you still think that Ling Luoye can defeat him? After a moment of contemplation, Elder Liao Qingxuan shook his head. Impossible. Given the Crown Prince Ding Mu's powerful cultivation technique, extraordinary talents, and numerous aces, even despite his cultivation realm being only that of Zhizuan realm advanced stage, probably not even Zhizuan realm pinnacle experts would be willing to offend him. It's due to all of this that he was ranked at first place of the Young Leaf Board. He's deserving of his position on the Young Leaf Board. Putting aside Ling Luoye for the moment, there hasn't been anyone who could match him in the past 500 years. And I believe there won't be anyone like him in the next 500 years either. Pavilion Head Daifeng chuckled. Indeed, Crown Prince Ding Mu is truly a talented person. Elder Liao Qingxuan felt awed by the explanation and insight. It's about time for you to change your method of address. It's going to be Emperor Ding Mu from today onward. Pavilion Head Daifeng reprimanded with a smile. You're right, it's Emperor Ding Mu. No wonder everyone is thrilled about this inauguration. With such a genius leading Xianxia kingdom, its national strength would only continue to grow further. Soon, among conferred kingdoms, no one would dare offend us. Recalling the sight outside, Liao Qingxuan commented. A nation being weak wasn't just a problem of its weak military. More importantly, it was related to the character and attitude of its leader. If its leader was a talented and headstrong person, the nation would surely grow strong. Indeed, he'll become a much better sovereign than old Emperor Ding Chong. At the very least, his reputation should strike fear in the surrounding kingdoms, and those ambitious kingdoms would be hesitant to make their move. Seems like Xianxia Kingdom is about to usher in a new era of unparalleled growth. Pavilion Head Daifeng was filled with anticipation for the future. Elder Liao Qingxuan nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to say something, The ground suddenly shook and a deafening sound resounded across the entire capital. Dingmu, I Xianxia am here. Get out here to face your death. Face your death. Someone has barged into the heaven's altar during the inauguration ceremony to kill Emperor Dingmu. Pavilion head Dai Feng and Elder Liao Qingxuan were dumbstruck. The duo had just said that with Dingmu's inauguration, no one would dare to wreak havoc in Shenyuan Kingdom anymore. When they heard this stark provocation, they felt a stinging sensation on their cheeks, as though someone had just struck them. What was going on? They hurriedly stood up and looked out of the windows. The Green Leaf Pavilion was a tall infrastructure, and from the executive room, they could see the vast field around the heavens altar. The field was filled with a massive crowd, and in the air, a young man stood on the head of a massive howling firmament beast. The young man was currently staring coldly down upon the inauguration ceremony below. From the looks of it, he isn't even 20 yet. However, given how deep his aura is, his cultivation has probably already reached Jizuan realm pinnacle. When did such an expert appear in the city? The mouths of the duo twitched. They had just said that Crown Prince Dingmu's feat was unsurpassed in the past 500 years, and would remain to be so in the next 500, and at the next moment this fellow appeared. Wasn't this too coincidental? Zhang Xian. If I recall correctly, a few days ago, a beast tamer going by this name won the beast taming competition. However, that person's cultivation should only be at Zhongshe realm pinnacle? Why is his cultivation suddenly at Jizuan realm pinnacle? A beast tamer was bellowing for the inaugurating crown prince to face his death. What was going on? The two heads of the largest information network in Shenyuan Kingdom stared at one another in frenzy. In the house on the back of a flying massive savage beast, a few people stood by the window. Standing at the very front was a white-robed young man. With his hands behind his back, he carried an ethereal aura. Gumu stepped forward and announced, "Gongzi, Shenyuan Royal City is right ahead of us." Not too far away, a massive city came into sight. It extended for several hundred kilometers, and its thick city walls were connected to the meandering mountains. It resembled a sleeping behemoth. The layout of this city is indeed interesting. To think that it would be a formation. Opening his fan, the Gongzi chuckled. Those within might not realize anything, but from above, it was clear that the city that was connected with the mountains appeared to be aligned with some formation theories. There seemed to be a slight gathering of spiritual energy in the region. The Shenyuan royal family is a clan of formation masters, and the generations of emperors had been skilled formation masters themselves. In this field, Crown Prince Dingmu seemed to be an exceptional genius. Gumu explained. "Pui genius my head." Before Gumu could finish his words, a disdainful voice sounded. Turning to take a look, they saw Sun Chong with a contemptuous expression on his face. "You disagree with my words?" Knowing that there was a high chance that the other party was a butler of a 6-star master teacher, Gumu dared not get angry. Rather, he gazed at the other party with a look of bewilderment. This Dingmu, having offended the young master, probably won't live for long. In terms of talent, who could match up to the young master? Sun Chong's lips curled up in pride. Sun Chong had witnessed how Dingmu's subordinates severely wounded Lu Chong, and he knew that the other party's actions had piqued the young master's killing intent. While the young master was a headstrong person, he had the capability to match it. Even without the assistance of the old master, the young master's wrath wasn't something that the mere Shenyuan Kingdom could withstand. In Sun Chong's eyes, there was no genius in the world who could even compare to the pinky of the young master. Genius? Stop bringing shame to the word. Is this senior uncle very talented? Gumu asked. Of course, the young master isn't 20 yet, but he's already a 3-star painter, 2-star master teacher, 2-star beast tamer, and on top of that, he was recruited as an elder of Myriad Kingdom Alliance Physician Guild. Do you think that a fellow like Dingmu could match up to the young master's talents? Sun Chong was filled with pride. The reticent Gongzi, standing by the window, suddenly turned around and asked, "Isn't your young master from Tianwu Kingdom? How did he become an elder of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? How could a small figure from Tianwu Kingdom become an elder of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Physician Guild? Who do you think the young master is? He solved all of the problems written on the Physician Guild's wall of dilemma in a single taking. Among those questions, there are even problems that the physicians from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Physician Guild are unable to solve. As such, in awe of the young master's capability, they decided to recruit him as an elder. Sun Chang harumphed. He liked speaking of the young master's accomplishments. He was just about to brag more about the various feats the young master had done when the calm Gongzi's face paled and his body trembled. Isn't your young master called Xianxia? If I recall correctly, isn't the one who solved the questions on the wall of dilemma called Lu Cheng? Oh, Lu Cheng is an alias that the young master used during the 2-star master-teacher examination, Sun Chang said. Xianxia is Lu Cheng? Your young master. Gongzi and Jin Songhai glanced at one another in shock. Indeed, Sun Chang nodded. Since he's a physician, why is he involved with the matters of poison masters as well? These two occupations are contradictory to one another. A moment later, Gongzi asked once more. A master teacher could take on many occupations at once. Initially, upon hearing that Xianxia was a skilled poison master, as well as Gu Mu's senior granduncle, they thought that Xianxia would be a skilled poison master as well. But if that was the case, how could the other party be a skilled physician too? The young master is a talented individual. What is bizarre about him mastering two occupations at once? The responsibility of a physician is to bring salvation to the world, and only those with benevolence in their hearts are suited for the occupation. On the other hand, the poison masters concoct poison for malicious means, and those who take on this occupation tend to be callous. Given how the two occupations are at the opposite end of the spectrum, could it be that your young master has dissociative identity disorder? Gongzi was still baffled by this matter. Given how physicians and poison masters stood at the opposite ends of the spectrum, he couldn't understand how one could take on these two occupations simultaneously. What's so bizarre about that? Our young master is normally a gentle person, and he rarely argues with others. Even though he's capable of utilizing poison, unlike other poison masters, he doesn't kill everyone that he gets into a dispute with. On the contrary, he tends to resolve problems through reason and seeks to win over others via morals. Upon learning of the other party's doubts, Sun Chang glanced at the other party contemptuously. Expert? If you're truly an expert, how could you not know this? How embarrassing. Just as Sun Chang was about to continue introducing the various strengths of Xianxia, a deafening voice suddenly sounded from the city. Dingmu, I Xianxia am here. Get out here to face your death. Xianxia. Upon hearing these words, the group on the back of the savage beast fell silent. Everyone's gazes hurriedly turned to Sun Chang. This is the man that you said is gentle, rarely argues with others, and uses morals to win others over? It seemed like the other party had already slaughtered his way to the other party's doorstep. What is he up to? Wei Yuqing was stunned. He was just gone for a few days. Why was Beast Tamer Zhang wreaking havoc in the royal palace, even threatening to kill the crown prince? Grand Elder Wei, let's go over to take a look. Of the crowd, only Sun Chang understood the abrupt situation. Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, he hurriedly instructed. It seemed like the young master couldn't wait any longer, so he decided to make his move today. All right. Knowing how urgent the matter was, Wei Yuqing tapped his feet and the savage beast dashed straight toward the direction of the voice. Standing at the very center of the heaven's altar, Dingmu was just about to undergo the final rituals to be officially inaugurated as the emperor when he heard those words. For a moment he was dumbstruck. He thought about the various forms that the other party may exact vengeance on him. Assassination, life and death duel, poisoning. But one thing he never expected was for the other party to do it so openly. Before the innumerable civilians, master teachers, officials, and nobles of the Shenyuan kingdom, the other party fearlessly rushed here and declared brazenly that he would kill him. Was this fellow insane? This was Shenyuan kingdom, his home ground. Putting aside the troops, there were many formations laid out all over as well, To dash right here fearlessly, was the other party really a genius 2-star master teacher? This is the master teacher who wishes to kill you? A middle-aged man walked over. The head of the master teacher pavilion, Luo Qianhong. In the past few days, Ding Mu had been staying in the master teacher pavilion. He had told him about the recent events, and it seemed that a master teacher desired for his death. Initially, he thought that Ding Mu was just overthinking it, but to think that the other party really came knocking. Ding Mu nodded. Clasping his fist, he said, "It's a misunderstanding. I hope that Brother Luo can mediate the situation for me. The other party is just a mere 2-star master teacher. He won't dare to defy my words." Luo Qianhong waved his hands. There was strict ranking hierarchy to master teachers. 2-star master teachers possessed incredible standing in the kingdom, but to a 3-star intermediate master teacher like him, the other party's standing didn't mean much. In fact, the other party had to pay respect to him in the position of a student. Otherwise, he could report the matter to the master teacher pavilion and have the other party's master teacher license revoked. "I'll thank you in advance then." Seeing that the head of the master teacher pavilion was going to stand up for him, Ding Mu heaved a sigh of relief. "Bai Chun, go over and issue a stern warning to that young man. Don't allow him to delay His Highness's inauguration ceremony. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I permit the use of violence to deal with him." Luo Qianhong instructed one of his subordinates. "Yes." A master teacher dressed in a long robe walked out of the crowd. This master teacher seemed to be in his 40s, and his eyes were gleaming with spirit. On the emblem pinned on his chest, there were 3 bright stars. He was a 3-star primary master teacher. His cultivation was also at Jizuan Realm Pinnacle. Upon receiving the orders, Master Teacher Bai Qian turned to look at Xianxia above and frowned. "Today is Crown Prince Ding Mu's inauguration ceremony, so I ask of you not to cause trouble and leave immediately. If so, we will not pursue this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty. I'll leave after killing Ding Mu." Couldn't be bothered to waste his words. Xianxia leaped down the back of the howling firmament beast. Even though he didn't possess any technique capable of breaking his fall, given his Jizuan realm cultivation and powerful physical body, an altitude of 12 meters didn't mean much to him. Landing on the stairs of the heavens altar, the ground below cracked. After which, without any hesitation, he began walking up. "I am 3-star master teacher Bai Chun. As a master teacher, you should be well aware of the rules. A lower-ranked master teacher has to unconditionally obey the commands of higher-ranked master teacher. It can't be that you are intending to defy my words." Upon seeing the young man disregarding him, Bai Chen's complexion turned awful. He immediately stepped forward to block Xianxia's path. He heard the conversation between the pavilion master and Ding Mu, and he knew that the other party was a master teacher as well. A mere 2-star primary master teacher should bow respectfully upon seeing a 3-star primary master teacher like him. Yet, to dare to disregard him altogether, how brazen! Scram! Seeing the men from Shenyuan Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion blocking his path, Xianxia bellowed coldly. You're courting death." He thought that after revealing his identity, the other party would retreat out of fear. Yet, the other party dared to ask him to scram. The arrogance of the other party caused Bai Chen's face to turn livid, and he nearly erupted from rage. Ever since clearing the 3-star Master Teacher examination 7 years ago and becoming an elder of the Shenyuan Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion, Bai Chun had been well respected no matter where he went. Even the Shenyuan Kingdom royal family had to welcome him with the grandest of formalities. If a 2-star master teacher were to show the slightest disrespect to him, he would immediately bellow at the other party, and the other party wouldn't even breathe loudly out of fear. Yet this fellow actually told him to scram. Bai Chen's eyes narrowed. "Is there something wrong with your head? How dare you ask me to scram? Unforgivable." Boom! His aura abruptly burst out. Master teachers, due to their state of insight and their deep understanding of cultivation techniques and battle techniques, tended to be the strongest among all of the other occupations. Even among Jizuan Realm Pinnacle cultivators, Bai Chun definitely ranked among the top. Even though his name wasn't listed in the green leaf board, he was, without a doubt, one of the top figures within this kingdom. Yet, such an expert was insulted by a mere 2-star master teacher. How could he tolerate such humiliation? With a livid expression, the might of a Jizuan realm pinnacle came gushing out as though a massive torrent. Kacha! Kacha! Unable to take the pressure, cracks appeared on the stairs beneath his feet. You were scared into hiding in the master-teacher pavilion because of this fellow? Taking this sight in, Luo Qianhong shook his head. He thought that the master-teacher who struck so much fear in the crown prince, who was ranked first in the young leaf board, that he was sent into hiding would be an incredible fellow, but from the looks of it, the other party seemed to be a fool. Putting aside how he walked in so openly to wreak havoc on such a major affair, he even dared to spout such rude words to a 3-star master-teacher. Even the word fool was insufficient to describe him. This wasn't Tianwu Kingdom, where a 2-star master-teacher could reign mighty. Here, even a 3-star primary master-teacher would have to lie low. Given the innumerable rules of the master-teacher pavilion, just by picking a few, one could condemn a lower-ranked master-teacher to the pits of hell. I must be blind as well, Dingmu uttered awkwardly. Back then, Xianxia had used a mystical treasure to crush Liang Qingming and Lin Long, and the sight of it was a huge shock to him. That was why he escaped immediately then. After which, fearing that the other party would mobilize the help of his teacher, the unfathomable Yang Shi, he decisively chose to go into hiding. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the other party came alone. If Yang Shi was here, Dingmu might still be frightened. But a 2-star master teacher, honestly speaking, meant nothing to him at all. It wasn't because master teachers meant nothing at all. Rather, even though a 2-star master teacher was a huge asset to a Tier 1 kingdom, to a conferred kingdom, it just wasn't that important. To charge here instead of resolving the issue at the master teacher pavilion, that's a lack of rationality. On top of that, despite being a junior, he dares to talk back to a 3-star master teacher. That's a lack of respect. Furthermore, despite being the civilian of a vassal state, he disregards the emperor. That's a lack of patriotism. Lack of rationality, respect, and patriotism. Just with these 3, we can revoke his master-teacher license. Luo Qianhong shook his head as the disdain in his eyes deepened. Even so, given how he dared to provoke Bai Shi, there's probably no need to revoke his license anymore. Nodding his head, Dingmu's lips slowly curled up. Of course. Putting his hands behind his back, Luo Qianhong exuded an authoritative disposition as he said, "Not only do we need to teach him a good lesson, it's also about time to reorganize the master-teacher pavilions of those vassal Tier 1 kingdoms. Otherwise, if even trash like him can become a master-teacher, how can the prestige of master-teachers be upheld?" You're right. It's about time for some reorganization. Nodding his head, Dingmu was just about to speak when his eyes lit up. Look, Bai Shi is making a move. Not too far away, Bai Chan spread open his fingers, and leaving a huge gale of wind behind him, he dashed forward to claw at Zhang Xian. An expert pulls his weight as soon as he makes a move. With the strength of a Jizuan realm pinnacle, a towering pressure came crashing down on Zhang Xian. Even before his blow could reach, the stairs beneath him were already cracking from the immense shock wave. Bai Chen's great reversal hands is a phantom battle technique, and it possesses immense strength. Back then, when he was still at Jizuan realm advanced stage, he managed to subdue the Jizuan realm pinnacle Zhoutian with a single palm. This fellow is probably in for misfortune, Luo Qianhong commented. The intruding master teacher had a frightening aura shrouding around him, and he seemed to possess the strength of a Jizuan realm pinnacle. However, through his acute discerning ability as a 3-star intermediate master teacher, Luo Qianhong could tell that the other party was only at Jizuan realm primary stage. Even if he utilized some physical body cultivation technique to boost his physical strength, what about it? In the end, a strong physical body amounts to mere brute strength. One couldn't execute the full might of battle techniques through mere brute strength. When faced with an expert, the other party would surely crumble quickly. Just as the duo was giving there on the battle, Bai Chen's palm was already right before Zhang Xian. Humph! not expecting that a master teacher would attack him straight without even trying to understand the situation. Xianxia's complexion darkened. Harumphing coldly, lines of insight surfaced in his eyes. In that instant, it was as though the other party's movements had slowed. The gaps and flaws in his movements suddenly seemed to magnify, becoming clear to Xianxia's eyes. Thus, Xianxia slightly tilted his body to the side before sending a kick right at the other party's ankle. What? Bai Chun had wanted to cripple this arrogant two-star master teacher to serve as a warning to the rest against disrespecting him. But upon seeing the other party's kick, his face paled. His great reversal hands was powerful, and it would be difficult for even those of the same cultivation realm to withstand his blow. However, no matter how powerful it was, there were still flaws to it. Xianxia's kick was aimed right at the center of where his jinqi was gathered. Once struck, no matter how weak the other party's kick was, he would immediately suffer a rebound and sustain severe internal injuries. Having the flaw of his ultimate technique seen through in an instant, Bai Chun felt so stifled that blood was threatening to spurt from his mouth. At this moment, he could no longer be bothered with offense anymore. After all, once the other party's kick lands, not only would his attack be rendered ineffective, he would also be crippled. Thus, he hurriedly exerted all of his force on his feet and leaped backward. Even so, forcefully retracting his strength in the midst of an attack and leaping backward had caused the jinqi flowing through his body to go into chaos. A sweet sensation welled in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Damn it! Even before crossing blows with the other party, Bai Chun was already injured. He couldn't help but feel frenzied. As a master teacher, his discernment and knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. When had he suffered such a humiliation? Damn you! Bellowing furiously, Bai Chun shot out two fists simultaneously. His fists felt as fleeting as the wind, but undeniably, if it were to land on one would be crippled if not dead. Phantom battle technique, consecutive breezy fist. In terms of burst strength, this technique was not a match for the great reversal hands. However, the execution of this technique was much faster, and its reach was significantly greater as well. There weren't many obvious flaws to it, so the other party shouldn't be able to do the same as he did before. With a savage expression, Bai Chun howled furiously. However, just as before his fists could reach the young man before him, the other party's foot appeared in his sight once more. Upon seeing the area that the kick was aimed at, Bai Chun coughed another mouthful of blood again. He was already on the verge of tears by now. Helpless, he could only hurriedly retract his offense. The consecutive breezy fist was a well-known battle technique in the Master Teacher Pavilion, and it was said to be the creation of a 4-star Master Teacher. Its swift movement left very few flaws for one's opponent to exploit, and even Pavilion Master Luo Qianhong would have to take on this battle technique squarely. Yet, this fellow sent a leg straight at the opening of the battle technique without any hesitation. If the kick were to really land on him, even if he survived this blow, he would surely be lying on the bed for months. For 2 consecutive kicks to land on the flaw of his battle techniques, was this fellow's eye for discernment really that incredible? Or was it just a coincidence? I don't believe it! Howling furiously yet again, he flicked his wrist and a long saber appeared in his hands. He slashed the saber art furiously, and in the blink of an eye afterimages appeared. Phantom battle technique, Saber of Sorrowful Departure. The Saber of Sorrowful Departure consisted of 64 moves, and the movements connected with one another, allowing one to launch a continued offense against one's enemy to push the other party into a corner. Unless one possessed an even more powerful weapon and battle technique, it would be impossible to withstand this swift saber art. Hoo. With the saber flying all around the place, Bai Chun didn't think that the other party would be able to find the weakness in this move. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the other party's foot appeared in a momentary gap in the movements of the saber art yet again, headed straight for his Mingmen. Pooh! Bai Chun hurriedly retracted his saber and backed away. Once again, the sudden withdrawal of force caused his face to redden and fresh blood spurted out of his mouth. 3 consecutive phantom battle techniques consisting of palm, fist, and saber, and Bai Chun only ended up injuring himself. He was about to go insane. Wasn't this fellow only a 2-star master teacher? To see through the flaws in the battle techniques of a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert with a single look. When did 2-star master teachers become so formidable? If even 2-star master teachers were that formidable, then what did he, a 3-star master teacher, count as? Bai Chun felt more and more stifled as he fought on, and he was on the verge of going insane. The crowd watching the commotion by the sides stared at one another frenziedly. The two were both Jizuan realm experts, and on top of that they were both master teachers. As such, their movements were extremely fast. On top of that, with their eye of discernment more often than not, they could tell the other party's attacking trajectory and deduce the outcome before the attack even lands, and through that, determine their next movement. In other words, the Bai Shi who had just furiously declared that he would teach his foreigner a lesson, in the eyes of the crowd, leaped backward as soon as the other party lifted his legs on the 3 occasions, and on top of that, he even spurted a mouthful of blood each time. The heck? Do you think that you're a clown in the circus? Why does it feel that Bai Shi is even more unreliable than the person who came to re-crown Prince Ding Mu's inauguration ceremony? Is Bai Shi dancing? It does look like it. Some spectators amidst the crowd commented. As soon as the young man raised his leg, Bai Shi would jump backward. It was as though a human was toying with his own dog, and at the same time it resembled a dancing couple as well. You advance while I retreat, and an occasional spurting of blood for a touch of intimacy. Didn't you furiously declare that you would kill the other party? To be jumping around the area. Are you sure you aren't flirting with the other party instead? No one does it the way you do. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Bai Chun was already severely injured before, but after hearing those words and seeing the bizarre gazes in the crowd's eyes, he nearly failed to catch his breath and fainted on the spot. Dancing. Dance your head. You're the one who is dancing, your whole family is dancing. It only appears that way due to my battle techniques being completely suppressed by the other party's movements. The more he thought about it, the more furious Bai Chun became. As a 3-star master teacher, a prestigious and respected figure in Shenyuan Kingdom, even if he were to win against the other party now, he would surely become a laughingstock. Today, it'll be either you die or I die. Roaring furiously, he whipped the saber around once more. His saber gleamed, as though creating a spherical light force field around him. With such a swift saber art, even if a pail of water were to be splashed over one would be able to completely deflect it. Just as he thought that the other party would be completely helpless before this technique, he lowered his head, only to see a foot leisurely being stretched over toward him. Just as the several times before, it shot straight through the gaps in the saber art. The heck? What the heck is this? How in the world can you know the flaws of every single battle technique I display? Did you study all of my battle techniques before coming? Is there a point to this? Can't we have a hot-blooded and valiant fight? To strike so mercilessly at my flaws. Don't you know what love and concern for one's elders is? Bai Chun cried. No, that's not it. This fellow seems rather skilled, Luo Qianhong said with a grim expression. The inexperienced spectates the commotion while the veteran analyzes the technicalities. Bai Chen's jumping around and occasional spurting of blood may look ridiculous in the eyes of others, but Luo Qianhong was still able to discern something about the situation. Clearly, the young man's kick had posed a huge threat to his old friend, impelling him to back away even despite the threat of a rebound occurring. In other words, that fellow had seen through the flaws of Bai Chen's movements and struck directly at its openings. That was why he was able to neutralize his attacks so easily, putting Bai Chun in such a difficult position. It can't be that. He knew that Bai Shi would make a move, so he decided to study his battle techniques and cultivation techniques in advance. Ding Mu could also roughly tell what was happening, so he couldn't help but comment in astonishment. Study in advance? That's impossible. There is no cultivator who would reveal all of his cultivation techniques and battle techniques to others, even to his closest kin in case his enemies found out about it through certain means. Luo Qianhong shook his head. I know of Bai Chen's great reversal hands, but he has never utilized the consecutive breezy fists and saber of sorrowful departure before anyone, so even I am unaware of it. How could a foreigner find out about such confidential secrets beforehand? That! Ding Mu's face paled. He suddenly recalled the various legends of that young master teacher. Back then, he didn't think much of it. He attributed it all to the other party having a good teacher. However, from the looks of it, he was vastly underestimating the other party. Most probably, he might have cultivated or studied these battle techniques before, thus granting him some knowledge of its flaws, Luo Qianhong deduced. Then, he turned to look at the crown prince and said, "Are you hiding something from me? Is that person really just an ordinary 2-star primary master teacher?" The other party had only told him that he offended a master teacher of a Tier 1 kingdom. Since the other party was just a 2-star master teacher of a vassal kingdom, he didn't think much of it, so he didn't investigate the matter. To think that this negligence would result in such a huge problem. When that fellow bellowed on top of the savage beast, Luo Qianhong thought that the other party was an ignorant, reckless fellow. Even if he was talented, given his young age, he should not pose a threat at all. However, after seeing all that had happened, he couldn't say the same about it now. An ordinary 2-star master teacher seeing through the flaws in the battle techniques of a 3-star master teacher in an instant? Without a doubt, Ding Mu must have misled him. Under the other party's interrogation, Ding Mu clenched his fists tightly and said, "I don't know much about him either. Just that, it has only been 10 days since he became a 2-star master teacher." 10 days. Luo Qianhong frowned. Logically speaking, a 2-star master teacher who had just passed the examination shouldn't be so formidable? Pang! Luo Qianhong was baffled. However, before he could make sense of the situation, the sound of a foot sinking into flesh sounded. He hurriedly turned around only to see Bai Chen, unable to dodge any longer, being kicked in the face and flying 40 to 50 meters back. His head smashed into the wall of a building, and the immense force caused him to pass out. After being forced to withdraw his battle techniques halfway through executing them, he had already suffered significant damage via the rebound of his strength. Unable to withstand this humiliation, the thought of dying with the other party flashed through his head and he decided to go all out. Yet, it ended up being a one-sided event. Bai Shi was sent flying with a single kick? How is that young lad so strong? Didn't they say that the Crown Prince is the greatest genius in Shenyuan Kingdom? The other party defeated Bai Shi despite being under 20. Doesn't this mean that he's even more talented? Not one person in the crowd was able to make sense of the dancing previously, and now Bai Chun had been kicked unconscious. No matter how foolish they were, it couldn't be more apparent now that the other party's strength surpassed even that of the 3-star primary Bai Shi. The crowd stared at one another blankly. Walala! While everyone was overwhelmed with shock, the young man continued walking up the stairs, closing the distance to the Crown Prince. Upon seeing this sight, the soldiers in the surroundings immediately advanced forward to protect their liege. Wait a moment! Seeing that Ding Mu intended to have his guards make a move, Luo Qianhong shook his hands to wave them away. Pavilion Master Luo. Thinking that the other party was going to betray him, Ding Mu looked at him worriedly. "I'll help you reconcile with him. It'll be best to end this matter peacefully." Luo Qianhong was angry that Ding Mu didn't tell him the truth, but he was indebted to the Shenyuan royal family and this was a debt he had to repay. Besides, it was already too late to back out of it. Thus, he could only face it straight on. "I'll be depending on Pavilion Master Luo then." Ding Mu nodded. Continue on with your ceremony and make haste. As long as you become the emperor and the royal seal is in your hands, things will become easier to settle. I'll also be in a better position to speak up for you, Luo Qianhong said. Yes. Ding Mu nodded as he hurriedly walked toward the throne in the center. Upon seeing him being bestowed the crown and undergoing the final rites, Luo Qianhong heaved a sigh of relief. Then he turned around to face Xianxia. Looking at the guards by the side who already had their weapon drawn, he commanded, "Clear away, Pavilion Master Luo." Knowing the other party's identity, the soldiers hurriedly opened up a pathway and bowed. You must be Xianxia. I am the head of the Shenyuan Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion, Luo Qianhong. Walking forward, Luo Qianhong clasped his fist. Even though I am not aware of the grudge between you and Ding Mu, it's always better to make comrades than enemies. Since we're both master teachers, allow me to play the role of a mediator to resolve the conflict between the both of you. No matter what you request, I'll have Ding Mu prepare it. The only thing I want is Ding Mu's life. As soon as I get that, I'll leave. Zhang Xian spoke impassively. What compensation could match the life of his student? Not only is Ding Mu the crown prince, he's also about to become the emperor of Shenyuan Kingdom. If he were to be killed, it'll surely cause chaos in the country. The population will suffer. There's no master-teacher pavilion that could watch idly as all of these unfold. If this matter blows up, you might even end up losing your identity as a master teacher. Luo Qianhong frowned. Scram! While Luo Qianhong spoke, the ceremony was still going on. It was clear that he was trying to stall for time. Zhang Xian's complexion immediately darkened. The only reason I am hesitating to make a move on you is due to your immense talent. Don't you try to overstep your boundaries. Luo Qianhong harumphed. I am already trying to spare your pride. So what if you are a genius? Do you think that I, as a 3-star intermediate master teacher and a half-transcension expert, would fear you? If you don't scram, I'll leave you in the same state as that fellow. Seeing that Luo Qianhong was still stalling for time, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Without any hesitation, his figure immediately blurred. Who? He disappeared from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he leaped several dozen meters forward, appearing right before the other party. Heaven's Path Movement Art. When Zhang Xian was fighting with Bai Chun, he didn't utilize any of the Heaven's Path battle technique. It was just to add in the element of surprise when he was facing a stronger enemy. Otherwise, once his ultimate techniques were revealed, the enemy could take precautions against them. If so, the effectiveness of the techniques would be minimized. Reaching Jizuan realm, the Heaven's Path Jinqi became purer and more concentrated. As such, the speed and distance of the Heaven's Path movement art had increased significantly. Even Luo Qianhong, as a half-transcension expert, was incapable of moving at such speed. Before he could even react, Zhang Xian was already right before him. You! Luo Qianhong's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly tried to retreat. However, before he could even take a single step back, a fist slowly magnified right before him. Heaven's Path Fist Art. The speed of the fist was in no way slower than the movement art, and in fact, it might even have exceeded the latter. A sonic boom resounded deafeningly on top of the heaven's altar. Knowing that it was impossible for him to dodge already, Luo Qianhong propelled the Jinqi in his body and sent a fist of his own to face the other party's blow. Boom! Both fists collided, and Luo Qianhong felt his palm turning numb. His face paled, and he had to take 8 steps backward consecutively before he managed to steady his figure. In order to ward off the rampaging might of the other party, his feet sank 3 inches into the ground. Even a layer of granite on the incomparably resilient ground of the heaven's altar was reduced to dust under the powerful shock wave. What a powerful fist art! A sharp pain came striking Luo Qianhong's shaking arm. In that clash, he could tell that even though the other party possessed massive strength, he was still a way off from matching up to a half-transcension like him. What a truly fearsome fist art that was! It was aligned with the world, and to Luo Qianhong's shock, he realized that there were absolutely no flaws he could exploit. Under this abrupt encounter, even a 3-star intermediate master teacher like him ended up suffering a setback. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qianhong suppressed his chaotic breathing, and raising his palms, he charged ahead. The fact that the other party had forced him back had embarrassed him. He mustn't allow the other party to take the initiative once more. Boom! The Jinqi of a half-transcension expert gushed out, creating a river on the heaven's altar. In an instant, it felt as though the air had turned viscous. Fighters cultivate their own bodies to bring out the full strength of their physical bodies and Jinqi. The cultivation of a mortal transcendent expert was very different from that. True mortal transcendent experts were capable of utilizing origin energy from their surroundings to display a battle prowess several folds of their own strength. Using the words from Xianxia's previous world, if fighters fought with their own fists and flesh, mortal transcendence would be equivalent to using robots and external equipment. There was no basis for comparison for the two. How could a bare-handed martial artist defeat tanks and cannons? At half-transcension, one wasn't able to fully utilize the strength of nature yet, but still, one was still able to unleash a might far exceeding that of the 40,000 ding limit of Jizuan realm pinnacle experts. In fact, even Zhang Xian's 50,000 ding was insignificant compared to the other party. With the full might of a half-transcension expert unleashed, Luo Qianhong gained control of the surroundings. Then, harumphing softly, he dashed forward and struck Zhang Xian with his palm. Phantom pinnacle battle technique, whisking sleeves. The warm breeze whisks Willow tugging one's sleeves. The night rain drenches every traveling downstream. This gentle palm seemed to hold no weight to it, but having gathered an immense amount of the surrounding origin energy, it was capable of breaking through even steel and phantom equipment. A half-transcension expert coupled with a phantom pinnacle battle technique was a frightening force. Even an expert of the same level would find it hard to withstand the immense might. With this move, Luo Qianhong had taken out nearly all of his aces. So, the palm flew straight toward the young man with frightening speed, threatening to land at any moment. However, not only did the other party not dodge or evade, he even dashed straight toward the palm. This is bad. The whisking sleeves was a very flexible battle technique, making it hard for someone to withstand its might. But even so, there was still one major flaw to it, the stream. And this fellow happened to be standing right at the location of the stream. To determine its flaws and find the location precisely in that short moment. How was that possible? In that instant, Luo Qianhong's shock was indescribable. Formidable. On the back of the savage beast, Gongzi and the others, who had just arrived, caught the sight, and even Jin Songhai couldn't help but exclaim. He's indeed formidable to be able to see through the flaw of the attack in an instant, charging straight into the eye of the storm to tide through the barrage. To do that, just possessing an exceptional eye of discernment wouldn't be sufficient. More importantly, one has to have great mental fortitude. Gongzi nodded in agreement as well. Most probably even this Luo Qianhong will lose. However, there are many troops in this Shenyuan royal palace, and no matter how powerful Zhang Xian is, he is still an individual. It'll be impossible for him to withstand the might of a country. What should we do? Should we help him? Jin Songhai asked hesitantly. He must have realized this problem as well. The reason why he asked for Gu Mu's assistance is probably to ward off these soldiers. Gongzi said, of the many occupations, master teachers possessed the strongest individual offensive power. However, in terms of facing multiple enemies at once, poison masters reigned supreme. With a sufficient poison stockpile, it was futile no matter how many enemies charged at a poison master. That should be so. Jin Songhai nodded in agreement. Let's not rush in first. Given how this young two-star master teacher managed to see through the flaws in the battle technique in a half-transcension expert in an instant, his eye of discernment and knowledge are indeed incredible. If he wishes for someone's assistance, he would have already rendered Yang Shi's help. Since he didn't do so, he probably wishes to do the deed alone. We'll only go in when he's unable to hold on anymore. Gongzi chuckled. Yes. Jin Songhai nodded. Then, looking at the sight below, his eyebrows shot up. Luo Qianhong has lost. As Jin Songhai spoke, on the heaven's altar, Zhang Xian had dived out from the stream and struck the other party's chest with his elbow. Pang! Struck with immense brute strength. Luo Qianhong's face warped together. He was immediately sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. The head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, a 3-star intermediate Master Teacher, a half-transcension expert on the 3rd place on the green leaf board, was defeated in just a few breaths. The crowd flew into an uproar. All along, Luo Qianhong was a figure synonymous with invincible in their hearts, and he possessed innumerable fans. They thought that he would surely be able to defeat that young lad, who wasn't even 20 yet, easily. However, the one who was defeated turned out to be Luo Qianhong himself. Not to mention, he was utterly crushed. On the top of the green leaf pavilion, Elder Liao Qingxuan subconsciously asked, "Pavilion head, does the first place on the young leaf board still belong to Crown Prince Dingmu?" Dingmu? Nonsense. Of course it's that master teacher Xianxia. How can the two of them be compared with each other? "You must be pulling my leg," Pavilion head Daifeng said. "But you just said that there was no one who could match Crown Prince Dingmu in the past 500 years, and it would be like that for the next 500. Elder Liao Qingxuan asked in bewilderment. It was just a moment ago that the other party praised the Crown Prince up to the stars. Why did he suddenly change his tune for another person? Wasn't this way too fast? Did I say that? Elder Liao, let's not bother about such unnecessary matters. Hurry up and send some men to look into that young man's background." Having his lapse in judgment exposed, Pavilion head Daifeng's face flushed. He hurriedly issued some instructions to clear away his awkwardness. Yes. Elder Liao Qingxuan immediately walked out to attend to the matter. The Green Leaf Pavilion was in charge of gathering intelligence on everything within the territory of Shenyuan Kingdom. For such an expert to appear without them noticing, it was truly a failure on their part. His strength. The crowd was in disbelief. Mou, who was on top of the howling firmament beast, was even more so. She had witnessed the other party's growth for herself throughout the journey. She thought that even if Zhang Xian were to become a Jizuan realm pinnacle within 4 days, he would surely be the weakest of that tier. After all, it would take some time to adapt to one's newfound strength, and on top of that, one's Jinqi would be a little unstable as well. Yet, Zhang Xian actually managed to defeat a half-transcension expert so easily. Was that fellow even human? Not only did his cultivation raise quickly, it was even reinforced perfectly. His strength was stable and deep, and there wasn't the slightest sign of instability. How in the world did he do it? That strike caused Luo Qianhong severe injuries. He felt so stifled that he could go insane. At this moment, all he felt was regret. Why was he so foolish as to listen to Ding Mu's lies? How could a person who could force him into hiding in the master-teacher pavilion be an ordinary figure? If he didn't get involved, he could at least uphold his honor. Yet, all he had done now was embarrass himself. After this incident, his prestige as the head of the master-teacher pavilion would surely plummet, and many people would find faults with him. As a 2-star master teacher, I challenged a 3-star master teacher. This can be considered as insubordination. After I'm done with the matter here, I'll offer an explanation to the master teacher pavilion through crashing the pavilion myself. Flinging his sleeves, Zhang Xian harumphed. Pavilion crashing referred to the act of challenging an entire master teacher pavilion as an individual. Regardless of whether it was a conflict, a dispute, or unintentional disrespect, as long as one didn't betray humanity, one could crash a pavilion to absolve one of his crimes, and the headquarters would not pursue the matter. Crashing the pavilion? Luo Qianhong's face turned pale. Even though a successful pavilion crashing rarely occurred, as long as it happened, the master-teacher pavilion would be as good as destroyed. It would become the laughingstock of the entire Myriad Kingdom alliance. He would be forced to step down as the pavilion master, and in the worst-case scenario, the headquarters might even summon him to conduct an investigation. After all, if one was forced to the point of resorting to pavilion crashing, this meant that the matter had reached a dire state. Put on. Luo Qianhong's body was suddenly sapped of strength, and he fell to the ground. It was just a moment ago that he was standing majestically before the crowd, but after hearing those words, he found himself falling into despair. What kind of monster did Ding Mu offend? Ignoring the despairing Luo Qianhong, Zhang Xian glanced forward and saw that the inauguration was about to come to an end. As such, he hurriedly advanced forward. Stop him! Seeing that even the master-teacher pavilion had failed to stop the other party, and the other party even declared his intentions of pavilion crashing, Ding Mu's complexion turned awful. Walala! Along with his bellow, innumerable soldiers immediately stepped forward to surround Zhang Xian. The swords that they drew gleamed coldly under the sun. These soldiers weren't strong, and most of them were only at Dingli realm. However, it was their numbers that were truly impressive. On the vast heavens altar, there were at least several thousands of them. A formation consisting of several thousand soldiers. Even a half-transcension would have to back down before such a terrifying force. Xianxia, be careful. Mou's face paled. As an individual, how could he possibly withstand an army? A Dingli realm soldier was no threat to him, and fighting 10 was just a walk in the park. However, when the numbers added up to several thousands, the nature of the event changed. No matter how strong an individual was, there was a limit to one's stamina. In a battle of attrition, Xianxia would eventually lose. This was the reason why itinerant cultivators didn't dare offend kingdoms. There was nothing an individual cultivator could do before the might of an entire country. This will be troublesome. Jin Songhai frowned. As a transcendent mortal realm expert, it would be difficult for even him to face a few thousand fighter realm cultivators at once. Killing a commander was easy, but facing off with an entire army was difficult. Indeed, this will be troublesome, unless he uses the means of a poison master. Gongzi frowned as well. Even Jin Songhai would be troubled to face so many soldiers, needless to say the other party. Even though the strength this Xianxia had displayed was outstanding, he was still far from matching up to his subordinate Jin Songhai. The only way to achieve victory was to use the means of a poison master. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was, he would surely eventually run dry before this huge army. He can't use the means of the poison master here. As a master teacher, killing the crown prince of a conferred kingdom is already a huge blemish on his records. I fear that, if he were to use poison, he might incur the displeasure of the master teacher pavilion headquarters. On top of that, he might be regarded as a traitor, given the hostile relationship between the master teacher pavilion and the poison hall. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing said, "Hall Master Gu Mu, if things get down to it, I think it would be better for you to make a move." As an elder of the Beast Hall, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing had a deep understanding of the affairs of the master teachers. This occupation served as the moral compass of the entire continent. To kill an inaugurating crown prince was already scandalous in itself. If Xianxia were to use the means of a poison master on top of that, his reputation would be ruined. As a master teacher, reputation was everything. Who would be willing to admit a person with questionable conduct as their teacher? It would become a huge blemish of his life that he would never be able to wash off. It would be nigh impossible for him to win the respect of other master teachers around the world and advance to a higher rank. All right, Hall Master Gu Mu nodded. He was invited here precisely for this matter. As long as he were to offer his assistance, he could be considered as to have repaid the debt of his senior granduncle. Let's wait a while longer first. Look at Xianxia's gaze. It seems like he has an idea in mind. After agreeing to the matter, Hall Master Gu Mu was about to make a move when Gongzi's voice suddenly echoed. Gaze! Hall Master Gu Mu was taken aback. He hurriedly glanced downward and he realized that something was amiss as well. Despite being surrounded by so many experts, the young man below didn't panic at all. Instead, he faced everything with composure. Way too much composure. If it was anyone else, they would have surely panicked under such circumstances. He must already have an idea in mind. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly remain so calm. Gongzi said, "Let's watch on first." On. The crowd nodded in agreement as they turned their gazes to the site below. Just as they were wondering what kind of method the young man was going to use to deal with these soldiers, a voice echoed. The core of cultivation lies in persistence. Only with diligence can one achieve improvement. For a Dingli realm to reach Pishue, there are three main factors. Firstly, one must accurately gauge the strength required for opening one's acupoint. A crisp voice echoed from the young man's mouth. A lecture. He's conducting a lecture now? Has he gone mad? Everyone was wondering what kind of strategy the young man would have against the thousands of soldiers before him. When the other party started preaching, everyone stared at one another in bewilderment. What was this? Surrounded by soldiers, yet he started preaching? Everyone thought that the troublemaker would surely fail terribly. But the other party had yet to lose yet. Everyone thought that the interference of the Master-Teacher Pavilion could mediate the conflict, but the other party declared that he would crash the pavilion, not sparing the Master-Teacher Pavilion any pride at all. Now, just as everyone thought that the heavens altar would be washed with blood, the young man began preaching, "Can you at least obey common sense? Your actions are way too unfathomable." The group on top of the savage beasts were also stunned, unable to comprehend what Xianxia was up to. "No, this isn't just a lecture." Suddenly, Gongzi seemed to realize something and his face warped in shock. His body trembled lightly as he said, "This is impartation of heaven's will, expelling 100 enemies with a word, eradicating an army with a phrase. Impartation of heaven's will?" Everyone was bewildered. Those who were slightly more knowledgeable knew that impartation of heaven's will was a unique ability to master teachers. As long as one's soul depth was above 3.0, and the content one spoke was aligned with the essence of cultivation and was devoid of errors, there was a chance it could be triggered. Once triggered, those listening to the lecture would find their Xianxia being driven automatically, resulting in their cultivation being raised subconsciously. This sounded incredible, but in truth, all master teachers were capable of doing so. Given how talented that Xianxia was, it wasn't completely unexpected for him to be able to utilize this ability in the midst of his lecture. The impartation of heaven's will isn't a very powerful ability. However, if one can reach a high level of mastery in it, its effects can be amazing. Gongzi said as his body trembled in disbelief. A high level of mastery? The crowd was even more bewildered. Elder Jean should know that my physical condition hasn't been good ever since a young age, resulting in my inability to cultivate. As such, I've spent my time immersed in books, and I've read nearly all of the books accessible to me once. I once read, in an ancient manual, that when the impartation of heavens will reaches the highest level, one would be able to utilize the voice of truth, which was capable of striking the depths of a person's soul directly. Even if the other party was an enemy, he would willingly concede to you and address you as teacher. Taking a deep breath, Gongzi suppressed his heavy breathing and spoke up. "Voice of truth." Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Did the impartation of heavens will possess such incredible effects? If that was the case, wouldn't one be almost invincible? Regardless of who it was, one just had to conduct a lesson for the other party to submit to him. All living beings in the world would be considered as one student. Wait a moment. A person suddenly flashed across Grand Elder Wei Yuqing's mind as his face paled and his eyes narrowed. With quivering lips, he asked, "Do you mean Empyrean Kong Shi?" It was said that Kong Shi's words could bring about a celestial phenomenon, and there was none who had heard his lecture who wouldn't call him teacher. Even the most formidable and most hostile enemy would immediately concede to him and willingly serve him as his student. There was a very old legend depicting Kong Shi when he hadn't reached the level of a 9-star master teacher yet. Back then, there was a person named Tue who carried intense animosity against him and thus wanted to claim his life. He had looked into Kong Shi's affairs and heard that the other party often held lectures beneath a certain tree. Thus, he decided to hide within the lush leaves of the tree with a weapon in hand, ready to strike when Kong Shi appeared. In the end, his efforts paid off. Kong Shi walked over to the tree and began conducting a lecture. However, after hearing a few words, Tue immediately felt embarrassed by himself, and he leaped out of his hiding spot and acknowledged Kong Shi as his teacher. It was due to this legend that Kong Shi earned himself the nickname of World's Teacher, and his name spread far and wide. Without any exception, those who had heard Kong Shi's words would eventually become his student. This was the ability that only Kong Shi possessed. Could Xianxia be capable of the same feat as well? Indeed, the person I am referring to is Kong Shi. Clenching his fists tightly, Gongzi's face turned red in agitation. Kong Shi's impartation of heaven's will had reached an incredible level. With an utterance, the entire world would tremble before him. With an articulation, a gale would rage and thunder would rumble. Expelling 100 enemies with a word, eradicating an army with a phrase. It was said that when the otherworldly demonic tribe sent its army to assassinate him, Kong Shi was alone. However, without any fear, he began to preach, indifferent even when the swords and axes were before him. A few minutes later, the army of otherworldly demonic tribe was completely wiped out due to infighting, at which Gongzi's pitch-black eyes turned to look at the others. Don't you think that what Xianxia is doing resembles the plot of the story? It does resemble it a bit. With pale faces, the crowd trembled slightly. What you mean is that Beast Tamer Zhang. No. Zhang Shi intends on conducting a lecture to command these soldiers to back off. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing's body shuddered in disbelief. There were many legends on Kong Shi going around on the continent, and over time, they had become overly exaggerated, making it difficult to determine fact from fiction. Thus, very few people took the stories for real. The matter of preaching to destroy the otherworldly demonic tribe was one of such common legends, and many people simply laughed it off. However, looking at Zhang Shi preaching before so many enemies, their hearts started beating wildly. I'm not too sure either. This story only happened to appear in my mind. Since Zhang Shi chose to do so, he probably has his reasons for it. After all, he can't possibly just be doing it out of boredom, Gongzi said. He wasn't Zhang Xian. He couldn't accurately guess the other party's thoughts. Now that Gongzi raised the idea, I think that what you say is really true. Look. In disbelief, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing was just about to continue inquiring about it when Jin Songhai's voice sounded. Jin Songhai had a grim look on his face as he stared at the scene on the heavens altar beneath with a look of incredulity. Turning his gaze over, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing was also stunned. Half of the ferocious soldiers who had wanted to attack Zhang Xian together suddenly fell in a daze, and as though the best treasures in the world had appeared before them, a look of delight slowly spread on their faces. As for the other half, they went further as to dump their weapons on the ground and sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate as per the other party's guidance. All of a sudden, the menacing atmosphere suddenly turned into a sight of harmony. It is actually true? With widened eyes and mouth agape, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing seemed to have petrified. No words could describe his shock at the moment. Suddenly, an aura behind him began to surge intensely. Pila pala, the sound of beans popping echoed. Unknowingly, drunk on Zhang Xian's words, Sun Chong's Jinqi became driving on its own accord, and he broke through his Dingli realm bottleneck, successfully stepping into the realm of a Pishua cultivator. Breaking through one's bottleneck through just words? Seems like the rumors are true. Taking in this sight, Gongzi and the others clenched their fists tightly. If they weren't sure before, it couldn't be any clearer now. To break through the bottleneck between Dingli and Pishua with just words. This was similar to the ability depicted in that legend between Kong Shi and the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even if other master teachers were able to do the same as well, it would still require accumulation on the cultivator's part and some time. But how long has it only been since Zhang Xian started his lecture? 20 breaths? 30 breaths? At most, it was only 40 breaths. In other words, in less than a minute, not only did Zhang Xian manage to stimulate the Jinqi in Sun Chong body, he even successfully induced a rise in cultivation realm in the latter. Such capability couldn't even be seen in 4-star pinnacle master teachers. Wait. Look at those citizens around the heavens altar, Gumu said. The group hurriedly shifted their gazes over to the crowd. The citizens who were busy watching the commotion also began sitting down and meditating according to Zhang Xian's guidance. The sound of beans popping echoed throughout the square, and it was hard to imagine how many people had managed to achieve a breakthrough during this short period of time. These people were residents who had grown up here in Shenyuan Kingdom, and they each possessed a dear patriotism toward the royal palace. Thus, when the young man barged into the heavens altar and declared his malicious intentions against the crown prince, they felt deep hostility for the latter. However, in an instant, all of these emotions turned into admiration and gratitude. An itinerant cultivator, without the guidance of master teachers and formidable cultivation technique, would have to spend much effort just to break through a small cultivation realm. But now, with just a few words from the other party, they were making this leap in their cultivation. This was something they couldn't have fathomed before. The hostility they felt slowly faded, turning to gratitude and admiration. Having benefited from Xianxia's guidance, the latter could be considered as half a teacher to them already. How is this possible? In the green leaf pavilion head Daifeng grabbed the edges of the windows tightly as he watched the phenomenon unfold before him. His head spun in astonishment. As the head of an intelligence-gathering agency, he had heard of the legend between Kongshi and the otherworldly demonic tribe as well. He thought that it was just a legend, but to think that it would be true, to remain unaware when such a formidable master teacher had come to Shenyuan Royal City. The Green Leaf Pavilion could close down its services already. No, this can't be. I'll investigate myself to see who this Xianxia is. What kind of existence did Crown Prince Dingmu offend? Upon thinking of this, Pavilion head Daifeng's lips twitched. Unable to remain seated, he dashed down the pavilion. For the Green Leaf Pavilion to be unaware of such huge news was a massive failure. If he didn't gather all information related to the background of this fellow, he wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. What are you all doing? Stop listening to his nonsense and kill him. Seeing all of the guards falling into a daze, Crown Prince Dingmu bellowed frenziedly. The reason why he had stationed an army on top of the heaven's altar was to guard against any sudden movements or mystic treasure of that young man. Yet, with just a single lecture, the other party had successfully left everyone dazed. What was this? I told you all to kill him. What are you all doing listening to his lecture? This isn't a classroom. I'm commanding all of you to kill him. Gritting his teeth, Crown Prince Dingmu continued howling. However, before he could finish his words, all of the soldiers turned their heads simultaneously. Shut up! Boom! Even pebbles could be stacked up into a mountain. With so many trained Dingli realm and Pishue realm experts roaring furiously at the same time, it was as though a strike of celestial lightning had flown across the heavens, striking down on Dingmu. Pooh! Struck by the sonic boom, Crown Prince Dingmu's ears rang, and blood started flowing down his mouth and his nose. Even his eyes turned red from the impact, and it seemed as though blood would ooze down at any moment. Even a transcendent mortal expert would have to avoid a combined attack from several thousand soldiers at once. So of course a mere Jizuan realm advanced stage cultivator like him was wounded. You all! Quickly retreating a dozen steps, Crown Prince Dingmu felt as though he was going mad. These were all his soldiers. They lived off the royal family's stipends, and they were specially groomed so that, when the need arises, they could be mobilized. Yet all of them turned against him. What in the world? Dingmu's body couldn't stop convulsing. It's all your fault. With reddened eyes, Dingmu glared at the preaching Xianxia with clenched jaws. Didn't I just kill a student of yours? Do you have to come all the way here and go to the extent of wounding a 3-star master teacher, the head of the master teacher pavilion, and making so many soldiers turn against me? Damn it! Roaring furiously, Crown Prince Dingmu scrambled for an idea to win back the hearts of these soldiers. But at this moment, standing at the very center of the crowd, the young man suddenly stopped his lecture, and scanning the surroundings, he said, "Bow! Voila!" In that instant, several thousands of soldiers, as well as the countless spectators, immediately kneeled to the floor as respect and admiration gleamed in their eyes. Then, their voices echoed in the square. Paying respect to teacher. It's a half-teacher formality. So many people are bowing to Xianxia earnestly. On the back of the howling firmament beast, Mou swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She knew that young man's talent as a master teacher surpassed that of ordinary people, but she didn't expect that he would be able to win over the hearts of the soldiers on the heaven's altar and the surrounding crowd with just a lecture. While a half-teacher couldn't compare up to one's true teacher, it was still a relationship surpassing that of most ordinary ones. In this world, the prestige of teachers was immense, and students were expected to treat their teachers with the utmost respect. At that moment, Xianxia was standing with his hands behind his back, watching nonchalantly at the kneeling crowd as though a conqueror. Dingmu, who was undergoing the crowning ceremony at this instant, seemed no different from a clown. To remain nonchalant before an army of several thousand, and conduct a lesson to turn them into his students instead. Xianxia, perhaps you might really be able to fare well in the master-teacher tournament and strike your name out into the world. Clenching her fists tightly, Mou's eyes reddened in agitation. That was a true genius. There was only a single outcome for those who refused to submit, to be crushed. Regardless of whether you are an expert or an influential individual, before absolute might, nothing else mattered. You could already see the storm that Xianxia would cause during the master-teacher tournament. With just a short moment of preaching, he's able to make so many people willingly acknowledge him as a half-teacher, on top of the absolute control over the impartation of heaven's will. His soul depth must have reached at least 12.0. In other words, in terms of soul depth, he isn't inferior to a 4-star teacher. Luo Qianhong's teeth were clattering together. In that instant, it felt as though he had dropped into an ice vault, and he shuddered in fear. Even though Gongzi was well-informed, he wasn't a master teacher. As such, he was unaware of many matters. It wasn't that difficult to utilize the impartation of heaven's will. One only had to speak of content aligned with the essence of cultivation. But to make so many people fall into a trance and achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation simultaneously was no simple feat. There was a high requirement for one's soul depth, putting everything aside. The insight energy contained within the other party's words felt as though a cool breeze to the ears, inducing subconscious trust into him. With just this, Luo Qianhong could conclude that the other party's soul depth was at least 12.0. Every 3.0 difference in soul depth was a demarcation zone for a master teacher. A soul depth above 12.0 was equivalent to a 4-star master teacher. A 4-star master teacher beneath 20? What kind of monster is that? Isn't the other party just a 2-star master teacher? Isn't the other party just a reckless countryside bumpkin? If I knew how formidable the other party is, I would never have gotten involved. Glancing at one another, Luo Qianhong and Bai Chun could see the fear and regret in each other's eyes. If they could, they truly wanted to tear apart that Crown Prince Dingmu at this instant. What one feared the most was a lousy teammate that would pull one down. This time, they were truly done in badly by that fellow. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? Bai Chun asked with a tearful face while suppressing his injuries. Initially, he was plotting his revenge for this humiliation. However, after seeing that the other party's soul depth had exceeded 12, such thoughts vanished altogether. The greatest difficulty to the promotion of a master teacher was soul depth. As long as one's soul depth reached the mark with sufficient time, the rest wasn't too much of a problem. To exact vengeance on a future 4-star master teacher? He really didn't have the guts to do so. Go back and make some preparations for his pavilion crashing. All we can wish for is for him to fail. Once he passes, we'll be doomed. With a resigned expression, Luo Qianhong shook his head. If the other party failed the pavilion crashing, he could still sell the other party a favor and let bygones be bygones. However, once the other party succeeded, there would be nothing left for him. What the heck was this? How did he offend such a monster? With a stiff body, Luo Qianhong was just about to say something more when the young man standing at the very center of the crowd coldly surveyed the surroundings before speaking with an authoritative voice. Since you all address me as your teacher, are you all going to stop me from killing this person? Becoming a celestial master teacher had not just granted Xianxia with the eye of insight. His impartation of heaven's will had also made a huge breakthrough. Once these people achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation and became his student, the rest was a walk in the park. We wouldn't dare. If teacher doesn't wish to dirty your hands, we can do it for you. Despite his position, Crown Prince Dingmu has committed many vile deeds. We've long wished to teach him a lesson. As long as teacher gives the order, we're willing to take him down for you. Walala. The army of soldiers immediately opened up a pathway, and at the same time, several voices sounded here and there. Crown Prince Dingmu was a willful and arrogant person. He had made many unwise decisions and committed innumerable vile deeds. Even though many soldiers were aware and infuriated by it, none of them dared to voice their complaints. However, before this half-teacher of theirs, their true sentiments came pouring out. You all! Crown Prince Ding Mu's heart had already turned cold upon facing the betrayal of so many soldiers, and upon hearing those words, he nearly fainted on the spot. The armies that other kingdoms groomed were willing to lay down their lives for the royal family. But what in the world was with the army he had groomed? He commanded them to kill someone for him, but all of them ended up acknowledging the latter as their teacher and even offered their services. The heck? I am the Crown Prince, the future Emperor of Shenyuan Kingdom. How can I be killed by trash like you? It won't be that easy to kill me. Give me the crown. Ding Mu's expression warped in savagery. My life is my own. Don't even dream about laying your filthy hands on me. With a loud roar, Ding Mu rushed toward the old Emperor Ding Chong, snatched the crown from his hands, and placed it on his head. At this time, he could care less about formalities or traditions. He walked directly to the throne at the center of the heavens altar and sat down. Under the decree of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, I am now the Emperor of Shenyuan Kingdom. Let's see who dares to touch me now. With a face distorted by insanity, he bellowed furiously. Sitting on the throne with a crown on his head, he could be officially considered as the new Emperor of Shenyuan Kingdom. As such, he was under the protection of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Putting aside a 2-star master teacher, even a 4-star master teacher would have to think twice before laying a hand on him. Otherwise, if an emperor could be killed that easily, what was the use of the existence of the alliance? The alliance was a balance of power between the various kingdoms. While internal struggles were reluctantly overlooked, the murder of an emperor was something that was vehemently disallowed. This is bad. The soldiers who had offered to make a move for Xianxia looked at one another hesitantly upon seeing this move. If a crown prince was killed, the emperor could still appoint a new one. However, killing an emperor was synonymous with challenging the prestige of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Zhang Xian's face darkened as well. He didn't expect the fellow to be so shameless as to ignore the ceremony and immediately don the crown either. Now that the other party was the emperor, killing him would bring about a lot of trouble. Haha! I am now the emperor. With the backing of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance behind me, do any of you dare touch me? Are any of you qualified to touch me? Seeing the hesitance in everyone's eyes, Ding Mu roared in laughter. Glee reflected in his eyes. Knowing that Zhang Xian would go after him, he had already planned out his countermeasure. Everything he prepared was just for this day. You might be capable, talented, strong, and above all, you have a good teacher. However, I am not lacking either. I have an entire conferred kingdom behind me. I have the Myriad Kingdom Alliance behind me. With such an identity, even if I have faulted, only the Alliance had the rights to pursue it. A 2-star master teacher like you aren't worthy. Also, all of you, despite living off the stipends of the kingdom, how dare you all betray the kingdom? You all deserve to die. Ding Mu roared furiously with a savage expression. The faces of the crowd paled. Even though there was just a thin line between the crown prince and the emperor of a kingdom, this gap meant everything. The crown prince didn't possess the authority to behead so many soldiers, but the emperor did. Zhang Xian, Pavilion Master Luo, has proposed to mediate the matter previously, but you disagreed. It's too late to change your mind now. After mocking Zhang Xian, Ding Mu stared haughtily at the crowd, and with the disposition befitting of an emperor, he declared, I'll give you all a chance to make up for your mistakes. As long as you all kill this intruder, I'll pardon you all for your previous sins. On top of that, I'll even confer a nobility on the one who finishes him off and grant him a life of utmost prestige and wealth. Why? Do you all still intend on going against my orders, the orders of your emperor? Seeing the crowd hesitating, Ding Mu gazed downward at the faces below, suppressing the entire square with the majesty of an emperor. Wang. However, before Ding Mu could finish his words, a jade token flew out. Then, bright light burst forth from it, forming a gigantic image. The image consisted of just 3 words, Myriad Kingdom Alliance, following which, a deep voice reverberated in the air. The succession of the throne requires a prior announcement and a complete ceremony. Dingmu has disregarded the rules and snatched the imperial authority willfully. The alliance declares his inauguration invalid. The voice echoed loudly throughout Shenyuan royal city, and even the clouds seemed to tremor slightly under it. This is a decree from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's envoy, someone uttered amidst the crowd. Silence. Dingmu had just declared his unparalleled authority within the kingdom when the decree of the envoy arrived the next instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance was several 100,000 kilometers away from Shenyuan Kingdom, and even when riding on a Jizuan realm pinnacle savage beast, it would still take several dozen days of journey to travel here. This envoy, sure, is efficient. This? Impossible. How can this be possible? While jaws were falling to the ground, Dingmu's final string of rationality finally snapped. Are you playing with me? I had just barely managed to become the emperor and force the other party to step down. Victory is right before me, and yet, such a twist just had to occur at this moment. With this, no matter what I do, I'll just be regarded as an unofficial and unrecognized sovereign. Conferred kingdoms were vassal kingdoms to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and if the latter refused to recognize his position, nothing he said would be useful. Your Majesty, that is an authentic decree from the envoy of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. I've seen it before. Seeing the doubt on Dingmu's face, an official walked over with a nervous look and reported. The decree of the envoy couldn't be forged. The words Myriad Kingdom Alliance possessed a unique authority to it that no one else could imitate. With just a single look, one could determine whether it was authentic or not. Men, the left minister is spouting nonsense and shaking the foundation of the country. Kill him. Dingmu was already in a frenzied state, and the words of the official pushed him off the edge. He immediately bellowed a command. Your Majesty! The crowd stared at one another hesitantly, not knowing what to do. You all! Seeing that everyone was disregarding his orders, Dingmu's eyes reddened in rage. Just as he was about to roar furiously once more, an impassive voice sounded in the air. Since the Myriad Kingdom Alliance refuses to recognize you, that means that your position is unofficial. No one will listen to the commands of a fake emperor. Turning around, he saw Xianxia gazing at him with cold eyes. In truth, Xianxia was also bewildered by the situation. Before coming, he had already prepared himself for the worst situation. Regardless of whether the other party became the emperor or not, he would make his move. Of all things, he didn't expect the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's involvement in this matter. The appearance of the decree meant that Dingmu's ascension to the throne was unlawful, and the Myriad Kingdom Alliance wouldn't pursue the affair even if he were killed. So what if these useless fools refuse to obey my commands? Do you think that I'll fear you just because of that? You might be strong, but it won't be that easy to kill me. Having lost the throne, the backing of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and being unable to mobilize his subordinates, Dingmu knew that he had no choice but to resort to brute force. His face warped as though a ravenous wolf as he glared fixedly at the young man before him. Then he abruptly reached forward to grab the jade seal. With the jade seal in his hands, his disposition changed all of the sudden. In an instant, he felt as if he were a towering mountain standing before everyone else. Even a half-transcension expert would have to back off before the powerful aura he was emitting at this moment. The reason why our Ding clan was able to build a massive kingdom that no other kingdoms dare to attack and maintain our lineage for more than a millennium isn't just purely through brute force. It is because of a formation. The infrastructures in Shenyuan Kingdom are positioned in a way that aligns with the sun, moon, and the stars, forming a grade 4 primary formation. You wish to kill me? Dream on. Even if I can't become the emperor, I'll pull you down along with me. Roaring furiously, the jade seal in his hands flew in the air, triggering the formation. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire capital had come to a life. An incredibly powerful pressure fell down from the skies. All of the sudden, the crowd in the square suddenly felt something sealing their movements. At the same time, a powerful pressure overwhelmed them, threatening to kill them if they were to make an unwise move. It's the Great Xianyuan Formation. He's actually triggered the Great Xianyuan Formation. Amidst the crowd, an official's face suddenly paled. His body slackened, and he fell weakly to the ground. Great Xianyuan Formation? What's that? There were many people who were unaware of its existence, and a person asked anxiously amidst the crowd. It's said that the founding ancestor of Xianyuan Kingdom was a formidable formation master. After uniting the lands and building the kingdom, he chose this location to build the capital. Using the mountains, rivers, and the infrastructure as the formation flags, he built an immense formation. Even a mortal transcendent expert would die easily if he were to be caught in it. This formation can only be triggered by the imperial seal, and it's the final line of defense of the kingdom. No one here will be able to withstand its immense might. The official trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. Previously, when Dingmu ordered them to kill the other party, no one listened to him. Now that he had activated the formation and trapped everyone within it, if he intended to take revenge, who could stand against him? Hearing those words and feeling the violent might of a formation shrouding them, the crowd's faces warped in fear. They thought, given the disparity in strength between the other master teacher and Crown Prince Dingmu, even if no one were to obey his commands, there was nothing for them to worry about. No one could have expected for the latter to have such an ace up his sleeves. A grade 4 formation could kill even a mortal transcendent expert, so how could mere fighter realm cultivators like them withstand it? And without sufficient strength, it was impossible for them to break out of it. I looked like they were doomed. You are an envoy of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. While a pandemonium had broken out below, in the air, on the back of a savage beast, Wei Yuqing looked at the young man with tightly clenched fists. From the attitude of the others toward this Gongzi, he could tell that the other party's standing was definitely extremely high. Otherwise, Gu Mu's teacher, as a 4-star poison master, wouldn't act so deferentially to him. But even so, he didn't expect the other party to be an envoy from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. An envoy holding a decree was representative of the head of the alliance. If anyone dared to challenge his authority, he could kill them as he pleased. In other words, he possessed unparalleled authority within the territories of the alliance. Yet, to think that the person wielding such immense authority would just be a teenage child. If he hadn't seen the other party throwing out the token personally, he would have never believed it to be true. Gongzi nodded silently. At this moment, his gaze was directed at the formation below, and a frown appeared on his face. A moment later, he turned to the elder beside him. Is there any way for you to break this formation? Gongzi, you should also know that I'm not adept at formations. Jin Songhai's face flushed in embarrassment. Even though he was a transcendent mortal expert, his occupation was a poison master. His knowledge of formations was severely limited. On top of that, the formation below was incredibly massive, and even if a 4-star primary formation master were to be here, it would be hard for him to stop the formation. This formation makes use of the mountains and rivers in the surroundings to augment its might. On top of that, it hasn't been used before ever since it was set up, and over time, a massive amount of spiritual energy had accumulated within it. Not just me, I'm afraid that, even if Pavilion Master Kong were to be here, he would be helpless before it. After a moment of hesitation, Jin Songhai spoke his analysis. Even though he wasn't adept in formations, as a transcendent mortal expert of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, he still possessed a decent discernment ability. It wasn't too difficult for him to determine how fearsome the formation below was. Even the head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion Master Kong, would be helpless before it. And Pavilion Master Kong was the most capable formation master throughout the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Through this, the fearsomeness of the formation was apparent. I know that this formation is formidable, but do you have any way to save him? Gongzi couldn't help but ask. Deciphering and stopping a formation was very much different from saving a person from a formation, in which case the latter was much easier than the former. Jin Songhai shook his head and said, This formation has been nourished over a long period of time, granting it immense might. Life and death hinge on just a single thought of the one controlling the formation. To break it, it'll require 16 mortal transcendent experts standing at 16 different locations. Even if it's just saving someone from within, it would require at least 5 people at the same level as me to make a move simultaneously. On top of the grade, the scale also determined the strength of the formation. The larger the formation set up, the more powerful it would be. This was the reason why formation plates were lacking in might. The formation below covered the entire Shenyuan royal city, extending for a length of several hundred kilometers. On top of that, it had accumulated a frightening quantity of energy over the course of 1,000 years, making it a fearsome weapon. It would already be a blessing if a mortal transcendent expert could survive a killing formation of such might. Saving someone within was completely impossible. Then, what should we do? You also know that he's Lu Cheng. Hearing that, even his guard was helpless before this immense formation, Gongzi panicked. Don't panic. If it comes down to it, I'll just have to try barging into it. Jin Songhai gritted his teeth. He knew of the gratitude that Gongzi felt toward physician Lu Cheng. The other party had specially traveled from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance here just to look for him. If the other party were to die before him, wouldn't he die of regret? What do you mean by barging into it? At that moment, a doubtful voice sounded within the room. Turning around, the group saw that Sun Chong was done with his cultivation and had stood up once more. Under Xianxia's impartation of heaven's will, not only had Sun Chong reinforced his Pishue realm cultivation, he had even opened up 3 acupoints. Thus, he was in good spirits. Sun Chong had been on the verge of breaking through Dingli realm for a while now, so Zhang Xian's impartation of heaven's will was exceptionally effective on him. Your young master is trapped in Ding Mu's formation, and he's in an extremely precarious situation now. If you can contact Yang Shi, you should hurry up. I fear that Zhang Shi might be coming to his limits already. Seeing that Sun Chong was done with his cultivation, Gongzi hurriedly advised. In truth, he regretted not getting Jin Songhai to make a move on Dingmu when he threw out of the envoy's decree earlier on. If he had done so, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. He was here to repay the favor, but not only did he fail to achieve anything, he even landed his benefactor into a precarious situation. How could he have the face to live on if the other party really died? In his view, if not for the decree he threw out, Dingmu wouldn't have been forced to activate the formation. Formation. Glancing out of the window to look at the site below, Sun Chong brushed the matter off impassively. Seeing your grim faces, I thought that it would be some serious affair. Turns out that it's just this. Don't worry, the young master is fine. Hearing those words, Jin Songhai staggered and nearly fainted. Do you know how powerful this formation is? The one below is your young master. He's trapped in a formation which even a mortal transcendent expert would be unable to break out of. Yet, how can you remain so nonchalant? Are you truly that brave? Or is there something wrong with your head? I have no idea. Sun Chong waved his hands nonchalantly. But that doesn't make a difference. A small formation like this doesn't mean anything at all. Tianxian Kingdom had no formation masters at all, so how could Sun Chong know anything about formations? Even if the most basic formation was laid out before him, he still wouldn't be able to decipher it at all. But even though he knew nothing at all, Xiaoya and the others had recounted the events at the Lin clan back then to him at least a few hundred times. On top of that, he had also personally witnessed the young master kicking the formation at the residence of Lu Chong's ancestors to a stop. He knew that no one could match up to the young master in the field of formations. It might be something fearsome to the others, but to the young master, it was just a walk in the park. Doesn't mean anything at all? A small formation? How can you call Zhang Shi your young master and behave like that? Gongzi's face darkened and he nearly erupted on the spot. Upon hearing that their young master was trapped, other subordinates would surely hurriedly plead with others to save him. Yet, not only was this fellow not worried, he even looked at them with such an expression, "Are you a subordinate or an enemy?" That was a formation that even Pavilion Master Kong would find hard to break. Yet, to view it with such nonchalance, are you that brave, or do you desperately crave for your young master to die here? Gongzi was about to faint from anger, and by the side, Wei Yuqing's eyes were also rolling around the place. If not for Zhang Xian entrusting his subordinate to him personally, he would have thought that this fellow was an impostor. Probably, he was the only one in the world who could watch idly as death loomed above his master. What's wrong? Sun Chong couldn't comprehend why the other party had reprimanded him. I'll go then. I am indebted to Xianxia, and now that his student is in trouble, I can't sit idly by the side. Seeing how this cretin didn't have any intentions to look for Xianxia to save his young master, Gu Mu and the others decided to disregard him altogether. You are intending to save the young master? Sun Chong finally came to a realization, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. I didn't expect you all to be so inexperienced, and to think that one of you is the envoy from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. It's just a formation, what's the big deal? With the young master around, you all really don't need to worry at all. Inexperienced. A fellow from an unranked kingdom, who didn't even know what a formation was, dared to look at the envoy from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance with disdain? The crowd was so furious that they nearly spurted blood. You are the one who's inexperienced, your entire family is inexperienced. Gongzi clenched his jaws together, tempted to tear the fatty before him apart. But other than having him look for Xianxia, there was no better solution. Thus, suppressing his anger, he began to explain. This is the great Shenyuan formation, and nourished over a course of 1,000 years. It's the first time it's being activated. Oh! After hearing the explanation, Sun Chong simply nodded his head indifferently and said, Now that you're done, you should take a rest. You! Gongzi nearly flew into a rampage. It was as though the fellow before him didn't understand the human language at all. He had wasted his breath on him. Damn it! Forget it. This wasn't the time to be lashing out on this kind of heartless fellow. Saving Xianxia took priority. As such, he decided to disregard the fatty and turned to look at Jin Songhai instead. Elder Jin, I might require your strength on this matter. Here is a decree representing my identity. If Ding Mu insists on making a move, you are free to kill him on the spot. Just as Gongzi was issuing some instructions to Jin Songhai, intending to resolve the matter the brute way, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing and Gu Mu suddenly exclaimed, What? Gongzi, look! Seeing the expressions on the duo, getting, Gongzi's heart skipped a beat. Thinking that perhaps Zhang Xian might have already died in that short moment of delay, he hurriedly turned his gaze down and his eyes widened in shock. That humongous formation, which seemed as though it would wipe out everything within it, suddenly vanished into thin air. The sight below was completely calm, as though nothing had happened at all. Zhang Xian was still walking forward slowly, and at this moment he was already less than 10 meters away from Ding Mu. What happened? Rubbing his eyes furiously, Gongzi was astounded. It was just a moment ago that he saw the formation ravaging, threatening to claim the lives of those inside at any moment. Yet why did it disappear all of the sudden? Did he see wrongly? Just now. Just now. Wei Yuqing's face was completely pale, and his lips were quivering. It seemed like even speaking was a great difficulty for him at the moment. What happened? Jin Songhai couldn't help but ask as well. It seems like Zhang Xian stretched out a finger and then, it simply turned out like this. Wei Yuqing was on the verge of tears. Despite witnessing it with his own eyes, the situation simply seemed even more unbelievable to him. What the heck was this? With just a light tap of a finger, the ravaging formation came to an instant stop. Didn't Jin Songhai and Gongzi just praise this formation to the skies? Didn't they say that even the Pavilion Master of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion couldn't stop him, and it would require at least a dozen transcendent mortal experts to forcefully halt it? Yet the other party stopped it so easily. Was he dreaming? Stopped it with a single finger? Jin Songhai and Gongzi nearly bit down on their tongues out of shock. Just as they were about to ask if the two of them had seen wrongly, Sun Chong walked forward with both hands behind him and a proud look on his face. Our young master might have never taken the formation master examination, but this kind of weak formation means nothing to him at all. Then he stared at the group disdainfully once more. How inexperienced. Envoy. For Star Poison Master? Pooey. In the end, you all still panic over minor situations like this. You. Being looked down, Gongzi was just about to rationalize it out with this fellow when Jin Songhai pointed below with a grim look. Gongzi, look! Afraid that he would miss out anything just like before, he ignored Sun Chong and turned his gaze downward as well. You. Impossible. While Gongzi, Jin Songhai, and the others were dying from shock above, Dingmu was also on the verge of suffering a stroke. The Great Shenyuan Formation was his greatest backing. One of the main reasons why he hurriedly ended the inauguration ceremony was so that he could gain control of the Jade Seal. He thought that once he activated it, even the envoy would mean nothing at all. Yet, before such a formidable formation could work its course, the other party had already halted it with a light tap. Brother, who the hell are you? Without raising your legs, you could scare Bai Chun into leaping away. With a single hit, you caused the half-transcension pavilion master Luo Qianhong to vomit buckets of blood. And now you stopped such a formidable formation with a single finger. Are you sure that you are a 2-star master teacher and not the reincarnation of Kongshi? You should have expected this when you tried to kill me back then. Ignoring the other party's shock, Zhang Xian continued advancing forward. The Great Shenyuan Formation might be vast and powerful, but just like any formation, it had a core. Since Dingmu activated the formation via the Jade Seal on the Heaven's Altar, naturally the core was somewhere around here as well. Through the Library of Heaven's Path, it wasn't too difficult for Zhang Xian to determine the precise point to strike and stop it. You won't know who's the victor until the very end. Recovering from his shock, a savage expression reappeared on Ding Mu's face. Knowing that the formation was already useless, he threw the Jade Seal on the floor. Then, clenching his fists tightly, he propelled his cultivation and cloaked his hands with a layer of Jinqi. Phantom Battle Technique, Heaven-Shattering Fist. Dingmu was only at Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage, but through this battle technique, he was able to take the top spot of the green leaf board. This showed how formidable this battle technique was. Die! Knowing the other party was a tough adversary, Dingmu drove his cultivation to his limits and took the initiative. Boom! The air was tightly compressed under his might, causing a deafening sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, his fist was already right before Zhang Xian, headed for his chest. Strong. He's at Jizuan Realm Pinnacle as well. To think that he'd made a breakthrough as well. Upon seeing the massive strength the Dingmu displayed, the crowd was stunned. Many of those who were aware of the affairs of the Crown Prince realized that the Crown Prince wasn't at Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage as per the rumors. He had already reached Pinnacle. It's not that he made a breakthrough. Rather, he used some kind of secret art. Luo Qianhong had a grim look on his face. He was a good friend of the other party, and the other party had been hiding in the Master Teacher Pavilion the past few days. As such, he had a good grasp over the other party's strength. Even though he had reached Jizuan Realm Advanced Stage for some time now, it would still take at least half a year before he could make another breakthrough. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that he had used some kind of secret art. Rumor has it that the royal family had a secret art which burned their blood essence in exchange for a temporary increment in their cultivation by 1 to 2 small realms. Even so, that Zhang Xian is in trouble. He clenched his fists tightly. The reason why Dingmu could reach the top of the young leaf board wasn't due to his position as the crown prince, but because he possessed true strength. Even without resorting to such secret art, he could defeat a Jizuan Realm Pinnacle expert. With this leap in his cultivation, even Luo Qianhong himself would find it hard to triumph over the other party. That Zhang Xian had only managed to injure him through exploiting the flaws in his techniques and his powerful physical body. On the other hand, Crown Prince Dingmu, due to the spirit blood-body nourishment formula of the royal family, possessed a powerful physical body as well. Regardless of whether it was his cultivation technique, battle technique, or physical body, there was no flaw to be picked from him. it would be impossible for Xianxia to defeat the other party using the same means. This is your ace? Just as Luo Qianhong thought that Xianxia would be unable to hold his ground against Ding Mu, the young man's calm voice sounded, after which the young man flexed his fingers and grabbed forward, as though capturing a rabbit trapped in a cage. Who? Ding Mu's fist art was dispelled in an instant. Then, as though Ding Mu was a little chicken, Xianxia grabbed at his neck, lifting him up. What heaven-shattering fist! Phantom pinnacle battle technique! Blood-burning secret art. Before that young man, it was as laughable as playing house. This is the realm which even 4-star master teachers find it hard to achieve. Vanquishing facade, lucid mind, narrowing his eyes, Luo Qianhong's face reflected his disbelief. Most cultivators were able to reach a state of mind at the level of Tudan heart of tranquil water. But to exceed that level was extremely difficult. It was said that only upon reaching the level of a 4-star master teacher would one have the chance to make the breakthrough. Heart of tranquil water only allowed one to remain impervious to external factors. The higher realm to that was vanquishing facade, lucid mind, that Luo Qianhong just exclaimed. Upon reaching this level, one would be able to peer through chaos to see the crux of the matter. At the same time, with a clearer mind, one's analytical power would grow substantially stronger. Even though it was far from a match for the eye of insight, it was useful in the sense that it provided a master teacher with a greater degree of rationalizing abilities. For example, no matter how knowledgeable one was, it was impossible for one to have seen all questions in the world and know the answers to them. However, if one had reached this state, one could easily deduce the motive of the one setting the question and the content which the question was trying to assess a person on. By seeing through all of the facade, one would be able to provide the most accurate answer. Knowledge is omnipresent around us, only waiting to be analyzed. As such, this realm was also known as lucid analytical realm. This Xianxia was able to see through Ding Mu's heaven-shattering fist and blood-burning secret art, immediately aiming for the neck instead. Clearly, he had seen through all of the facades contained within the moves and the purposes each of them served. Even if the person hadn't reached the lucid analytical realm yet, he wasn't too far from it. This explained why the other party could neutralize his whisking sleeves so easily. As for whether it was the higher realm eye of insight, this was something that he dared not even imagine. After all, this was an ability that even most 6-star master teacher didn't possess. How could it appear in a 2-star master teacher who wasn't even 20 yet? Even so, just the thought that the other party had reached lucid analytical realm had already left him incredibly shocked. What kind of monster was the other party? Yo you! Having his neck grabbed, a mix of shock and fear surfaced on Ding Mu's face. He thought that by using the blood-burning secret art and his most powerful move, even if he wasn't a match for the other party, he would still be able to stand his own ground. He didn't even consider the possibility of being subdued as soon as he made a move. Don't kill me. I was bewitched by that woman Lin Long back then. I was blind to have made a move on you. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want. Anything that is within Shenyuan kingdoms means, I'll give it to you. Even 100 or 200 spirit stones isn't a problem at all. The young man before him had defeated Luo Qianhong, dispelled the great Shenyuan formation, and even his final ace was crushed that easily. This time, Ding Mu truly felt frightened and helpless. Shenyuan Kingdom was qualified to deal with spirit stones, and as long as the other party was willing to spare him, no amount of wealth was too much. Spirit stones. Xianxia shook his head. If not for Lu Chong taking the blow for him, he would already have been dead. Could spirit stones be used to trade for the welfare of his student? Since I said that I'll kill you, then pardon me, only one fate awaits you. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he exerted more force through his fingers. Great-grandfather, save me. Seeing that Xianxia was about to really make a move, Ding Mu's face paled and he hurriedly shouted for help. Let him go. As soon as Ding Mu shouted for help, a loud bellow reverberated across the entire city. It sounded as though the rumbling of a thunder, shaking the ground and buildings in the area. Frowning, Xianxia glanced over. The voice came from the depths of the royal palace right in front of him. Deep and steady, those words seemed to wield an immense pressure. Even despite Xianxia's recent massive breakthrough, he found himself on the verge of caving in from the pressure. Strong. He clenched his fists tightly. Accompanied with the Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia could match up to even a half-transcension at his current strength. Yet, the other party was able to induce such a sensation within him with just words. Without a doubt, the other party's cultivation definitely exceeded that of Luo Qianhong, reaching that legendary realm. He didn't expect such an expert to exist amidst the Shenyuan royal family. Great-grandfather? Could it be? He isn't dead yet. Atop of the savage beast, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing's face darkened. You know this man? Gongzi turned to look at Grand Elder Wei Yuqing. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing nodded. There's a ranking board for the strongest experts within Shenyuan Kingdom, known as the Green Leaf Board, and on it, despite being a half-transcension expert and a 3-star intermediate master teacher, Luo Qianhong was only in the 3rd place. 3rd place. Gongzi and Jin Songhai glanced at one another. They had seen the pavilion master's strength for themselves previously when he made a move on Zhang Xian. Even though he was defeated by Zhang Xian in an instant, his true strength shouldn't be underestimated. Among half-transcension expert, he definitely ranked amidst the top. Yet, with such strength, he was only placed at the 3rd rank. Who could the other 2 in front of him be? The one ranked second is not a cultivator, but the greatest backing of Shenyuan Kingdom, a half-transcension savage beast, steelback winged dragon. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing said, "You're referring to that powerful savage beast, which possesses a trace of the dragon bloodline?" Jin Songhai frowned. Similar to the nightmare beast, the steelback winged dragon also possessed the dragon bloodline. Even though it was extremely thin, it granted them a portion of the overwhelming strength of the dragon tribe. It possessed steel wings as sharp as knives, and its speed was one that would leave the mouths of onlookers agape. Thick scales filled its body, granting it an impenetrable defense. On top of that, it possessed immense strength and stamina as well. From birth, it was already destined to reach half-transcension realm. In fact, with its powerful physical traits, it could even match up with some of the weaker spirit beasts. The other conferred kingdoms may not know much about the great Shenyuan kingdom, but the steelback winged dragon is common knowledge. This was precisely the reason why, despite Emperor Ding Chong's weak personality, no kingdom dared to turn their blades to us. As the Grand Elder of the Beast Hall, there was no way Wei Yuqing wouldn't know about such a powerful savage beast in Shenyuan Kingdom. If not for this formidable backing, even if Zhang Xian didn't do anything at all, this kingdom would have been annexed by the other conferred kingdoms already. But if the steelback winged dragon is only ranked at 2nd place, could the 1st place refer to? Gu Mu turned his gaze over in astonishment. That's right. It's the person who had just spoken, Crown Prince Ding Mu's great-grandfather, the 178th Emperor of Shenyuan Kingdom, Ding Hong. Grand Elder Wei Yuqing clenched his fists tightly as he said, "This Ding Hong could be considered a genius among geniuses. 80 years ago, he was already the #1 expert in the kingdom, just that, one day, he faded out of public view. Even I had thought that he was already dead, and the reason why his name remained on the Green Leaf Board was out of remembrance. Yet, to think that he was still alive, the #1 expert 80 years ago? But his lifespan." Gu Mu widened his eyes in shock. Making the breakthrough to Jizuan realm meant that one's level of existence had reached greater heights, and there would be an overall enhancement in one's physical attributes. Even though one's lifespan would be increased as well, this increment was minimal, perhaps just a few years at best. Under normal circumstances, 100 years was already the limit for most Jizuan realm experts. If Ding Hong was the #1 expert of the kingdom 80 years ago, he must have at least reached the half-transcension realm at that time. To be still living now, didn't this mean that he was already beyond 100 years old? If it's really him, he should be 115 this year, Grand Elder Wei Yuqing said. 115? Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan. Prolonged Longevity Realm. Jin Songhai asked. The Transcendent Mortal Realm, also known as the surmounting mortality realm and the mortal metamorphosis realm, meant overcoming the limits of a mortal and reaching a brand new level of existence. This was the terminology used for the realms, and just like the Fighter 9 Dawn, it had 9 different realms to it as well. 1 Dan Prolonged Longevity Realm. Upon reaching this level, there would be a huge leap in one's level of existence. At this realm, one would be able to absorb the spiritual energy in the world to heal the various traumas cultivating had brought to them, and through such means enhance their longevity. At Fighter Realm, even if one had reached Jizuan Realm Pinnacle or even half-transcension, surpassing the century limit was an extremely difficult task. But if one were to reach this higher realm, one's longevity could potentially be doubled to 200 years. Given that Ding Hong was still alive and kicking despite exceeding the 100-year mark, he must have made the breakthrough to become a full-fledged transcendent mortal expert. To think that there would be a transcendent mortal expert in Shenyuan Kingdom. There is a huge gap between the strength of a transcendent mortal cultivator and a half-transcension cultivator. Gongzi, should we help him? Jin Songhai asked grimly. Even though it was just a difference of a small cultivation realm, it represented the difference between a mortal and a transcendent being. How could the two begin to compare with one another? Zhang Xian might be able to defeat a half-transcension expert easily, but a transcendent mortal was definitely beyond his means. With such a huge difference in their level of existence, there was no way his fighting prowess could match up to Ding Hong. It was just like how the possibility of a human defeating a tiger barehanded was practically zero. Wait a moment first. Let's see how he deals with this matter. We'll only help him when things look dire. Gongzi shook his head. The other party had defeated a half-transcension expert easily and stopped the Great Shenyuan formation with just a single finger. The means that he had displayed had piqued Gongzi's curiosity. He was interested to see if the other party had any unique methods to deal with a transcendent mortal expert. Besides, Jin Songhai was a person who had traveled quite far in the path of a transcendent mortal. With his strength, it wasn't difficult for him to subdue a prolonged longevity realm in an instant. Thus, there was no harm in doing so. Nodding his head, Jin Songhai turned his gaze back to the field below. Gu Mu and the others also anxiously shifted their sights. You're a master teacher, right? Can you sell me a favor and let this unfilial progeny of mine off? I'm willing to offer you 2,000 spirit stones in exchange for this favor. After a moment of hesitation, the deep and ancient voice echoed once more. 2,000 spirit stones? The breathing of the crowd hastened. The value of a spirit stone was immense. It was difficult to trade for a single one even with a massive sum of gold. Yet, the other party offered 2,000 spirit stones immediately. This was truly a generous offer. With so many spirit stones, one could buy up the entire Tianwu kingdom. To be giving away wealth equivalent to the value of a Tier 1 kingdom just to save Ding Mu, it was clear to see how important the latter was to him. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Xian was stunned as well. Even when he was at the peak of his wealth, he only had 15 spirit stones in his possession. He knew how valuable spirit stones were, and this 2,000 spirit stones would surely contribute greatly to his cultivation. That's right, 2,000 spirit stones. I believe you should understand the value of my offer. The elder spoke slowly and deeply. Besides, you have nothing to gain from killing him. Rather, you'll face my relentless pursuit for revenge then. You are a wise man, so I believe you should know what to choose. The other party's voice may seem calm, but it was laced with threat. If Zhang Xian truly intended to make a move, Ding Hong would surely step forward and kill him. Hearing the other party's threat, Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly together. Zhang Xian loved money, and he was in dire need of spirit stones as well. However, he would never compromise his own principles for such material wealth. If he were to do so, how could he face Lu Chong when he finally wakes up? Kacha! With a slight exertion of force, his grip tightened and a crisp sound echoed. Before Ding Mu could make a single sound, his head tilted and he breathed his last breath. Put on. The corpse was thrown to the ground. You! Audacious! Not expecting that this young fellow would actually kill Ding Mu despite all that he had said, Ding Hong couldn't hold back his rage anymore. The restraint present in his voice previously vanished, and his bellow reached even the heavens, threatening to tear the sky apart. Walala! Hearing that thunderous voice, the crowd who was watching the commotion suddenly lost their balance and fell to the ground. The rage of a transcendent mortal caused even the skies to pale. This is bad. He should have just exchanged for the 2,000 spirit stones. Indeed, he's really doomed this time. That's a transcendent mortal. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to be a match for Ding Hong. An uproar broke out beneath the heavens altar as well. Clearly, they didn't expect Xianxia to kill Ding Mu either. Even more so, they didn't think that there would be such a formidable expert behind Shenyuan Kingdom. With just a loud bellow, he was able to make so many cultivators topple down. His strength was terrifying. Even though Zhang Shi had shown them plenty of miracles before, no one thought his prospects looked good. There was too huge of a gap between transcendent mortals and fighters. It was like a battle between a god and a mortal. There was completely no hope of victory. Transcendent mortal. Zhang Xian, I've brought harm to you. Mou's face paled, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She knew that Shenyuan Kingdom was powerful, and without the strength of a Jizuan realm pinnacle, it was best not to cause any trouble here. However, she couldn't have imagined that the famous old ancestor who had rattled the entire kingdom during his time was actually still alive. And on top of that, he was stronger than he was back then. Putting aside the increment in one's strength upon reaching transcendent mortal realm, transcendent mortals could tap into the energy existent in the surroundings, making no fighter a match for them. As long as this old ancestor made a move, no matter how many aces Zhang Xian had up his sleeves, it would be futile. Master teachers had the ability to see through flaws, but it didn't guarantee their omnipotence. It was just like how everyone knew that the easiest way to capture a city was to destroy its walls, but without sufficient strength, could one do so? It was one thing to know the flaws, but it was another thing to be able to exploit them. Upon reaching transcendent mortal, one's physical attributes would have raised to a whole new level. On top of that, most weaknesses would be hidden as well. Even if one was able to find an opening without sufficient speed and strength to get past the enemy's defense, it would be impossible to get to it. Roar! Just as everyone was anxious and worried about what was to happen, the deafening roar of a beast sounded from the depths of the royal palace. Then, a bolt of lightning streaked out from within, and a figure appeared in the aerial space above the heavens altar. It was a massive aerial savage beast with a length of 10 meters, and when its gigantic wings were spread open, it spanned a width of 30 meters. Thick scales covered its entire body, and the sharp aura it exuded was greatly intimidating. Steelback winged dragon? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Having read so many books on beast taming, Zhang Xian instantly recognized this beast that was at the pinnacle of savage beasts. Similar to the nightmare beast, it was a half-transcension savage beast which possessed the dragon bloodline as well. However, this fellow was significantly stronger, and its nature was even more callous as well. It was already frightening that there was a transcendent mortal old ancestor in the royal palace. To think that there would be such a formidable savage beast on top of that. As expected of a conferred kingdom, Zhang Xian had truly underestimated the other party. A man stood proudly on the back of the steelback winged dragon. This person wasn't as old as his voice sounded, and he looked like he was only in his 50s this year. The aura he exuded felt as vast as the ocean, making it impossible for one to peer into its depths. Upon reaching prolonged longevity realm, one's aged body would also become younger as well. Even though this old ancestor of the Shenyuan Kingdom was already beyond 100 years old, he didn't look as old as Zhang Xian expected. It's indeed him. Luo Qianhong's eyes narrowed. Even though he had never met this old ancestor before, he had seen his painting before. All along, he had thought that the other party was dead. Yet, not only was the other party still alive, he was still vigorous. I gave you a chance. It's a pity that you didn't grasp it well. Clenching his jaws tightly, Ding Hong stared down at Zhang Xian coldly. He doted on that great-grandson of his greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made Ding Chong bestow him with the position of the crown prince so early on. Yet, this fellow actually dared to kill his beloved grandson right before him. Unforgivable. Boom! The voice reverberated from the heavens, falling down upon Xianxia like a plummeting massive hammer. Dang 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 dang. Xianxia felt a stifling sensation in his chest, as though someone had struck it forcefully. His face paled, and he was forced to retreat several steps backward to ward off the force. A transcendent mortal expert was already capable of manipulating the strength of the world. It wasn't difficult for him to launch an attack from a distance. It was just like Su Shi back then. With a single sound, he made the gold-scaled lightning beast fall from the sky and dealt Liang Qingming severe injuries. Ding Hong's cultivation was not a match for Su Shi, and Xianxia was significantly stronger than Liang Qingming as well. Even so, he was still knocked back by the other party's words. The strength of a transcendent mortal was indeed fearsome. I didn't grasp the chance? Pardon me, but even if I could redo it, I'd still kill him. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia. Xianxia dispelled the pressure on him and glanced into the sky. Eye of insight. Lines of insight flowed within Xianxia's eyes as he tried to look into the flaws of the other party. But as expected, it was futile. At Xianxia's current level, he could only peer into the flaws of those at most a small cultivation realm higher than him, meaning a half-transcension expert. His eye of insight was completely useless against a transcendent mortal expert at his current cultivation. Despite knowing that his ability as a master teacher was completely useless to him at the moment, Xianxia didn't panic. Without any hesitation, he turned to the library of Heaven's Path. Flaws. Who? A book appeared in his mind. The other party was exerting pressure on him through his voice, and this could be considered as a battle technique of some sort. Thus, the library of Heaven's Path was able to compile a book on him. Xianxia hurriedly flung it open and browsed through it. After a quick look, Xianxia's face turned grave. There were many flaws on Ding Hong detailed in the book, but given Xianxia's current cultivation, even if he knew of them, he still couldn't pose a threat to the other party. It was just like how even if an infant knew that the crotch was a man's weakness, putting aside whether the infant could strike it or not, even if he could, he might not be able to injure the other party. Xianxia's current strength totaled up to 50,000 ding, but wounding a transcendent mortal expert with such a level of strength was still nigh impossible. In other words, this was a hopeless battle for Xianxia. Since you wish to die, I'll grant your wish. Seeing how this fellow still dared to talk back to him under such circumstances, Ding Hong harumphed coldly. Roar! The steelback-winged dragon immediately flapped its massive wings violently. So, the immense body of the beast swooped down as though an arrow released from a bowstring, and in the blink of an eye, it was already right before Xianxia, threatening to sweep across Xianxia with its dagger-like wings. Judging from the shrilling sound, it seemed that even metal would be torn apart under the sharpness of the wings, less to say a human. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. While his Heaven's Path golden body Tudan granted him incredible defense, he knew that his body wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Who? Heaven's Path movement art. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at a distance several dozen meters away, thus dodging this assault. Roar! Missing the attack, the steelback-winged dragon immediately turned around in midair and darted toward Xianxia once more. Xianxia retreated once more. Having the same situation happen again and again, Xianxia's face turned grim. Even though the number of times Xianxia could use the Heaven's Path movement art had increased due to the rise in his cultivation, he knew that there was a limit to his stamina. If this went on, it would just be a matter of time before his Jinqi ran out. It's not a solution to continue dodging like that, but a half-transcension realm savage beast and a transcendent mortal expert. Xianxia isn't a match for either of them. Indeed, Xianxia is in a bad position. A tense look was on everyone's faces. Putting aside the transcendent mortal realm Ding Hong, even the steelback winged dragon, placed second on the green leaf board, wasn't an existence that fighter realm cultivators could deal with. Putting aside its powerful defense and overwhelming offensive ability, more importantly, it was able to fly. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he could only withstand its assault. After all, it was impossible for Xianxia to fly into the skies and knock it down. Will Xianxia be killed? Someone amidst the crowd asked. Xianxia had just helped him achieve a breakthrough, and he owed him a debt of gratitude. Yet, upon seeing that the other party was in a difficult situation, he wasn't able to do anything at all. Thus, he panicked. If Xianxia knocks the steelback winged dragon down, there might still be a chance. But is that possible? Another person replied. The steelback winged dragon was a half-transcension realm savage beast. Its aerial capability was its greatest strength, so how could it give up on it? The only possibility was for one to cripple its flying capability. But even if one possessed sufficient strength to break through its nearly impenetrable defense, one had to be able to catch up with it first. In other words, the steelback winged dragon was already in a position that made it impossible to lose. If this went on, Xianxia would only be killed. The crowd fell silent. They were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. You sure dodge fast. Let's see how many more times you can avoid its attacks. Since the crowd was able to analyze this much, Ding Hong, being a mortal transcendent expert, was able to do so as well. Sneering coldly, he stared at Xianxia haughtily, as if he were looking at a dead person. So what if you could run fast? Can you exceed the flying speed of the steelback winged dragon? You're right. I can't go on dodging its attacks forever. Xianxia abruptly came to a stop. Lifting his head, he said, Since that's the case, I'll stop dodging then. You'll stop dodging? Ha ha ha. Accept your death then. Harumphing coldly, Ding Hong was just about to get the steelback winged dragon to advance toward Xianxia when a sharp voice suddenly echoed from below. Moo! Put on. Before Ding Hong could react, his footing suddenly disappeared. Along with the steelback winged dragon, he plummeted head down into the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust.